Chapter 144. Return to the Hengduan Valley. As the time for the next unveiling of the relic approaches, the Hengduan Valley has witnessed the emergence of numerous structures. Some extraordinary beings, no longer content to sleep beneath the stars, have opted to construct their abodes on site. Furthermore, a cadre of merchants has materialized, peddling enigmatic energies and even divine energy stones. Beyond this, there are those who sell ancient weapons of dubious authenticity, antiquities, and ancient tomes, alongside teachings of martial arts. In a remarkably short span, a grotesque marketplace has taken shape within this gorge. The term grotesque is apt as only the powerful are deemed worthy to set up stalls and vend their wares, or those shielded by influential factions. Otherwise, the peril of selling here could prove fatal. At this moment, the three major organizations have audaciously established their strongholds within the valley, each claiming their territory as they await entry into the relic. At this juncture, a figure ascended into the sky, capturing the attention of the extraordinary beings within the gorge. Esteemed guests, I am Hao Lianchuan, the Deputy Minister of the Silver Moon Night Watch. He proclaimed, according to various agreements, aside from the three malevolent organizations, the relic of the Battle Heaven City shall be unveiled on the 28th of this month. Upon its opening, it will remain accessible for half an hour. Those wishing to enter must pay 10 units of mysterious energy for the Starry Realm and the Decapitation of 10 Realms, 30 units for the Moonshade, and 100 units for the Daylight and the Duel of Thousands. Additionally, a divine energy stone from the Three Suns and 10 divine energy stones from the Rising Light will be required as the fee to maintain the opening of the relic by the Silver Moon. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chaos. While the weak may find the cost of 100 units of mysterious energy relatively manageable, the demand for divine energy stones was exorbitant. The requirement of a divine energy stone merely to enter the Three Suns realm was outrageous. At that moment, a Three Suns powerhouse voiced his concern. Minister Hao, is it not excessive to require a divine energy stone for entry into the Three Suns? As far as I understand, the Battle Heaven City is divided into inner and outer cities, and the outer city offers little in terms of treasures. Only the inner city, which is fraught with peril, is worth exploring. Hao Lianchuan gazed down at the individual and replied calmly, then do not enter. If it is so perilous, why would one wish to proceed? The man's expression darkened, but acknowledging the authority of the territory, he suppressed his indignation and reiterated, so, does this mean that the three major organizations and the Silver Moon officials can enter for free? Certainly, Hao replied. The three malevolent organizations will bear some other costs, which you need not concern yourselves with. What of the night watchmen from other provinces or official organizations? Will they pay? Without hesitation, Hao Lianchuan declared loudly, if you refuse to pay, you may join my Silver Moon Night Watch first. Given the uncertainty surrounding other provinces, to prevent imposters, it would be prudent to first join my Night Watch for a qualification review. Once approved, entry will be complimentary. Nonsense. The crowd fell silent. What qualification review? Joining the Silver Moon Night Watch would lead to far greater complications. As a night watchman, would one dare defy orders from superiors? If commanded to be cannon fodder, one would have no choice but to comply. Frustrated, a Three Suns warrior exclaimed, what if one lacks a divine energy stone? 1,000 units of mysterious energy will suffice. This was still no trivial sum, as the values were closely aligned. Should one inquire further about the absence of mysterious energy, the answer would be clear, no entry. What else could be said? The once boisterous atmosphere below had now descended into an eerie silence. After a while, a young man with a smile inquired, is there a limit to the number of people allowed inside? There are no restrictions, Hao Lianchuan declared emphatically. Moreover, aside from the closure of the ruins 3 days from now, the site will not reopen in the meantime. Previously, the ruins would open nightly at midnight, which had been crucial for many to escape peril during the last occurrence. This statement sparked a commotion, with some among the superhumans frowning, even expressing dissatisfaction. If we only wish to explore for a day or two, must we then wait until the last moment to exit? Those who secured valuable items earlier could safely depart. If everyone exits together at the end, those who truly obtain treasures, alongside the powerful, will congregate at the entrance. What good could come of that? One might perish without understanding how. Hao Lianchuan replied solemnly, this is also for everyone's safety. Otherwise, if the ruins reopen midway and a powerful individual intrudes or infiltrates, it would pose an even greater danger to all. To prevent such a scenario, we will seal this location after everyone has entered, with the martial guards, night patrols, and station troops securing the area. The Annihilation Artillery will be on standby, and the lockdown will only be lifted when everyone has safely exited. If you find this too perilous, then it is best to forego entering. We cannot jeopardize the safety of many for the sake of a few. Hao Lianchuan continued. Furthermore, any risks or dangers encountered within the ruins are not the responsibility of Silver Moon. The ruins are fraught with peril. Enter with caution. This was of little concern, as no one expected Silver Moon to guarantee their safety once they had entered. Such an expectation was unreasonable. Below, silence reigned, with the three major organizations remaining discreet, indicating that an agreement had indeed been reached between them. What they had to sacrifice, however, remained unknown. Above the Hengduan gorge, in a military camp, the area had now been secured and was under the control of the station troops, responsible for the external safety of this expedition into the ruins. It was said that Annihilation Artillery was even prepared here, ready to be launched towards the Hengduan gorge at any moment. In the center of the camp, the conditions were no longer as rudimentary as before. Structures had been erected, reinforced with earth magic, and even botanical growths had been cultivated. The desolation had given way to a touch of greenery. At this moment, within the largest of the buildings, several prominent figures had gathered. Hou Xiaoqing, Huang Yu, Hu Dingfang, Ren Tianchuan, Director Zhao, Deputy Director Zhou, Kong Jie, and Hu Qingfeng, a collection of individuals either powerful or of the highest status. Ren Tianchuan, the commander of the White Dragon Army, was the one speaking now, presenting a rather obscure map to the assembly. This is a schematic of the inner city of Zhantian City, albeit not in great detail, merely a rough plan based on the previous entrance explorations. Our military has divided Zhantian City into 5 distinct regions. The direction from which we will enter is through the eastern gate of the inner city. Upon entering from the outer city, the first site will be the eastern sector, which serves as a residential area, featuring some commercial activity, though it is not predominantly commercial. Next, we have the northern sector. Based on previous explorations, this area was likely a military zone, and it is said that some have even spotted aircraft that remains unexplored. In the southern region lies what can truly be deemed a commercial area, bustling with numerous shops. To the west, one encounters the industrial zone. He delineated these sectors for the assembly, continuing to elaborate. The residential area, the military district, the commercial zone, and at the heart of the industrial sector stands a tower, a landmark that represents the very core of Zhantian City. Herein resides the Lord's office, various institutional offices, and even a repository filled with ancient texts, designated as the Secret Zone. Currently, within the confines of Zhantian City, only a solitary golden-armored warrior has made an appearance. Among the throngs of people, Hu Qingfeng listened intently, taking notes and observing with keen interest. Indeed, this opportunity to partake in a high-level meeting under the guise of a night watchman has yielded a wealth of confidential information. Within the inner city of Zhantian, the populace remains largely in the dark. Conversely, Inu has managed to gather some intelligence. The mere delineation of these 5 regions is worthy of celebration. When it comes to wealth, the commercial area undoubtedly reigns supreme. However, the military zone may possess a considerable reserve of divine energy stones. As for the industrial sector, its current status remains uncertain. The ancient civilization that once thrived here had a remarkable industrial system. Should there be a military-industrial complex, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. At that moment, a young man in the crowd suddenly spoke up, inquiring about the strength of this golden warrior and whether Inu had conducted any analysis. The crowd turned their attention toward him, including Hu Qingfeng, who couldn't help but inwardly chastised the young man for his verbosity. This youth, appearing to be in his early 20s, possessed an attractive demeanor and exuded a sunny disposition. Hu Qingfeng recognized him. He was not part of the Night Watchman organization, but rather an envoy from the administrative department. The administrative department, serving as the direct superior to the general administration, effectively positions itself as the primary authority among the 9 departments. This young man hailed from the administrative department and had traveled from Tianqing City. Remarkably, this time, Tianqing City expressed a desire to participate, and while others remained discreet, this individual boldly entered the Inu General Administration under official auspices to partake in this exploration. Hu Qingfeng was familiar with him, and this individual was none other than Qi Gang, a notable figure from the administrative department. Like the prodigious celestial masters from the inspection department, Qi Gang was also a celestial master of formidable strength, at the mid-level of the rising light phase, surpassing Hu Qingfeng's prowess and comparable to the exceptional talents among the Night Watchmen. These individuals are all listed among the ranks of Celestial Masters. The Celestial Master list features 99 formidable beings, comprising powers from the 9 departments, the royal family, 3 major organizations, 7 divine mountains, and affluent clans from across the seas. In the realm of superhuman capabilities, the 3 major organizations stand unrivaled. The 7 divine mountains, while not overly strong in terms of superhuman abilities, are each guarded by unparalleled masters. For instance, the Sword of Heaven from Inu is the master of one of these mountains, and there are those among his disciples who have emerged recently. The other divine mountains either house top-tier martial artists transformed into superhumans from yesteryears or are overseen by formidable beasts. Indeed, the Celestial Master list even includes such mighty beasts. Yet, the age of these beasts is often difficult to ascertain. Many of the recently risen beasts, regardless of their age, have found their place on the list. The primary criterion rests on the duration of their awakening. Those awakened for less than 10 years generally do not consider the age of the beast prior to their emergence, as historically, formidable beasts did not survive long before the rise of superhumans. The powerful factions have divided the master list, among which there are also some solitary cultivators who walk their own path. The Celestial Master, endowed with innate superpowers, is extraordinarily formidable. In comparison to these individuals, Hu Qingfeng appears rather insignificant. As Hu Qingfeng pondered, he recalled Lan Yu, who is also listed on the master list. The only one on the list in the month of Red Moon is this individual. The others are either too elderly or, like Ziyu, too weak. Among the 10 lords of Yinluo, there exists a lord who is also included in the ranks. Within the Flying Elders Association, some elders have gained entry as well. Among the Night Watchers, several prodigies have made it onto the list. The current Qi Gang is one of the 3 exceptional figures from the administrative department. Remarkably young, at only 26 years of age, it is said that he has awakened his superpowers for 9 years, and in this brief span, he has reached the mid-stage of rising light, truly terrifying. His expertise lies predominantly in the formidable gold element. It is rumored that his capabilities are boundless. As the master list has yet to be widely publicized, Hu Qingfeng understands that these Silver Moon novices may not be entirely aware of the situation regarding this individual. Should they become aware, they might not be inclined to welcome him. Just as he was contemplating this, Hou Xiaoqing smiled and softly remarked, "Special Envoy Qi, it is difficult to ascertain the precise strength, but based on the available information, this Golden Warrior's power likely lies between the pinnacle of rising light and its transformation. He has effortlessly slain a member of the Flying Heavenly Three Yang and shattered a yellow-grade source divine weapon. Such divine weapons are indeed formidable. Even those at the rising light transformation stage find them challenging to break. However, the golden battle armor of the opponent is exceedingly powerful and capable of shattering divine weapons of a lower grade." Qi Gang promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Minister Hou, for your clarification. Is there a possibility that his strength surpasses rising light?" "Indeed," Hou Xiaoqing replied earnestly, "there exists such a possibility. You must understand, the ancients were not like us today. We need to explore the path step by step. Perhaps what we now perceive as the upper echelon of rising light was merely commonplace in ancient times. If this golden warrior was indeed formidable back then, it is not implausible that he possesses strength beyond rising light even now." Qi Gang appeared contemplative and, noticing the attention of the others upon him, smiled and said, "Then I have no further doubts." However, Hu Qingfeng interjected, "Minister Hou, what level of source divine weapon is the Xiangui seal that the golden warrior holds?" With a light chuckle, Hou Xiaoqing responded, "It is fundamentally of the celestial grade, and there is a possibility it may be even stronger. As you all are aware, the classification of source divine weapons is merely a construct of our own making. It is delineated based on our understanding and insight, which may not necessarily be accurate. According to some ancient texts, all of our current source divine weapons might have merely been standardized armaments in the past. Now, the Xiangui seal serves as a core source divine weapon of the city and may indeed possess greater strength, potentially rivaling that artifact from the central region." Upon hearing this, several of them visibly altered their expressions. That artifact from the central region? They speculated it must refer to the treasure seized from Yinluo. The outbreak of the Central Region War was fundamentally rooted in this object, for it could discern so-called superpower talents. Whoever wielded it could effortlessly probe what superpowers and talents one was compatible with. This is secondary. The treasure is also of great utility to the powerful, as it is said to be capable of locating superpower locks. Some formidable individuals may only be able to uncover 6 types of superpower locks. Yet this treasure seems to possess the ability to assist individuals in uncovering a multitude of extraordinary locks, and perhaps even some of the origins of divine weaponry, thereby enabling the powerful to reveal other extraordinary locks. It is a supreme treasure. Currently, it remains in the possession of the Night Watchers. However, it is rumored that the 9 divisions are also pressuring them to share it rather than hoard it all for themselves. After all, that object has become a complete mess in the central region. Now, however, Hao Xiaoqing asserts that this Xiangui seal may rival that artifact. Upon hearing this, even Qi Gang's expression shifted ever so slightly. Qi Gang replied earnestly, "Is Minister Hao truly serious?" Hu Qingfeng quickly interjected, "Can this Xiangui seal truly compare to the Tiandao ruler? The object in the central region is precisely what is referred to as the Tiandao ruler. 1 foot determines the heavens. It is said that, aside from its reputed efficacy, it possesses other extraordinary abilities, immensely formidable. Regrettably, Hu Qingfeng has yet to witness it, as the higher-ups of the Night Watchers have stated that, although the artifact is indeed useful, it also presents certain issues that are currently being addressed. It is hard to say. Anything is possible." Hao Xiaoqing chuckled. "Until it is secured, who can claim certainty?" His words rendered the atmosphere subdued. Director Zhao cleared his throat, interrupting their discourse, and remarked, "Let us not dwell on this. Instead, let us discuss the arrangement for this event and determine who shall enter. We cannot allow too few or too many, for that would lead to chaos on Silver Moon's side." He turned his gaze towards Hao Xiaoqing. "Will Minister Hao be entering personally?" "Well, it has been agreed upon. There is no other choice, as it aligns with everyone's sentiments, does it not?" Hao Xiaoqing chuckled once more and continued, "On behalf of the Night Watchers, aside from myself, I will not be bringing too many in. It will be myself, Jin Chong, Mulin, and Xiao Yu. If Li Hao returns, I will bring him along as well, making it 5 of us." Upon this declaration, the crowd's expressions subtly shifted. Although only 5 would enter, all but Hao Lianchuan among the remaining powerful individuals had been included. Director Zhao coughed softly. "Just you few? Will the martial guard not be accompanying you?" He sighed. Hao Xiaoqing shook his head. "Let the martial guard seal off the surroundings. They should be able to deal with some minor threats, but encountering the likes of Su Guang would likely pose a challenge. Unfortunately, given Silver Moon's feeble strength, should Su Guang cause turmoil, we would indeed need to trouble the military." From the military side, the solemn-faced Huang Yu glanced at the group and stated, "The military will not send too many. Hu Dingfeng, Ren Tianchuan, Bai Yuanqing, and Wang Pengju will join, along with Kuang Dao, making a total of 5. The 4 are precisely the commander and deputy commander of the White Dragon and Tiger Wing armies, alongside Kuang Dao representing the Silver Moon forces. He himself has opted not to enter." Kong Jie chuckled. "From our inspection department, it will just be Wang Heng and me entering." Director Zhao coughed once more. "You lot are already going. I, from the Administrative General Office, would like to participate, but alas, there is no one available." Just as well, Qi Gang has arrived. He is said to be an unparalleled genius in the central region, so let him represent my Administrative General Office. Hu Qingfeng hesitated momentarily. Director Zhao glanced at him and smiled. "Commissioner Hu, you may choose freely. Whether you wish to go or not is entirely up to you. If you wish to bring those 2 subordinates along, that is also acceptable. It would enhance the official power of Silver Moon." Hu Qingfeng nodded in agreement. Qigong furrowed his brow and remarked, "So, you mean to say that even with myself and Hu Qingfeng included, along with his 2 subordinates, we only total 16? That seems rather insufficient. Of course, the formidable ones have almost all been summoned. However, what perplexes me is that Huang Yu from the Silver Moon Army is not participating. I had anticipated his involvement this time." He continued, "As for the 3 major organizations, there are quite a few participants. It is even rumored that both Orange Moon and Yellow Moon, who are pursuing Yuan Shuo, are making their way here. They are indeed top-tier powerhouses. Consequently, this situation becomes quite perilous." Hao Xiaoqing chuckled. "Quality is paramount in warfare, not quantity. This will suffice. Moreover, with the addition of 2 exceptional talents from the celestial stars, our safety is further assured. Commander Yu needs to remain stationed with the military to prevent any unrest, and as for Director Zhao and the others, Their advanced age renders them less capable. The general administration lacks strong fighters, and the inspection department is similar. The inclusion of directors Kong and Wang is already pushing the limits. After a few more comments, Hou Xiaoqing added, having too many weak individuals only makes them targets once we enter. Hu Qingfeng interjected, isn't Minister Hao Lianchuan joining? He is also at the mid-level of the three sons. Having another mid-level participant could indeed be advantageous at this juncture. While there are numerous individuals at the Shuguang level, the three sons remain our core combat strength. Yet, it seems he is not bringing even one of them. Hou Xiaoqing coughed and shook his head. Let him stay behind to guard. We can't risk losing everyone all at once, which would be troublesome. If we encounter trouble, at least he is at the mid-level of the three sons and can stabilize the situation. Additionally, with the martial guard army, even if a few at the Shuguang level arrive, we can withstand them. Hu Qingfeng chose not to speak further. As a result, the number of those entering became quite limited, signifying that Hou Xiaoqing would indeed be in a precarious position. This time, aside from Hou Xiaoqing, only Yu Luocha had reached the Shuguang level. While Jin Chang could be considered, his strength remains uncertain, and Kuang Dao seems to merely equate to the three sons. It was clear that neither he nor Qigong would assist Hou Xiaoqing in facing any crises. At this moment, Qigong suddenly inquired, as for Li Hao, being a disciple of Yuan Shuo, if he truly returns and enters this fray, would it not provoke hostility from the three major organizations? Hou Xiaoqing shrugged dismissively. It matters not. He has the capability to eliminate 6 individuals at the three sons level, which is impressive. Even the three major organizations have rated him at the pinnacle of the three sons. Such strength could provide us with significant assistance. Furthermore, since he has previously been to the ruins, if Minister Hao Lianchuan is not going, he is the most familiar with this situation. None of the others have his level of acquaintance. Although Hu Dingfang had indeed gone, Hou Xiaoqing chose not to mention it at this moment. Qigong nodded slightly, curiosity piqued. Is it truly possible for Li Hao to return? It is said that Ban Shan and Hai Xiao, along with a few others, have yet to return. And even the 16 lords of hell under the equal king have followed the wheel of reincarnation to pursue them. Noting Hou Xiaoqing's gaze upon him, he clarified, I am merely curious, with no ulterior motive. Not to mention, the 16 lords of hell under the equal king are quite renowned. He mainly operates in the south. And although his personal strength is at the mid-level of Shuguang and not considered top tier, together with his 16 lords, his reputation is formidable, causing even some peak Shuguang powerhouses to think twice before provoking him. Though merely as 16 yang, they could collaborate to weave an infernal net akin to the abyss. And with the formidable prowess of the equal king himself, it can be asserted that this lord of the 9th hall of Yama is far more formidable than Blue Moon. Although Blue Moon is listed among the divine masters, his rank is relatively low, much like ours. The equal king, having surpassed 30 years of age, is not even on the list. Yet, even those higher-ranked masters would not dare to provoke the equal king lightly. As for the Red Moon's Blue Moon, he holds little concern. However, he is acutely aware of the equal king's significance. Hou Xiaoqing pondered and remarked, they have gone to Tsongshan, a place fraught with unrest. Li Hao is a martial artist. As long as he exercises caution to evade pursuit, he should encounter no significant issues. Once Li Hao returns, the prior matters will be written off. Upon entering the ruins, should the three major organizations suffer further losses among the Shuguang, who would remember the past transgressions? This sentiment rendered the others speechless. Hou Xiaoqing continued with a smile. The rest are mere embellishments in this endeavor. It is the envoy Qi and the commissioner who truly serve as our Silver Moon's support, alongside myself and Xiaoyu. Even if the three major organizations send additional Shuguang, we possess the confidence to contend with them. After this occurrence, I shall be departing from Silver Moon. It is only fitting that I alleviate some burdens for everyone. Kong Jia, upon hearing this, chuckled. Old Ho, you truly underestimate others. I am, after all, at the pinnacle of three yang strength. Do you truly consider me insignificant? Hou Xiaoqing laughed. Let us speak again once you become a Shuguang. Kong Jia responded with hearty laughter. That day shall come soon. I believe I have a chance at becoming a Shuguang. Meanwhile, Huang Yu appeared somewhat impatient, coldly stating, it is settled then. Upon your entry, ensure you extend additional care towards Ding Fong and the others. The loss of the White Dragon and Tiger Wing legions would indeed be troublesome. Rest assured, Commander Yu. Hou Xiaoqing replied with a smile. As long as we remain unscathed, we shall certainly look after matters. Outside, I would trouble Commander Yu and Director Zhao to provide support. Director Zhao then cleared his throat gently, saying, "You may discuss this with old Huang. My only recourse is to strive to report to the higher-ups, seeking to dispatch more powerful allies to assist Silver Moon." With that, the meeting drew to a close. Qi Gang cast a glance at the Silver Moon leaders as they dispersed, reflecting briefly before catching up to Deputy Director Zhou. After the others had departed, he lingered behind and quietly inquired, "Director Zhou, it is said that the Celestial Star Martial Guard was primarily stationed in Silver Moon during those years. The identities of the three major leaders remain shrouded in mystery. Are there any archival materials from that era in the General Office?" I inquired with the Administrative Division, and it seems that aside from the royal family, the General Office also possessed a copy of the records regarding the Celestial Star Martial Guard. Is that correct? Deputy Director Zhou appeared somewhat surprised, regarding him with a thoughtful expression. Indeed, such records existed, but they were subsequently destroyed. When the Martial Guard was disbanded, the Night Watchers were established. When Hao Lianchuan came to the General Office, he took the records, and they were completely annihilated. Has the General Office not reviewed them? Qi Gang inquired softly. Surely, there must be some understanding. There is some knowledge, at the very least. It is known that Hao Lianchuan is the so-called sickbed ghost from those past rumors. And additional evidence indicates that Marshal Huang Yu. Well, it is not prudent to elaborate. Deputy Director Zhou lowered his voice. Pursuing these matters now serves no purpose. Is it not all the same? Qi Gang nodded, his curiosity still somewhat unrestrained. I truly wish to know who the last of the three leaders is. Is it someone from the Silver Moon hierarchy or a martial artist? Could it possibly be Yuan Shua, as some have speculated? He admitted his uncertainty. Deputy Director Zhou shook his head, soon breaking into a smile. Eventually, the truth will be revealed. Can it be concealed for a lifetime? But let us not dwell on such mundane matters. It is said that Special Envoy Qi has a remarkable reputation in the Central region, displaying formidable strength. It is quite unexpected that you have personally come here amidst the numerous affairs in the Central region. It shows the high regard held by the General Directorate. Did the other 8 departments not send forth some powerful individuals? I'm not certain, Qi Gang replied. Perhaps they are not aligned with my journey. Or they could be concealing themselves among the extraordinary. With a chuckle, Qi Gang continued. Moreover, I do not consider myself significant. The Central region is abundant with talent and strong figures, most of whom operate discreetly. It is we who, in an effort to deter the 3 major organizations, appear more ostentatious. Deputy Director Zhou sighed. The 3 major organizations are a scourge and a malignant growth. As we venture into the ruins, I hope Special Envoy Qi will exert extra effort to eliminate a few more formidable adversaries. Hao Lianchuan is filled with ambition, yet fortunately, the General Directorate has compelled him to leave after this exploration, regardless of whether he secures that source divine weapon or meets his demise within. He added, if he departs, I would hope that Special Envoy Qi would remain in Silver Moon. With a strong figure like you here, Silver Moon could rest easy. Qi Gang chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to elaborate further. What is there to discuss? Those are the Night Watchmen, not the Administrative Directorate. Even if I were to stay, I would not be able to venture there. The Night Watchmen from the Central region have already sent a few individuals. Before he could continue, Deputy Director Zhou expressed curiosity again. It is said that there are a few troublemakers at the Night Watchman headquarters. Why have they not come to Silver Moon to witness the spectacle? Those individuals? Qi Gang pondered momentarily before responding. Perhaps they have found a more significant spectacle to attend, or they are courting even greater troubles. He shook his head, sharing a moment of exasperation. Those individuals seem to thrive on chaos. It is unclear what the Night Watchmen are considering, allowing them to roam freely. Rumor has it that they had recently ventured to Tianpeng Mountain, one of the 7 divine mountains, provoking the soon-to-be ascendant Tianpeng and attempting to seize its progeny to train as their steed. When I departed, it was said that a great demon was pursuing them at Tianpeng Mountain. Now, I cannot ascertain their whereabouts. Deputy Director Zhou also shook his head with a sigh, choosing not to inquire further. It appears that those few may not arrive after all. So be it. The Hengduan Canyon was bustling with activity. Everyone was waiting, anticipating the reopening of the ruins to witness the Golden Warriors and to explore the inner city, which was rumored to be rich with divine energy stones scattered everywhere. At that moment, a large truck came to a halt in the nearest small town to the Hengduan Canyon. The date was September 26th. The ruins were set to reopen the day after tomorrow. This location was merely 100 miles from the canyon, with a brisk march. One could reach it in less than an hour, and traversing the wasteland would only hasten their pace. However, Li Hao chose to pause and rest. Throughout this journey, he meticulously evaded all encounters, steering clear of any sources of light. Now, upon returning to this place, it is uncertain whether anyone is aware of his presence. His discreet movements are not intended for ambushing anyone. Rather, he seeks to ascertain the current situation. Moments later, having checked into a quaint inn in the town, Li Hao dialed a number. As expected, that individual was in close proximity. However, the communication device would cease to function 1,000 miles away from Baiwa City. The Hengduan Canyon lay just about that distance, but it required the other party to be nearby, else contact would be impossible. Once connected, Wang Ming's excitement was palpable. You've arrived? Yes. Where are you? I'm at the military camp. My grandfather is here this time and is set to enter the ruins. I've been put under house arrest, unable to leave the camp. Li Hao expressed his helplessness. I merely wish to travel. What does that have to do with me? What good is your confinement to me? He then added enthusiastically. I've reached the mid-stage of the daylight realm. I can feel that I'm nearing the later stage. Ha! Congratulations, Li Hao replied dismissively, swiftly continuing. Gather intelligence for me on all the powerful individuals. Photos would be ideal. Also, check if the Sword Gate Master has emerged from seclusion, and whether Nan Quan has come to Hengduan Canyon. Additionally, compile a report on recent events in the canyon, both minor and major, and present it to me. Wang Ming was rendered speechless. You want it in writing? This could cost me my life. Just come here, and I'll tell you, Li Hao retorted quickly. Less chatter. 100 units of mysterious energy. Are you in? Huh. That S. Plus a divine energy stone of the gold attribute. No problem. Wang Ming exclaimed with delight. I'll have it ready overnight. When do you need it? Once it's ready, just leave the camp, and I'll come to collect it. All right. After ending the communication, Li Hao stowed the device in his storage ring, severing the connection. After contemplating for a moment, he approached the adjacent room, pushed the door open, and conveyed telepathically, Boss, tonight we shall venture into Hengduan Canyon. As for the others, they should remain here for now. The situation in Zhantian City is perilous. Lu Long nodded in agreement, fully aware of the dangers. He had been there and understood the terrifying nature of the Golden Warriors. Aren't we joining forces with the Martial Guard or the Night Watchers? Not for the time being, Li Hao replied. We'll don our black armor later. If the Martial Guard enters, it would be optimal if we could blend in. If not, we must keep a low profile to avoid becoming targets before we even enter. It's best to remain inconspicuous while others are unaware of our return. Otherwise, the circumstances of Han Shan and the others could easily be exposed. If we can keep it from Minister Ho, that would be ideal. If not, then he must be informed. Lu Long regarded him for a moment, nodded, and refrained from further comment. He had no objections. After pondering, he transmitted to Li Hao, by the way, when you enter this time, you should take that secondary passage. I've traversed it once before. Though I found little, I had a vague sense that there might be something valuable inside, but I could not uncover it. Your keen eyesight might reveal something. Li Hao appeared somewhat perplexed, but eventually nodded in agreement. Very well. As for the dangers of the secondary passage, they are relatively minor for martial artists. None have perished there. After a brief exchange, the two began to await the onset of night. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, two figures swiftly advanced towards the Hengduan Gorge. Over an hour later, Li Hao inhaled sharply, feeling a pang of pain in his teeth. Damn! All around him were orbs of light. The vast expanse of the Hengduan Gorge was teeming with people. All were superpowered. In his eyes, this area, spanning several kilometers, had transformed into daylight, illuminated by countless lights that dazzled his vision. How many superpowered individuals had arrived? Moreover, among them were innumerable radiant light orbs. And he counted dozens of Sanyang among them, with the Shuguang flickering intermittently, blinding to behold. How many superpowered beings had truly come? Thousands. It was astonishing that such a multitude had been drawn to the city of war, and Li Hao couldn't help but admire their audacity. Did they not fear for their lives? The city of war was far from safe. Li Hao suspected that, aside from the war army, the greatest peril did not stem from the black or bronze armors, but from sentient beings. Before he departed last time, he had an inkling that someone was watching him. He trusted that instinct. Although he had not observed any significant orbs of light, it merely indicated that the other party was not superpowered. They might be martial artists. Each one of them seemed to be courting death. Li Hao inwardly criticized and began to doubt whether Hou Xiaoqing had intentionally leaked the existence of the city of war for some ulterior motive. Otherwise, with his strength and that of the cunning old foxes of Silver Moon, the incident involving the three great organizations would not have transpired. Could Ziyue and her companions truly contend with Hou Xiaoqing and his crew? Nonetheless, Li Hao felt a measure of gratitude towards Hou Xiaoqing. If not for him, no superpowered individuals would have come to Silver Moon, and thus he would not have had this opportunity. Moments later, Li Hao, accompanied by Lu Long, evaded several powerful beings and delved deeper into the gorge. This also allowed them to observe the strengths of various factions. In the Hengduan Gorge, Li Hao and Lu Long ambled about. The two martial artists, with their repressed auras, were nearly undetectable, unless one approached the strong intentionally and exhibited hostility. Martial artists could conceal themselves effortlessly, to the extent that even Li Hao could not discern them. However, Li Hao soon noticed some troubling signs and grew solemn. Together with Lu Long, they stealthily ascended back to the cliff's edge, where Li Hao communicated telepathically, "Boss, have you sensed something amiss?" Lu Long nodded, his expression grave, and replied telepathically, "It seems there are more martial artists than before." Indeed, this time, there appeared to be a significant increase in martial artists. Clearly, secrets from the previous exploration had leaked. Whether from the three great organizations or other factions, there were noticeably more martial artists present. Their strength was difficult to assess, but many exhibited a formidable presence, indicating that at the very least, they had reached the pinnacle of their realm. Martial artists within the city could fly, traverse the second passage with ease, and conceal their auras to avoid detection by the black-armored beings, although they were absent at present. The golden-armored ones might not discern them either. Thus, this time, various factions had sent their martial artists. Some were renowned veterans, while others were formidable martial artists secretly nurtured by major organizations. Of course, the superpowered individuals still constituted the majority. The martial artists of various esteemed organizations may not necessarily possess strength surpassing that of the Three Sons. However, there are certainly some capable of contending with the likes of Qiandou, should one resort to employing divine energy stones and other such treasures to forcefully elevate their prowess. Perhaps it could be achieved, though the outcome remains uncertain. Beyond these martial artists, there exist several figures of radiant light that astonished Li Hao immensely. He beheld an exceptionally youthful individual, resembling a young master, attended to by servants. In this desolate locale, the presence of attendants catering to him with tea, preparing bathwater, and even warming his bed was astonishing, as an elder was seen arranging these services for the young master. This elder, whom Li Hao could not fully decipher, was likely a martial artist of no insignificant strength. What perplexed him further was that this young man was indeed a radiant entity, a being of light, even more formidable than Ban Shan and his companions. This was utterly bewildering. Li Hao had never encountered such pampered martial artists among his peers. Such extraordinary privileges. It is not that martial artists do not indulge. Rather, the more powerful ones would hardly think to bring servants to such an environment. One would be too preoccupied with the rigors of training and combat. As he surveyed this circle, Li Hao was left in awe. Aside from the three major organizations, he had not ventured to investigate further, yet within this small area alone, he discerned 3 beings of radiant light and 11 of the 3 suns. When did the 3 suns and radiant beings proliferate so abundantly? Was it not stated that in the central regions, radiant beings were not overly numerous? Li Hao furrowed his brow, soon finding solace in the realization that, evidently, the city of War Heaven had captured the attention of many. The golden-armored warrior who had obliterated the source divine weapon with a single punch was now under scrutiny, along with the formidable Xian Gui source divine weapon. The great tortoise of the Wang family, perhaps? Li Hao mused inwardly, pondering how even the Wang family's great tortoise had become so sought after, while the Jian of the Li family seemed to have fallen under the radar. Did everyone truly believe that the sword was among the night watchmen, or were they feigning ignorance of its existence, simply biding their time for the right moment to act? The Jian of the Li family and the Dao of the Zhang family. These 2 weapons had been in Li Hao's possession, though the Dao had been gifted to Yuan Shua. He wondered whether his teacher had discovered any special attributes of the Zhang family's Dao, aside from its formidable offensive capabilities. It was terrifying to witness such a multitude of powerful beings. He could barely contend with those at the initial stage of radiant light. Li Hao sighed internally, feeling quite helpless. The convergence of 4 forces might yield a chance to rival the radiant beings. Yet currently, he possessed only a trifecta of forces merged. supplemented by the blood blade technique and his extraordinarily robust physique and internal organs. Even now, he could not confidently assert that he could match a being of radiant light. His physique and internal organs had indeed grown significantly stronger, yet their enhancement did not align with the same system as the forces. This meant that his offensive capabilities had not accumulated accordingly. However, his defensive strength had legitimately multiplied several times over. Resolving not to dwell on these thoughts any longer, he prepared to seek out Wang Ming for information, intending to compare details meticulously. In doing so, he aimed to identify all formidable entities, ensuring that even if there were oversights, they would be minimal. Half an hour later, outside the military camp, Li Hao did not resort to stealth. Instead, donned in black armor, he appeared directly at the camp's entrance, drawing considerable attention. Why had the martial guards come here? They were not stationed alongside them. I am searching for Wang Ming. Li Hao concealed himself beneath the dark armor, his voice brash. Kindly inform him that a friend has come to seek him. Having spoken, Li Hao began to wait outside the military camp, casually surveying the luminous orbs nearby. There were indeed quite a few. Among them, several emanated the radiance of the Dawn Realm, one of which he recognized as Hu Qingfeng, while another appeared even more formidable, leaving Li Hao pondering the identity of this unknown figure. Furthermore, another orb seemed exceptionally powerful, which took Li Hao by surprise. 3 formidable warriors of the Dawn Realm? When did this military camp amass such strength? Additionally, Hou Xiaoqing and his companions might also be present, though at a distance, their brilliance remained obscured. Only when one approached could their dazzling light be discerned. Li Hao, donning the guise of a member of the martial guard, was indeed one of them. Concealing his identity, he awaited Wang Ming's emergence from the camp. After a while, Wang Ming had yet to appear, but someone Li Hao recognized stepped out first. He chose to ignore the individual, pretending not to know him. Just then, the person in the distance suddenly waved. Come here. Noticing Li Hao's hesitation, the elder beckoned again. Yes, you. Stop looking around and come here. Although perplexed, Li Hao realized the elder was indeed calling him and reluctantly approached, muttering, Greetings, sir. Do you know me? Asked the elder. Of course, Director Zhou from the General Administration. Li Hao replied. The elder smiled and nodded. That's good. I need to step out for a while and require an escort. You will do nicely. The martial guard here possesses commendable strength. Li Hao was utterly speechless. You want me to be your bodyguard? The issue is, you belong to the General Administration, while I am part of the martial guard. We are not from the same hierarchy. The General Administration and the Night Watchers are not exactly allies, so why choose me? There are plenty of military personnel around. You could easily select someone from among them. Could it be that he recognized me? Li Hao pondered, though it seemed unlikely. As a martial artist, and having concealed all his aura, it was improbable for anyone to discern his identity. Director Zhou was the only high-ranking official who could not see through the facade. Perhaps he was an ordinary person, or perhaps a formidable one. Regardless, it was hard to believe he could pierce through the layers of the dark armor, the bronze mirror, and the multiple barriers of a martial artist to unveil his identity. My lord, I am waiting for someone. Whoever it is can wait a little longer. Director Zhou replied jovially. You will do. I am too lazy to seek out anyone else. I feel secure with the martial guard. Your black armor signifies core strength. If anything were to happen to me, it would be your Night Watcher's dereliction of duty. Li Hao was left utterly speechless. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, merely responding with a sullen, yes. My lord, where are you headed? At this late hour, what could an old man like me be up to? Deputy Director Zhou chuckled, stepping out of the military camp. Just follow me. Li Hao was exasperated beyond measure. However, at this juncture, he found it quite difficult to refuse, as members of the martial guard had no grounds to decline this escort duty, despite not being from the same system. Yet, in name, he was the second in command of Silver Moon. Hou Xiaoqing would have to wait in the rear. In a moment of helplessness, Li Hao had no choice but to let Wang Ming wait, following the old man as they ventured deeper into the rugged Hengduan gorge. After a while, Director Zhou stumbled in the dim light of the night, nearly losing his balance. Li Hao quickly offered his support, feeling a wave of internal frustration. At his age, he ought to remain comfortably in the military camp instead of wandering about at this late hour. At that moment, Li Hao pondered whether the old man was deliberately seeking him out or if it was merely coincidence. He held a deep respect for the influential figures of Silver Moon. Each one was formidable in their own right. Even this seemingly unassuming elder was not to be underestimated. For instance, he had previously encountered Hong Yitong. a figure of considerable power, yet the last time he had seen him, there was no aura of light surrounding him, just a martial artist. Sometimes, appearances can be deceiving. As he assisted Deputy Director Zhou, Li Hao reflected on the absurdity of needing an unfamiliar martial guard for protection in the dead of night. In his youth, he could traverse 100 miles in one night and consume 5 hearty bowls of food without breaking a sweat, but now he felt the weight of age. Deputy Director Zhou sighed, somewhat nostalgically, remarking on the vitality of youth. Li Hao replied, somewhat glumly, Director, you jest. I am not so young anymore. I am nearly 70. With a chuckle, Deputy Director Zhou continued, young man, I can tell by your voice that you are not so old. You are just teasing this old man. Li Hao remained silent. Deputy Director Zhou continued, do not view escorting me as a burden. It is a fortuitous endeavor. Tonight, luck is on your side. Li Hao felt a flicker of suspicion, wary of being lured into a desolate area only to meet a fate similar to that of Hong Yitong. The timing of the encounter felt too coincidental, and his vigilance heightened. Deputy Director Zhou, still laughing, remarked, a kind heart is often rewarded, but beware of unwise friendships. Li Hao froze, puzzled by the implication. Ahead, Deputy Director Zhou continued, it is fortunate it was I who emerged. Had it been Huang Yu or someone else, you would have found yourself in great trouble. Li Hao's caution intensified, and he hesitated to proceed further. Turning back, Deputy Director Zhou waved cheerfully, come along now. A person as brave as you should not be timid. In that moment, Li Hao realized that his identity had been recognized. He followed silently, his thoughts churning. Deputy Director Zhou, walking ahead, cautioned, you must avoid associating with people like Wang Ming. They are foolish and could drag you down. Running about at this hour, gathering intelligence and probing into various matters. If not for his grandfather's influence, he would have been apprehended and thrown into prison long ago. Everyone is left wondering whom he is gathering information for, or if he seeks to sell it for a quick profit. Had I not intervened, had Huang Yu appeared instead, you might have met a grim fate. At this juncture, Li Hao could only express his disbelief internally. Old Wang, you truly are a fool. I entrusted you with the task of gathering intelligence, yet you ventured into the confidential archives, thereby making it patently obvious to others that you were seeking classified information. Are you truly so foolish? Of course, Li Hao was aware that old Wang had no choice. He was confined and privy to no secrets. He found himself in a predicament, wanting to earn money while also fulfilling Li Hao's request to clarify the situation. He believed that even if discovered, his grandfather would protect him, as it was not truly a matter of national security. Little did he realize that Li Hao, in a most open manner, had come to confront him and was caught red-handed. Some influential figures within the military were indeed observing, eager to ascertain whom Wang Ming was investigating. The most likely candidate was Li Hao, yet Li Hao had yet to return. Just as it became apparent that someone was seeking Wang Ming, Li Hao was summoned away by this individual. At that moment, Li Hao remained silent. After a moment's contemplation, he deemed the elder's reaction exaggerated. Regardless of how formidable Yu Shuai might be, he would not execute someone without inquiry. Upon discovering Li Hao's identity, he would surely refrain from harming him. It was merely a matter of feigned goodwill. Li Hao's bold appearance did not stem from fear of exposure. He simply did not anticipate such swift revelation, courtesy of old Wang's blundering antics. The director chuckled lightly. Li Hao, somewhat sullen, remarked, I merely came at the behest of another to meet with Wang Ming. I have done nothing wrong. As a member of the martial guard, how could Yu Shuai indiscriminately decide to take my life? Even if he were inclined, he would first consult Minister Ho's opinion. Therefore, Director, do not attempt to intimidate me. The elder scoffed, who am I trying to frighten? In the dead of night. I merely seek to alarm you while also soliciting a favor. It seems you have business with me. Deputy Director Zhou chuckled as well. He continued walking, making his way towards a brightly illuminated area, stating, there is indeed something of significance to attend to tonight, and summoning you is merely a secondary matter. Do you know what lies ahead? The Hengduan gorge. Zhou, left speechless, acknowledged, this young man speaks more nonsense than I do. What I meant to inquire was, which faction's camp is this? Do you know? I do not. Li Hao gazed ahead and spotted a brilliant light, a radiance like the dawn. Where there is such luminosity, one can be assured that the individuals are no mere nobodies. Yet, he was indeed unaware of the affiliations of these factions. You ought to meet them, the elder advised as they walked. These are military personnel, though their identities remain undisclosed. Are you aware of the name of the military's supernormal organization? Indeed, the Tianqing army. Li Hao was informed of this by Wang Ming previously. The inspection department was the first to establish a supernormal institution, the Night Watchers. Next came the administrative department's oversight office, the military law department's Tianqing army, and the commercial department's business security committee. Due to the Night Watchers becoming unwieldy, they ceased supplying them with supernormal resources and instead, each established their own organizations. Initially, it was imperative to quickly solidify the Night Watchers foundation. Now that they have occupying the very heart of the dynasty, they have grown formidable and swiftly enhanced their respective supernormal institutions. Indeed, it is the Tianqing army. The elder continued, leading Li Hao. These are personnel from the Tianqing army, having come from the central region, with the intention of engaging in the upcoming Battle of Tianqing. However, the Tianqing army has yet to reveal its identity to the public. They have merely reported to the administrative office, implying a dual approach that facilitates their operations. This time, the Tianqing army has dispatched 10 individuals, led by a formidable figure from Shuguang, accompanied by 9 others from Sanyang, all of whom possess exceptional strength and military backgrounds, exhibiting a spirit of cooperation that distinguishes them from ordinary Sanyang and Shuguang. Li Hao listened intently, curious about the relevance to himself. The elder continued. The situation is rather intricate. I summoned you to meet the Tianqing army precisely to ensure you remain uninvolved. The members of the 8 esteemed families should not become pawns in other schemes. Indeed, Li Hao was utterly convinced that this elder had recognized him. The leader of the Tianqing army was a budding powerhouse of Shuguang, who had only recently ascended to this level at the end of last month. Logically, given his recent promotion, his realm should be unstable, and he ought to refrain from engaging in such affairs, especially since it was well known that instability in the realm could lead to dire consequences in the battle city. Yet, here was a nascent Shuguang, and one couldn't help but question the implications. Li Hao pondered, there must be some issue. Perhaps this individual has a unique identity, or perhaps someone seeks to ensnare him. Perhaps both scenarios held merit. Director Zhou chuckled softly. This individual is named Yuan Xingwu. Oh, Li Hao nodded, initially indifferent, but soon furrowed his brow. Yuan Xingwu? Teacher Yuan? Was there a connection to his mentor? Yet, given the prevalence of the surname, he quickly dismissed the thought, trusting that since he had been summoned, clarity would soon follow. As expected, noticing Li Hao's lack of reaction, the elder reiterated, Yuan Xingwu, the foremost disciple of Yuan Shuo. For many years, Yuan Shuo refrained from taking disciples, choosing to remain solitary, until the emergence of extraordinary abilities forced him into seclusion in Silver City. He spent a full 15 years there, before taking his first disciple, Yuan Xingwu. Shortly thereafter, he accepted a second disciple, and ultimately a third, Chen Yuhua, whom he deemed his final apprentice, asserting that 3 was the ideal number. After his 3 disciples encountered various issues, he ceased taking on students until 3 years ago, when he sustained severe injuries, likely from a surprise attack by the copper armor, which compromised his heart and shattered his hopes of advancement, prompting him to take on one final disciple, hoping to pass on the ancient texts he had once destroyed. The community welcomed this decision, as it prevented the knowledge within his mind from being lost forever. Yuan Xingwu. Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly, the foremost disciple. 15 years ago, he had become Yuan Shuo's disciple, and now he was a powerhouse of Shuguang within the Tianqing army. This was inconsequential. Indeed, it was of no significance. What truly mattered was that Yuan Xingwu had returned to Silver Moon leading the Tianqing army, representing the military's extraordinary organization. Should his identity be exposed at this juncture, it would carry profound implications. The return of Yuan Shuo's foremost disciple. Everyone was aware that Hou Xiaoqing had sheltered Yuan Shuo for many years, and it was common knowledge that Yuan Shuo had entered the realm of Yunxi, while his disciple had recently slain 6 Sanyang, also having entered Yunxi. It is well known that Li Hao is a descendant of one of the 8 great families. It is equally understood that the city of Zhantian may very well be the ancestral ground of the Wang family, one of those 8 illustrious clans. And at this precise moment, this individual has returned, neither too early nor too late. Furthermore, within the city, figures such as Chen Yuhua, Hu Dingfang, the Bai family, Bai Longjun, and the royal family are all intricately connected. Previously, Nen Quan had analyzed the situation for him. Hu Dingfang enjoys support within the military. With allies both above and below, the Bai family backs him, as does the military, and even Commander Yu lends his support, facilitating Hu Dingfang's rise to power. Mrs. by his sought an audience with Nan Quan, perhaps entangled in matters concerning the royal family. Now, with the reunion of Chun Yuhua and Yuan Xingwu, one must ponder whether Hu Dingfang is acquainted with Yuan Xingwu. After all, they are somewhat like family. The time between Yuan Xingwu's and Chun Yuhua's apprenticeship was brief, and they likely studied together under Yuan Shuo, possibly becoming familiar with one another long ago. Is there a deeper entanglement at play? Could it somehow involve him? No wonder the old man insisted on bringing him here. Yet, Li Hao remains perplexed by his intentions. Deputy Director Zhou continues onward, closing the distance, and elaborates. Let us set aside Yuan Xingwu for now and discuss the city of Zhantian. The information regarding Zhantian exceeds what you currently comprehend. Indeed, Zhantian is a stronghold of the Wang family, or more accurately, their ancestral domain. The Golden Warrior wielded a seal known as the Xiangui seal, which, according to records, is not merely a weapon but also a token of trust. It serves as the controlling nexus of the entire city. Possessing this seal may grant one dominion over the entire city of Zhantian. Ancient weaponry bears an unsettling power. And this city might very well be an extension of the Xiangui seal, rather than it being merely a symbolic artifact. The 8 great families, during the era of ancient civilization, were said to be closely intertwined. In times of crisis, should one family encounter difficulties, the core descendants of the other families are entitled to wield the tokens of the 8 great families. Li Hao furrows his brow, pondering if the core tokens are swords or knives. His mentor is adept with a blade, yet perhaps anyone who possesses that knife can wield it. Does this imply that his mentor is also one of the 8 great families? Or does it suggest that the knife is not truly meant for use in the conventional sense? At this moment, he finds himself bewildered by these revelations. Director, he interjects. I am but an ordinary member of the martial guard. Your discourse eludes my understanding. Director Zhou is momentarily speechless, and after a pause, he responds, Didn't they say you were quite astute? Very well, I shall be forthright. This time, while others may refrain from entering the city of Zhantian, you must go. Both Hou Xiaoqing and Yuan Xingwu, those who are privy to certain secrets, wish for you to enter the inner city and perhaps even retrieve the Xiangui seal. It may be that you alone possess the ability to acquire this artifact. We are aware that the royal family may also have knowledge of this, and the 9 divisions are unlikely to be ignorant. The 3 major organizations might be aware as well. In other words, aside from those without connections, everyone may know that you are the key. At this juncture, your situation is paradoxically both secure and perilous. Safety lies in the fact that until you acquire the Xiangui seal, it is unlikely that anyone will harm you. The true danger arises when you possess the Xiangui seal, for it may signify your impending doom. Obtaining it could mean that you have unlocked the seal, enabling it to recognize a new master or diminishing its formidable destructive power. Li Hao remained silent. What could this imply? What are your intentions? In truth, I harbor no ulterior motives. You may be acquainted with my grandson, Zhou Qin, the one associated with the elderly tiger. I merely wish to remind you of certain matters. Both you and Yuan Shuo are deeply sentimental, but do not let this cloud your judgment. Secondly, refrain from recklessly seeking the Xiangui seal. Remember, do not succumb to greed. Deputy Director Zhou spoke gravely. At this moment, the emergence of the Xiangui seal is not a favorable omen, and the appearance of Zhantian City is equally troubling. Once Zhantian City manifests, it signifies that certain issues will swiftly arise, potentially leading to immense troubles. Within the Silver Moon, there are also divisions, not merely adversarial, but rather ideological discrepancies. Furthermore, the ancient relics of the 8 great families represent 8 seals. Should one be unlocked, the others may also be affected, possibly allowing ancient beings to descend once more. This could be a blessing, or it could lead to catastrophic disaster. The secrets of Zhantian City are far more intricate than they appear. Li Hao could no longer contain his bewilderment and astonishment, asking in a low voice, How do you know all this, Director? Ancient texts, Zhou replied softly. Many are aware, not just us. Numerous individuals possess this knowledge, yet choose to feign ignorance. Let me put it this way. The emergence of superpowers began earlier than 20 years ago, stemming from the Silver Moon, which is the very origin of superpowers. Outsiders believe that superpowers erupted from the central region, but that is a misconception. They actually originated from the Silver Moon. Otherwise, how could Hengduan and others have swiftly transitioned into superpowers, even ahead of those from the central region? However, All the mysterious energies that erupted from the silver moon were instantaneously absorbed by enigmatic entities or seals, rendering the silver moon a vast wasteland of superpower. Hengduan is aware of this. In fact, he played a role during the initial superpower eruption. A group had ventured to explore a relic, inadvertently breaking something that triggered the upheaval, and those individuals are now formidable figures in various factions. Deputy Director Zhou sighed. Among these individuals are Hengduan from one of the three major organizations, the King of Hell from Yen Luo, the Flying Sword Immortal from Fate Yen, and the Grand Commander of the Martial Guard Army, alongside the Master of Hao Lianchuan Mountain from Kishinshin. They are now all dominant forces in their respective domains. Li Hao was astounded. Were these individuals part of the same faction? Or were they merely acquaintances who fortuitously explored a relic, leading to the eruption of superpowers? Could this be the reason for the rise of the three major organizations? He had never heard of Kishinshin before. And who exactly was the Grand Commander of the Martial Guard Army? The enigmatic figures of the ogre and the sickly ghost were unknown to him. Only the existence of three commanders was common knowledge. The revelation that superpowers had indeed erupted from the silver moon had completely taken Li Hao by surprise. The other party continued. Remember, once the seal of Battle Heaven City is broken, there are two possibilities. First, superpowers may once again erupt, rapidly spreading a vast amount of mysterious energy, allowing the superpowers of the entire Tianqing dynasty to rise anew, potentially enabling countless individuals to swiftly transcend into the next stage of existence. Second, disaster. Regardless of the outcome, even if the first scenario unfolds, it constitutes a calamity. At this stage, suddenly activating the second phase of superpowers and unleashing a multitude of formidable beings is not a favorable situation. Li Hao was shaken to his core. Who exactly are you? Is this person truly merely a deputy director? Deputy Director Zhou smiled. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions toward you. Not only I, but the entire headquarters also means you no harm. It's not just me. Director Zhao feels the same way. I share this with you merely to ensure you do not fall prey to deception. Minister Ho. Li Hao furrowed his brow. Minister Ho is intent on acquiring the Hengduan seal. Are you implying that Minister Ho wishes to harm me? Not quite, Zhou replied. It's just that Hou Xiaoqing is rather ambitious. He harbors certain notions of his own, which is quite normal. He even seeks to leverage this opportunity to step into another phase. He does not wish to continue existing as we have for so long. Hence, in recent years, he has been the most active in Silver Moon. Li Hao's mind was racing with confusion. What nonsense is this? Does this imply that the internal discord within Silver Moon truly centers around Hou Xiaoqing and the headquarters? Therefore, their previous fallout was not mere theatrics, but a genuine ideological clash? At this moment, Deputy Director Zhou, representing the headquarters, was conversing with him not out of goodwill toward Hou Xiaoqing, but in an effort to deter him from assisting Hou in obtaining the Hengduan seal. This was certainly so. No wonder the old man insisted on taking a stroll in the dead of night to convey such sentiments, appealing to reason and emotion to prevent him from being used as a pawn. Little did he know that it was the headquarters that intended to use him as a tool. If he were to believe this, it would inevitably create a rift between him and Hou Xiaoqing. Moreover, if he could obtain the seal but chose not to assist, it might lead to unforeseen complications. Perhaps it was merely a ploy to undermine Hou Xiaoqing. Li Hao cursed under his breath. Damn it, not a single good person around, seeking trouble for me in the dead of night. Yet, these words did indeed waver Li Hao's resolve, planting seeds of doubt in his mind. Perhaps this was the desired outcome of the deputy director, who might well represent Director Zhao. Additionally, regarding Yuan Xingwu's return, did he specifically wish to inform him to disregard Yuan, or did he harbor suspicions about Yuan? At that moment, Li Hao felt a headache coming on. Soon, he brushed aside all these thoughts. He resolved that if Nan Quan and Hong Yitong were to enter, he would follow these two formidable individuals. As for Hou Xiaoqing and others, he chose to temporarily set them aside. Both Nan Quan and Hong Yitong were powerful, and he had saved them once. Since they had refrained from intervening last time, it was highly likely they would remain passive again. Moreover, knowing he could assist them in suppressing challenges would make them more inclined to protect him. Li Hao cursed again. None of you shall deceive me. I will stick with these two powerful figures. At a critical moment, I shall unleash the full force of Old Hong, whose prowess might even surpass Hou Xiaoqing's. When that time comes, one and all shall face their demise. Indeed, if Hou Xiaoqing does not undermine himself, I shall not bring about his demise. After all, That individual has genuinely sheltered both myself and my mentor. This is no mere pretense. And there is no need to harbor animosity towards Hao Xiaoqing due to the unfamiliarity with Deputy Director Zhou. Reflecting on this, Li Hao felt considerably more at ease. I possess two formidable allies. Allies I have sought out myself, and of a rather recent acquaintance, which you may not be aware of. Furthermore, these two are cognizant of their ability to assist in suppressing, and each time they do so, they can enhance certain seals. When the time comes to lift the restrictions, provided the divine stones are sufficient, they would likely be quite willing to oblige. Noticing Li Hao's persistent silence, Deputy Director Zhou was left speechless. This young man truly possesses remarkable composure. Moments later, they arrived at their destination. At that juncture, a middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority, emerged, a figure of approximately 40 years. If this man is indeed Yuan Xingwu, it signifies that he has been a disciple of Yuan Shua for over 20 years. To have taken on a mentor at such an age is no small feat. Li Hao himself had only been 18 when he became a disciple, and in fact, he had not yet reached that age, feeling quite seasoned even then. Was I mistaken? Yet this man undeniably embodies the level of Shuguang. In truth, there was no error. Yuan Xingwu appeared somewhat older than anticipated, but the age gap was not significant. He is 38 this year and took on Yuan Shua as his master at the age of 23, having possessed some martial foundation prior. Unlike Li Hao, who was a complete novice, this cannot be deemed an instance of taking on a master without prior skill, for at 23, Yuan Xingwu had not yet crossed into the 10th realm. In that era, superpowers were just beginning to emerge, and becoming a martial artist was still quite challenging. Achieving the 10th in 1s20s through sheer perseverance is actually commendable. Yuan Shua initially intended to remain in seclusion for a brief period. Little did he expect to linger for over a decade. As for the surname Yuan, it was bestowed by Yuan Shua, having lost both parents at a young age. Yuan Xingwu was perceived as a harbinger of misfortune, leading to his early rejection by others until Yuan Shua took him in. At that time, he lacked a formal name, and thus he adopted Yuan as his surname, with the name Xingwu also chosen by Yuan Shua. This name carries profound significance. During a time when martial arts were beginning to wane, naming his foremost disciple in such a manner reflects a unique vision. Li Hao, observing Yuan Xingwu through the black armor, noted that he had not heard his teacher mention this individual. In fact, Chen Yuhua had brought him up a few times. The fact that this man has cultivated to the level of Shuguang indicates that he has likely been in the realm of superpowers for some time. Perhaps he entered that domain long ago. Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to dwell on it. Each path is distinct, and maintaining a commitment to martial arts during that era was not necessarily advantageous. Even Yuan Shua found himself ensnared at the century mark. What of others? Even seasoned martial artists like Tian Jian opted to embrace superpowers. Thus entering that realm cannot be deemed incorrect. Yuan Shua himself did not oppose the pursuit of superpowers. For instance, in the beginning, he did not dissuade Li Hao from this path. In fact, he had initially intended to transition into the realm of superpowers during the Douqian period, only to later reconsider and abandon that course, advising Li Hao against stepping into it as well. He was lost in thought when the man spoke. I apologize for troubling Director Zhou with a trip. If there is anything urgent, just call me directly to avoid the late-night hassle. If not, consider it a bit of exercise. Deputy Director Zhou chuckled and added, I came to see General Yuan to discuss a few matters on behalf of the headquarters. Please come in. Yuan Xingwu did not respond verbally, but welcomed his guest inside. As Deputy Director Zhou entered the tent, Li Hao was about to follow, but was stopped by a member of the Wu army. Noticing this, Director Zhou smiled and remarked, This is my protective escort from the Wu army. Yuan Xingwu furrowed his brow slightly and asked, These are people under Minister Hou, right? What is the headquarters doing bringing the Wu army as escorts? Especially when it concerns me. No worries, Zhou replied. The Wu army has a complex background. Not everyone is a diehard loyalist of Hao Xiaoqing. This individual is a descendant of a friend of mine, and we have maintained a good relationship. Yuan Xingwu chose not to press further, gesturing for the one blocking the way to let Li Hao through. Although Li Hao was indifferent about entering, he figured it would be worthwhile to listen since he was already there. Upon entering the tent, one found a surprisingly spacious and welcoming interior. At the host's invitation, the two men sat facing each other, while Li Hao stood silently behind Director Zhou. Without preamble, Deputy Director Zhou stated, I have come on behalf of Director Zhao with 3 questions. If General Yuan can provide precise answers, the headquarters, including Commander Yu, will have no objections. Please proceed, Yuan replied. First, is the Tianqing army here to prevent Hou Xiaoqing from taking the Xiangui seal? Yuan Xingwu furrowed his brow and after a moment nodded. Yes. This is not my decision, but a command from above. The Tianqing army, as part of the military, must execute orders. Good. Director Zhou smiled and continued. Second, if we are able to seize the Xiangui seal, will the Tianqing army take it away? Yes, if we can obtain it, we will take it, as its acquisition would signify that the Xiangui seal is merely a divine weapon. The other party did not hesitate to affirm this. Thirdly, if Cheng Yue and Huang Yue choose to abandon their pursuit of Yuan Shuo and come here, will the Tianqing army engage them if encountered in the ruins? Although the chances are slim, Yuan Xingwu replied solemnly, if circumstances permit, we certainly will. However, if the situation does not allow for it, engaging them could lead to the annihilation of our brothers. I will not risk their lives recklessly. With his inquiries complete, Director Zhou smiled, understood. By the way, if you don't mind, General Yuan, would you be willing to answer a tangential question? Zhou spoke candidly. Li Hao might come here and perhaps enter the Battle Heaven City. If he encounters trouble, would General Yuan take the risk to rescue him? Yuan Xingwu frowned and said, is Director Zhou particularly concerned about this? Does it pertain to the headquarters? Just curious, as Li Hao is quite audacious and tends to act recklessly. He harbors deep animosity towards the three major organizations, and I fear that the Tianqing army's indiscreet actions might incite unnecessary complications. Yuan Xingwu pondered for a moment and concluded, indeed, but under the same premise. I am willing to take risks, yet I shall not endanger others. Li Hao may be my junior in name, but we are not acquainted. While I should save him, it is unreasonable for me to risk my life for a stranger. Well, that settles it, Deputy Director Zhou remarked, rising to his feet. We have addressed 3 questions, or perhaps 4. The thoughts swirling in Yuan Xingwu's mind remained undisclosed to anyone. In stark contrast, Li Hao maintained a remarkable composure, finding no surprise in the response. In fact, he considered it unnecessary for the other party to express a desire to save him. He acknowledged the truth in Yuan Xingwu's words. They were indeed unfamiliar to one another, and he had only just learned the name. Were he in Yuan Xingwu's position, he might have simply said, if you can help, then do. If not, then so be it. Therefore, he found no fault in Yuan Xingwu's reply. It seemed to him that Deputy Director Zhou's inquiry was aimed at conveying a sense of hostility from the other party, yet such thoughts were perhaps overreaching. Li Hao's mindset was far more tranquil than Zhou envisioned. He never believed anyone owed him anything. Even when he encountered the Red Shadow, he relied solely on himself until the very end, when he hoped his teacher could assist him. Prior to that, he preferred to endure everything alone. In this world, the debts of human kindness are the most arduous to repay. Once incurred, they linger for a lifetime, fraught with complications. As they exited the tent, Li Hao once again escorted the other back. Behind them, Yuan Xingwu observed Deputy Director Zhou, lost in thought. After they had walked a considerable distance, Zhou continued, the information on Wang Ming is a patchwork and incomplete. I shall provide you with a more comprehensive version. It is largely accurate, unless someone has concealed something deeply. Here, take a look. He produced a small booklet from his pocket and handed it to Li Hao. This contains all the information we have gathered. Furthermore, remember that hearsay is often misleading, and even what we see may not be the truth. Your teacher's disciples are rather formidable. The last time Hou Xiaoqing called Hu Dingfang to lead a team into the ruins, the situation was quite intricate. Hu Dingfang is married to Qin Yuhua, and Yuan Xingwu is her senior, which complicates matters. Thus, while the Tianqing army claims to obstruct, the reality may be quite different. Li Hao chose to disregard these words. Do not share such things with me. They are of no use. My purpose in entering the ruins is straightforward, to grow stronger. I aim to comprehend the forces of water and wood, to collect divine energy stones and source divine weapons, primarily to nurture my little sword. As for the other matters, I promise to assist Hou Xiaoqing in seizing the source divine weapons. If I can help, I shall, even if it means contending with a resurgence of extraordinary powers or catastrophic disasters. Why should I concern myself with breaking seals? What does it matter to me? Even if the world were to perish, how would it affect me? If death comes, let us all face it together. In that moment, Deputy Director Zhou felt somewhat like a musician playing to an indifferent audience, a sense of helplessness washing over him. This young man truly exhibited remarkable restraint, impervious to persuasion. After discussing so much that evening, it seemed as though the other had absorbed none of it, remaining utterly silent, even showing little interest in Yuan Xingwu's perspective. As they approached the military camp, Deputy Director Zhou finally voiced the question that piqued his curiosity. Li Hao, why do you not inquire about the extent of the secrets we hold? Perhaps I might share them with you. Li Hao remained silent. As Deputy Director Zhou continued to gaze at him, he smiled, revealing his teeth, and after a brief pause, remarked, once your enemies are all dead, there are no more secrets to be had. Even if there are secrets, they can be buried. Deputy Director Zhou furrowed his brow slightly, casting a deep glance at him. This response was unexpected. What did it mean? Was he truly bloodthirsty, or was he deliberately saying this? Yet Li Hao, disinterested in further dialogue, was neither bloodthirsty nor curious. He merely recalled a scene from the illusion of that day, where that ruthless killer had proclaimed that those who complied would be spared while those who resisted would be slain. Each time Li Hao contemplated this, he found the notions of extracting secrets, showing mercy, or compelling enemies to capitulate utterly laughable. I possess the strength to annihilate you all. If you do not take your own life, I shall eradicate every last one of you. How simple. That individual was indeed carefree. Thus, he held no genuine interest in the secrets these individuals possessed, which they clung to as if they were treasures, fearful of exposure, merely a farce. With overwhelming power, no matter how grand your secret, I could slay you with a single strike. You may choke on it until your last breath. The greatest regret in life, perhaps, is to die with unspoken secrets. What a pity. Deputy Director Zhou fell silent, no longer speaking, and departed. As he walked on, he sighed inwardly, pondering the peculiarity of it all. Yuan Shua had not truly taught Li Hao the art of killing. Did Li Hao genuinely possess an insatiable bloodlust? Or were there unforeseen circumstances at play? Chapter 146. The Reopening of the Ruins. Subscription requested. Watching Deputy Director Zhou enter the military camp, Li Hao reflected on everything he had heard today, ultimately burying it deep within his heart. Within Silver Moon, there were indeed internal conflicts. How intriguing. Moreover, were these conflicts genuine, or merely for show? In any case, it was clear that few individuals within Silver Moon could be deemed virtuous. Li Hao did not depart immediately. Instead, he proceeded forward. Ahead, Wang Ming awaited him. Upon seeing a figure clad in black armor, he suspected it was Li Hao yet felt uncertain, and thus spoke. Brother, are you looking for me? First, answer me this. What species of leopard is a black panther? Li Hao was at a loss for words. How could one be cautious at the wrong times while being reckless when it mattered? Dog. Wang Ming was instantly elated and exclaimed, you finally arrived. Where have you been? We've been waiting for you outside for ages. Come out. I've been under house arrest. Just come out. It's fine. All right then. Wang Ming glanced at the soldiers flanking either side, stepped forward, and indeed, the two men did not stop him, which took him by surprise, as they had previously barred his exit. At that moment, he cared little for such matters and hurried out, while Li Hao turned to leave. Wang Ming hastily followed. After walking for a while, having distanced themselves from the military camp, Li Hao turned and, with a hint of exasperation, said, who told you to check the data in the confidential room? Huh. Wang Ming paused for a moment, then replied, I didn't. Why would I go to the confidential room for intel? Am I foolish? I merely asked a friend for some updates. What are you talking about? Li Hao was speechless. Goodness, that Deputy Director Zhou didn't utter a single truthful word, did he? So, it seems he was uncertain of his own identity from the beginning. Was this all a deliberate act? I find myself utterly speechless. These individuals, having held positions of power for too long, can weave lies with such ease, devoid of any sense of dissonance. Consequently, discerning the truth amidst their words is an arduous task. Li Hao chose to dismiss such thoughts and inquired, where is the information? Although he had received a document, his trust leaned more towards Wang Ming than Deputy Director Zhou. Ultimately, the veracity of the information could be ascertained later through comparison. Prepared, Wang Ming retrieved a large notebook from within his garments. Observing this, Li Hao casually tossed him a ring, saying, a storage ring. Next time, do not conceal it in your clothing. It appears rather pitiable. Presently, he had no shortage of storage rings. Previously, he had amassed quite a collection, including those from 6 individuals of the Third Yang, along with the 17 who had perished and 2 from the First Light. He had also obtained rings from Xiao and Huang Jie during their demise, totaling 25 storage rings. Now, aside from the one he had given to Lu Long, he retained the remainder. Wang Ming's eyes sparkled with joy upon receiving the ring. Such an item was no trifling matter. "Senior brother, you are truly generous," he exclaimed, eager to shower Li Hao with praise. However, Li Hao, indifferent to the flattery, regarded Wang Ming and contemplated before stating, "Advancing in super abilities is quite straightforward. One merely needs to break the super ability locks. You can see 5 such locks, correct?" "Yes, indeed," Wang Ming replied, brimming with excitement. "I am a genius." The presence of 5 super ability locks signified his potential entry into the first light, provided he possessed sufficient resources. Otherwise, even seeing 9 locks would be futile. The ability to perceive 5 locks was indeed a testament to his genius. Individuals like Hao Lianchuan could only see 4 and had stagnated at the 3rd yang, with no clear path to advance without incurring significant costs. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao asked, "If I provide you with ample gold-type mystical energy, could you break through to the first light?" Wang Ming pondered briefly before shaking his head. "That would not suffice. It is not merely having mystical energy that guarantees success. Advancing from the 3rd yang to the first light is perilous, and I have heard there are additional hurdles, possibly involving some mental dimensions. However, with enough energy, it is feasible for the 3rd yang, albeit requiring some absorption." Li Hao reflected further and inquired, "What about the energy you utilized during your last breakthrough to the Radiant Sun?" Wang Ming's eyes brightened at the recollection. During his prior advancement, Li Hao had extracted gold-type energy for him, a gentle and pleasant essence that he found immensely comfortable to absorb, almost eliciting a moan from him. The results had been remarkably beneficial, placing less strain on his body post-breakthrough. At that moment, he gazed at Li Hao with keen anticipation, wondering if his senior brother was about to grant him a favor. Li Hao looked back at him and, after a brief pause, continued, "I know many with super abilities. Yet few are close to me, and even fewer are willing to assist in critical moments. You and your companions, being my junior brothers and sisters, would you stand up for me if danger were to arise?" "Absolutely," Wang Ming responded eagerly. "Of course I would, but I cannot confront my own family. That would be unacceptable." Li Hao chuckled. How could that ever be the case? Contemplating momentarily, he remarked, "I possess a batch of mysterious energy. You may take it to Hu Hao, Li Meng, and Yun Yao for their use. I shall refrain from meeting them. As for yourself, we shall discuss it upon my return from the ruins." He was acquainted with numerous extraordinary individuals, yet these 3 were the first he had met. And Yuan Shua had even taken them as his named disciples. Although their acceptance was casual, it did not imply a lack of connection. Advancement in extraordinary abilities was relatively easier, whereas becoming a martial master was a challenging endeavor. Frankly speaking, had Lu Long been endowed with such an abundance of elemental energies to refine his organs, Wang Ming might have already reached the 3rd sun. This is not an exaggeration, but a matter of fact, and he would have made significant progress on the path to the 3rd sun. The drawbacks of extraordinary abilities were many, and the more powerful individuals aspired to transition into martial masters. This indicates a collective awareness of the issues surrounding extraordinary powers, leading many at the level of Shuguang to contemplate the next step in their transformation. However, despite the drawbacks, Li Hao believed that extraordinary abilities were not entirely disadvantageous. At the very least, some of their techniques were indeed formidable. He tossed another storage ring to Wang Ming, containing various items for cultivation. "You are truly generous, senior brother," Wang Ming exclaimed, albeit lamenting that it was not a woman, as the act of praise felt somewhat redundant. Li Hao paid no heed to this, preparing to take his leave when Wang Ming hastily added, "By the way, my grandfather mentioned that we will enter the ruins the day after tomorrow. The official party will be minimal, but Minister Ho has secured a spot for you. Others will not be permitted to enter." Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. After pondering, he inquired, "What about the wandering cultivators? They can enter if they pay." Li Hao fell silent, considering this for a moment, then nodded, saying nothing further as he departed swiftly. Once Wang Ming was alone, he was overwhelmed with excitement, eagerly inspecting the contents of the storage ring. His joy intensified upon discovering numerous energy storage rings. Why was Li Hao so generous this time? He hurried back to the military camp, and as soon as he entered, his grandfather appeared, startling Wang Ming. His grandfather did not reprimand him, but calmly stated, "Out meeting friends?" "Yes," Wang Ming replied. "I heard it was the martial guard." "Indeed," Wang Ming nodded. "A martial master friend I had known before is doing well in the martial guard, so I came to catch up." Wang Pengju scrutinized his grandson for a moment before saying, "Reflect carefully on your choices. Of course, I will not interfere, but you must be acutely aware that, despite the silence and avoidance of the matter, the 8 families represent a significant flashpoint. With that, he turned to leave. He did not elaborate further, merely conveying the importance of awareness to his grandson. The 8 families were undoubtedly a substantial flashpoint. The Red Moon had been watching closely, and many were silently observing. The lack of overt discussion about the 8 families did not equate to a lack of attention. In truth, the genuinely powerful were indeed paying attention. The closeness of his grandson to Li Hao might not bode well. However, he refrained from stating this directly, allowing Wang Ming to make his own choices. Once his grandfather had departed, Wang Ming scoffed, dismissing the concern. A flashpoint? So what? Flashpoints bring opportunities. Without an explosion, there would be no chance at all. His grandfather had been overly cautious throughout his life, which ultimately cost him the command position of the White Dragon Army, an opportunity that had been nearly certain to belong to the Wang family. In order for the Wang family to establish a more solid foundation, I have joined the Night Watchman. However, Hou Xiaoqing shows little regard for the Night Watchman, his focus firmly on the martial guards. Once again, this investment has proven fruitless. In the end, I have gained nothing substantial, merely a safe reputation. And then, what is the use of that? Meanwhile, Yu Ming has ventured to Silver City, rapidly advancing, and now stands at the mid-stage of the Sunlight Realm. This time, Li Hao has even greater intentions to invest in me. Perhaps reaching the 3 suns, or even the Sunlight Realm, will soon be within reach. He speaks boldly and exuberantly, his intellect intact. The unique energy that Li Hao provided last time was extraordinary. I believe that with sufficient resources, reaching the peak of the 3 suns is assured and will not take an excessive amount of time. My grandfather has been involved with superpowers for 20 years, and yet he has only recently crossed into the peak of the 3 suns, still struggling somewhat. Recently, the overwhelming pressure has exhausted the Wang family's reserves, forcing him to push through with great effort. Since the Wang family lacks great fortune, it is wise to align ourselves with those who possess it. At this moment, I cast aside my grandfather's words. The Wang family is not among the 8 great families. Yet I am fortunate to have acquired the title of a named disciple of Yuan Shua. At this instant, Li Hao pays no heed to Wang Ming's affairs. Though Wang Ming is boisterous, he is competent when it comes to getting things done. Whatever task he is assigned, he accomplishes it successfully. As I walk, I review the materials Wang Ming provided and compare them with my observations, gradually forming a clearer understanding. The information from Director Zhou does not require urgent attention. After walking for a while, a figure emerges from the darkness. Lu Long. Who were you just with? Lu Long had been waiting outside and was puzzled to see Li Hao leaving with an elderly man. Director Zhou from the administrative office. Oh, did he recognize you? Yes. Lu Long appeared somewhat surprised, but not overly so, and he followed Li Hao back while saying, "It's best to limit interactions with those from the administrative office. Scholars in positions of power often remain there for decades. They speak one way to people and another to spirits." Li Hao chuckled. After pondering, he asked, "Boss, have you heard of Yuan Xingwu?" Lu Long seemed taken aback, but nodded. "Of course, your senior brother. When I was working in Silver City, he and your master were both there, so it's natural that we crossed paths and interacted a few times. He is generally quite admirable, apart from his somewhat extreme temperament." Extreme temperament? Yes, Lu Long explained. He has a rather intense disposition. After the rise of superpowers, your master faced considerable suppression, and Yuan Xingwu, being more impatient and agitated than your master, eventually disregarded your master's objections and left home. That's about the gist of it. After that, I'm not quite sure where he went. Have you met him? Yes. Li Hao chose not to elaborate further. Lost in thought, he walked for a while and then asked, "The ruins will open the day after tomorrow. Do you wish to enter? If I can go in, I will. If not, then you'll have to handle it." Lu Long was eager to enter, not for personal gain, but to witness the battles of stronger warriors. As a martial artist, one cannot improve by only fighting those who are weaker. He has now barely stepped into the realm of spirit, precisely the opportune moment for him to engage in combat and spar with formidable opponents, thus rapidly enhancing his abilities. Li Hao pondered for a moment and then suggested, "Let us observe further. If that proves unfeasible, we might disguise ourselves as loose cultivators to infiltrate. The challenge may be considerable, as our images are likely well known. If that fails, we could emulate the 3 major organizations by donning masks and cloaks. I am confident that no one would take the liberty to investigate. Historically, the 3 major organizations have operated in such a manner. Who would dare scrutinize their appearances? Many loose cultivators have adopted similar tactics. Shall we not join Minister Hou and the others? We will decide once we are inside. Li Hao refrained from further commentary, and the two returned to their temporary lodging in the town. September 27th. This time, no one engaged in sparring. The previous bout between Yuan Shua and Qi Mei Gun had transpired merely a month ago, yet many felt as though an eternity had passed. Currently, Yuan Shua continued his rampage through the central region, relentlessly pursued by the Red Moon, yet they had yet to apprehend him. Yuan Shua, indeed, possessed a plethora of extraordinary tactics: concealment, disguise, hiding, and counter-tracking. He was proficient in them all. Having spent over a decade in Silver City with little else to occupy his time, he had dedicated himself to mastering these unconventional arts. Moreover, Yuan Shua had an intimate understanding of the terrain and culture of the central region, having evaded numerous encirclements and, in turn, vanquished several formidable foes from the Red Moon, leaving them exhausted in their pursuit. He once again showcased the tenacity and ferocity reminiscent of the notorious demon he had been in years past. Meanwhile, the three major organizations were in a state of unrest. In the Red Moon faction, Blue Moon wore a frown, while Green Moon also appeared troubled. Tsunami had yet to return. According to their agreement, even if they failed to capture Li Hao, they were to return before the 28th to enter the ruins together. The presence or absence of one Dawnlight could indeed make a difference. Not only had Elder Tsunami not returned, but neither had the 16 Lords of Hell, led by Half Mountain and Reincarnation King. Purple Moon provided a brief report and continued, "Our people have ventured to Tsang Mountain. However, it is fraught with peril, home to formidable beasts. They encountered a powerful three-sun demon along the way, resulting in some casualties among those who entered, forcing a retreat without locating Elder Tsunami or the others." Green Moon, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "With so many pursuing a handful of martial artists, the strongest among them being merely Li Hao, who is yet to reach the Dawnlight tier, how could they possibly lose track of Tsunami? Has everyone turned foolish? The time is now upon us, and they remain absent. This bodes ill." Blue Moon contemplated for a moment and replied, "If they truly have not returned, then so be it." Green Moon, unrestrained, retorted, "So be it?" Setting aside the issue of a Dawnlight-level cultivator, Tsunami was tasked with capturing Li Hao, alive if possible, dead if necessary, but at the very least, he should have returned along with the others. They must cease the pursuit and allow Li Hao to come back and enter the ruins. There is still a chance. Now, they have gone missing entirely. And you suggest we simply accept this? She huffed, expressing her dissatisfaction. Blue Moon, deemed incompetent, had assembled such a number of individuals, only to suffer a significant setback. Indeed, that wretched woman's son is nothing but a failure. Blue Moon cast a sidelong glance at Green Moon. As the second generation of Blue Moon, his status was naturally inferior to hers. However, as one of the 7 moons, Green Moon had targeted him before, though she refrained from being overly confrontational with Purple Moon, despite her merely being a third-generation member. However, who can deny that Ziyue has a formidable backing, while one does not? Lanyue remained composed, deciding to wait a little longer. If tomorrow arrived without any sign of return, they would have to see what unfolded within the ruins. What other course of action could they take? Liyue, on the other hand, could only lament, having contributed nothing of substance. Beside them, Ziyue could no longer tolerate the scene. Although Lanyue could be stubborn at times, she had indeed accomplished some tasks, albeit not with great success. At this moment, witnessing Liyue's repeated scolding in front of the crowd, Ziyue interjected, "Aunt Peacock, perhaps we should first discuss what we ought to do upon entering the ruins tomorrow." They were about to venture into the ruins without any clear objectives, which left her feeling quite helpless. Upon hearing Ziyue speak, Liyue's anger subsided somewhat, and she responded, "Before we arrived, the leader mentioned a few points. Our primary goal is to capture or eliminate Li Hao and bring back his corpse. The second objective is to ascertain the specific circumstances of Zhantian City." Ziyue was somewhat taken aback. What does it mean to clarify the specific circumstances? Isn't the goal to seize treasures, divine weapons, and artifacts? Liyue herself was not entirely certain and could only say, "The leader stated it this way, without imposing any strict demands on us. However, one important note is to refrain from disturbing anything within the city and to remain cautious of Hou Xiaoqing and his associates. Surrounding and eliminating Hou Xiaoqing would be quite challenging, but we may attempt to force him to exhaust his strength." The group frowned, still perplexed by the leader's intentions. When I departed, I had also inquired about the leader's thoughts. The essence of his message was that Hao Lianchuan should not be allowed to unleash his full power for extended periods. While he is formidable, he cannot endure a protracted battle. Thus, we must gradually wear him down. Moreover, upon reaching Zhantian City, it is essential to determine whether it is indeed the genuine Zhantian City. The crowd felt utterly bewildered. What does the true Zhantian City signify? Liu sighed, recognizing that the leader's words could often be enigmatic. She continued, I cannot articulate it clearly. You all know the leader's style. He conveyed a fragment of thought. Should it be the authentic Zhantian City, we will naturally come to know it. If not, we shall remain unaware. The group fell into silence. Regardless, they grasped that Yinhong had not set forth any precise expectations for their objectives. The only unequivocal target was Li Hao. It was evident that, in Yinhong's eyes, Li Hao held far greater significance than any divine weapon. This revelation only deepened their confusion. Was Li Hao truly that vital? If so, why not focus all their efforts on confronting him, rather than dispersing their strength in pursuit of Yuan Shua? Or was Yuan Shua also a considerable threat? Additionally, the leader could not depart recklessly, for doing so would render him vulnerable to the Night Watchers, who might seize the opportunity to strike at the core of Hongyue's position. Moreover, the Elder Council boasted several formidable members, including several from the Divine Master rankings, yet their whereabouts remained unknown. In the realm of Hongyue's July, although they were all leaders, the circumstances were somewhat intricate. Yinhong, perhaps out of sentimentality or unyielding desires, led the first generation of Hongyue's July, where, apart from Yinhong herself, the rest were predominantly women. On the night of the blue moon, it became apparent that these individuals had only transformed into men in their second generation. Hence, the leader of July, with varying strengths among them, included some who fell short of the Elder's formidable prowess. Nevertheless, the members of the Elder Council harbored no grievances, for it was common knowledge that the Red Moon was a family affair, with Ying Hongyue as the leader. Whether his beautiful confidants assumed the role of leader or not mattered little. Though several harbored deep suspicions, they also recognized that Ying Hongyue could be inexplicably unpredictable. At times, he would converse amiably, while at others, excessive inquiries would provoke a fearsome wrath. On this day, the discussions were not limited to the Red Moon. The most agitated among them was the King of Equality from the realm of Yinluo. His countenance was grim, troubled by the absence of the Wheel of Reincarnation and the 16 Lords of Hell. He had issued orders that if they failed to track down Li Hao, they were to return before the relics were activated. Yet, with the dawn of the next day imminent, they remained unaccounted for. Where had they vanished? The Tsongshan region was perilous. With the 16 Lords of Hell present, their strength would significantly amplify. Without their return, he was merely at the mid-stage of the rising sun. The King of Equality was equally vexed, incessantly dispatching individuals to investigate. The audacity of the Wheel of Reincarnation, who could perish alone, was infuriating. Yet his demise should not implicate those under his command. As the three major organizations awaited anxiously, the night deepened, and still, no sign of their return was evident. Time continued to advance toward the 28th. With the first light of dawn, the ruins of Zhantian City would once again awaken. Even before the sun had risen, the area surrounding the ruins was already teeming with people. Within the inner circle, a contingent of night patrollers and martial guards surrounded the wall, obstructing the path of the crowd. The martial guards and patrollers were under immense pressure. The influx of individuals was overwhelming, particularly the number of strong contenders. Many were drawn by the treasures within the ruins, while some sought the elusive Hao Lianchuan. As time unfolded, the gathering swelled, with prominent figures beginning to make their entrance. Su Feng had arrived. Recognized by those nearby, the figure from the Divine Master rankings now perched upon a steep cliff, unbothered by the throngs below. The Liu family from Tianqing City had also sent representatives. It appeared that individuals from the governor's office of Linjiang had arrived. The Linjiang system differed slightly from that of the Silver Moon. While Silver Moon operated with 4 major institutions in parallel, Linjiang also adopted a similar structure. However, the director of the Linjiang General Office wielded significant power and influence, consolidating the various institutions into a new entity, rightfully becoming the foremost figure of Linjiang. At this moment, the presence of the Linjiang Governor's office intensified the atmosphere within the gorge, which became increasingly vibrant. Just then, a wave of laughter resonated through the air. As many had arrived quite early, In the next moment, a rugged, bearded giant descended from the sky, crashing onto the ground with a thunderous roar, shattering numerous stones. Recognizing him, the crowd murmured in acknowledgement. Nanquan had arrived. This was not a venue for his arrogance. Outside, there was a semblance of respect for the royal family. But within, who would heed the title of a royal instructor? A pure martial artist, having undergone several transformations, is said to possess formidable strength, comparable to that of the three sons. However, this time, it is of little significance. The arrival of Nanquan has sparked some discussion, yet few seem to care. Even those from Tianqing City merely cast a fleeting glance, showing little interest. On the cliff, Su Feng, with frost-tipped hair, regarded Nanquan with a light chuckle. I have heard that Nanquan has undergone 3 transformations and possesses the strength of the 3 sons. Beside him, an elderly man glanced at Nanquan, his expression somewhat complex, and nodded. There is indeed such a claim. Su Feng chose not to elaborate further. Instead, gazing into the distance, his brow slightly furrowed. Qi Gang has also arrived. This is the true opponent. As a fellow figure on the Divine Master rankings, Qi Gang is affiliated with the administrative department and possesses considerable strength, ranking even higher than Su Feng, both being at the mid-level of the sunlight phase. Yet Qi Gang's prowess surpasses his own. At present, Su Feng is aware that several individuals from the Divine Master rankings have arrived. Apart from the Blue Moon of the Red Moon, Qi Gang from the administrative department is among them. Additionally, it is rumored that an elder from the Flying Sky has also arrived, renowned as the Shadow Swordsman, who is also on the Divine Master rankings and has assassinated strong adversaries at the sunlight phase. As Su Feng surveys the surroundings, he notes that many are observing as well. Indeed, there are numerous strong individuals present. Amidst the crowd, Li Hao has also arrived, no longer clad in black armor. He now wears a mask. Unlike the ghostly visage of the Red Moon, his is that of a fierce tiger, which, although striking ordinarily, is less conspicuous now due to the presence of several others adorned with masks. These wandering cultivators are wary of potential trouble. Having acquired treasures, they fear that their identities may be revealed, making them vulnerable to pursuit. Thus, it is wiser to conceal their identities from the outset. Li Hao pays little heed to them, scanning the area and comparing it with the information obtained previously, having already recognized many individuals. Among them, Su Feng, at the mid-level of the sunlight phase, is relatively well known. In the distance, officials are arriving, and the external Qi Gang is also at the mid-level of the sunlight phase. Hu Qingfeng, whom he recognizes, is at the initial level of the sunlight phase. On the other side, many have also gathered from the Red Moon. Li Hao's gaze sweeps across, spotting several clusters of sunlight energy. One of them appears even stronger than Qi Gang, likely being the green peacock of the Green Moon. Besides the 2 from the Green and Blue Moons, the Red Moon faction includes 2 additional sunlight figures, one at the initial level and another surprisingly at the late level of sunlight, though their energy signatures are not very pronounced, indicating an effort to conceal their identities. It's the same old routine. These individuals thrive on such subterfuge, yet unfortunately for them, they cannot fool Li Hao. Just as he contemplates this, his attention is suddenly piqued. A relatively young man from the Red Moon is now scanning the area, his gaze seemingly peculiar as he searches for something. Following the direction of the stranger's gaze, Li Hao's expression shifts. The individual appears to be observing those whom he previously identified as concealing their identities, all of whom possess formidable strength, including some martial artists. In the vicinity of the Red Moon, the young man surveyed his surroundings and communicated telepathically. There are several individuals of the 3 young present in the crowd. Although I cannot discern the radiant light, the essence of their powers cannot be concealed from the ruptured energy locks. I can sense their fracture. Furthermore, there are formidable martial artists around, each exuding a palpable presence. The man's eyes were slightly distinct from others, with more visible sclera. Yet it was not easily noticeable unless one looked closely. Green Moon paid it no mind, merely transmitting, "Let us investigate Hao Xiaoqing." In the distance, Hao Xiaoqing had already arrived. The young man turned his gaze in that direction, and upon doing so, his eyes filled with blood, and he let out a muffled groan. He then communicated, "I can only see a spear, as if it is about to rend the void. I can no longer look, or my eye shall be ruined." Green Moon felt a sense of gravity. Was he truly that powerful? The individual before them was indeed a member of the Celestial Eye. Cultivating a Celestial Eye is no small feat, hence even Red Moon possesses but a few. This time, They had deliberately brought along a deeply cultivated member to better observe the various factions and address certain threats within the ruins. Little did they expect, upon arrival, to encounter adversity at the hands of Hao Xiaoqing. In the distance, Hao Xiaoqing also cast his gaze towards Red Moon, smiling at the young man, and softly remarked to those around him, "The celestial eye is indeed remarkable. It reveals what others cannot perceive. There are rumors that Li Hao has also awakened his celestial eye. What do you think?" No one responded. Among the group, Kong Jia was scanning the surroundings, and after a moment, inquired, "Old Ho, do you think Li Hao has arrived?" "I cannot say," he replied. "You are far too modest." Kong Jia chuckled and added, "He should be here. Never mind him. He likely has his own plans." "Old Ho, there are quite a few powerful figures from various factions present. Do you feel confident?" "I will still rely on Director C for support," Hao Xiaoqing responded. Kong Jia laughed heartily. "Well then, I am of no use." As they conversed, Hao Xiaoqing's attention was drawn to an individual in the distance, his brows knitting slightly. "Is the earth-subduing sword here again?" The crowd turned their gaze to the far side, where Hong Yitong appeared rather unassuming as he navigated through the throngs. Hao Xiaoqing remained silent with a furrowed brow. Jin Chong raised an eyebrow and remarked, "The earth-subduing sword has grown increasingly disheartened over the years. In such a state, it hardly resembles the formidable second of the 7 swords of yore." Chief Steward Yu and the Mad Blade also glanced in that direction, but remained silent. In the distance, Hong Yitong had come alone. He was elbowing his way through the crowd, inadvertently stepping on someone's foot, straining to catch a glimpse of the surroundings, perplexed about where Li Hao had vanished to. It felt as if he were bustling through a market, attracting ire from those around him, who would have resorted to violence if not for the presence of powerful figures from various factions. Just as he continued to push through, someone beside him communicated telepathically, "Has Master Hong also arrived?" Hong Yitong found it peculiar and glanced at a martial artist nearby wearing a tiger-headed mask. Responding telepathically, "I am merely curious. How do you conceal your aura?" Aura is notoriously difficult to mask, even if one cannot sense the energy. It is challenging to deceive fellow martial artists. Just a little trick. Li Hao chimed in excitedly. "With my uncle here, I can finally relax." Hong Yitong rolled his eyes. "What is there to relax about? What comfort can you possibly find?" "Master Uncle, do you have any particular goals this time?" "No, I merely wish to acquire some blood god seeds. My heart is feeble. Is there any chance you might provide me with some?" "I do not possess any either." "Then what is there to discuss?" Indeed, Hong Yitong had little in the way of aspirations. Securing some blood god seeds sufficed. As for Li Hao, he had little inclination to seek assistance from that individual. "Master Uncle, shall we enter together later?" "Do not. You proceed on your own." Hong Yitong declined. However, Li Hao fell silent. Moments later, a warrior adorned with a tiger-headed mask appeared behind Hong Yitong, trailing closely. Since he was already present, there was no need for pretense. He might as well join in. Regarding Hong Yitong's entry, Li Hao harbored doubts about his true intentions. This individual was enigmatic in his methods, leaving one uncertain of his ultimate aims. He had not established a formidable sect nor occupied a high-ranking position like Hao Xiaoqing and his ilk. Instead, he exhibited the demeanor of a leisurely martial cultivator, rarely stepping into the limelight, even more discreet than those of the Tianjin faction. Regardless, it was evident he possessed formidable strength. Thus, it was prudent to follow along for now. Ahead, Hong Yitong remained at a loss for words. This fellow had latched onto me. Oh well, it matters little. At that moment, a voice rang out in the distance. "Those who have registered and paid may enter shortly. Those unregistered, with uncertain abilities or hidden strengths, must pay the fee as per Shuguang. Warriors will be charged according to Sanyang." The crowd murmured in discontent. "How outrageous! Who wishes to reveal their true capabilities? Who desires your scrutiny?" The fee for supernormal abilities was set at 10 god energy stones. How many could afford such an expense? As for warriors, their fees were equally exorbitant. One warrior exclaimed, "How many warriors from Sanyang are there?" By the current standards, Yangshun is Sanyang. The strength of warriors is difficult to assess. Judging by Do Qian, that would be the utmost limit, yet we must pay according to Sanyang. This is simply too steep. Hao Lianchuan stood behind a grand table, maintaining an air of calm. "If you do not wish to enter, then do not. A Doqian warrior is nearly equivalent to a Rieo. Are you seeking death by entering? Must one engage in combat to ascertain strength? The fee of 1 god energy stone is already generous. It is fortunate I did not ask you to pay according to Shuguang." If you do not wish to enter, then do not. Once more, the crowd erupted in discontent. Too expensive. Li Hao also muttered a silent complaint. Just then, Hong Yitong unexpectedly transmitted a message. Could you pay on my behalf? I have given you the God Energy Stones last time. I am out of funds. Li Hao was utterly speechless. What a trap. Soon after, he joined the throng, pressing forward, and moments later, it was his turn. Without raising his gaze, Hao Lianchuan asked, warrior or supernormal? Warrior. How many? 2. 2 God Energy Stones, or 2,000 units of mysterious energy. This was indeed an astonishing profit. Li Hao could only marvel at the situation. This exorbitant fee would likely deter many from entering. He said nothing further and retrieved 2 energy storage rings. Both filled to capacity. Hao Lianchuan received the items, inspected them briefly, and casually tossed 2 empty energy storage rings to Li Hao, along with 2 crude iron tokens inscribed with a character for Marshal. He remarked that once activated, he and his companion could each take 1. He inquired if they wished to purchase additional tokens, stating that entry would be impossible without them. No need. Li Hao replied, speechless. It seemed that this individual had taken to conducting business, and it was likely that the night watchman would profit handsomely this time. Hao Lianchuan remained silent and continued to attend to his tasks, moving on to the next matter. Before long, an array of energy storage rings lay before him, and with a wave of his hand, he collected them all into his storage ring. The sight made many onlookers envious. In such a short time, he had amassed at least several tens of thousands of units of mysterious energy, along with over a dozen energy stones. This was in addition to those who had long since registered and secured their qualifications. The Silver Moon was certainly reaping enormous rewards. Li Hao couldn't help but gaze at the spectacle, even feeling a twinge of temptation to rob them. However, he dismissed the thought, recognizing them as compatriots and noting the presence of numerous powerful individuals nearby. Nonetheless, he resolved to reclaim his own share later, as he had entered without incurring any costs, and now felt the sting of unnecessary expenses. As the crowd obtained their qualifications, those lacking funds could only watch in disappointment, their spirits dampened. Li Hao mused that those too impoverished to pay the entry fee were better off not venturing in, as the odds were overwhelmingly against them, most likely resulting in loss or even peril to their lives. Moments later, as the sun began to rise, Hou Xiaoqing announced, "The ruins are now open. Enter in an orderly fashion. Do not create chaos." With waves of energy striking the walls, the next instant, the ruins began to shimmer back to life. Simultaneously, within the city of Zhantian, the floating ancient tortoise resembled a statue. Yet its giant eyes seemed to exhibit a spark of awareness as it gazed into the distance. More visitors had arrived. Below, a black dog, bored and dozing, stirred slightly upon hearing a commotion, its tail wagging. "Are we able to leave now? I'm nearly starving." In the depths of the estate, the golden-armored soldiers remained seated on their high platforms, still clutching a mysterious turtle seal, unchanged from before, as if the previous intrusions had long faded into memory. The expansive Zhantian city was eerily quiet, devoid of any sounds. Chapter 147. Guests arrive with fine wine. Subscription requested. Outside, the ruins officially opened. Drawing from previous experiences, this time, everyone was hesitant to rush in. After all, the outer city held little of value, and the inner city gates remained shut. Without traversing the second passage, superhumans were unable to fly, thus eliminating the fear of intruders. The Golden Warriors were still present, providing further assurance against any opportunistic competitors. As usual, the scattered cultivators were the first to enter, hastily scrambling as if the treasures would vanish. Ironically, it was often these very individuals who met the swiftest demise. The last group of scattered cultivators that had entered had been entirely wiped out. Now, Li Hao and his companions were among the scattered cultivators. After paying the entry fee, they gained access. The price for the 3 sons was equivalent to that of the martial masters, and with Hong Yitong holding the iron token, no one voiced any objections. In truth, the sword sect had recently joined the martial guard, and it mattered little if they didn't pay. At this moment, Hou Xiaoqing and his companions cast a glance at Hong Yitong, then at the figure nearby wearing a tiger head mask. They pondered whether this individual could be Li Hao. However, uncertainty lingered, as Li Hao and Hong Yitong did not seem particularly close. Yet, one might wonder why Hong Yitong would allow a significant number of martial artists from the sword sect to join Li Hao's demon hunting team. Lost in thought, a figure swiftly darted past, and in the next instant, Nan Quan rushed forward, laughing heartily. I shall enter first and claim the good treasures. Surrounding him, several formidable warriors regarded him with indifference. Did he wish to meet his demise by entering so early? Nanquan appeared to believe this was reminiscent of the Silver Moon martial arts world of yore. The North and South Fists had long since faded into history. Even the legendary Five Beasts Old Demon was now being hunted to the ends of the earth with no refuge. Undeterred, Nanquan leaped into the shimmering wall of water. Li Hao and Hong Yitong did not linger either, directly entering the portal. As for Lu Long, he blended into the crowd among the scattered cultivators. Li Hao did not concern himself with him. Perhaps it would be safer for Lu Long to act independently. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and when he reappeared, it was upon a grand platform. Hong Yitong was quite familiar with this place, having visited it previously. At this moment, numerous individuals congregated on the platform. All scattered cultivators who had entered before. Nanquan was among them. Spotting Hong Yitong, he hurried over, grinning widely, and glanced at Li Hao, sending a thought transmission. This is my first time here. May I follow you too? These two had experience in this realm. Accompanying them would be far more prudent than venturing alone. Though he was quite powerful, the ancient relic of War Heaven City could harbor immense dangers. It was not unusual for even beings of greater strength to find themselves unable to return from such ruins. At this moment, amidst the scattered cultivators, someone seemed to possess knowledge of the situation and called out loudly, "It is best for everyone to act together." The three major organizations and the Silver Moon officials are formidable. If one ventures alone, they may become mere stepping stones for their exploration. Furthermore, ahead lies a passageway. We must follow it and refrain from straying outside. If we do, there may be no return. Nanquan turned to Li Hao, who rolled his eyes in response. Do not look to me. The last time I was directly transported to the outer city. This time, however, I am uncertain why I did not end up there again. Perhaps my strength has increased, and the transport system cannot handle me anymore? Has it become heavier? Yet, I did traverse a passage last time, he conveyed. Ahead lies a dark passageway leading to the outer city, though it does not seem too perilous. I cannot ascertain what might occur if we step outside, so it is best not to venture beyond the passage. It seems there is something lurking. Hong Yitong also transmitted, exercise caution. This passage may resemble a tree hollow. Should you step outside, it could precipitate significant peril. This tree might encompass the entirety of the outer city and connect with the external canyons, serving as the key to preventing War Heaven City from being buried. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. A tree? A tree hollow? Hong Yitong continued. Once inside, exercise caution. Do not disturb the passage. This place is far more perilous than one might imagine. I sensed it during my last visit. There are times when one may be ambushed by branches infused with a certain vitality. While the threat is not formidable, Sanyang could easily handle it. It's prudent to remain vigilant. Nanquan, with raised brows, shared intelligence with Li Hao and Hong Yitong without reservation, transmitting. It appears that Zhantian City may indeed be fraught with danger. Some ancient texts contain records that the royal family of Zhantian City has provided certain information. These texts recount that a supreme being once traversed this land, leaving behind treasures that elevated Zhantian City to a status of unparalleled significance, embodying his will. The materials provided by the royal family lack clarity, yet they alert us to the fact that this city holds exceedingly unique meaning. Li Hao could not help but recall the scene he had witnessed that day. A being of such exalted stature? The individual referred to as the Emperor revered? That person had inscribed the words Zhantian, which had incited a frenzy throughout the entire city, filled with excitement and fervor, as though those two characters bore immense significance. The aged city lord appeared nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Clearly, the royal family possessed considerable knowledge, as they were aware of such matters. Naturally, during the era of ancient civilizations, records must have existed. Monumental events like this could not leave no trace, especially pertaining to such a formidable and significant figure. Nanquan added, furthermore, this city may have preserved remnants of that individual, perhaps even their will. If so, the value would be astronomical. The prowess that compelled the ancient civilization to regard him as a supreme entity must have been extraordinary beyond our comprehension. To discover such treasures would indeed be a monumental gain. Were they referring to those two characters? Li Hao pondered silently, recognizing that some matters were best left unspoken. Nanquan inquired, should we join forces with the scattered cultivators or act independently? Who mentioned joining you? Hong Yitong retorted, exasperated. Nanquan chuckled and transmitted once more. If not with me, then with whom? Together, we could ensure mutual support. With Li Hao among us, the three of us could enter the city and sweep through it invincibly. No one could stand against us. Even if Hou Xiaoqing were to arrive, we would leave him in utter defeat. Hong Yitong found himself at a loss for words. Li Hao, however, was indifferent and communicated, "Let us first explore the second passage. I did not traverse it last time, Master Hong did. Were there any benefits or effects?" As they walked, Hong Yitong replied, "The effects were rather mediocre. Perhaps it is more beneficial for those with extraordinary abilities, but not particularly advantageous for us. However, the second passage should possess some assimilation properties, allowing our aura to blend with that of Zhantian City, thereby helping us evade certain perils. As for the extraordinary beings that perished, it is likely due to their active retaliation or severe energy fluctuations perceived as provocations against authority. We shall pass through without issue." Li Hao understood. The trio disregarded the others and proceeded deeper into the dark passage that lay ahead. As the trio stepped forward, a rustling sound echoed through the passage, as if something were crawling, though nothing was visible. Shortly after entering, a sudden whooshing noise pierced the air. Li Hao unleashed a punch, causing the entity lurking in the darkness to vanish in an instant. Yet, he felt as though he had glimpsed something, reminiscent of what Hong Yitong had previously mentioned. Indeed, it appeared to be a branch, quick to arrive and swift to retreat. Its offensive power was not particularly formidable, roughly equivalent to the level of the sun's radiance. Previously, Li Hao had been unable to discern it clearly, and with the presence of the three suns clearing the way, he had not personally engaged. At that moment, Hong Yitong seized a branch, which writhed violently. The passage itself began to tremble slightly, prompting Hong Yitong to hastily release his grip and convey a warning. "Do not engage these branches, merely drive them away. If you rely on strength to break or cut them, be wary of incurring greater trouble. In this place, the weaker you are, the safer you become. You cannot destroy it even if you wish to. However, the strong, if overly arrogant, may meet a tragic end. Sometimes, it is the ones who can swim that drown. You may not know how to swim, yet you understand fear. Those who do know how, however, may lose that fear. Believing you comprehend this relic and thinking yourself powerful can lead to a downfall. Even Hong Yitong would not dare to be careless here." The passage was not particularly long. Yet as Li Hao and his companions reached its midpoint, a sudden cacophony of gasps erupted from behind, quickly followed by screams. Clearly, some of the weaker individuals had been unable to withstand the branch's assaults. Either Moonshade or the weaker of the sun's radiance, caught off guard and impaled by the branches. The trio paid no heed to this. Having entered, they accepted the specter of death. No one forced them to enter. Fortune often lies in peril, and it was evident that danger had now descended. To perish here could only be attributed to misfortune and lack of strength. Behind them, the gasps continued unabated. This time, a multitude had entered. Among the wandering cultivators alone, there were likely hundreds, if not thousands, far surpassing the previous occasion. Li Hao and his companions pressed on, frequently warding off the persistent branches that assailed them, managing to avoid any significant trouble. As they traversed the darkness, a faint glimmer of light soon emerged, and Li Hao recognized it as the boundary of the outer city. Upon exiting, they found themselves in the large square where many had perished previously. Just as they stepped out, Li Hao faltered in his stride, and Hong Yitong mirrored this pause. Both halted simultaneously, while Nanquan looked on in confusion, glancing at the two. At that moment, Li Hao's eyes widened with surprise and shock. Not only he, but Hong Yitong's expression also shifted as they gazed into the distance. Beyond the square, several shadowy figures flitted past. Exchanging a glance, both men felt a tremor of disbelief. Black armor. Indeed, they could not be mistaken. Just moments ago, they had seen the black armor moving in that vicinity of the square. "What is it?" Nanquan inquired, intrigued. "Black armor," Li Hao transmitted hastily. "Last time, we eliminated an entire battalion of 1,000 soldiers and seized their black armor, yet I just saw it." Hong Yitong observed for a moment and then communicated quietly. "We could either use what remains from last time, or it could signify that this city harbors more than just the black-armored guards we encountered previously. Perhaps there are additional forces that have yet to reveal themselves or are positioned in another direction. At present, we can only advance from this path. Are there any city gates in other directions? If there are, that implies there are 4 city gates and 4,000 strong guards. And the ones we vanquished last time were merely one faction. There is also a possibility that more black-armored guards are lurking within the city, ready to emerge. Regardless, this indicates an escalation in danger. The previously boisterous Ningquan had now quieted down considerably. What should we do? Let us proceed, of course. We should take advantage of the fact that others have not yet arrived, and head to the second passage, entering the outer city first, then the inner city. We should avoid seeking out the Golden Warrior, and instead acquire some divine energy stones for our defense. This proposition garnered Ningquan's agreement. Indeed, we must prepare an ample supply of divine energy stones. Only with sufficient stones can we hope to unlock our potential without transforming into superhumans. The trio ceased their discussion and swiftly moved ahead. Meanwhile, more wandering cultivators entered the area, seemingly having caught wind of news that the black-armored guards were eradicated and that the outer city posed no threat. Before long, several superhumans boldly stepped into the outer city region, racing ahead as if fearing others might contest them. Yet, not long after, a cacophony of screams erupted. The black-armored guards found it challenging to contend with the three Yangs, but they were not particularly troubled by the Sunlight Warriors. They moved silently. Their footfalls, though discernible, did not deter those who charged forward with reckless abandon, mistakenly believing that others had already entered ahead of them, leading to their grim demise. The ground began to absorb the blood and bodies once more. As Li Hao and his companions ventured into the second passage, a group of strong individuals began to infiltrate from behind. Upon hearing the anguished cries from within the city, some faces turned pale, and glances were cast toward Hao Xiaoqing and his group. Hao Xiaoqing furrowed his brow slightly and remarked calmly, "Last time, we eradicated all the black-armored guards. It seems they have resurfaced. To enter recklessly is to court death, unless one possesses formidable strength. Otherwise, these black-armored guards are more than enough to deal with everyone here." Among the crowd, Zuf frowned and stated gravely, "We clearly eliminated all the black-armored guards last time. Why are they still present?" Hao Xiaoqing could hardly be bothered to respond. "Investigate for yourself." He glanced toward the direction of the second passage, noting that Hong Yitong and his companions had advanced ahead, accompanied by Li Hao. Had they traversed the second passage or directly entered the city? At that moment, the area was bustling with people. The once tranquil ancient city had been thoroughly awakened. Sounds of chaos and clamor resonated throughout the vicinity. Suddenly, someone leaped into the air, directly crossing into the outer city limits, only to be met with a thunderous explosion that obliterated them in an instant. Hao Xiaoqing was left speechless. Was this a lack of understanding? Truth be told, with a little inquiry, one could uncover certain dangers and circumstances. Yet, it seemed some individuals arrived without any knowledge, marching straight to their doom. Did these superhumans believe they were invincible, fearing no one? Indeed, those who recklessly sought power seldom understood the value of caution, a gathering of fools. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Are you an idiot? You cannot fly? You must enter through the secondary passage first, or else you will be struck by the spatial prohibition array here, leading to potential demise. If the three suns are attacked, they will surely perish." This revelation struck many with clarity. Not everyone had neglected their preparations. However, a certain faction of reckless adventurers had rushed in, lured by the allure of treasures without paying heed to the dangers that lay ahead. Consequently, a number of lives were lost in an instant. A few formidable rogue cultivators had attempted to rally the crowd multiple times, but their efforts had proven futile until now, when the harsh reality of danger became evident following the loss of lives. Soon, groups began to form alliances, seeking cooperation with powerful rogue cultivators. At this juncture, Zua stepped forward, raising her voice. "We cannot recklessly enter the city. Within its walls dwell the black armor, whose defenses are formidable. Any superpower fluctuations or surges will provoke their aggression. There are prohibitions in the air, unless one possesses the light of dawn, even the pinnacle of the three suns. Without top-tier source divine weapons for protection, shall face certain death. If you are willing to wait, you may enter alongside Hongyue." In this tense atmosphere, the members of Hongyue were filled with trepidation. Did this imply that the Silver Warriors from last time could reemerge? This was indeed a dire predicament. Although the Silver Warriors were merely at the Three Suns level, should they revive, they would likely possess the combat prowess of the Dawn, presenting a significant challenge. Moreover, venturing through the secondary passage posed immense peril. Yet, everyone understood that avoiding the secondary passage would lead to even greater troubles should danger arise. Thus, it became imperative to proceed, or entry into the inner city would be impossible. Various factions began to make their way toward the secondary passage. Simultaneously, Li Hao and his companions stepped into the small building that housed the secondary passage. It was enveloped in utter darkness. The moment Li Hao entered, he felt as though he had been swallowed by the shadows. All sound vanished, and it seemed that Hong Yitong and Nan Quan had vanished as well. However, after a moment of waiting, Li Hao's eyes gradually acclimated, revealing glimpses of his surroundings. He discerned that this was indeed a small square room, with what appeared to be a door at the front, presumably leading outside, and no one else was present. Above, a net seemed to descend from the ceiling, a pitch-black barrier falling mechanically. Li Hao was taken aback. Was this what they referred to as the ceiling sensation? The superpowers were being restrained by this net, preventing any leakage, thus allowing passage within the city? He gazed upward at the net, uncertain of its potential drawbacks. But at this moment, it appeared unavoidable. Where were Nan Quan and Hong Yitong? Was it possible that there were multiple such small rooms, and everyone had entered different ones? The net descended upon them, as if stamping their entry, allowing them to proceed smoothly into the city? Was this a mechanized operation? Why could I perceive it? A flicker of suspicion arose within Li Hao. Could it be related to my eyes? He paid no further attention to the slowly descending net. After all, it was unavoidable. Glancing around, he noticed that the door ahead seemed to be shut. The small room was not large, perhaps around 30 square meters. Square-shaped with sides measuring 5 or 6 meters. Li Hao approached a nearby wall, feeling it was akin to pressing against cotton, soft and yielding. When he pressed, it sank deeply under his touch. What on earth is this? Li Hao pondered in bewilderment. It was indeed quite sturdy despite its softness. Even with a firm squeeze, he could not break through the wall. Moreover, how did the individuals who entered here meet their demise? This too was a question. Raising his gaze once more, could it be related to that vast net? Were they ensnared and perished? Lu Long mentioned that there seemed to be some treasure within this house that he could not seize. Yet after Li Hao surveyed the area, he found nothing, just a barren little room devoid of any riches. He sighed, dismissing the notion of treasure. Perhaps the captain had become utterly obsessed with it. Just then, the great net fell, and as Li Hao attempted to intercept it, he discovered that it was intangible, lacking any physical form, reminiscent of the red shadow. The moment it descended upon him, it vanished. Li Hao felt almost nothing. In the next instant, amidst his confusion, a key materialized in the air, a key. It resembled those from ancient civilizations depicted in books. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback before instinctively reaching for the key, which seemed on the verge of disappearing if he did not grasp it. As he lunged forward, he managed to seize it in his hand. Just as he intended to inspect it closely, the previously sealed portal suddenly swung open, allowing a glimmer of light to spill forth, as though signifying his passage was granted. At that moment, Li Hao was utterly perplexed. What was happening? As he stepped outside while clutching the key, he glanced at it. Inscribed upon it were characters from an ancient civilization, which he could comprehend. South City, 7th Street, Tongfu Building, Room 302. Li Hao was momentarily stunned. Why did it resemble a hotel room key? In that instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind. Everyone entered this small house, received a stamp, acquired an entry permit, and were then assigned a room, a chamber in an inn, signifying their right to reside. Is that how it works? Li Hao's eyes flickered. What could acquiring the right to reside signify? What implications could it hold? Why had no one else been able to obtain this key? What did it mean to not have it? Furthermore, this place appeared to allow repeated entry. Could it be that each time one entered, they could acquire another key? Peculiar. No, this house was not meant for casual entry. Could it be that possessing the key granted one the freedom to enter at will? A multitude of questions flooded Li Hao's mind. After a brief moment, he followed the light and emerged. Stepping out, he found himself on 1st Street. Both Nan Quan and Hong Yitong had already exited, with Nan Quan frowning slightly, conveying telepathically, "It seems something is shrouding me, blocking me." Could it be what you referred to as the flight permit? Moreover, I seem to have caught a fleeting glimpse of something, but alas, time was of the essence, and I hastily exited without daring to linger. Did you notice it? At this moment, Hong Yitong remained silent. In his hand, he clutched a key. During his previous visit, he too had sensed something, yet regrettably, he failed to seize it. The initial opportunity was scant, shrouded in darkness that obscured all but the faintest outlines, leaving little room for reckless abandon. This time, however, he managed to grasp it. Initially, he had anticipated it to be a treasure, only to discover it resembled a key. adorned with inscriptions of which he was only partially aware. Although he was not illiterate, recognizing a few characters proved challenging, as one must possess a profound understanding of ancient scripts to decipher them entirely. He did identify the character for south, however. Hong Yitong, puzzled, glanced at Li Hao and recalled that this young man had been studying this subject under Yuan Shua. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, Li Hao, are you familiar with ancient civilization scripts? What does this character signify? He then inscribed a character in the air. Li Hao regarded him with surprise, and after a pause, communicated telepathically, it is the character for courtyard. Is Master Uncle searching for a courtyard? The Yihong courtyard, perhaps? Hong Yitong was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, what on earth are you imagining? The character for courtyard? The southern courtyard? At that moment, Li Hao began to suspect whether Hong Yitong had also acquired a key. Otherwise, why would he pose such a question? It seemed quite plausible. After a moment of hesitation, Hong Yitong contemplated whether to show Li Hao the key. Perhaps this young man might possess insight into its significance. After all, he was not as familiar with this domain as Yuan Shua, the tomb raiding enthusiast. Casting a glance outside, he noticed someone approaching and remarked, let us discuss this inside. At that moment, in the distance, it appeared that a figure clad in black armor was approaching. However, Li Hao and his companions disregarded the armored figure and walked directly towards it, while the black-clad individual paid them no heed. Firstly, they were martial artists. Secondly, having traversed the second passage, it seemed that these armored figures would ignore them unless they unleashed their abilities in an attack. After walking for a while, Hong Yitong hesitated and finally produced the key, handing it to Li Hao. Please, take a look at this. I obtained it during my exploration of the ruins, but I am uncertain of its significance. Li Hao was speechless. Forget it. These individuals truly never spoke a word of truth. This key was nearly identical to the one he had just acquired, inscribed with South City, No. 5 Street, Furong Courtyard, Yunxiang Pavilion. Was this also an inn? Li Hao pondered for a moment. Every individual who entered appeared to receive a key, likely designated for their accommodation. But why were they not placed together, instead being scattered? Where exactly was South City? It was pitch black. Who could discern east from west? No. 5 Street, No. 7 Street were straightforward enough. He was at Tongfu Building, while Hong Yitong was at Furong Courtyard, and it seemed he might merely have a small room, whereas the esteemed Hong had been assigned to the Yunxiang Pavilion, which appeared to be more lavish. He glanced back, frowning. Were there others who could also obtain keys? Upon the initial entry, one might find the experience quite daunting. However, once the first encounter has been navigated, subsequent ventures may prove less formidable. At this moment, Hong Yitong, observing his silence, communicated again. Do you recognize it? Yes. The 5th Street of South City, in the Yunxiang Pavilion of Furong Courtyard. Hong Yitong was taken aback. Was this referring to Zhantian City? How peculiar. Meanwhile, Nan Quan cast a doubtful glance at Hong Yitong, inquiring where he had procured such information. Li Hao tossed the key to him without uttering a word. Before long, the city gates came into view. Upon sighting the gates, Hong Yitong furrowed his brow once more. Indeed, the silver-armored soldier had appeared. On the city tower, a white figure flickered in and out of view. The silver warrior. Li Hao conveyed telepathically, Master, did you sense the silver warrior's strength upon its revival last time? It was around the late to peak stage of Shuguang. The final strike it delivered was likely comparable to that of one among 4 formidable demons, even surpassing that of the great serpent. Li Hao inhaled sharply. Incredible. Hong Yitong remained pensive, and Li Hao pondered. Must we eliminate this foe to gain entry? Perhaps if we take the second passage, they might regard us as guests. Is it impossible to enter through normal means? How would I know? Hong Yitong retorted, having never attempted such a thing. However, considering he had acquired the key, he too entertained a similar notion. It could be a form of hospitality for guests. If they, with the key in hand, approached the city gates, would they be permitted entry? Li Hao recalled that during his last visit, the gates had opened effortlessly. Was it possible that entry was granted regardless of possessing a key? The initial failure had been due to his lack of blood offering. On the second occasion, he had dripped blood upon the words Zhan Tian. Perhaps this time he could enter directly? Seizing the moment before the others arrived, Li Hao hastened toward the city gates, flanked by patrolling black-armored soldiers who seemed oblivious to their presence. In a brief moment, the trio arrived at the gates. Li Hao hesitated, casting a glance at the silver warrior above, contemplating his next move. As he stepped forward, the 2 large characters at the gate seemed to shimmer momentarily, and shortly thereafter, the long-sealed gates swung open once more, silent and unobtrusive. Hong Yitong was taken aback, momentarily lost in thought, unable to refrain from glancing at Li Hao, who said nothing and stepped inside. Hong Yitong quickly followed, astonishment filling his heart. How could this be? Meanwhile, the silver warrior descended silently, eyeing Li Hao, and struck its chest with its right hand, as if performing a salute, extraordinarily peculiar. Li Hao swallowed hard. This experience was markedly different from the last. Not daring to be remiss, he promptly returned the gesture. The silver warrior was certainly no weakling. Around them, the black and bronze-armored soldiers also struck their chests, creating a resounding clang. Li Hao felt a tingle at the back of his neck, nevertheless. He was considerably stronger than before and managed to suppress his astonishment as he stepped forward. Hong Yitong followed suit without issue. However, Nan Quan, bewildered, attempted to enter as well, when suddenly, the silver warrior extended its sword, blocking the path. Its hollow gaze fixed upon Nan Quan, seemingly awaiting something. Nan Quan felt a chill run down his spine. Hong Yitong had indeed remarked upon the prowess of the adversary, yet the pivotal question remained. Why? If Li Hao could gain entrance, why was Hong Yitong similarly obstructed? Li Hao pondered, a slight frown creasing his brow, feeling somewhat helpless. He retrieved the key he had previously possessed from his storage ring and tossed it to Nan Quan, who stood momentarily bewildered, clutching the key. Subsequently, the silver warrior reclaimed his longsword. Nan Quan, still in a daze, hastily entered the city. Once the trio had entered, they swiftly distanced themselves from the city gate, which closed silently behind them. At that moment, Nan Quan, with a perplexed expression, exclaimed, "Wasn't it said that entry was exceedingly difficult? Yet here we are, having entered the inner city directly. What is this? Moreover, what about that key?" As he contemplated, Li Hao snatched the key from his grasp and stowed it away in his storage ring. At this juncture, Hong Yitong regarded him with an unusual glint in his eye. Only those in possession of a key may enter, correct? Thus, anyone holding a key need not engage with the guards. They will not hinder us. It appears that the Battle Heaven City is rather hospitable. They would not dare to confront guests who possess a key. Conversely, those lacking a key, who attempt to force their way in, shall be met with aggression. The expansive square in the outer city seemed to be a loophole, or rather, it was originally devoid of passage, permitting only a secondary route. Those traversing the square were deemed invaders. Unable to contain himself, Nan Quan erupted. What on earth is going on? Why can we enter the inner city so freely? Where did the key come from? Both you and Hong Yitong possess one. Why do I not? Additionally, that silver warrior seemed to salute you, as if performing an ancient military gesture. What could that signify? I am somewhat aware of the circumstances from your previous foray. Why was it not like this then? What is happening? Li Hao chose not to respond, instead surveying his surroundings. This marked his inaugural entry into the inner city. He cast his gaze upon a fixed map that stood nearby, seemingly a layout of the urban district. He scrutinized it carefully, deciphering the remnants of text. Soon enough, he discerned the location of the South City. Without uttering a word, he proceeded in that direction, moving quietly. Along the roadside were various houses, most of which were shuttered, while perhaps one or two were ajar, displaying the typical visage of ordinary dwellings. Summoning his courage, Li Hao ventured into one of the open homes, glancing at the simple furnishings, which bore no significant difference from a typical residential area. However, in a corner, he noticed a divine energy stone embedded within a wall lamp. It appeared that the energy within the stone had been depleted. Li Hao furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. Did this indicate that, during the era of ancient civilization, the inhabitants had utilized divine energy stones as a source of illumination? How extravagant! Without lingering further, he swiftly exited. Upon witnessing his emergence, Hong Yitong hesitated slightly, observing that Li Hao continued onward toward the South City. Are you headed to South City? The true treasures lie in the center, where the Golden Warriors and the Xian Gui seal await. We should investigate the location marked by the key. Li Hao cast a glance at the desolate street and spoke. Since we have been assigned a location and rooms, let us explore. Perhaps we shall uncover some unexpected treasures. Hong Yitong pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Very well, we can observe the opened rooms along the way. Last time, they obtained quite a number of divine energy stones, although those nearby may have already been taken. Let us delve deeper and see what we can find. At this moment, Nan Quan remained utterly bewildered, entirely unaware of the circumstances. Entering the inner city had left him in a state of confusion. Why? Unfortunately, Neither of the others offered any explanation, and he had no choice but to follow along helplessly. This place must have been vibrant in its heyday. The streets were broad, the ground remarkably even, and despite the passage of time, the buildings stood resolute and unblemished. This area seemed to be a residential district, devoid of shops. On either side of the street were modest courtyards, and it took quite a while to spot a small shop, which was, however, closed. A closed door signified danger. One should not enter recklessly, for to trespass was akin to theft. The city of Zhantian did not welcome thieves. Li Hao scrutinized the houses on either side, searching for any that might be opened. Last time, those individuals had amassed a considerable number of divine energy stones, totaling over 100. Furthermore, there were a few people from the city who had not made it out. Were they dead now? He began to realize that Zhantian City adhered to strict rules. Indeed, it was a place of order. As long as one followed their regulations, safety was assured, but should one disregard the rules, death would come without warning, especially for those superhumans outside the city. One could only wonder how many would perish this time. Not to mention, forcing the Silver Warriors into revival, who, besides Hao Xiaoqing and a select few, could withstand that final strike? As he walked, his gaze suddenly shifted toward the center of the city. There stood a towering edifice, from which a faint radiance emanated, illuminating the entire city, albeit weakly. He could discern certain areas where, just moments ago, it seemed a gaze had been directed toward him. Was someone watching him? Li Hao furrowed his brow, growing increasingly cautious. Here, adherence to rules was paramount. One must not act recklessly. It was far too perilous. Meanwhile, beneath the tower, a dog sniffed the air, as if detecting a familiar scent. Its tail wagged momentarily, eager to run in that direction. Glancing up at the hovering giant turtle, and seeing that it appeared oblivious, the Black Panther quickly leaped down from the high platform and dashed away, heading toward the southern city. The giant turtle remained eerily still, resembling a mere sculpture, its gaze fixed upon the southern city. Thoughts began to surface slowly. Destiny is indeed a curious thing. The descendant of the demon-subduing envoy had inexplicably followed the heir of the Li family, one of the 8 great clans. Had he forgotten that his ancestor had once been nearly slain by a single strike from the Li family? Contemplating the figure from the Li family left him feeling somewhat adrift. Were those formidable individuals, the kings of men, truly dead? As for himself, was he considered dead or alive? In the next moment, his gaze shifted outside the city, where a multitude of people had gathered. Do you perceive it as a desolate city? When friends arrive, there is fine wine. When foes appear, there are coffins. The great tortoise's gaze appears somewhat dazed. While within the mansion below, the golden warrior suddenly rises, as if sensing something. In the next moment, the Xiangui seal hovers in his hand. Moments later, from the west and south cities, 2 formidable armies clad in black armor and bronze armor swiftly traverse the city, led by a silver warrior. Hastening towards the eastern city gate, the enemy approaches. The 4 cities stand guard, with the eastern city's defense obliterated. The remaining 3 cities' guardians begin to converge towards the eastern city. The Xiangui seal emanates a gentle radiance. At this moment, the city seems to awaken. As some powerful beings traverse the second passage, they quickly gather near the city gate. Some, unable to restrain themselves, wish to leap over directly. Recalling that others have successfully flown past before, safety lies beyond the second passage. The only peril is that golden warrior. Yet, just as someone ascends from the city wall, a thunderous sound erupts. Long spears and swords strike forth, as a team of black-armored warriors swiftly engages, resulting in a peak-level sunlit cultivator being instantly reduced to a sieve. Guards are present atop the city wall. In the distance, the silhouette of the silver warrior materializes, causing a swift change in countenance among some. Those like Ziyu, who have witnessed the formidable strength of the opponent, exchange urgent thoughts. Do not act impulsively. This silver warrior is powerful and can revive. Once revived, he may possess the strength of the morning sun, and it is not just any morning sun. Do not provoke recklessly. The crowd gazes at the distant city gate, frowning. Does this mean they must traverse the passage once more? Hao Xiaoqing's expression turns peculiar as he scans the surroundings, not spotting Li Hao and the others, growing increasingly perplexed. Have they entered? If so, it could become intriguing. Chapter 148. Walking and collecting wealth. Subscription requested. Traverse the passage once more? No, this is not a game. It is not a level. This is a city, the city of war. The enemy stands at the gates, disregarding the rules, repeatedly provoking the defenders of the city of war, which is an affront to the supreme beings. Above the city, 3 great silvers converge. In this moment, the 3 silver warriors gather 30 bronze-armored centurions and 3,000 defenders. The city of war, the army of war. At this instant, as the superpowers gather below, a glimmer ignites in the eyes of the 3 silvers. Enough is enough. The defenders exist solely to protect the city of war, yet now they are besieged by foes. Kill. A voice resonating with ancient timbre, hoarse yet profound, emanates from one of the silver warriors, infused with a mechanical essence. The next moment, boom. A torrent of black descends. Charge. Slay the enemy. After eons, the army of war stands ready to battle once more. Below the city, the superpowers continue their clamor. Why are there black-armored warriors again? Some speculate. It is a blessing. Black armor is valuable. Consider the martial guard. A single piece of black armor is worth far more than a shard of divine energy stone. If we acquire more, we shall prosper. Boom. Before the words settle, countless black-armored figures cascade from the city, thundering forth, and the slaughter commences. Long spears, long swords, long knives, military formations take shape. 30 bronze-armored warriors converged, forming a phalanx that surged forth like a blade. The ground trembled. A chorus of agonized cries erupted instantaneously, startling the onlookers who had been engaged in discussion. Even the formidable among them paused, only to roar in unison. Quick, slay the enemies. Curse it, weren't we told that taking the second passage would ensure our safety? Why are there so many black-armored foes when it was claimed they had been vanquished? The clamor and uproar devolved into chaos. These individuals hailed from various factions and organizations, and the influx was overwhelming, exceeding 2,000, with more still entering from the outside. Some entered directly through the square, while others took the second passage. In that very moment, as the legion descended, some supernaturals, in a panic, soared into the air. Those who did not take the second passage were instantly obliterated, while those who did lamented their plight. Before they could even descend, a thunderous roar echoed as 3 silver figures ascended, unleashing carnage from above. An automated voice commanded, "Annihilate." At this juncture, the warriors of the War Heaven Legion appeared to be incensed, for someone had dared to provoke the city of War Heaven. The battle erupted instantaneously. The black-armored warriors within the city were formidable enough to rival the Radiant Sun, and with 3,000 black-armored soldiers. It was not just the Radiant Sun, but even the Tri-Sun who now found themselves in dire straits, fleeing for their lives. Some of the Dawnlight warriors wore expressions of dismay. Their campaign had met with adversity, just as they arrived at the city gates. Such an unforeseen turn of events was simply unimaginable. A powerful figure bellowed, "Is this the conspiracy of Hu Xiaoqing and his night watch?" In the distance, Hu Xiaoqing remained silent, hastily retreating with his men. Damn it, this matter has nothing to do with me. He had made some preparations, but not in this regard. Who could have foreseen that 3,000 guards would suddenly emerge in Warhaven City? It was evident that the defenders from all directions had converged at the East City Gate. Over there, Yen Luo, the Equal King, commanded, "We must eliminate them. These black-armored foes are invaluable. We possess numerous powerful warriors, and the black-armored ones are merely a horde of Moonshade tier combatants. No matter how numerous, they are but ants. Though there are many black-armored foes, the bronze-armored warriors are only at the peak of the Radiant Sun level, and the silver warriors are merely equivalent to the Tri-Sun, not yet awakened. How many Tri-Sun and Dawnlight warriors have arrived this time? If we unite, defeating 3,000 black-armored foes should not pose a challenge. Yet, at this moment, the various factions and powerful warriors inexplicably began to withdraw, with few willing to stand their ground. Even those who had previously resisted quickly retreated. One by one, the strong made their way backward. The black-armored warriors charged forth silently, their murderous intent palpable, as countless supernaturals fell to their might. Even those of considerable strength crumbled under such overwhelming ferocity. The cries of despair were incessant. In the rear, Steward Yu glanced at Hu Xiaoqing, who maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil. Kong Jie wore a smile, arms crossed, and remarked, "I did not anticipate that there would be so many black-armored warriors. Old Hua, it appears your martial guard will be fully equipped this time. 3,000 black-armored warriors." Hu Xiaoqing said nothing, merely observing the surroundings before softly inquiring, "What do you think has prompted the Tianjun army to launch a sudden assault against us? Previously, when we traversed the second passage, they would not provoke us unless we initiated contact. Yet now, do you not sense that these undead warriors seem to possess an unusual vitality? Kong Jie was taken aback. Are you suggesting that someone is orchestrating this? Indeed. Hou Xiaoqing gazed intently at the towering city gate, as if piercing through its facade to behold what lay beyond. Suddenly, he ascended into the air, casting his gaze within the city, where faint lights appeared to flicker. No, perhaps it is the reflection of gold. Have the golden warriors awakened once more? A slight frown creased Hou Xiaoqing's brow. This unexpected turn of events surprised him as well. Could it be connected to Li Hao and his companions? After all these epochs, did the 8 great families still maintain such a close bond? How peculiar. Within the city, Li Hao and his companions had also sensed the commotion. At that moment, Li Hao climbed to the rooftop of an adjacent building and peered outward. The structure stood tall, slightly shorter than the Turtle Tower, allowing him a view of the outside. As he gazed, a smile suddenly spread across his face. Nan Quan and the others soon joined him, with Nan Quan expressing his astonishment. Why are there so many black-armored warriors attacking them? Wasn't it said that traversing the second passage would prevent such assaults? Li Hao responded calmly. With so many superpowered individuals milling about, it's likely that someone has provoked the enemy. These warriors adhere to principles and rules. Perhaps someone displayed an aggressive posture, or maybe someone scaled the city walls, or attacked the gates. All these actions would incite their hostility, as such conduct is perceived as provocation by the Tianjun army. Hong Yitong furrowed his brow. Casting a glance at Li Hao, you seem more composed than the last time. Indeed, my strength has grown since our previous encounter, which naturally instills a sense of calm. Furthermore, I find the city of Tianjun quite intriguing. It is a place that respects order. Thus, if we abide by their rules, we should not encounter significant danger. There is no reason to target guests. He paused, then added with a smile, my last visit was merely a simple expedition, lacking profound insights. I perceived it merely as a city of ruin, a treasure hunt, if you will. But this time, I sense that this is a city imbued with soul. Li Hao chuckled softly. In comparison to those outside, perhaps these long-deceased warriors are more endearing. Though they have long since departed, their lingering obsessions render them vibrantly present. I find myself contemplating that perhaps these are the true martial artists, the genuine soldiers, in stark contrast to the self-serving warlords of today. Hong Yitong raised an eyebrow and smiled. Do you believe that the current military law and order do not align with your ideals? Not at all. Li Hao shook his head, pondering before continuing. It is the decay of feudalism. This might be the flaw of an incomplete reform. Back when the royal family was relegated to the shadows and the 9 offices were established, perhaps the reform was not thorough. I have noticed that the current 9 offices, like the provincial administrations, are all too absorbed in their own affairs. Regardless of whether war erupts or not, or the fate of innocent civilians, the convenience of transportation, the harvest of crops, or the chaos within cities, none of it matters. Li Hao chuckled. Everyone is preoccupied with their own schemes, forming their own military factions, nurturing their own formidable warriors, and preparing to dominate their territories. To this day, the only military force I have encountered that resembles this is the Demon Hunter Squad of Silver City. A group of individuals, under the leadership of Captain Lu Long, drives away the darkness. They are indeed small in number, yet they are deeply contemplative about how to ensure the prosperity and safety of Silver City. Although modest in size, Silver City is remarkably secure, aside from the issues caused by the overwhelming power of the Red Moon. There have been no particularly brutal massacres in this small place for a full 20 years. Upon entering White Moon City, however, I discovered that this metropolis of 30 million, boasting 4 major institutions and countless powerful individuals, seems to offer its inhabitants a lesser quality of life than that of Silver City. Will the 3 great legions of White Moon City, when confronted by external threats, charge forth fearlessly, wielding their swords solely to strike down the enemy? At this moment, Li Hao was suddenly filled with profound reflections. He gazed at the black-armored warriors charging forward, then at the desolate city, void of life. Look at them. They are willing to draw their swords to defend this city, even after eons have passed. Uncle Hong, tell me, where does the conviction of these individuals stem from? What fuels their pride, composure, and unwavering willingness to fight to the death? I pondered what kind of belief could empower them to reach such heights. It is truly incredible. After a moment of silence, Hong Yitong sighed and spoke. There are many reasons. The formidable external enemies, the charismatic leaders, the beloved homeland, the unified conviction, a shared goal, and the confidence of the nation. All these factors invigorate these individuals with indomitable spirit. He continued, in truth, such warriors still exist. They are simply not as evident today. You may think that the Silver Moon's 3 armies would not exhibit such circumstances, but that is not necessarily true. Do you understand why the soldiers seem devoid of conviction and fighting spirit? Teach me, uncle. What are we fighting for? Who do we fight for? And what is our ultimate goal? Hong Yitong replied solemnly. Currently, the military engagements are all civil wars. This dynasty remains unified, thus everyone is a soldier of the dynasty. Unless you annihilate the 3 major organizations, any conflict you initiate is, in essence, a civil war. Can civil wars ignite passion and conviction in people? Hong Yitong shook his head. They cannot. Hence, everyone focuses on the strong while neglecting the military. In reality, if Silver Moon were to achieve true independence, establish a grand vision, and enact significant reforms, willing to lead these people down a new path away from decay, perhaps that would be the key to reviving the glory of the Silver Moon's 3 armies. He gazed beyond the city, towards the powerful individuals soaring through the air, and added, independence is not for the sake of supremacy. The time is not ripe yet. Silver Moon can still endure, once we reach a dire turning point. If someone is willing to rise and rally the people, it may awaken the conviction of the Silver Moon citizens. After finishing, Hong Yitong murmured, in fact, that moment is approaching swiftly. The relentless turmoil of war has given rise to numerous issues across several provinces in the central region. Issues that many may not yet have noticed. In certain areas, crops have been entirely lost for years. Provincial officials, restless and eager, are covertly stockpiling provisions, while food prices in the market have surged by 30%. This is merely the beginning. As the conflict zones expand, the astronomical consumption of the vast population within the Tianqing dynasty, numbering in the billions, escalates daily. Once fertile lands, once bountiful in grain production, have now fallen into desolation, with the populace hesitant to venture out to cultivate the fields. Even if they dare to plant, a single battle could render their efforts fruitless. Hong Yitong sighed once more, reflecting on the current prosperity of the dynasty, its vast lands and resources. The effects of several years of conflict have not yet become apparent, but they will soon erupt. Many are watching and waiting for such circumstances to unfold. Once chaos reigns, it will present them with opportunities. In times of turmoil, heroes and tyrants alike emerge. Hong Yitong chuckled softly, noting that the Silver Moon has fared relatively well. The administrative headquarters has been quite responsible, promoting large-scale cultivation and disseminating new practices and technologies. Yet, with the surrounding areas in disarray, it is likely that even the Silver Moon will not remain unscathed. Li Hao frowned as he listened, while Nanquan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Hong Yitong. In truth, the current martial arts and superpower realms are engrossed in the pursuit of strength, seldom pondering the broader implications. Those ambitious figures in chaotic times may perceive the underlying truths, yet they actively contribute to the turmoil, even halting the cultivation of fertile lands, awaiting widespread crop failures. The common folk are weak, but when pushed to the brink of starvation, their collective strength could topple this dynasty, igniting wars and revolutions. The aspirations of the masses are simple, yet one cannot allow them to go hungry. Desperation breeds unimaginable actions. Those superhumans are few. Suppression may not suffice against the masses. 10,000, 100,000, or even millions cannot be quelled. At this moment, Li Hao's complexion paled slightly as he envisioned the impending tide of upheaval. He turned to Hong Yitong, admitting that, despite being a commoner himself, life in Yinsheng has been relatively affluent, making it difficult for him to fathom that the catastrophic events chronicled in history could manifest in this era. With the advent of advanced technology and the resurgence of ancient civilization techniques, he had believed that famine would not befall this age. Yet, as Hong Yitong narrated, he began to glimpse the unfolding scene, a sweeping tide engulfing the world, strewn with bones, as the heavens and earth trembled. Public sentiment cannot be ignored. Nanquan could not contain himself. Old Hong, surely you exaggerate? Hong Yitong replied with a smile, exaggerate? Not at all. What I speak is the truth. Some people choose to overlook these realities, while others genuinely fail to see them. A few deliberately allow this scenario to unfold, while some remain blissfully ignorant. Hence, when I explain why the soldiers of this era do not measure up to those of ancient civilizations, I assert that the time has yet to arrive. When this era descends into utter chaos, Those who sense the impending destruction of their homes will unleash an unimaginable brilliance. He pointed outside at the people, these individuals. Perhaps some comprehend their plight, while others do not. Yet, in due time, some may ascend to the status of saints, some may descend into villainy. Some may emerge as tyrants, and others may become butchers. He turned to Li Hao. And you? Li Hao appeared bewildered. What about me? Are you not akin to them? Hong Yitong chuckled. You have seen it, perhaps even felt it, but do you not also believe it is of no concern to you? The troubles of this age. How do they affect you? Your parents have perished, your friends have succumbed. You possess but a solitary teacher who may be deemed family. Thus, do you truly care for the people of Yinqing? Lulong's conviction is to safeguard the safety of Yinqing. What of you? You ponder, when I am powerful, I will enact vengeance upon the enemies of the Red Moon. Have you considered the fate of Yinqing? Hong Yitong shook his head, chuckling softly. In this era, everyone lives solely for themselves. Human nature is inherently selfish, and to speak candidly, how many in today's martial world, or among the superpowered, genuinely contemplate the welfare of the common folk? Lost in thought, Li Hao found himself in a daze. Hong Yitong's words ring true. Indeed, he had never contemplated this notion. The guardianship Lulong spoke of was merely a slogan, a way to feel more righteous. But what is justice, after all? It eluded him. He gazed at Hong Yitong, his confusion palpable. Yet Hong Yitong had no further words to offer. There was nothing more to articulate. Such complexities cannot be distilled into a mere sentence. Ignorance remains ignorance. And understanding is understanding. It would only be when Li Hao witnessed the carnage, with corpses strewn about and the ground littered with the starving, that he would feel genuine sorrow, compassion, guilt, and regret for these souls. It would then dawn upon him that if he regarded the deceased merely as a swarm of ants, there was little need for further discourse. Even if such emotions arose, action was imperative. Without it, his empathy would amount to nothing more than fleeting pity. At that moment, Nan Quan's expression shifted. Hong Yitong, you have spoken at length. But what about yourself? What have you done? Hong Yitong smiled. What can I do? I am powerless in the grand scheme. My sole contribution is to ensure that the sword sect remains a little safer, a little more peaceful, and free from want. Within the sword sect mountain, I support the families of the disciples. They strive to live diligently, prospering and free from want, isolated from the chaos outside. This is all I can offer. I am but an ordinary person, not a saint. Hong Yitong sighed. In truth, I was once blind to all of this, unable to grasp its significance. As a martial artist who roamed the realms years ago, our era was one of indulgence, feasting, and revelry. Frankly, what concern did the common folk hold for us? Until one day, I inadvertently encountered a group of orphans, some whose parents starved, some who lost their parents to war, others whose parents perished amidst the turmoil of the martial world, and some whose parents departed to seek strength in distant lands. In that moment, a faint realization touched me, just a fleeting glimpse. He never boasts of being a saint, nor is he one. However, within the Sword Gate, there are now more orphans. Perhaps this is a rare manifestation of compassion from the strong in this era. Thus today, he can converse with Li Hao about these matters. Otherwise, he would merely lament how the soldiers of this age fail to measure up to those of your due to insufficient strength. But is it truly a matter of strength? Not at all. Out there, nearly 2,000 superhumans possess formidable power. If they were to unite, they could effortlessly vanquish the 3,000 black-armored warriors. Yet, what would that accomplish? Do they hold any convictions? Aside from the desire to grow stronger and acquire treasures, what beliefs do they possess? The three individuals in the arena are no different. In this era, the hearts of men are remarkably callous. Li Hao, in a daze, gazed outside, watching the torrent of black armor charging forward, transforming into blades, relentlessly engaging in battle. After eons, this army continues to fight. What is the reason for their struggle? He shook his head, casting a glance at Hong Yitong, suddenly finding him quite terrifying. Indeed, terrifying. He had easily shaken Li Hao's resolve, leaving him lost and questioning his own convictions. After a moment, Li Hao took a deep breath and descended from the high tower. He no longer wished to witness the chaos. He sought only to find treasures, acquire strength, and eventually seek vengeance against the Red Moon. Yes, he is the selfish individual described by Hong Yitong. Why should he not be? The world is filled with ignorance, steeped in suffering. What concern is it of mine? None at all. I am also one of them, a victim, and no one comes to my rescue. Those who have, such as my teacher, Lulong, and Hou Xiaoqing have merely saved themselves. So why should I feel compelled to save others? It is indeed perplexing. Li Hao believed that Hong Yitong pondered too much. Those people were neither kin nor friend. Why should he concern himself with others' fates? Even if the world were to perish, what of it? Meanwhile, in the rear, Nan Quan observed Hong Yitong with a furrowed brow and transmitted, Hong Yitong, what have you been contemplating all these years? You seem to have grown quite concerned for the nation and its people. This is not the way of a martial artist. Hong Yitong glanced at him and chuckled, replying, I am contemplating the path of martial artists, reflecting upon their purpose for existence. I once read an ancient text that stated, the greatest chivalry is to serve the nation and its people. At first, I thought it a jest. Upon further reflection, I deemed it somewhat exaggerated. Can a martial artist truly embody chivalry? What constitutes chivalry, if not aiding the weak, standing against injustice, and caring for the nation and its people? Where are the knights in today's martial world? They are merely a group of warriors, unscrupulously pursuing their own power. You are one, I am one, Yuan Shua is one, and so are the others. Over the years, I revisited this ancient text and found myself with a different perspective. Perhaps it is somewhat naive, perhaps idealistic, but I wonder, what is the purpose of becoming stronger? Immortality? To be free from worldly strife? To be invincible? And then what? Hong Yitong laughed heartily. Then one becomes mere bones. Years later, no one will remember you. Even someone as formidable as Yuan Shua. If he were to perish in Silver City, would the people of Silver Moon remember him after some time? What change did he bring to Silver Moon? Did he make the lives of countless families any better? His formidable presence, does it offer even the slightest assistance to the myriad of lives? Nan Quan's throat constricted. Does it? Of course not. It is impossible. Martial artists, driven by a fierce desire to excel, wreak havoc in all directions, all for the purpose of becoming stronger, seeking the path, and pursuing enlightenment. But what lies beyond that pursuit? Nothing, truly. What else could there be? At this moment, a chill of fear gripped him as he gazed at Hong Yitong, suddenly finding him rather intimidating. What, exactly, occupies your thoughts, Hong Yitong? Hong Yitong chuckled softly. What is it to you? I am merely reflecting upon my life. It is often said that the existence of martial artists with extraordinary abilities is solely for the purpose of slaughter. While I believe there is some truth to that, is the ultimate aim of slaughter merely slaughter itself? Would that not be too narrow a perspective? Slaughter is merely a process, not the end goal. Do not conflate these concepts. Li Hao harbors the same mindset. I grow stronger solely to kill. And then what? After the killing is done, what remains? A sense of dread washed over Nan Quan as he looked at Hong Yitong, suddenly wishing to distance himself from him. This person, at times, truly eludes comprehension. Stop staring. I am not a sage. I am merely engaging in contemplation. Is even thought to be shackled? Ancient texts advise against constraining human thought. You may imprison my body, but you cannot confine my mind. As long as my thoughts remain free, I am still alive. When my thoughts are stifled, that is when I truly perish. The Celestial Star Dynasty is, in fact, quite decayed. Hong Yitong remarked as he walked. This dynasty is fundamentally about constraining human thought. Education is underdeveloped, and the populace remains unenlightened. Everything must be drawn from ancient civilizations. There is no initiative to explore or research independently. The educational system is utterly flawed. Take Silver City. For instance, with a population of 1 million, how many possess knowledge and culture? The ancient Academy of Silver City is treated as a treasure, yet it caters to merely 1,000 or 2,000 students. Is it reasonable to claim that among 1 million, only such a handful of cultured individuals exist? In the vast Silver Moon, teeming with millions, I have indeed observed and compiled statistics. I am unclear about the total number of schools, but I do know there are only 37 institutions of higher learning, with around 200,000 students. Graduating every 4 years, approximately 50,000 individuals complete their studies annually. Calculating for an average career span of 40 years, that yields 2 million graduates from higher education institutions. These 2 million represent the elite and distinguished members of society. With a population of 100 million, does 2 million highly educated individuals seem excessive or insufficient? The proportion of higher education graduates stands at a mere 2. Even if we assume the middle and lower tiers inflate that number tenfold, 20 would be an overestimation. In actuality, those who can read and write comprise only 22 of the total population. What do you think of this ratio? Nan Quan replied in a deep voice. Is that low? He did not perceive it as low at all. Besides, the literacy rate has risen significantly, hasn't it? Over 20 now. I recall a time when it was not nearly that high. This indicates that now, 1 in 5 individuals can read. Decades ago, it was often the case that among 100, perhaps only 1 or 2 could read. Is there an issue with that? He truly saw no problem at all. That is quite impressive. Hong Yitong chuckled, shaking his head. You, indeed, never cease to amaze me. Let us leave it at that. I cannot be bothered to continue this conversation. Read more books, delve into ancient texts, reflect on why ancient civilizations were so formidable. If I were to tell you that during the era of ancient civilizations, literacy rates soared to an astonishing 99, what would be your thoughts? Indeed, with only a scant few remaining illiterate, literacy forms the very foundation of a nation's or a people's rise. One cannot expect a populace devoid of literacy to impart knowledge, transform your life, or fortify your path. If Yuan Shuo were illiterate, could he carve out his own new path? At this moment, Hong Yitong felt somewhat as if he were playing music to a cow regarding Southern Fist. Why even mention such things? Lastly, let me state this, among the 9 departments, there exists no singular one dedicated to education. The establishment of higher learning institutions is merely a local initiative, rather haphazard in its execution. Furthermore, while the ancients understood the importance of encouraging agriculture and showing compassion towards farmers, in this era, so advanced with airplanes and artillery, there is no dedicated agricultural department to assist these individuals in cultivating new lands or developing new seeds, relying solely on the whims of nature. The reforms of the Tianqing dynasty are, in truth, a farce. The royal family retreats to the shadows, merely a reflection of their diminished power. All factions value strength above all. Who cares for anything else? In fact, the Silver Moon Administrative Office has fared reasonably well. The Zhaos and the Zhous have done commendably in recent years, yet they remain blinded by a single leaf. Nanquan gazed at him, feeling as if he were looking at the earth-subduing sword for the first time. Is this truly the earth-subduing sword? You, a martial artist? Yes. That is why I assert that a true hero serves the nation and the people. I am not capable, thus I am merely a martial artist, not a hero, much less a grand hero. He chuckled, not perceiving anything amiss. The title of grand hero is one he does not merit, nor does anyone else in this era, merely a collection of martial artists. Perhaps, one day, this age may give rise to such a hero? Casting a glance at Li Hao ahead, he shook his head slightly. Never mind. This Li Hao, perhaps also a martial artist, like himself and others, does no harm to the innocent, which suffices as being true to humanity, yet he too is destined to not become a hero. Primarily, no one possesses such a concept. Should martial artists seek to benefit the common folk? Throughout history, this notion seems scarcely entertained. Not Lu Long. In that moment, he suddenly thought of an individual, somewhat peculiar, yet undeniably intriguing. Although lacking in strength, it must be said that in this era, one who considers the protection of the common people with genuine intent is indeed quite exceptional. Of course, he only cares for the people of Silver City, which may qualify him as a hero, but only within the confines of Silver City. In truth, that is commendable, surpassing many martial artists. For numerous martial artists, the concept of hometown merely refers to a place of residence. If one is destroyed, they simply relocate to continue their existence. The sounds of battle continue to echo outside. Ahead, Li Hao walked in a daze. Higher up, that great tortoise silently regarded an individual, not Li Hao, but Hong Yitong. There was a moment of abstraction. It seemed to hear something, to sense something. A hero gazes over the land. Who among them can truly claim to be a hero? Perhaps this individual cannot either. Yet this individual reminded him of another, a figure of unparalleled strength, a monarch of a unique era, one who regarded education as paramount, never allowing financial hardship to tarnish its significance. Of course, this was a tale from long ago. In truth, the resemblance was tenuous at best. Compared to that illustrious personage, this one fell woefully short, indeed, exceedingly so. That individual was a beacon of enlightenment for their time, a guiding light for future monarchs, a mentor in life. Moreover, that era was populated with many such remarkable figures. They understood the reason for their struggles. They grasped the essence of the future. They recognized that self-reliance and collective strength were the bedrock of a powerful age. Thus, they forged an extraordinary epic, a time seldom matched in history, one that filled all who lived in it with pride and honor. No matter how arduous, perilous, or painful, at a single command, millions would march to their demise. fighting until the last drop of blood was shed. No one harbored regrets. They looked back to see darkness expelled and light ushered in. Yet today, perhaps they too have succumbed to obscurity. In this era, who can rekindle the brilliance of the War City? Who can once again lead the War City? Brandishing a sword to cleave the heavens? It seems no one remains. The old turtle once more closes its eyes. There is no longer a spark of hope in this age. At least, it has not witnessed or felt it. That recent individual might be among the last flickers of flame, yet alas, they seem rather unimpressive. At that moment, while still traversing the path, Hong Yitong suddenly paused, glancing down to discover a storage ring on the ground. He was taken aback, picked it up for a closer inspection, and then felt utterly bewildered. Indeed, he was dumbfounded. Li Hao and Nan Quan also sensed the commotion and turned their gazes toward him, both astonished. A storage ring? Found. Hong Yitong blinked, momentarily believing he was dreaming, and then unexpectedly kicked Nan Quan. Nan Quan, infuriated, exclaimed in disbelief, "What are you doing?" Did you suggest that one could find money outside because heaven took pity on my poverty?" Li Hao, equally curious, inquired. "Master Hong, what did you find? Is there something inside?" Hong Yitong numbly nodded. In the next moment, after a brief contemplation, a spark ignited within him, leading Li Hao and Nan Quan to stare in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. What lay within was a divine energy stone, larger than his head. Incredible. Furthermore, it shimmered with brilliance, distinctly different from the usual opaque divine energy stones. It appeared crystalline and transparent, even prompting doubts about its true nature. However, at that moment, it indeed felt authentic. Hong Yitong inhaled sharply. What on earth happened? I merely stepped on it. Yet why did I find a storage ring containing such a colossal stone? No, a treasure. He was utterly perplexed. Moreover, within the storage ring, there were 3 such immense stones. Yes, 3 in total. And that was not all. There was also a small vial of liquid, sealed within, seemingly precious, though Hong Yitong had no idea what it contained and chose not to open it at this moment, remaining in a state of bewilderment. After surveying the surroundings for a considerable time, he suddenly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, exclaiming, "What a blessed land! This Battle Heaven city is akin to a second homeland for me. Perhaps my ancestors were once part of this place. Li Hao, you should pay homage here. This locale is truly remarkable." Nan Quan was utterly bewildered, gazing at the stone before him, swallowing hard as he finally managed to utter, "This premier divine energy stone must have been cut into over 3,000 pieces, right? Each piece could very well be equivalent to 3 ordinary ones, which amounts to over 10,000 divine energy stones." He was genuinely stunned. Li Hao, equally dazed, couldn't help but glance towards the distant giant turtle, pondering. Could it be that old Hong's fortune was somehow facilitated by some sentient beings within the city? Why is that? After all, this city was devoid of anything extraneous, remarkably pristine, and the ground could even absorb materials. The storage rings had endured throughout the ages, yet still functioned. What was going on? If sentient beings existed within the city, how could such a phenomenon occur? But then, why would it benefit old Hong? Li Hao scratched his head, and at that moment, he began to contemplate whether old Hong's earlier words held immense value, perhaps resonating with some unknown force. He fell into deep thought, not overly concerned about the colossal divine energy stone, recognizing that everyone has their own fortunes. There was no rule preventing Hong Yitong from having his share of luck. He reflected, if even the ancient inhabitants deemed those words precious, perhaps they constituted his significant gain. Casting a final glance at Hong Yitong, the somewhat laid-back and unkempt man suddenly appeared enigmatic. Meanwhile, Hong Yitong, having pocketed his gains, grinned widely, unable to contain his joy. "What a wonderful day! How fortunate I am! This city is splendid. Let us find my residence. Now that we are here, we shall rest and then explore." With a cheerful demeanor, Hong Yitong ambled along, glancing at the surrounding architecture, murmuring, "Such a small city, yet it boasts numerous schools. It seems I've spotted at least 5 educational institutions along my way. Could it be that my suggestion to build more schools was sensed by the ancient city, rewarding me for it? How peculiar." Li Hao, having overheard this, cast his gaze around and noticed what appeared to be a school ahead. Indeed, there were many similar structures along their path. He frowned slightly, questioning the necessity of erecting so many schools. This little city could barely support 1,000,000 inhabitants, and they had yet to reach the end of this street. Could it be that the number of schools in the entire city exceeded 100? If so, These ancient people were quite affluent. They not only possessed wealth, but also vigor. If memory serves, the Silver City had merely a dozen schools, which was already commendable. In this era, entering the workforce and earning money seemed far more appealing than pursuing education. Studying was a tremendous waste of time. As for Li Hao, whether he excelled or struggled academically, he had long ceased his studies. At this moment, the three of them walked in silence, continuing forward, quietly observing their surroundings. This diminutive battle-heaven city, however, imparted an unparalleled sense of wonder upon them. Nanquan also gazed silently. While the small city was indeed lesser in grandeur compared to Starry City, it still held its own charm. Through the architecture, one can glimpse the once happy and prosperous Tian City, a place of peace and contentment. It is perhaps such a city that deserves the guardianship of the soldiers beyond its walls. If chaos were to befall Tianxing City, how many soldiers would be willing to defend it? As three individuals strolled along, the clamor outside contrasted starkly with the tranquility within, creating two distinct realms. I stand guard for you outside, while you reside comfortably within, together crafting a beautiful and harmonious existence. Perhaps this was the essence of ancient civilizations. In this moment, Li Hao found himself reminiscing about Lu Long. He recalled a day when the night watchman received an array of floral tributes, fruits, and local delicacies. The sender unknown and of no concern to anyone, except for Lu Long, who bit into an apple, his face glowing with delight. Looking outside the city, if the invading army were to triumphantly return, would those within still be present to offer flowers and applause? Would they extend warm hospitality with delicious food and drink? What an enchanting sentiment. Li Hao mused to himself. Perhaps such feelings are intriguing and delightful? Who knows? After all, he had never experienced it nor harbored such thoughts. Meanwhile, Nanquan pondered his past, recalling the time he had recently become a martial artist and vanquished a ferocious tiger without much thought. To his surprise, the locals showered him with an abundance of food and fine wine. He drank heartily, reveling in the moment. Though he could not recall what the villagers had called him, brave warrior, hero, or chivalrous knight, it was all a blur, too distant to remember. Save for the exquisite wine of that day. Yet, how could such a small village possess such splendid wine? Chapter 149. Observations of the Ancient City, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The thoughts of flowers and fine wine were merely fleeting. Hong Yitang's words left only a faint trace, dissipating with the wind, perhaps to be reignited one day, but for now, they merely prompted deeper contemplation for Li Hao and Nanquan, without truly altering their circumstances. As for Hong Yitang, he lacked such intentions. He simply expressed his musings, reflecting on his own path. The idea of guiding or altering others was never his aim. He could not help but ponder over the decades he traversed the martial world, questioning whether he had been right or wrong. The earth-subduing sword once gained renown, only to fade into obscurity, a contemplation he wrestled with. No one could comprehend his struggles, nor did he seek their understanding. He pursued his desires, exuding a hint of the compassion that comes from strength, which sufficed for him. Ultimately, none of this could compare to the jolt of discovering his storage ring. Wealth had come. Thus, Hong Yitang beamed with joy, shedding the melancholic autumnal air he had previously carried, replaced now with excitement and elation. He might never have encountered such wealth in his lifetime. Happiness. Nanquan felt a mix of envy and jealousy, while Li Hao chuckled, revealing a sly, fox-like expression. Would the earth-subduing sword seek his assistance? If so, would it not take 2/3 of his fortune? Ahem, perhaps just 1/3. 2/3 is excessive. 1/3 shall suffice as a token of appreciation for the arduous efforts of the illustrious Sky Sword. After all, when the esteemed Sky Sword makes an appearance, should it not receive a modest fee for its endeavors? As the three engaged in casual conversation, they arrived at South Street. This was the 5th Street in South City, home to the elegant Furong Courtyard and Yunxiang Pavilion. South City is a commercial district, characterized by several high-rise buildings, which, while noticeable, do not soar as high as those found beyond its borders. The streets here are spacious, lined with numerous shops. Banners flutter in the breeze, while large signboards enable visitors to discern their destinations with clarity. Most establishments were closed, and as Li Hao followed the signs, he cast his gaze about. Moments later, he led the two companions in a particular direction. South Fist found himself in unfamiliar territory, barely recognizing his surroundings, while Hong Yitang, possessing some knowledge of ancient characters, struggled to navigate. Outside the city, the sounds of violence persisted, Yet within its confines, the three walked the quiet streets, enveloped in an unusual tranquility. After a while, a grand and antiquated courtyard came into view. Hong Yitong hastily produced a key, the inscription matching that on the plaque above. Furong Courtyard? Hong Yitong glanced at Li Hao, who nodded in affirmation, surveying the surroundings. The courtyard exuded an air of serene solitude, its expanse notable, with various eaves visible within the walls. At this moment, the formidable gate stood firmly closed. Could it be opened? The Yunxiang Pavilion might merely be one of the structures within this expansive courtyard, rather than the entirety of it. Uncle Hong, let us venture inside, Li Hao suggested, but Hong Yitong handed the key to South Fist instead. Lao He, you should take a look. He Young's expression darkened. This key might only grant access to the Yunxiang Pavilion itself. If the main gate remained locked, what would happen if he opened it? Li Hao reasoned. It should be fine. Furong Courtyard is likely a hotel or inn, and we are entering a public area, not private property. According to the rules of Zhantian City, we should be safe. Uncle He, please, push the door open and take a look. He Young shot a glance at Li Hao, then at Hong Yitong. Why don't you both push the door open? If it is indeed safe, why am I being sent? Hong Yitong silently regarded him, as did Li Hao. Of course, you should go. Li Hao was too weak. Hong Yitong could remain behind just in case. You are conveniently situated in the middle. Should we go instead? Furthermore, ensuring your safe entry into the inner city requires some risk. Otherwise, you might miss out on future benefits. South Fist found himself at a loss for words. Though none spoke, he understood their unspoken intentions. Taking a deep breath and mentally chastising himself, he steeled his resolve and pushed open the grand door. The immense gate emitted a faint creak, appearing only partially ajar, not entirely sealed. As He Young applied pressure, the entrance gradually swung open. Moments later, the three beheld the interior of the courtyard. A narrow bluestone path wound through the space, flanked by pavilions and buildings, alongside a meandering dried riverbed and artificial hills. Clearly, this was indeed a beautifully landscaped hotel. Alas, the flowers wither and the springs run dry. All that remains are mere traces of the beauty that once graced this place. Albeit in a state of pristine cleanliness, only the wilted flora renders the surroundings somewhat barren. Phew! Nanquan exhaled, relieved that all was well. He had nearly been startled to death. Meanwhile, Li Hao had already stepped inside, crossing the threshold of the courtyard. As others followed, he spoke up, closed the door, lest someone stumbles upon this place with it ajar. A sensible individual, aware of danger, would never dare to push the door open. He Young said nothing and swiftly shut the grand entrance. Li Hao then approached a signpost indicating various geographical locations alongside directional arrows. Yunchuich, Pioziyang, and Shuiyang were all names inscribed there. Ultimately, Li Hao's gaze fell upon the name Yunxiang, which bore an arrow pointing deeper within. Let us proceed, he declared, stepping forward. He Young felt a sense of discomfort in this courtyard, and as they walked, he communicated telepathically. What purpose does it serve to search this place? If we find it, what then? It seems merely a resting area. Could there possibly be treasures here? Would one leave valuables in a hotel? He believed it would be wiser to seek out some unsealed residences. However, Hong Yitong disagreed and replied telepathically, foolishness. This place is so opulent, in comparison to now. Wouldn't some exquisite items reside within such luxurious hotels? Are the possessions within average homes worth more than those in hotels? Fair point, Nanquan conceded, recognizing the validity of his argument. Indeed, luxurious establishments likely housed valuable items. Li Hao elucidated further, it is not solely about treasures. We should also discern certain circumstances and regulations. This is a room allocated by Zhantian City, and there may be local rules to uncover. For instance, upon checking into a hotel, one might encounter introductions to local customs and specialties. As Zhantian City welcomes guests from far and wide, it is improbable that they will explicate what is permissible and what is not to each visitor. Therefore, the lodging itself may contain guidelines. Both Hong Yitong and Nanquan nodded in agreement, finding merit in this reasoning. With this perspective, the two harbored a newfound anticipation for the room, believing that understanding the rules would facilitate their survival in this inner city, granting them an advantageous position. Those without keys might not share in such fortune. As they traversed the path, they observed several other rooms. However, none ventured to investigate. The small buildings stood independently, truly embodying the essence of a luxurious hotel, or rather, a villa hotel by contemporary standards. After a considerable search, Li Hao finally spotted an independent small building, featuring a quaint courtyard adorned with a plaque. Yangxiang. They had found it. The trio hurried forward. The courtyard was unlatched, though a keyhole was present, seemingly matching the size of their key. Once more, Li Hao and the others turned their gaze to Nanquan, who inwardly cursed his predicament. Within the royal confines, he had never felt such desolation. As a martial arts instructor to princes and princesses, he wielded considerable authority. Regrettably, it was of little consequence here. Hong Yitong surpassed him, and Li Hao proved more significant. Reluctantly, he had to assume the role of the pathfinder. Taking a deep breath, he held the key and inserted it into the lock, his hand trembling slightly. He was acutely aware that once the rooms here were sealed, any rash intrusion would lead to certain death. Few, if any, emerged alive. Not just few, but none for certain. With a soft click, the sound resonated in the stillness, drawing attention. The three of them felt a twinge of anxiety, but as the sound echoed, a gap appeared in the gate of the small courtyard, revealing a sliver of light. Their eyes sparkled with joy. It was open. Taking a deep breath, Nanquan pushed the gate open. Before them stood a quaint two-story building, steeped in antiquity. In the courtyard, the ground emanated a soft glow. These were ground lights that, after millennia, illuminated as the gate swung open. It was evident that they might be powered by divine energy stones, or perhaps were integrated with the city itself, sourcing energy from beneath. Let us enter. Li Hao gestured toward Hong Yitong, the master of this abode. After you. Hong Yitong said nothing and stepped inside, with Li Hao and his companion cautiously following. After all, they were not the owners, but as guests, it seemed acceptable for the host to lead them. The garden was modest, scarcely 100 square meters, devoid of flowers now, yet remnants of flower beds testified to its former beauty. They advanced a few steps, and the grand door of the building opened automatically, requiring no further unlocking. Hong Yitong entered first, followed closely by Li Hao and the others. Upon crossing the threshold, the previously dark room burst into light. This was the first time they had seen such brilliance in this ancient city, which had remained shrouded in darkness, with only faint glimmers illuminating the surroundings. Now, the room was awash with brightness. The first floor revealed a spacious living area adorned with antique sofas and a conference table. The floor covered with a carpet made from an unknown animal's hide. Ahead, a vast transparent glass wall offered a view of the outside landscape. While rooms flanked either side, Li Hao's gaze swept across the room and landed on a book, or rather, an exquisite brochure, on the coffee table. His heart raced. This was the very item he had sought. He hurried forward, his eyes scanning the ancient text. Tourist Guide to the City of Battle. Li Hao's eyes sparkled. Just as he had suspected, such a treasure existed within this establishment. Meanwhile, Nanquan suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Look, what is that?" Following his gaze, Li Hao turned to see Nanquan pointing animatedly at the scene outside the transparent window, his enthusiasm bordering on frenzy. Peering out, Li Hao discerned what appeared to be a hot spring. Even now, it seemed to be bubbling with steaming water, suggesting that with the arrival of guests, this spring had once again come to life, resuming its function. At first, Li Hao felt nothing unusual, but upon closer inspection, his gaze suddenly shifted. He hastily approached the window, pressing his face against it to peer inside. His eyes flickered momentarily. Hong Yitong also noted. Could this be a hot spring pool for guests to bathe in? But doesn't the water seem a bit peculiar? The group exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering. The water appeared to be flowing with other hues, glimmering with a brilliance that suggested it was something precious. Could it be that this water was also a treasure? Nanquan grew anxious. Li Hao, quickly check if we can access this place. It seems to be right in our backyard. Can we go? Li Hao remained silent, swiftly flipping through the Battle Heaven City travel guide. After a brief search, he found the page on Furong Courtyard. Examining it closely, he soon remarked, "This pool is called the Fountain of Life. According to the description, there once existed an ancient tree of life in this location, which infused the pool with life-giving water, possessing properties for health, healing, and aiding cultivation. Each standalone unit has its own spring pool available for guest use. However, there is a price to pay. It is not complimentary." Nanquan hurriedly asked, "What price?" "I believe I've vaguely heard of the Fountain of Life." Hong Yitong exhaled lightly. "How extravagant. I know that during ancient civilizations, some formidable plant-based monsters, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, could root themselves atop enormous energy stone veins and extract the legendary life water. The results were astonishing." Li Hao, The energy you provided us earlier. I suspected it might be akin to this legendary life energy for healing, repairing, and strengthening. I never imagined that a mere hotel could offer such services. It's simply unimaginable how extravagant the people of Battle Heaven City were in those days. Li Hao shook his head. Not necessarily. This is for entertaining guests, particularly important ones. It is evident that the key Uncle Hong received is likely of higher quality than mine, possibly allocated based on strength. The average residents of Battle Heaven City may not have the privilege to enjoy it. He added, however, there is indeed a price to pay before using this pool. Nan Quan, eager, pressed, what price? Do tell. This is a valuable resource. Even a hint of life spring water is of utmost importance to us. The energy stone refers to the divine energy stone. Li Hao regarded the brochure and softly stated, one must invest some divine energy stones into the pool for utilization, to maintain the fountain of life's operation, and they must be of high purity. After scrutinizing the explanation further, he continued, the energy stones spoken of by ancient peoples may differ from what we consider today. They also established purity standards. Hong Yitong pondered for a moment before looking at Nan Quan, who gazed back at him innocently. Why are you looking at me? I have no money. How much is required? Hong Yitong glanced at Li Hao, who replied, I don't know, it wasn't specified. It merely states to invest one piece. But I'm unclear on the size of an ancient piece, whether it corresponds to what we refer to as one piece today, or is as large as the one Uncle Hong just acquired. Hong Yitong was left speechless. Don't joke around. That piece is worth a fortune. I refuse to do it. Does high purity imply that the ordinary is inadequate? Nan Quan hastily replied, let's give it a try, Lao Hong. This item is exceedingly rare. It has been difficult to acquire, so we must test it. Are you going to pay? Nan Quan fell silent, his expression tinged with helplessness. I have none, he admitted. You don't possess even a single energy stone? I refuse to believe that. Hong Yitong retorted skeptically. After mingling within the royal circles for so many years, you claim to have gained nothing? Who are you trying to deceive? Nan Quan found himself at a loss for words, eventually murmuring, I do have some, but the purity may not suffice. Then we must try it. Hong Yitong declared without reservation. This is my room, and since Li Hao has brought us into the city, you have contributed nothing thus far. Come, let us investigate the backyard. The three no longer rushed to explore other matters, opting instead to test this peculiar item first. What a remarkable find. Swiftly, the trio traversed the small building and entered the courtyard through the back door. While the surrounding flora had withered away, the spring pool continued to flow, seemingly separated by a layer of glass. The three attempted to breach the confines of the spring pool, yet found themselves unable to enter. However, nearby, a smaller water basin caught their attention, inscribed with several lines of text. Li Hao crouched down to examine it closely and remarked, here it is. According to this inscription, as long as the injected energy is sufficient, it can be activated for use. Taking the initiative, he added, I still possess a few energy stones. Let me insert one and see what happens. With that, he retrieved a stone and placed it into the basin, but to no avail. The stone sank without yielding any response, merely plummeting into the water like a mere pebble, leaving no trace of change. Witnessing this, Nan Quan gritted his teeth and retrieved a larger energy stone from his storage ring, its luster surpassing that of Li Hao's. He inserted it into the basin, which elicited a faint reaction this time. The stone entered, causing the water in the basin to ripple slightly before the stone shattered, its energy dissipating. Yet the protective barrier over the spring pool remained intact. Nan Quan winced at the loss. This stone is worth at least 20 times that of an ordinary energy stone. How can it not work? There was a reaction. Li Hao exclaimed eagerly. It surpasses my previous attempt. Perhaps we need to add more. Uncle He, please insert another. You must be joking. He Yong thought to himself, lamenting the expense. If this pool opens, how much energy will we require? What if it fails to activate? Moreover, what if it opens but proves ineffective? Despite the spring's continued flow, the source of life that once infused this water has long perished. Wouldn't that be a waste? Yet, at this moment, he too felt a surge of desire. With a resolute sigh, he inserted another stone. Once again, the outcome was the same. The stone shattered upon entry, its energy absorbed, but still, no response was forthcoming. Nan Quan felt a bead of sweat form from the strain. Having already inserted 2 stones, he felt emboldened to add a third. 3, 4, 5. Upon reaching the 5th stone, he could bear it no longer, exclaiming in anguish, that's it. I do have some savings from my time in the royal court. but I have needed funds for my cultivation over the years. This is all I possess, and I have poured it all in. This amounts to the equivalent of 100 ordinary energy stones. Nanquan lamented, 100 coins. If we consider the prices outside, a single piece of divine energy stone could be exchanged for 1,000 units, amounting to a staggering 100,000 units. This is utterly unattainable. It's simply too exorbitant. Li Hao felt a pang in his heart. Indeed, this was shockingly expensive. He hesitated. Could it be that due to the passage of time, some mechanisms have deteriorated, rendering this item inoperable? Nanquan immediately grew anxious. Are you suggesting that this thing cannot be activated? Who can say for certain? Li Hao mused to himself. After all, countless years had elapsed. Who could truly know? Observing Nanquan's escalating distress, Hong Yitong frowned. Enough of your nonsense. What pretense is this? 100 coins for a divine energy stone is considerable, yet I refuse to believe that this is all you possess. If it were, would you truly be willing to expend it all? Last time at Songshan, we consumed 800 divine energy stones, and I didn't see you so much as flinch. Those were spoils of war, not things we had to purchase. It's far easier to spend what one isn't earned. Hong Yitong dismissed him with a wave. Considering the matter further, with a hint of reluctance, he produced a sizable divine energy stone, one he had just discovered. Carefully, he scraped off a small fragment. It was minuscule. He placed it into the reservoir, which bubbled momentarily, but still proved insufficient. Hong Yitong inhaled sharply and scraped off a bit more, then continued in this manner. The reservoir began to boil vigorously. Nearby, the spring pool also began to bubble, and the light barrier seemed to be on the verge of vanishing, yet it remained intact. Hong Yitong continued to scrape, the pieces growing ever smaller. Don't waste it. After more than 10 scrapes, a sudden pop echoed as if a bubble had burst, and the light barrier dissipated, a warm, humid sensation washing over them. In that instant, the spring pool was fully unveiled. Nanquan was elated and instinctively wanted to rush forward, only to be restrained by Hong Yitong, who, without a glance at him, turned to Li Hao and said, "Retrieve a bit of water and see if there are any benefits." Li Hao smiled and stepped forward. At that moment, the large pool contained a modest amount of water, but from the opening, spring water flowed forth, glistening with color and radiance, appearing quite exquisite. Li Hao reached in and grasped a handful of water. As his hand submerged, he felt a unique energy surge, permeating his arm. This energy bore some resemblance to sword energy, yet was not entirely the same. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this energy lacked the intensity of sword energy. It was more delicate. However, as this energy coursed through his body, Li Hao sensed a transformative effect. Suddenly, patches of dead skin surfaced on his arm. His eyes flickered. This energy was indeed extraordinary, evoking a sense of rejuvenation reminiscent of his teacher's account of discovering a dead tree stump. When the stump split open, a single drop of water dissipated, and even a mere sip imparted a feeling of youthful renewal. Of course, that sensation appeared distinct from this. Li Hao scrutinized the situation, absorbing some energy from the water, and speculated that perhaps this was a diluted form of energy. At that moment, Nanquan urged, "Li Hao, don't keep it all to yourself. What does it feel like?" "Not bad." Li Hao withdrew his hand and chuckled. "This has a gentle effect on altering one's constitution, and should be quite beneficial for both of you. The divine energy stone from the flower is certainly not a loss. It should possess the ability to nourish the entire body and yield commendable results, while also expelling certain hidden injuries. It is akin to the effects of sword energy. Yet specifics regarding its ability to separate the 5 elemental forces remain indeterminate at this juncture. The energy has permeated the water, making it exceedingly difficult to extract and utilize again." In the next instant, Hong Yitong released Nanquan, who, instead of leaping into the water immediately, dropped to the ground and began to inhale deeply, a stream of water rushing into his mouth, which he swallowed whole. Li Hao and Hong Yitong observed in silence, somewhat speechless. This is meant for bathing. However, in truth, Li Hao had engaged in similar acts in the past, even considering drinking water licked by a dog, let alone bath water. After gulping down a considerable amount of water, Nanquan quietly savored the experience, his eyes lighting up. This is splendid. Yet, it does not seem to match the extraordinary effects described in ancient texts. They claim a single drop of the water of life can even regenerate severed limbs. Why do I not feel such effects? It has been diluted, Li Hao clarified. It's evident, isn't it? Would we truly provide you with a pool of that treasure? Contained within is merely a hint of its essence, likely a remnant from years gone by. Well, that's disappointing, Nanquan replied, somewhat disheartened. Meanwhile, Hong Yitong, indifferent to the conversation, stripped down to his undergarments and leaped into the water, causing the spring to bubble energetically. Upon witnessing this, Nanquan cursed under his breath, "What the hell? Just drink it. Are you really going to bathe in it?" Li Hao chuckled and followed suit, plunging into the pool as well. It was sizable enough for 3 individuals. So if Nanquan wished to drink, then let him do so. Nanquan grumbled, somewhat exasperated. "What are you two doing? This is such a waste. Just drink it all and be done with it. If we're to soak, let us adhere to the proper protocol." Hong Yitong calmly replied. Who knows what else might have been added to it, making it unsuitable for drinking. If you wish to drink, do so at your own discretion. With that, he began to practice his breathing techniques. Li Hao, not one to be polite, initiated the 5-animal breathing technique. Although the effects of sword energy were indeed remarkable, this particular energy felt distinct. While sword energy could heal and strengthen the body, it lacked certain other capabilities. As this energy surged into him, Li Hao discovered that some scars on his skin were actually vanishing. Indeed, this energy was extraordinary. After absorbing it for a while, Li Hao felt his skin becoming lighter. Previously, he had been somewhat dark-skinned, and with martial training, injuries were inevitable. While sword energy could heal wounds and expedite recovery, it could not erase scars. He bore numerous scars, yet in this moment, they were all fading. Of course, this was not the most significant aspect. What truly mattered was the sensation that his internal organs were being thoroughly refined, not merely through the singular elemental process, but achieving a harmonious balance. Li Hao could only align this balance according to the amount of 5 elemental energies absorbed. Yet now, it seemed as though his entire being was enveloped in this energy, endowing him with a unique and complete equilibrium. The effect, however, is slightly inferior to that of the 5 elements. It bears some resemblance to blood energy. Although blood energy lacks the gentle quality of this energy, Nanquan swiftly joined the fray. At this moment, the 3 of them fervently practiced their breathing techniques to absorb the energy from the spring water. Simultaneously, Li Hao reopened the tome and began to peruse its contents. Zhantian City's Xiangui Tower. He stumbled upon a significant introduction to a landmark. According to the records, Zhantian City boasts the Xiangui Tower, a symbolic edifice that also serves as a divine weapon. Li Hao was taken aback. Was the Xiangui Tower a divine weapon? What of the Xiangui seal? He quickly flipped through the pages, but found no mention of the Xiangui seal, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. Hou Shaoqian and the others were intent on seizing the Xiangui seal, yet this guide contained no information regarding it, only the Xiangui Tower. Naturally, it was merely a guide and might not disclose all secrets. South City is the commercial district while East City serves as the residential area. Each night, prior to midnight, if one is not returning home but venturing out, it is imperative to carry a lodging permit. Otherwise, outsiders will be expelled from the city. Should one refuse to comply with this directive and resist expulsion, the defense system will activate, resulting in their demise. Li Hao glanced at the precautions, his heart stirred. This indicated that one must return to their residence by midnight. If not, it is permissible to remain out. But one must possess a lodging key to prove their status as a guest here. This is quite humane. However, lacking a key will result in immediate expulsion rather than execution. Yet, resistance to expulsion leads to a fatal outcome. Such multiple chances are astonishing. Li Hao pondered. The administrators of Zhantian City do not seem to be mere executioners, but rather exhibit a humane, even lenient demeanor, providing ample opportunities. Even if an infiltrator is expelled at once, they would not face undue hardship. Nevertheless, Li Hao was unaware of the nature of the expulsion process, which might confuse an ordinary person and lead to resistance, resulting in dire consequences. Thus, possessing a key seems to be the key to safety. As he continued to browse, he discovered more information stating that one must not intrude upon the residences and shops of others, as these are private properties, sacred and inviolable. However, there are exceptions. The Zhantian army is permitted to conduct lawful patrols. This page also included details on how to join the Zhantian army. Li Hao's interest was piqued. It stated that North City is the military zone and a recruitment point, where one can opt to join the Zhantian army. Becoming a member of the Zhantian army offers numerous advantages, with high welfare benefits and the added boon of Zhantian City support. Zhantian City itself is an immense weapon, capable of providing substantial energy support to the Zhantian army. Zhantian City warmly welcomes guests from all directions to join the Zhantian army, as long as one gains recognition and passes the assessments. They can become a proud member of the Zhantian army. The Zhantian army bears an essential duty to safeguard all of humanity and protect Zhantian City. The regulations appear not overly restrictive, yet one crucial point is emphasized. Retreating in battle is unforgivable. Thus, the Zhantian army must be valorous and adept in warfare. Li Hao gazed at the illustrations for a while, feeling a flicker of intrigue, only to be met soon by a sense of resignation. In these times, the once mighty battle-heaven army had vanished, leaving behind only vestiges of its former glory in the form of battle armors steeped in lingering ambition. It seemed unlikely they would draw any attention now. Yet, perhaps it was worth a try. Furthermore, it appeared that the cultivation equipment within the military was far more sophisticated than what was available in these places. The military's provisions were indeed unparalleled in Battle-Heaven City. As he continued to peruse the catalog, he noted various regulations. Entry into military restricted zones was strictly forbidden, and unauthorized access to significant bases was prohibited. Within the city, there were complementary facilities available for public use. For instance, the grandest library permitted entry to guests and residents of the city who possessed a resident card or guest accommodation certificate. However, those lacking such credentials were not permitted to intrude. It was also stated that any damage to public property would necessitate compensation. Failure to do so would result in personal accountability for the consequences. Such stipulations were numerous and varied. Additionally, the locust tree passage outside the city was a notable attraction. A unique corridor formed by ancient locust trees, where defacement and uncivilized behavior were strictly prohibited. One was also forbidden to recklessly draw upon the life energy gathered within the locust trees. However, should one deposit energy stones in certain locations, the trees might, if inclined, exchange some life energy. Li Hao felt a stirring within him. Could it be that the lengthy passage outside was indeed one colossal tree? A sentient tree? He continued his examination and stumbled upon another crucial regulation. Entry into the Lord's mansion was strictly restricted, as it was a place of authority not open to visitors. Nonetheless, those with urgent matters or members of the esteemed 8 great families were permitted to consult with the Lord on significant affairs. Li Hao was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered a definitive mention of the 8 great families in ancient texts. Of course, it referred not to the 8 great families directly, but rather to the 8 great guardian families, as Director Zhao had previously mentioned. He continued to flip through the pages. Even as the energy within the spring pool was nearly depleted by their consumption, he scarcely noticed. At this moment, both Nan Quan and Hong Yitong seemed rejuvenated. Their hair darkened significantly, with Nan Quan's beard appearing much fuller. The two men appeared much younger, having reaped benefits that far exceeded their investment in divine energy stones. This filled Nan Quan with immense joy, making him wish to immerse himself several more times. As Li Hao completed his review of the catalog, he realized it was merely a guide, not a comprehensive survival manual for Battle-Heaven City. Some aspects were only briefly touched upon and lacked depth. Yet, it was sufficient. A glimmer of delight shone in Li Hao's eyes, but he quickly cast a glance at Nan Quan. Master He, it would be prudent for you to venture outside now and traverse the second passage again, aiming to acquire the key. If you cannot obtain it, you must continue along the second passage. Otherwise, survival in this place will be exceedingly difficult. He Yong was momentarily taken aback, looking at Li Hao, and after a pause, asked, "Must it be this way? Am I not faring well at present? Then remain here, do not venture out. Perhaps during the day it may be feasible, but not at night. Is there a distinction between day and night here?" Nan Quan inquired, somewhat perturbed. "Why is that? At midnight, this place expels all unauthorized outsiders. Upon the first expulsion, those who do not comply are met with lethal force. Do you believe you can withstand such an onslaught?" "Certainly not." Nan Quan felt a pang of anxiety. "Can we truly obtain it? That is the crux of the matter." Li Hao remarked, "There are no restrictions in the outer city. We spent 3 days there previously without being expelled or killed, so Master Uncle can also remain in the outer city." Nan Quan sighed in resignation. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao added, "However, we could explore alternative methods. Enlist in the army." "What?" Nan Quan exclaimed. "Enlist in the Zhantian army." Li Hao glanced outside and smiled. The Zhantian army is recruiting. Once one can join, they would acquire a legitimate identity. Nan Quan was momentarily taken aback. but everything has been destroyed. What is happening outside? Indeed. At that moment, the three exchanged glances, and after a pause, Hong Yitong spoke up. Let us give it a try. Perhaps joining the Zhantian army will yield greater benefits, and we can also experience firsthand just how formidable they truly are. Li Hao replied. Moreover, joining the Zhantian army now may lead to deployment on the front lines, specifically at the eastern gate, to partake in the defense battle. Both Nan Quan and Hong Yitong were slightly startled, turning their attention to Li Hao. Yet, Li Hao remained calm, stating, repelling foreign enemies is the duty of the Zhantian army. Therefore, whether to attempt this or not is up to you both. If we choose to proceed, we may need to engage in combat with the superhumans outside. Nan Quan licked his lips and, in the next moment, let out a cold chuckle. Let us give it a try. What is there to fear? Besides, fighting those outside seems easier than battling these armored warriors. Li Hao ceased further discussion, and the three swiftly exited the now dry pool, simply drying their clothes in the process, and began their journey towards the northern city. The initial step was to see if they could join the Zhantian army. Chapter 150. The newly formed 12th Regiment. Subscription requested. The sounds of battle outside the city seemed to have diminished. The superhumans appeared to have retreated, and the Zhantian army seemed to have sounded the retreat, securing the city gates without venturing out again. Li Hao and his companions paid little mind to these developments. Seizing the moment while the area was unoccupied, they swiftly moved towards the northern city. Equipped with a travel guide, they grew increasingly familiar with the layout within the city, even passing by some open houses without bothering to enter. There was no rush. If they could hold this city, they had ample time. The Zhantian city could not accommodate anyone for a month. The inhabitants would not survive that long due to the scheduled purges that would lead to the deaths of those remaining inside. As for the outer city, lingering too long there would also result in expulsion and purging by the Zhantian army. This was the very reason why the relics would be sealed after 3 days, and next time they returned, they would find no one else present. However, if they secured a legitimate identity, they could remain indefinitely. As they ran swiftly, the trio moved quickly. Zhantian city was not overly large, and soon they entered the northern region. The northern city resembled an immense military camp. Before they could fully enter, they were halted at an entrance. This area seemed to have been previously defended, yet at this moment, it was deserted, with only a long iron railing barring their passage. Trespassing into a military restricted zone could lead to dire consequences, and a sign hung ahead, prominently displaying the words military restricted area. The three came to a halt. Li Hao surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of any personnel. Beyond the iron railing stood a guardhouse, yet at this moment, it lay desolate, devoid of any presence. The iron railing was firmly shut. South Fist observed that the railing did not appear particularly high, suggesting it could be scaled. He conveyed his thoughts. Let us climb over. Li Hao shook his head. Not advisable. This city remains in a state of revival. It is not entirely lifeless. Scaling the railing may lead to irreparable consequences. He approached and inspected the guardhouse. Indeed, it was empty, but the door stood ajar, and it seemed the guardhouse possessed an operational system, unfamiliar to Li Hao, though he noticed several buttons. Among them was one inscribed with the word call. Li Hao hesitated, pondering whether to press it. Would someone respond, or would it provoke complications? He glanced back at the two companions and inquired, "There's a call button here. Should I press it?" Hong Yitong considered the matter and replied, "Press it. To intrude uninvited is akin to theft. We have arrived, yet found no one. If we call and receive no response, it indicates we are not thieves." He regarded this city as a living entity, warranting such caution. After some contemplation, Li Hao nodded and pressed the button. Silence ensued, but they began to wait, hoping for an unexpected outcome. As they stood in anticipation, less than a minute passed before Li Hao's eyes flickered with alertness, mirrored by Hong Yitong. At that moment, two figures emerged from behind the railing. Someone was here. The city was still operational. However, they were not the black-armored or copper-armored soldiers they had anticipated. Instead, two warriors clad in red armor approached. Red armor. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the two figures closely, noticing inscriptions on their arms that read Supervisor. This suggested a different branch of military. South Fist's expression shifted. It appeared that the War Heaven Army comprised more than the known divisions, including specialized units. With these two warriors seemingly belonging to an alternate system, their precise capabilities remained unclear. Supervisor. Li Hao communicated telepathically. These armored figures bear the title Supervisor, possibly akin to the internal affairs or administrative division of the War Heaven army. Both men nodded, yet they felt a growing headache. How would they communicate? Was communication even possible? The soldiers in War Heaven City, while still capable of combat, seemed incapable of dialogue, except at the moment of revival, which signified utter demise. As Li Hao observed the two soldiers advancing towards them, his gaze shifted. Swiftly, he retrieved the War Heaven City travel guide and flipped to the page on conscription. When the soldiers approached, he eagerly raised the booklet before him, signaling his desire to enlist. Whether this method would yield success remained uncertain. Stopping at the railing, the two soldiers paused. The red armor appeared hollow yet seemed to harbor some essence or lingering will, compelling them to fulfill their tasks from life. Conscription. It seemed as though the contents of the pamphlet materialized before their eyes, and simultaneously, they understood that the visitors, the outsiders, had come primarily to enlist. One of the crimson-armored figures gestured, and a flash of light flickered, causing the iron gate to swing open. A flicker of intrigue passed through the hearts of Li Hao and his companions. Could it be possible? Just as they pondered this, one of the crimson-armored figures pointed toward Li Hao and Hong Yitong, signaling them to enter. Li Hao felt a twinge of peculiarity but stepped inside nonetheless, followed closely by Hong Yitong. As Nan Quan prepared to enter, a sudden crash echoed. The crimson-armored figure drew its sword, cleaving downward, not towards Nan Quan, but rather in front of him, blocking his path. A beam of red light shot forth from the figure's eye sockets, as if to issue a warning. Nan Quan's expression soured, a mix of frustration and anguish washing over him. Damn it! Was this the consequence of not possessing a key? Were they denying him even the chance to serve? This was infuriating. Li Hao was equally taken aback. Was it truly impossible? This implied that Nan Quan's chances of acquiring legal status were now severely diminished. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly tossed the key he held to Nan Quan, then drew forth the starry sky sword. Under the watchful gaze of the crimson armor, the sword emitted a soft luminescence. In the next instant, the two crimson-armored figures, much like the previous silver-armored ones, struck their chests with their right hands, producing a resonant sound. Li Hao hastily reciprocated the gesture, thumping his chest with his right hand. For a brief moment, a sense of sanctity enveloped the scene. This ritual bore a certain masculinity. At that moment, Li Hao's mind wandered, and he mused whether such a display would cause discomfort to women. It appeared that the crimson armor differed from the silver. Perhaps they had not initially recognized Li Hao's identity until the starry sky sword emerged, suggesting a hierarchy lower than that of the silver armor. The silver armor represented a centurion, and previously, the black-armored figures had remained unresponsive until the silver armor initiated the salute, prompting the black to follow suit. The crimson armor, too, only acknowledged him at this moment. At this juncture, Nan Quan had secured the key. Whether due to Li Hao's status or the possession of the key, as he stepped again through the gate, he faced no hostility. The two crimson-armored figures refrained from attacking him. Nan Quan wore a look of discontent. Fortunately, Li Hao was with him. Otherwise, as a person without any credentials, even entering the city would have rendered him powerless. With the crimson armor now inactive, and the salute concluded, Nan Quan passed through. They waited for a moment, as if silently conveying something. After a short while, the figures waved their hands again, causing the iron bars to close. In the next moment, the two crimson-armored figures led the way. The three men felt a wave of apprehension as they traversed the vast military city, sensing an aura of solemnity permeating the air. They continued forward for approximately 5 or 6 minutes, until a grand hall emerged before them. Li Hao's eyes sparkled with realization. He communicated telepathically, the recruitment hall. This was indeed the place for enlistment. These crimson-armored figures truly understood their purpose. Do you think they possess some level of consciousness? The crimson armor had actually brought them to the recruitment point. Hong Yitong and the others shared a similar sense of unease, pondering whether these soldiers were merely executing mechanical movements or if they possessed some semblance of awareness, yet were unable to communicate with humans any longer. The conscription office was open, and within the hall, Li Hao's gaze swept across the room, where he seemed to glimpse the presence of armored warriors. Despite the chaos outside, it appeared that the War Heaven army had left its mark here. Two crimson-armored figures halted at the entrance, and after a brief moment, a copper-armored soldier emerged from the hall. With hollow eyes, it scanned the trio before gesturing and turning back into the hall. Seeing this, Li Hao hurriedly followed suit, and Hong Yitong did likewise. Just as Li Hao took a step forward, he suddenly felt a tightness in his clothing, momentarily taken aback. Turning his head, he discovered that a red-armored warrior had extended its iron-like arm to grasp him. In the midst of Li Hao's bewildered expression, the red armor pointed ahead, while another crimson figure made a gesture of invitation. Li Hao stood there, perplexed. What did this mean? Nan Quan and Hong Yitong promptly halted as well. At that moment, one of the red-armored warriors unsheathed a blade and, as if swatting away flies, struck at Nan Quan. Just as Nan Quan was about to retaliate, Hong Yitong, with a grimace of pain, urged, "Let us go. These two wish to escort us to the copper-armored centurion. Li Hao might be going elsewhere. Understood? The prince is enlisting. Likely not in the same location as us." Nan Quan rolled his eyes, unable to contain his frustration. Damn, after countless years, are the ancient civilizations still favoring the privileged? Members of prominent families are not conscripted in the same place. At this moment, he grasped the implication. Li Hao had other accommodations, while they were merely ordinary recruits, entirely separate from him. Hong Yitong, equally bemused, pondered the situation. Who could know? Perhaps those from the 8 great families received different treatment even in ancient times. It seemed rather commonplace. What could they say? Nothing at all. As the copper armor figures began to fade from view, they hurriedly followed, with Hong Yitong sending a thought to Li Hao. You should follow. Perhaps your situation differs from ours, which may be a good thing. Li Hao scratched his head, pondering that the bloodlines of the 8 great families had never afforded him any special privileges elsewhere. To his surprise, upon arriving in Warhaven City, he found himself experiencing a different kind of treatment. This made him feel as though the bloodline of the 8 families was indeed distinct, giving him a sense of superiority. Truth be told, it was rather exhilarating. Without further conversation, they continued to follow the 2 red-armored figures for nearly 10 minutes before Li Hao finally came to a halt. At this point, the Crimson Warriors ceased their advance. One of them approached the door of a small building and knocked. To Li Hao's astonishment, the door opened, revealing another warrior clad in red armor. Unlike the 2 leading them, this one bore no insignia of authority. After what appeared to be a brief exchange, the newly arrived red-armored soldier turned its vacant gaze toward Li Hao. In a heartbeat, its hollow eyes fixated on the short sword in his hand, as if recognizing its significance. The next moment, it extended its mechanical arm, beckoning Li Hao forward. Li Hao promptly stepped ahead. At this juncture, the red-armored figure entered the small building, while the 2 outside offered a salute and swiftly departed. Li Hao was rendered speechless and hurriedly returned the gesture. At this moment, he no longer dared to regard these warriors as mere puppets. Perhaps they were alive not in a corporeal sense, but in a realm of consciousness. The red-armored figure led Li Hao into a building that appeared modest from the outside, yet upon entering, he discovered it was quite spacious. To his astonishment, there were not just one, but many red-armored warriors bustling about, seemingly engaged in work. This edifice was still operational. As a privileged individual, Li Hao experienced a unique sensation here, with red-armored warriors continually saluting him, to which he reciprocated, making him feel as though he had truly entered a grand military camp. A far more pronounced experience than he had in the Martial Guard. In the Martial Guard, he had not felt much at all. After traversing a lengthy corridor, he arrived at what seemed to be an office at the end of the passageway. The guiding red-armored warrior approached and knocked on the door, which opened automatically. The warrior entered and shortly thereafter emerged, gesturing for Li Hao to come in. It appeared that his task had been accomplished. Li Hao felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet after a moment's reflection, he swiftly stepped inside. The instant he crossed the threshold, he was momentarily dazed. The office's layout bore a striking resemblance to a modern workspace. But to his utter disbelief, there was a formidable figure clad in golden armor present. Li Hao's face paled. Were there golden warriors here? How could this be? The centurion was silver, and by their reckoning, a golden warrior could only be a commander of thousands. Yet the presence of a golden warrior here contradicted his previous understanding, as the one encountered at the Lord's residence indicated that the golden warrior was likely the lord of the city, with no other golden warriors existing. But why was there one here? Who was the figure at the Lord's residence? Was that the Lord? Yet, why was this one only of golden rank as well? Li Hao's thoughts became jumbled, and he dared not ponder further, hastily bowing in respect. In that moment, he treated this being as if it were a living person. The golden warrior rose, returned Li Hao's salute, and then sat back down, its gaze fixed upon Li Hao. The focus seemed to rest upon the short sword, as if that weapon were the very essence of the matter. A profound silence ensued. Suddenly, before Li Hao could collect himself, a fist appeared before him. Bang! Before he had time to react, a punch was thrown, resounding with a loud crash as Li Hao was sent hurtling backward, colliding against the wall and slowly sliding down like a painting dislodged from its frame. Startled, Li Hao quickly regained his composure and leapt up, prepared to retaliate. Yet the Golden Warrior seemed to have made no move, returning to its seat as if the previous encounter had been but a dream. In his bewilderment, Li Hao observed the Golden Warrior as it lowered its gaze to some papers before it, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, the Golden Warrior began to write something down. Li Hao was taken aback and halted his actions, silently watching. After approximately a minute, the warrior completed its writing. He rapped his knuckles on the table, and outside the door, the figure in crimson armor who had previously guided him entered. The Golden Warrior handed a sheet of paper to the crimson-clad individual. Li Hao rose slightly on his toes to catch a glimpse of the document, which was filled with numerous characters. Although he could not discern every word, he managed to read a few key phrases. The bloodline of the Li family. Heir to the Starry Sky Sword, weak in strength and unworthy of cultivation, once the core of the 8 great clans. Now reduced to a mere position in the War Heaven City due to his frailty, and presently assigned to a school role. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. The phrase "too weak" was truly disheartening. So, the recent ordeal had been a test of his abilities, had it? He hadn't even managed to land a single punch, which led them to deem him insufficiently strong, thereby demoting him. The core heir of the 8 great clans had come to serve as a soldier here. Yet it seemed he had already embarrassed himself, suffering a significant reduction in rank. After a brief moment, the Crimson Warrior finished reading the document and gestured for Li Hao to follow. With a sense of resignation, Li Hao glanced at the Golden Warrior, who now seemed indifferent to him. Thus, in a haze of confusion, he completed the assessment. Reluctantly, he trailed behind the Crimson Warrior. This time, they exited the small building and entered another location, which might have been an armory. Soldiers were stationed here, and surprisingly, a silver warrior accepted the paper from the crimson-clad figure while Li Hao remained oblivious to their intentions. After a short while, several items appeared before Li Hao: a token, a suit of armor, a manual, a storage ring, and a sheet of paper that appeared to require his signature. The armor was silver in hue. Li Hao's thoughts drifted. Silver armor. Did this imply that the silver warriors were officers? If so, would a rank of general not entail golden armor? It was common knowledge that within the entirety of War Heaven City, black armor could be taken outside, whereas the copper and silver armors could not. They would self-destruct. At this moment, Li Hao pondered the implications of accepting this silver armor. If he donned it and attempted to leave the city, would it detonate and lead to his demise? However, with the Crimson Warrior watching him closely and a silver-armored soldier present, Li Hao bit his lip. Having reached this juncture, he feared that if he refused the armor, he might be deemed a deserter and dealt with accordingly, an entirely plausible outcome. This city upheld its principles rigorously. Deserters were certainly subject to execution. In a flurry of anxiety, he grasped the silver armor, yet was at a loss regarding its use. He had mastered the black armor, but this was a first encounter with such equipment, and he was utterly bewildered. The Crimson Warrior, seemingly exasperated, reached out and took hold of Li Hao's hand. In the next moment, a sharp spike emerged from his fingertip, piercing through Li Hao's skin, allowing a drop of blood to escape. The crimson figure guided Li Hao's hand to let the droplet fall onto a protrusion on the silver armor. At that instant, Li Hao suddenly felt a connection. It was as if the silver armor had become an extension of his own body. In the next moment, with a mere thought, the silver armor effortlessly enveloped him. Not only that, but it seemed as though something had been added to his mind. Vaguely, it felt as if someone were imparting knowledge on how to wield this newfound power. At that moment, Li Hao had transformed into a silver warrior. With a mere thought, a long sword materialized in his hand. With another thought, it morphed into a broadsword, and with yet another, it became a spear. Li Hao was taken aback. What an impressive artifact. It even came with weapons and could be transformed at will. Clang, clang, clang. At that instant, the silver warrior in the armory rapped on the table, and simultaneously, a somewhat rigid voice echoed in Li Hao's mind. Newcomer, signed to confirm. Li Hao was utterly astonished. He suddenly turned to the silver warrior, who seemed to be growing impatient, tapping the table once more. You came in through the back door, didn't you? Even those from the 8 great guardian families must sign to confirm. Otherwise, if you lose a set of equipment, who will compensate? Are you still alive? Li Hao was profoundly shaken. He opened his mouth to speak, yet found it futile. The other party appeared either not to hear or to comprehend him. A thought flickered in Li Hao's mind, recalling the operational procedure for the silver armor. He fumbled for a moment, sending out a wave of mental intent. After a lengthy attempt, amidst what seemed to be the other party's growing hostility, he finally grasped a fragment of understanding and projected. "Can you speak?" This inquiry seemed to be received. The next moment, an impatient voice resounded in his mind. "Newcomer, if you utter any more nonsense, I will kick you to death." "Enough chatter. Sign to confirm, then get lost." Li Hao was overwhelmed with shock. However, sensing the other's impatience, he obediently began to sign his name. No sooner had he finished than the silver warrior opposite him violently tore the paper, seething with anger, and handed him another identical sheet. "If you continue to scrawl nonsense, you will be executed for delaying military affairs." Li Hao was momentarily dazed, but the next instant, realization dawned upon him. He hastily inscribed his name, Li Hao, using ancient characters. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it was ripped apart once more. The silver warrior appeared exceedingly enraged. "Newcomer, do you dare to provoke me repeatedly? Write with a mental imprint. Are you ignorant or merely jesting?" Li Hao was taken aback, feeling somewhat distressed. He quickly sent a wave of mental intent through the silver armor to connect with the other. "I do not understand." "Useless," he was scolded. Li Hao felt exasperated and helpless. After some contemplation, he began to send out waves of mental intent, attempting to inscribe his name with a mental imprint. The moment he inscribed the two characters for Li Hao, the paper was swiftly collected, and the silver warrior finally appeared satisfied. Meanwhile, the red-armored warrior responsible for leading the way gestured for Li Hao to put away his other items. Li Hao attempted to relay a message, only to discover it bore no effect. He felt a headache coming on. What was going on? Was it only possible to communicate with others of the Silver Warriors? Was it a matter of being from different systems, thus unable to connect? Or was it a limitation of authority? Scratching his head in frustration, Li Hao resorted to retrieving other items, a token, a booklet, and a storage ring. He hastily probed with his mental intent to examine the storage ring. The next moment, he inhaled sharply. Good heavens! Within the contents, there is nothing particularly remarkable, merely 10 pieces of divine energy stones. However, in comparison to the divine energy stones in his possession, these exude a radiant luster, making it abundantly clear that the ones he holds are mere trinkets. These are the true treasures. Is this military pay? Aside from the divine energy stones, there are also 2 sets of undergarments and 2 outer garments, neither of which are armor, but rather ordinary clothing that appears to be uniforms, looking quite dashing. Beyond that, there is little else. Nevertheless, upon further scrutiny, Li Hao discovered a key inscribed with the words, "Officer Dormitory Area, Room 109. This seems to be the accommodation assigned to him. He glanced at his token, which bore the inscription, Hengduan Army, 9th Corps, Reserve Guard Division, 9th Brigade. Li Hao scratched his head in confusion. So this is merely a reserve guard? This suggests that the Hengduan Army is not a frontline force? He picked up the booklet and swiftly perused its contents, which were filled with regulations, military rules, and various points of caution, notably emphasizing the paramount importance of obeying military orders. At this moment, Li Hao felt a twinge of anxiety. Many of these military rules are quite severe. A slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. Is joining the army truly a good thing? Yet, he was also exploring, gradually sensing some differences. The silver armor upon his body suddenly radiated a faint glow under his touch, and in the next moment, a surge of energy flowed into him from the ground. Li Hao's heart stirred. This energy could not only be absorbed, but also seemed to enhance the armor's defensive capabilities. Moreover, it appeared to possess other functions. He also sensed the potential for flight, not in the conventional sense, but rather by manipulating the armor to fly. It seemed he could integrate with the entire city's defense system, though the specific method eluded him at that moment. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Welcome to the Hengduan Army. The 9th Brigade is at full capacity. New military training is stalled. Brigade Commander Li Hao of the 12th Regiment has encountered recruitment difficulties. The recruitment office has recently enlisted 2 new soldiers who have not undergone systematic military training and have limited combat capabilities. Do you accept these new soldiers into your regiment? Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. After a pause, he suddenly burst into laughter. The 2 new recruits, with limited combat capabilities, must refer to Hong Yitong and Nan Quan, right? So, I have become a brigade commander? The crux of the matter is, I seem to be merely a nominal commander, likely at the level of a centurion. Yet there are no new soldiers assigned to me. Thus, these 2 new recruits are allocated to this empty title? Li Hao found himself in a state of amused disbelief. However, in the next moment, he promptly followed the instructions and chose to accept them. Moments later, a line of data materialized in his consciousness. Indeed, the 2 new recruits were none other than Hong Yitong and He Yong, surprisingly without pseudonyms. This was somewhat unexpected. Of course, whether they used real or fake names mattered little. As for Li Hao, the displayed data revealed that Hong Yitong was actually a junior officer, a commoner in the sense of bronze armor, thus a minor official at the level of a centurion. However, Nanquan is merely a foot soldier. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. How is this possible? How is the judgment made? And how are the ranks assigned? Even without a display of prowess, Nanquan possesses strength comparable to that of the mid-phase Shuguang, yet he is reduced to a mere foot soldier. Is this not an indication that ranks are determined by strength? Perhaps. As for Hong Yitong, his exceptional promotion to the rank of officer may indeed be attributed to his overwhelming power. In that moment, Li Hao was filled with questions, yet no one was there to enlighten him. The silver-clad warrior who had previously conversed with him ignored his inquiries, displaying impatience. Soon, he followed the red-armored figure outside. Moments later, from a distance, a bronze-armored soldier and a black-armored soldier approached, led by a red-armored individual. The next instant, Nanchuan's voice echoed, "Li Hao, I have received news. We have been assigned to the 9th Division, 12th Regiment. To my astonishment, Old Hong is still my superior, the company commander of the 12th Regiment. I, a mere black-armored foot soldier." Hong Yitong, equally speechless, retorted, "Enough of the chatter. I have news as well. I have a superior, Colonel Li Hao. I am to report to Colonel Li Hao." Although Li Hao donned silver armor, both men understood that this was indeed Li Hao, as their commanding officer in the military. The armor provided a subtle indication from afar. "Attention, the colonel is passing." Hong Yitong was utterly speechless. What is so remarkable about the 8 great families? With Li Hao's arrival, he somehow became the silver-clad colonel. What a twist of fate for this formidable individual, reduced to a bronze-armored soldier. Of course, he is better off than others. Poor Nanquan is now just a foot soldier under his command. Hong Yitong continued, "I have begun to discern certain aspects, Li Hao. This armor is extraordinary. Its defensive capabilities are formidable. Even as a bronze armor, it feels immensely powerful. Perhaps we were simply not utilizing it correctly. The black armor's defenses seem only comparable to those of the Rieo. You should inquire with Old He. His black armor appears quite robust." He Young immediately replied, "Indeed, I sense that this equipment is remarkably strong, but it also seems contingent upon one's own strength. The stronger one is, the more formidable the defense becomes, enabling the extraction of greater energy from the ground. However, it seems one cannot leave the ground. Once airborne, it reverts to the normal black armor defense. The black armor does have its limitations." At that moment, Li Hao joined their ranks. Upon hearing their conversation, a voice emanated from within the armor. "I too have made some discoveries. It seems you have become my direct subordinates, and I can communicate with you through the internal system of the armor." Upon finishing, a wave of divine intent resonated, though it did not escape the armor, nevertheless. The voices of Li Hao echoed within both of their minds. Isn't this amusing? The 2 were momentarily stunned. Hong Yitong attempted it as well, and in the next moment, he spoke. "I can do it too, though it seems I can only communicate with Old He. However, if you grant me access, I believe I can also report directly to you. This armor is truly remarkable. During the era of ancient civilization, these soldiers were exceedingly powerful, and the craftsmanship of the armor was astonishingly advanced. This internal communication system effectively ensures obedience within the ranks." He Young and Hong Yitong were filled with awe, exclaiming how impressive it is. This is merely a reserve force. The cost of producing such armor far exceeds what the current Tianqing dynasty can achieve or sustain. At this very moment, within the confines of his armor, communication signals resonated once more. Commander Li Hao of the newly formed 12th Regiment of the 9th Division received a message indicating that the 9th Division was engaged in combat in the eastern city, facing formidable adversaries. Would the newly established 12th Regiment be willing to provide reinforcements? As a nascent military unit with limited strength and incomplete personnel, they could decline the request, opting instead to wait until their ranks were full and military training concluded. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. Whose voice was emanating from this system? Was it that of the golden warriors within the city, Or did this system inherently belong to them? If the Silver Warriors could communicate through this mechanism, it stood to reason that the Golden Warriors could as well. Nevertheless, Li Hao had no desire to linger here. According to the regulations outlined in the manual, new recruits were required to undergo a minimum of 3 months of military training. If they were not to be deployed, he would have to undertake this training alongside the 2 new recruits. Absolutely not. 3 months was simply too long. In the next instant, Li Hao chose to accept the reinforcement mission. The newly formed 12th Regiment would promptly advance to the battlefield, obeying orders to confront the external threat. For the human race. For the city of War Heaven, we shall fight. A resounding voice echoed in Li Hao's mind, imbued with a sense of fervor. In that moment, a similar proclamation resonated in the minds of Hong Yitong and He Yong. The newly formed 12th Regiment would strike. Engage the enemy. Behind them, the 2 warriors clad in crimson armor seemed to understand that they had accepted the mission. In the next moment, they once again saluted, delivering a resounding thud as their fists struck their chests, producing a powerful clang. Moreover, at that instant, it appeared that all military personnel present were privy to the command. They sensed that yet another regiment was about to embark for battle, and the sounds of clanging reverberated incessantly. Wherever soldiers were stationed, they saluted and bid farewell. Nan Quan murmured, "This is rather invigorating, as if we would be remiss if we did not achieve victory." This sensation felt undeniably peculiar. Outside, they were set to confront modern individuals, yet they were indeed part of that very group. Was this a betrayal of the current era? At this moment, Nan Quan and the others, including Li Hao, experienced an odd sensation. Had they become agents of this age? They had joined the military of an ancient civilization, now receiving orders to confront modern humanity. Well, such feelings were fleeting. They were hardly concerned. Yet, this sentiment felt distinctly different. As Li Hao walked, he remarked, "When I departed from the martial guard, no one saw me off. If others had experienced such a farewell, perhaps I would have felt a twinge of excitement as well." Such was the reality. Sometimes, seemingly trivial gestures could leave a lasting impression. At this moment, everywhere they went, soldiers saluted them until they were out of sight, with those soldiers continuing to bid them farewell, as if sending off heroes into battle. This alone made Li Hao feel quite exhilarated. Moments later, the trio arrived at the location from which they had entered earlier. At this juncture, an additional crimson-armored guard stood watch. Upon seeing the 3, he swiftly opened the barrier, and with a resounding thud against his chest, one could almost sense that he wished to express something, were it not for his inability to speak. This sensation was palpable among the 3. Together, they stepped out of the military camp, enveloped in this strange yet fervent atmosphere. Upon finally exiting, Nan Quan exhaled deeply, reflecting on the unnerving sensation of prolonged confinement, fearing inevitable assimilation. It was a disconcerting experience, akin to relentless brainwashing, continuously inundated with certain ideologies. This feeling surpassed even the unsettling words previously uttered by Hong Yitong. Hong Yitong, in turn, sighed, remarking on the formidable strength of these soldiers. Despite possessing our own thoughts, and not being of this era, once one joins this military faction, a profound sense of solemnity and responsibility envelopes them in mere moments. It is conceivable that after enduring 3 months of rigorous military training, we will undoubtedly encounter even more harrowing revelations. Li Hao remained silent, momentarily receiving new orders, and then spoke. "Let us proceed. I am uncertain whether it is an order from above, but we must reach the battlefield within an hour. Tardiness will incur military penalties." The distance to the eastern city gate was not far, and an hour was more than sufficient. Clearly, there was a degree of leniency granted to their newly formed trio. Li Hao swiftly took flight, reveling in the exhilaration of soaring through the air without any sense of obstruction, momentarily basking in his own pride. The 2 below observed him without making any moves. The trio hastened towards the eastern city gate, with Hong Yitong communicating from below, "Do not be overly ostentatious. Your strength is comparable to that of an unawakened silver tier warrior, yet should you encounter an awakened silver, you would be inadequate. Beware of the formidable dawn attack. A higher silver tier may not necessarily be advantageous." Upon finishing his warning, Li Hao's appearance shifted to a darker hue, and with a mischievous grin, he declared, "As the leader of the silver faction, I possess the privilege of disguise. What is there to fear?" This was a skill he had previously encountered, and now it was merely being utilized. Li Hao chuckled softly, his determination solidifying. "This feels exhilarating." I will ensure to slay more members of the three major organizations today and leave them in a state of disarray. At last, he had found an opportunity for direct confrontation. The two below held their thoughts, each contemplating their own strategies. Becoming a part of the Battle Heaven army in Battle Heaven City surpassed their expectations. They were uncertain how to proceed with their plans, deciding to navigate one step at a time. Initially arriving to seize treasures, they now found themselves integrated into the ranks. Li Hao, however, was less burdened by such thoughts. Within the city, there existed a golden warrior, and alongside the troops, there were indeed two golden warriors. Even if they did not disrupt the plans, success was not guaranteed for those involved. After flying for a while, Li Hao suddenly gazed into the distance, momentarily entranced, questioning whether his eyes deceived him. Had he just seen a black dog sprinting by? Peculiar. A black panther? The fleeting thought of a black panther crossed his mind, but that was nonsensical. The panther had long since fled and would not appear here. Dismissing the thought, he concluded it must have been a misperception. As he looked again, nothing was visible, and he decided to focus on reaching the eastern city gate. At this moment, they approached the eastern city gate. The fierce battle has temporarily subsided. The superhumans retreated and gathered at a distant square, their voices a cacophony, filled with melancholy. What had transpired? They arrived only to find themselves embroiled in a conflict, gaining nothing from the ordeal. In the brief span of time, 300 to 400 superhumans had perished. Such a large-scale battle is a rarity in the central regions. Amidst the clamor, the leaders of prominent organizations furrowed their brows, sensing that this situation was markedly different from before. The black-armored warriors seemed more formidable this time, exhibiting a level of cunning that hinted at strategic command. Was it the golden-armored warrior within the city that orchestrated this? As for the loss of several hundred lives, it garnered little concern. They were mostly solitary practitioners, and their demise was of no consequence to the collective. Their focus remained on observing the unfolding circumstances. Chapter 151. The 12th Regiment goes to battle. Subscription and monthly votes requested. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. The Junior VIP monthly voting has commenced. Brothers, do not forget to cast your votes. The newly formed 12th Regiment exhibited commendable speed. In less than an hour, they reached the eastern gate. At that moment, a silver-armored warrior awaited their arrival. Upon their appearance, a resounding boom echoed, instilling an air of solemnity and grandeur. The armored warrior pounded his chest, projecting a wave of energy into Li Hao's mind. Commander Jiang Shishuan of the 7th Regiment, 9th Division of the Reserve Guard Brigade, welcomes the reinforcement from the Brother Regiment. Your personnel are discontent. The new army is not fully prepared for combat. You shall assist the 7th, 8th, and 9th Regiments in a mobile capacity against the enemy. Orders from the military dictate a stepwise replacement. Should we fall in battle, remember, the 3rd Regiment of the 9th Division shall execute your commands. Likewise, should the commander of the 12th Regiment, Li Hao, perish, we will assume command of your unit. The armored warrior promptly announced a military order. In the next moment, he turned his gaze towards Li Hao, his hollow eyes carrying a grave intensity. Defend our homeland. Resist the foreign invaders. Retreat is forbidden. Escape is not an option. Behind us lies our sanctum. As long as the city stands, the people endure. The military command remains steadfast. Hold the eastern gate. Without superior orders. Not a single step back. Do you understand? Understood. Li Hao replied, striking his chest. The silver warrior regarded him with a look that suggested he was nothing more than a fool. You are mistaken, he thought. Yet, it was merely the newly formed army. It seemed they had not even participated in military training. Nevertheless, it was rare for the new army to offer their assistance. What more could be demanded? They simply needed to maintain order in the ranks. How many years had it been since the 9th Division welcomed new recruits? Countless years. So many that they had nearly forgotten the duration. After an extended period of silence, they now experienced a revival, rekindling fragments of memory. For these silver warriors, this was a precious occurrence, and with the addition of new blood, the Celestial Army gained vitality. The commander of the 7th Regiment appeared to be in high spirits. Your unit will serve as a mobile force, aiding the 3rd Regiment in guarding the eastern city. Post-battle, military achievements will be counted double. A special consideration for the new army. Treasure it. Military achievements? Li Hao was taken aback. What military achievements? The Silver Warriors had grown accustomed to the foolish inquiries of the new recruits and spoke little, stating once more, the enemy has temporarily retreated. Yet they shall soon launch another offensive. Among them are formidable foes. Alas, we are but shadows of our former selves, our strength diminished to a mere fraction. Otherwise, how pitiful it is for a tiger to fall into the valley and be bullied by dogs. You, with your meager prowess, must exercise caution and refrain from reckless actions. The phrase strength diminished to a mere fraction stirred something within Li Hao, leaving him somewhat astounded. This implied that these silver warriors were perhaps far stronger in their prime, even more formidable than at the moment of their revival. How terrifying! This was merely a commander. Above him resided higher-ranking officers, and above them, generals, followed by corps commanders. And at the pinnacle, the supreme commander of the War Heaven Army. One could ascertain their ranks merely by observing their insignias. This was but the 9th Corps of the War Heaven Army, a reserve garrison. It suggested that there were at least 9 corps within the War Heaven Army, each potentially comprising 1st and 2nd divisions, and then the brigades. The prospect was utterly daunting. At the height of their power, did the War Heaven Army not number in the millions? A corps of 100,000 was hardly considered excessive, was it? How magnificent must the ancient civilization have been? Li Hao found it difficult to fathom. The commander appeared preoccupied. In the next moment, he disregarded Li Hao, flashing away to the city wall, appearing atop the gate tower. Li Hao's gaze shifted, and in an instant, he too flashed up. There, 2 additional silver warriors joined the commander, totaling 3. With Li Hao, that made 4. Simultaneously, outside, in the square, someone suddenly stirred, exclaiming, "Look, atop the gate tower, has another silver warrior appeared?" This remark incited considerable commotion, prompting many to look. Some could see, while others could not, yet those who did were taken aback. One silver warrior represented 1,000 black armored soldiers. Did this not imply an addition of another 1,000 black armored soldiers? My heavens, it is over. How could there be another one? Was it not said that the guardians of the 4 directions totaled only 4? Could there be guardians of a 5th direction? How many black armored troops lurked within the city? The crowd buzzed with discussion, some expressing concern while others resorted to curses. What nonsense! We merely came to earn a living, not to embrace death. Several hundred have already perished upon entry, and now another silver warrior emerges. At this moment, Hou Xiaoqing also frowned. The arrival of yet another silver warrior bewildered them, even overturning some of their prior assumptions. Perhaps within the city, there existed not merely 4 guardian troops, but other legions as well. Each garrison's strength could rival that of the martial guard, and within the city, they would only grow stronger. One could only imagine how terrifying that would be. Over the years, Hou Xiaoqing had barely trained 1,000 men, yet here, in such a short span, several thousand had manifested, and this was merely a garrison from the ancient civilization. At this point, the equal king, Green Moon, and Elder Qi Ming approached. Having reached this juncture, these individuals were also filled with vexation. The equal king furrowed his brow, addressing Hou Xiaoqing, "Minister Hou, this situation has surpassed our expectations. Just how many black armored troops are there in the city? If this continues, it seems our efforts will yield little, as the opposition grows ever more numerous. Yet, our time is limited, merely 3 days remain. If we do not venture forth by then, it appears that no one can linger here for a month until the next opportunity arises. Thus, in these 3 days, we must either abandon the inner city or launch a vigorous offensive. We must breach their defenses. Having observed and awaited long enough, it is time to devise a strategy. Shall we assault, or what shall we do? To relinquish what we have all awaited for a month, having prepared meticulously to enter, is utterly nonsensical. Furthermore, with so many Suguang present, we have yet to make our move. The opposition comprises merely a few thousand black-armored soldiers. If those silver warriors do not unleash their full potential, they are not formidable. After all, we are merely at the pinnacle of the 3 Yang, and there are many among us. This situation only heightens the belief that treasures abound within the city, even if there are none. If we can vanquish this military regiment of thousands of black-armored soldiers, it would still constitute a considerable bounty. 1 or 200 would be inconsequential. However, should we gather thousands, or even tens of thousands of sets, we could forge an elite battalion. Each warrior would possess the defensive prowess of the daylight, and the sight of over 10,000 charging forth would be truly formidable. Just as we witnessed the few thousand black-armored troops surge forward, and within a short span, even with powerful guardians stationed, hundreds of superhumans have already perished. Hou Xiaoqing spoke calmly. What are your thoughts? An alliance. The equal king wasted no time. We shall flatten this black-armored troop. Now, a fourth silver warrior has arrived, bringing our total to 4. Just in time. The 3 major organizations and the Silver Moon officials can each confront one, while the black-armored soldiers will be collectively dealt with. The challenge should not be overwhelming. Even if the Silver Warriors revive with full force, their strength would be akin to that of the late Su Guang. We, as a coalition, should not falter against even a single late-stage opponent, thereby avoiding complete collapse. Therefore, we need not fear their resurgence. Indeed, they are aware of the Silver Warriors' formidable power, yet they possess confidence. The 3 major organizations are assured in their ability to handle a late-stage adversary. After all, Green Moon itself is at the late Su Guang stage. Why should we harbor fear? As for the abundance of black-armored soldiers, there are also numerous superhumans present. The black-armored troops can be compared to the early daylight, yet here, the superhumans predominantly embody the daylight, with many at the 3 Yang stage, and even some formidable martial artists among them. At this juncture, the elder Qi Ming from Feitian spoke up. Has anyone seen Nan Quan? That fellow has vanished. Did he sneak into the city? Nan Quan is typically boisterous, yet during this battle, he has been conspicuously absent, leaving everyone a bit unsettled. Perhaps he has perished in the second passage? Who knows? No one has seen where Nan Quan has gone. However, in the second passage, some have indeed fallen, and in the chaos prior, many lives were lost. From an initial contingent of nearly 2,000, only around 1,500 remain. A significant number has been lost. Of course, this is nature's way of sifting through the weak, as those who perished were foolish, ignorant, or weak. They entered without any preparation, failing to research any information or devise strategies. Who else but such individuals would meet their demise? Merely knowing that divine energy stones abound here. Their deaths are seen as a blessing, allowing the survivors to be more prudent. Ho Xiaoqing remained silent, pondering the situation. Southern Fist? It is more than just Southern Fist. Li Hao and Hong Yitong have also vanished. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall take on 1 silver warrior. But the black-armored are numerous. It is uncertain whether others can unite as one. As he spoke, a figure approached from a distance, Su Feng, representing the scattered cultivators. At this moment, the dashing young gentleman strode forward with an air of elegance. Esteemed seniors, it is a privilege to receive recognition from various parties. I come on behalf of the scattered cultivators to discuss how we might address the current predicament. Ho Xiaoqing smiled, but offered no reply. Leviu cast him a disdainful glance. Elder Chiming of Feitian remained silent, yet King Pingding's stern countenance softened with a hint of a smile. We were just deliberating with Minister Ho on how to deal with the Silver Warriors. The scattered cultivators, alongside some of our own, will confront the black-armored. Without the aid of the Silver Warriors, the black-armored become considerably easier to handle. If they are grounded for just a minute, they will lose their combat effectiveness. Some of the copper-armored may prove a bit challenging, but with a luminary like young Master Su among the scattered cultivators, they should have no trouble dealing with even the likes of the copper-armored. This arrangement meets with your approval, does it not? Su Feng chuckled in response. Certainly. If the esteemed seniors can manage the troublesome Silver Warriors, the rest shall be left to us. This arrangement surpasses our expectations. The scattered cultivators were concerned that these fellows would merely observe from the sidelines. Meanwhile, atop the city gate tower, Li Hao inquired, Commander Jiang, is our defensive system inoperable? The aerial defense mechanism is quite robust, if it could be utilized. It can only be used passively. We are facing a severe energy shortage. The voice of the 7th Regiment commander resonated hollowly. The city of war needs energy, and currently, we are critically low. The energy we can draw is closely tied to the number of deceased here. Their passing allows for energy absorption, which aids in our revival. Otherwise, we remain in a dormant state. Li Hao's mind stirred. Energy absorption from the ground could indeed facilitate the revival of the city of war. So, if they take the secondary passage, the one with the netted small room, can they circumvent the aerial defense system? Indeed, the 7th Regiment commander replied, his tone still lacking warmth. That is the guest pavilion. Guests are welcomed, yet these individuals refuse to play the part of guests and insist on acting as villains. However, the guest pavilion affords them certain privileges that we lack the authority to rescind. The city lord and the regiment commanders are absent from the city. The privileges of the guest pavilion supersede our own unless the guardian awakens. Until then, none can revoke access. The guardian? Furthermore, the city lord is not present? Then who is that golden warrior? Li Hao's expression was one of confusion, grappling with the implications. If the Golden Warrior in the City Lord's mansion was not the City Lord, then who could it be? The Guardian? Before he could inquire further, the 7th Regiment Commander Esteemed took on a more grave demeanor. Commanderly, let us maintain a moment of silence before the battle. There is too much to discuss. He struggled to keep pace with the unfolding events. After all, they are deceased. Indeed, reminiscing about certain things can be quite taxing on the spirit. In their current state, they possess only instinct and a few meager memories. Every question posed by Li Hao stirs a flicker of their mental faculties, prompting them to recall the past. Over time, this may incite a revival, leading to a premature resurgence to their peak, after which they would swiftly fade away completely. Li Hao felt a sense of frustration, but chose not to inquire further. It appeared that these individuals had not yet fully revived, possessing scant memories. It was already commendable that they could answer some of his questions. He approached the edge of the city wall, where 2 members of his army were stationed. It was evident. Initially, Li Hao believed these 2 had blended into the ranks of the black armored army, making them difficult to locate. However, it turned out that the armor system was indeed remarkable. With a single glance, amidst thousands of black armors, one gleamed with a flicker of light. Upon closer inspection, additional data gradually manifested. New recruit He Yong from the 12th Regiment's 1st Company. Li Hao found himself speechless yet amused. This implied that these black armors could be easily identified in the eyes of those in authority, which was hardly surprising. Yet, others did not possess such privileges. Clearly, this access was exclusive to certain individuals within his regiment. At that moment, mingling among the black-armored soldiers, He Yong suddenly recalled a phrase. Hastily turning to look at Li Hao, and indeed, he spotted Li Hao gazing at him from several dozen meters away. He Yong was taken aback. How could you discern my presence while I am concealed here? This is absurd. So, wearing this armor grants you complete control over me? His black armor afforded him pitifully few privileges. The only one he had was to call upon the company commander, which was still relatively decent since he was the only new recruit in his company. Otherwise, he might have had to call upon the squad leader instead. Resigned, He Yong stepped out of the black-armored ranks. Moments later, Hong Yitong approached as well. The 3 of them gathered on the city wall. He Yong, feeling utterly dejected, remarked, "What do you want from us? I'm pondering whether we can withstand this." Li Hao glanced over and furrowed his brow slightly. To be honest, these individuals are quite formidable. There are numerous Su Guang and San Yang among them, as you have witnessed. If they exert their full strength, we may not be able to hold them back. And even the various squads of the Battle Heaven Army might struggle. Then let's flee, He Yong suggested. However, Li Hao shook his head. No, I intend to defend this city. He Yong was taken aback. Why? To be candid, earlier in the military camp, he had felt excitement, but now that he was outside, he reverted to thinking that holding the city was unlikely to concern him at all. If they failed to defend it, perhaps they could seize some benefits amidst the chaos. Even if they succeeded, it would not hold much significance. Hong Yitong spoke solemnly. Why do you wish to defend this city? You have no family or friends residing here. What significance does safeguarding this empty city hold for you? The people outside are certainly not to be trifled with. Li Hao replied calmly. Upon reflecting on this city, I believe it may rightfully belong to me. The 2 remained silent, pondering the words spoken. Why should this be the case? Certainly, it pertains to the 2 of you. It is crucial to recognize that enjoying the benefits here solely among 3 individuals is not inherently superior to sharing with the multitude. The soldiers have already perished. They no longer consume any resources and only materialize during battles to serve as our guardians. How advantageous. Why allow these individuals to meet their demise? Consider the fountain of life. Contemplate the treasures within the city. Sharing among so many is far less appealing than indulging in them alone as a trio. This is a relic, technically speaking. It belongs to no one, yet it is part of the royal family's domain, one of the 8 great families. In terms of relation, I possess greater entitlement to obtain it. However, such matters are of little concern now, as it is evident that dividing among thousands yields far less enjoyment than a few. Yet, Nan Quan felt compelled to exclaim that it was truly unpreventable. Even the resurgence of the 3 great silver warriors would not suffice. Li Hao remarked, "This city cannot be so easily conquered. There remains a golden warrior within the military camp, and he may not be the sole one. There is also the lord of the city, and potentially other golden warriors might exist, though at present, they appear reluctant to awaken prematurely, resulting in their downfall. Perhaps we can seize this opportunity to achieve merit. We might even gain some additional rewards." The armory seems to be quite well equipped. When I retrieved the silver armor, I noticed a silver warrior entering to collect something. I sensed that the armory still harbors vast treasures. Hong Yitong directly questioned, "What do you propose we do? We have little chance of contending with these individuals." "Why is that impossible? This is our territory." Li Hao chuckled, "Have you forgotten? I am the captain. As captain, I possess the special operational status to enter the residents' homes. Therefore, within the outer city, I can access all those closed residences. Not only can I do so, but I can also grant you certain permissions to accompany me inside. As long as we are in the outer city, we can engage in ambushes or even frontal assaults. We can conceal ourselves within the residents' houses while they are left waiting outside, passively awaiting our strike. Have you forgotten how those copper-armored soldiers entered the houses last time, leaving us defenseless against their attacks? Previously, copper-armored soldiers had infiltrated the ancient house. In fact, black-armored warriors could also be effective, but they seem to have completely lost their intelligence and cannot act autonomously, whereas the copper-armored ones retain some semblance of awareness. Upon hearing this, the two were momentarily taken aback. To infiltrate the ancient house and ambush formidable foes, advance and retreat became one. The ancient house and the ancient city are interconnected. Entry is strictly prohibited without permission. Should others trespass, they would incur the wrath of the entire defensive system. This was a revelation Li Hao had come to understand. Thus, those who had recklessly intruded before were ultimately slain by the defenses of the ancient city. Even slaying thieves was futile, for traversing the second passage would not suffice. This triggers the rules of Battle Heaven City. Li Hao continued, "Moreover, there are currently 30 copper-armored soldiers outside. They too possess such awareness. I shall attempt to borrow some of them. I will lead you as we conceal ourselves in the ancient house, suppressing our presence, navigating the city with ease to ambush them. If all goes well, slaying a few powerful adversaries will be effortless. You two are so formidable, a single strike will suffice. Then we can hide in the ancient house. Even with the arrival of the morning light, they will be unable to touch you. We hold the upper hand entirely. There is no need for a head-on clash. The three major factions hold a significant responsibility amidst the ruins of the city and the loss of lives. We serve as the mobile force, tasked merely with assisting in the city's defense, while they must resolutely safeguard this stronghold. Unlike them, we possess the wisdom of the living." Nan Quan stroked his beard, feeling a tinge of regret for not finding it. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Isn't this somewhat inappropriate? Li Hao, after all, we are part of the same faction as those outside." As he spoke, he conveyed telepathically, "What do you think? Should we engage the Silver Moon officials as well?" Li Hao was rendered speechless. "Damn, are you kidding me?" Hong Yitong chuckled and responded telepathically, "It is feasible, but I fear being suspected. In everyone's eyes, the Battle Heaven army is merely a legion of the undead. We have executed surprise attacks before. Haven Tiwi, remember those bronze-armored foes? They ended up ambushing us, have you forgotten?" Li Hao reminded him, "This is not the first time. Last time was indeed a case in point. Besides, what does suspicion matter? You both are merely representatives of the San Yang strength. Who would think deeper? As long as most of the opposition is eliminated, no one would be the wiser." Hong Yitong laughed, continuing, "What about dealing with the officials then? What do you think?" "Master Hong, do I think? Does it even matter? You are the leader here," Li Hao retorted, somewhat exasperated by the remark. "Fine, let us not engage them. Weakening the officials might lead to some troubles for Silver Moon. Do you care about Silver Moon's troubles?" Li Hao chuckled and conveyed, "I am not a monster. Even if I were indifferent, I would not wish for turmoil to arise within Silver Moon. The stronger and more stable the Silver Moon officials are, the better. Master Hong, even if I lack aspirations for universal harmony, I have no desire to incite chaos. Do you think too much of some matters? My intention to eliminate the three major organizations stems from their numerous transgressions and personal vendettas. I do not indiscriminately slay everyone. Do you truly consider yourself a demon king? Even if I do not wish to assist the officials, it does not mean I must eradicate them." Hong Yitong chuckled in realization, "Indeed, perhaps I was overthinking it. We shall heed your counsel, for you are the leader. All right then. If there are advantages, heed my words. If not, then be on your way." Li Hao ceased further discourse and soon approached the three silver-clad leaders. Through the resonance of his armor, he stated, "Leaders, I wish to lead a contingent of centurions and engage these foes in guerrilla warfare, annihilating the enemy outside the Battle Heaven City, ensuring they do not set foot within our walls." The three leaders, steadfast in their positions, sensed his urgency. Li Hao continued, "Our 12th Legion is lacking in numbers. We require some reinforcements to confront the enemy outside. It appears I have struck a chord." The three leaders seemed to waver. The tradition of confronting foes beyond the city walls was indeed a military tenet. Regrettably, the 9th Division of the Reserve Army has brought disgrace to the military, forcing them into a defensive stance. Li Hao's other remarks were mere embellishments. Unbeknownst to him, the phrase "annihilate the enemy beyond" resonated deeply with the three leaders, stirring up long-forgotten memories. After a brief pause, the voice of the 7th Legion leader resonated, agreed. The three divisions can support a mere 10 centurions. Beyond that, the Battle Heaven Army would lose some of its fundamental operational capabilities. The brothers in black armor have already lost their autonomy and can only function effectively under the leadership of the centurions, just 10 of them. After some contemplation, Li Hao deemed this arrangement satisfactory. "Very well. Thank you. It is my duty. Commander Li, take care." With a firm thump on his chest, Li Hao felt a sense of familiarity. The three division leaders echoed his gesture, seemingly filled with admiration for the new commander. Moments later, 10 bronze-armored soldiers materialized before Li Hao. At that instant, information regarding them appeared within Li Hao's silver armor. Captain Hu Xinwu of the 3rd Battalion, 3rd Company, reporting to Commander Li. Captain Wu Kaifeng of the 8th Battalion, 9th Company. Waves of energy surged towards Li Hao, emanating a somewhat rigid demeanor, as if they were merely programmed to obey orders, possessing some instincts but lacking the nimbleness of the three silver-armored soldiers. "All right, gentlemen, listen to my instructions." Yes, the resounding affirmations were imbued with a newfound emotion that resonated within Li Hao's mind. He realized that the permissions of these 10 captains were now interconnected with his silver armor, deepening his admiration for the armor system. It was evident how convenient and unified the Battle Heaven Army had been in its prime. With orders disseminated through the armor, everyone could hear them, and only those with higher permissions could issue commands to subordinates, thus circumventing numerous complications. In the next moment, Li Hao transformed into his black armor. However, this did not hinder the soldiers' ability to recognize him. "Brothers below, mobilize. Division leaders, deploy some personnel for routine patrols. Let the fishing activities commence." The three division leaders were somewhat perplexed, but understood the need for cover. Soon, squads clad in black armor began to move. Beyond their location, the outer city comprised 8 streets, and this was the first street, yet no one dared to be active here at the moment. The black-armored soldiers moved in teams of 10, with 100 patrolling each street, swiftly deploying 800 black-armored troops to commence their daily patrols. The commotion among the black-armored forces caught the attention of some superhumans in the distance. "The black armor is mobilizing. What are they doing? It seems they are patrolling the city. Strange, they continue their patrols at this hour. Indeed, these beings have become mere puppets, lacking much intelligence. Are they merely delivering provisions?" Gathered together, they posed a challenge, but now divided into teams of 10, with 100 per street. If they could overpower these 800, it would be reminiscent of their last encounter, where they had feasted upon numerous black-armored soldiers and profited greatly. In that moment, the superhumans stirred with excitement. The last time, the Silver Warriors had guarded the city gates while the black-armored troops patrolled the streets, leading to a sudden ambush that resulted in the annihilation of many black-armored soldiers. Furthermore, it was precisely due to that incident that many had managed to collect black armor. At this moment, everyone had thought the opportunity had passed. Who would have imagined that it would arise once more? Although the number of participants has increased compared to the last time, the quality of the superhuman abilities this time pales in comparison. At this moment, Hou Xiaoqing and his companions furrowed their brows in confusion. How could this be? The Silver Warriors they had just encountered did not seem to have lost their intelligence. Rather, they appeared to possess a measure of wisdom. Yet, the black-armored figures continued to patrol the streets, displaying an utterly foolish behavior. This clearly presented an opportunity for them to be taken down one by one. Though 3,000 black-armored warriors gathered could prove challenging, the current situation, with 100 individuals per street forming teams of 10, could be swiftly dealt with if they acted quickly. Should they suffer losses among the 800 warriors, and if the enemy continued to act foolishly, wouldn't they be gradually eliminated? Even if they could contend with the 3,000 black-armored warriors, the cost would be substantial. Among the 1,500 superhumans present, it was evident that losing 500 or 600 was a likely scenario if they hoped to easily overcome the black-armored army. At this moment, The scattered cultivators began to stir restlessly. Someone loudly proclaimed, "Let us act freely. We do not desire the black armor. Let us sell it to various factions." What price can they offer? Indeed, in a large-scale battle, their lack of experience and coordination made it preferable to operate in smaller groups. The three major organizations and the Silver Moon officials had yet to voice their opinions, but the scattered cultivators were already in disarray. They were determined not to repeat the reckless assault on the ancient city as before. It was far too perilous. Now, they could disperse, forming groups of 3 or 5. If they felt confident, they could strike and take down a team of 10, netting them 10 suits of black armor. If each suit could be sold for 3 to 5 energy stones, a single successful operation could yield 30 to 50 stones. The cost of entry was insignificant compared to that. For them, 30 to 50 energy stones represented a fortune, a staggering amount of mysterious energy. Even if 10 individuals collaborated for a single successful endeavor, they could walk away with bountiful rewards. At this moment, the three major organizations and Hao Lianchuan exchanged glances. Their brows furrowed. However, given the inherent chaos among the scattered cultivators, it was clear that refusing their desire for independent action was futile. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Lianchuan spoke. "If you manage to acquire black armor, selling it to the Night Watchers will yield 1 energy stone per suit. That's far too stingy." Someone interjected. "This is an extraordinary item. We are well aware of its capacity to withstand solar attacks. You would only offer 1 stone for such a treasure?" Indeed, Hao Lianchuan chose to remain silent after that. Meanwhile, Green Moon chimed in with a grin. "Sell it to the Red Moon for 3 stones per suit. As for whether you can obtain it, that depends on your abilities." It was merely a hollow promise. The survival of these individuals remained uncertain. However, offering a high price could irritate the Night Watchers and simultaneously motivate the scattered cultivators to take action. Should these cultivators succeed in eliminating all the black armor, it would indeed be a significant advantage. With fewer black-armored warriors, the silver ones would be more manageable. As for why the War Heaven army was acting foolishly, whether it was due to the erosion of their intelligence or a deliberate trap to lure and slay superhumans, was of little consequence. If scattered cultivators perished, so be it. After all, they possessed a modicum of strength. Even in death, they could take down a portion of the black armor, which was not without merit. In truth, the group had noticed the absence of 1 silver warrior. Perhaps it had concealed itself among the black armor. However, the silver warriors of the 3 suns, acting independently, may provide everyone an opportunity to strike individually. The Flying Sky is willing to acquire at the cost of 3 per individual. The same applies to Yen Luo. The 3 major organizations have all proposed a price of 3. Hao Lianchuan glanced at the group with a smile, saying nothing. "You possess wealth. While the Night Watchers are impoverished, no matter how many promissory notes I might issue, I cannot afford them." This ignited excitement among the scattered cultivators. Once a successful extermination is achieved, that amounts to 30 divine energy stones, not mere mysterious energy. For many of them, the sight of a divine energy stone is a rarity, and this is a true opportunity for wealth. As for whether they could survive to reap the benefits, that depended on their own abilities. Someone hastily inquired, "Will it be paid on sight?" "Of course," Liu replied nonchalantly. "Even if all the black armors are eradicated, there are only 3,000, yielding 9,000 divine energy stones. The 3 major organizations can collectively handle this. Furthermore, it is unlikely that you will capture them all. Securing half would be commendable, yielding 4,500, 1,500 for each organization. Do you truly believe we cannot manage even that much? 1,500 is substantial, indeed. Yet, the 3 major organizations can indeed absorb it. This time, they are well prepared, with many strong individuals. Even if they fall short, they possess numerous mysterious energies as well. And if they are a bit short, what of it? Over there, Kong Jie communicated telepathically. "Old Ho, do you think they genuinely brought that many divine energy stones? If so, it is quite tempting. On the side of Silver Moon, they are not quite so affluent." Hao Lianchuan did not respond but conveyed telepathically. "Everyone, exercise caution and observe the developments. Something feels amiss." These silver warriors, previously well-coordinated and high-spirited, suddenly appear foolish. Although there have been precedents, the situation still feels off. Do not rashly enter the outer city. What is the situation here? In this moment, Hao Lianchuan, who felt everything was part of a grand scheme, furrowed his brow slightly, feeling utterly baffled. observing the superpowered individuals eagerly surging into the outer city. He exhaled softly. This is not good. These fellows may not survive this time. Additionally, some from the Three Suns have infiltrated, seemingly drawn by the allure of divine energy stones. Indeed, 3 stones pursuit of armor. If one possesses a storage ring, a single individual from the Three Suns could easily deal with 10 black armors, transporting 30 divine energy stones in one go. To be honest, he was tempted. Truly lucrative. But is money so easily made? Among the 3 major organizations, some powerful individuals have also mingled in, seemingly either seeking to gather intelligence or hoping to capture some black armors. At this moment, on the Silver Moon official side, Hu Qingfeng also communicated telepathically. Shall we not proceed? Even if we do not go, we need to send some individuals to gather information. Su Guang should not act rashly. But the Three Suns can. This time, the official presence is not significant, yet there are some from the Three Suns. Are they all waiting here? Indeed. Hu Qingfeng also had no desire to enter. Who knows if he might encounter that missing silver warrior? Although the other party is merely at the pinnacle of the Three Suns and may not be able to contend with him, he is unwilling to take the risk. At this moment, Jin Chong exclaimed, "Minister, let me go." His combat prowess was formidable, and even when confronted by a silver warrior, he felt no fear, provided they were not in a state of revival. As a martial artist, his ability to conceal himself was exceptional. With Jin Chong volunteering, Mu Lin, who had initially intended to feign death, found himself compelled to say, "Minister, I shall accompany the captain." After a moment of contemplation, Hou Xiaoqing recognized Mu Lin's robust defense and Jin Chong's fierce strength. Should they encounter peril, they would likely react swiftly. After pondering for a moment, he nodded, "Go ahead, but exercise caution. Do not engage with the black armor. Merely scout the situation and observe closely, for something feels amiss." Understood. The two of them then set off towards the outer city. The dark expanse of the outer city loomed like a gaping maw, instilling a sense of dread. Hou Xiaoqing furrowed his brow, casting another glance toward the inner city gate before letting out a soft sigh. He felt utterly powerless at this juncture. "Is this your doing, Li Hao? Or have you merely been treasure hunting within the city, without participating in this chaos?" At this moment, he clutched a key in his hand, lost in thought. As the possessor of the key, could he, by refraining from engaging the heavenly army, evade certain inexplicable crises? After some contemplation, he gently patted the jade steward beside him, allowing the key to fall into her hands. "Take this, do not discard it. Keep it close at all times." The jade steward nodded in silence. A group of observers watched as others entered the outer city. Within the outer city, the footsteps of the black armor echoed, reminiscent of the previous encounter. Patrolling the streets once more. Inside a tea shop, Li Hao slipped in. The shop was sparsely furnished with a few tables and chairs, yet he discovered some divine energy stones. However, he refrained from taking any. As the leader of the Silver Brigade, how could he be tempted by such trivial gains? Moreover, the military regulations of the Heavenly Army prohibited disturbing even a single thread of the common folk. Li Hao prided himself on being a man of integrity. Moments later, Li Hao's gaze flickered as he peered through the door, a smile threatening to break across his face. A radiant orb appeared right before him. How delightful! He could now hide within the ancient house, and with these keen eyes, he felt invincible. "I can see you." In everyone's perception, ancient houses were deemed impenetrable. Thus, in an instant, Li Hao activated the ancient house, reaching out to seize a radiant daylight who had just entered, swiftly snapping the opponent's neck. There was no hesitation whatsoever, not even a need to ascertain their identity. In the absence of any official entry, the weakest among them were of the 3 Yang rank, so no further scrutiny was necessary, whether they were rogue cultivators or members of the 3 major organizations. Those who entered this time, apart from the official personnel, could be dealt with without qualms. The radiant daylight, caught off guard and swiftly dispatched, surely never anticipated that their mere entrance would lead to such a downfall. New soldier He Yong, there's a 3 Yang outside. Act swiftly and bring them in. In a distant house, He Yong was secretly observing when he heard the command echo in his mind, momentarily taken aback. He glanced around. Is Li Hao nearby? How strange. How does he know? Moreover, the 3 Yangs were now inscrutable to him, for their adversary had entered the second channel, employing extraordinary concealment. In truth, even the silver armor would find it arduous to detect their presence. Yet, Li Hao boldly revealed their location. Since he had initiated the strike, he wasted no time. In an instant, he opened the portal, seized a supernormal being, and delivered a crushing blow. A thunderous sound echoed, and the next moment, one of the Yangs fell. He swiftly transported the body away, vanishing into another room. When the next wave of individuals arrived to investigate, they found nothing amiss. Each left pondering where the noise had originated. At this moment, Li Hao, having taken matters into his own hands, continued to scrutinize his surroundings. He was capable of observing at least the adjacent streets and knew where his allies were concealed within the ancient houses. As he approached, he would swiftly issue commands based on their comparative strengths. The 10 bronze-armored warriors, each possessing peak solar combat prowess, combined with 2 unexpectedly formidable allies, and Li Hao, who stood at the pinnacle of the 3 Yangs, transformed the entire outer city into a scene of carnage. One after another, the solar warriors vanished in an instant. As the 3 Yangs encountered Li Hao and his 2 companions, while Li Hao proved a challenge, the others found it exceedingly simple to deal with the Yangs. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 of the Yangs in the outer city had disappeared, yet the commotion remained relatively subdued. Meanwhile, in the square, Hao Xiaoqing furrowed his brow and communicated telepathically. "Old Kong, go inside and find Jin Chong and Mu Lin. Bring them out." Kong Jie was momentarily taken aback. "You want me to go in? Are you certain? Unless faced with a grave crisis, there is no need for me to enter. Jin Chong is no weakling. Who could easily contend with him? Old Ho, go in." Hao Xiaoqing's tone grew anxious. This situation had exceeded his expectations. Something was amiss. He sensed faint disturbances. Several Yangs had abruptly vanished. This disappearance was not through supernormal sensing. Those who traversed the second channel were now adept at masking their auras. While this had its advantages, it also posed a significant drawback. For instance, had they entered the outer city in the past, the disappearance of the Yangs would have been perceptible. But now, if one vanished, who would know? Consequently, even if powerful beings perished, the outside world might remain oblivious. Hao Xiaoqing glanced at the young man from the Red Moon in the distance, also a practitioner of the Heavenly Eye. At that moment, the Heavenly Eye practitioner was gazing towards the outer city, seemingly sensing something amiss, his brow furrowing in concentration, yet failing to discern more details. Beside him, Kong Jie, feeling helpless, swiftly entered the city. "What is happening? Is it necessary for me to resolve this personally?" He hastily made his way inside, and moments later, his expression shifted as a door to an ancient house suddenly swung open. Kong Jie was caught off guard when a figure clad in black armor emerged, swiftly seizing a supernormal being, and, in the blink of an eye, both the individual and the black armor vanished. At that very moment, He Yong heard Li Hao's voice resonate in his mind. "Withdraw. Quickly leave the area. There seems to be a powerful presence nearby, either Hao Xiaoqing or Kong Jie. Make your escape." He Yong was momentarily stunned. What the hell? How could he detect this? By what means did Li Hao uncover this? What is the function of the silver armor? At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Had he been able to detect Kong Jie, he would not have acted so recklessly. In the next instant, He Yong opened the door. Being trapped here was far from ideal. He swiftly crossed the street and vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving Kong Jie in a state of shock. The auroral light. There was undoubtedly the power of the auroral light at play. Was the black armor associated with it? What on earth? They could even infiltrate the ancient house and launch a surprise attack. The individuals who had entered this time might be in grave danger. He could no longer afford to ponder the peculiar black armor and hurried off to find Jin Chong and Mu Lin, hoping they hadn't fallen into a trap. As Kong Jie hastily departed, He Yong, Hong Yitong, and Li Hao, along with 10 bronze-armored warriors, rapidly advanced. Their grasp was precise. At that moment, a scream echoed. "There are bronze-armored warriors in the ancient house." This revelation brought a sigh of relief to some outside. They thought, since there were bronze-armored warriors last time, it seemed these black-armored ones were resorting to old tactics. The bronze armor was not without strength, but it posed little threat to the Sanyang. What had once caused them anxiety now allowed them to relax slightly. Meanwhile, the outer city grew increasingly quiet. Occasionally, sounds of battle between the superpowered and the black armor could be heard, accompanied by excited scattered cultivators emerging, some dragging defeated black-armored warriors behind them. Witnessing this scene brought smiles to the faces of some powerful figures. It seemed these scattered cultivators were indeed making a difference. Eventually, the black armor that had entered the outer city would be eradicated. Some powerful individuals began to stir in the 3 major organizations. Some Sanyang, and even those from the auroral light looked towards their leaders, contemplating whether to join in. The Night Watch had already sent in Jin Chang, while Mu Lin and Kong Jie should not be allowed to seize more advantages. The members of Levayu exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, some Sanyong from the three major organizations began to mobilize. Capturing more black-armored warriors would also benefit them. At this moment, Li Hao and his companions were wreaking havoc everywhere, swiftly capturing individuals and dragging them into the ancient house for execution. The luminous orbs provided him with tremendous assistance, unless he encountered a martial master. There were few who could match his strength among them. After vanquishing yet another Sunlight warrior, a set of data appeared on Li Hao's silver armor. Commander Li Hao of the new 12 Corps, military merit, 11 points. Squad leader Hong Yitong of the new 12 Corps, military merit, 14 points. Soldier He Yong of the new 12 Corps, military merit, 17 points. This numerical display had appeared several times before. Sometimes it triggered after slaying an individual, other times after multiple kills, indicating a cumulative merit system. However, what did 11 points of military merit signify? Li Hao was still uncertain, but it was impressive that He Yong, the foot soldier, had outperformed Hong Yitong. Li Hao contemplated that 3 Sunlight warriors might yield only 1 point of merit each, while a Sanyong was likely worth a point as well. He had already dispatched over 20 Sunlight warriors and 3 early-stage Sanyong, yet his merit was merely 11 points. It appears that He Yong has claimed numerous lives, some of which were not even under his command. That individual observes keenly before taking action. Although he claims that it is inappropriate, his ruthlessness in killing is truly appalling. To my astonishment, Hong Yitong has surpassed him in the tally of slain. These individuals are all hypocrites. Indeed, there are few virtuous martial artists. Most are malevolent beings. Yet, I wonder what the significance of the military merit at 11 o'clock is. Promotion? Or perhaps an exchange for superior goods? I must admit, the armor system is quite formidable, as it provides a clear account of military achievements. During the era of ancient civilizations, there was no need for merit examiners at all. Who devised such an ingenious system is truly remarkable. This morning, I took a leave of absence to catch a ride. The Mid-Autumn Festival has concluded, and I returned home from my hometown. I needed to ask for some time off this morning, as I overestimated my capabilities last night, thinking I could rise at 5 or 6 to write. In reality, I succumbed to a deep slumber at that hour, and now it seems I will miss lunch at home. Once I return, I shall resume regular updates. Please bear with me, as the journey is unavoidable. Afternoon updates will proceed, as usual. Chapter 152, Majestic, subscription requested, in the outer city. Individuals are continuously dragged into an ancient house, swiftly vanishing. The death toll rises, and gradually, some in the square begin to sense that something is amiss. The fewer deaths, the better, yet with 3 notorious killers, their methods are both brutal and merciless. The number of deceased is steadily increasing, in the blink of an eye. Over 100 have disappeared, and the number of returning wandering cultivators diminishes. Previously, some brought back black armor, but now it appears that hardly anyone returns with it. Within the city, the sounds of explosions echo. Yet, the footsteps grow heavier. The black-armored patrols seem to march with increasing weight. In the square, several powerful individuals furrow their brows, casting glances towards the city. Someone whispers, could it be that the missing silver is secretly wreaking havoc? Why does it feel like the superpowers are becoming less active? Some are itching for action, while others gaze towards the inner city. The 3 great silvers hover in the air, overlooking the scene as if waiting for something. One of them, Xu Guang, appears somewhat restless. Amidst the growing anxiety, one suggests bluntly, why not launch a direct assault? The ominous aura of the pitch-black outer city looms heavy. Yet, no one responds. The wandering cultivators are thrown into disarray. When chaos ensues among them, the 3,000 black-armored warriors are left unopposed. While there is confidence in overcoming the silvers, the combined strength of the 3,000 black armors is formidable. Even Xu Guang could potentially be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Wealth stirs the heart. Even that young Master Su cannot maintain control over the wandering cultivators. When they need representation, he is significant, yet when they do not, he is nothing. The atmosphere in the square is fraught with fear. In the outer city, Li Hao and his companions, clad in copper armor, wreak havoc indiscriminately. Li Hao's military merit displayed in his silver armor continues to rise. Nan Quan is still as fierce, consistently leading in military accomplishments. Despite Li Hao and Hong Yitong's persistent efforts, he remains ahead. From an initial tally of 17 points, within less than 20 minutes, that individual has surged to 27 points, having slain many powerful foes. At this moment, a piercing scream reverberates once more. A formidable presence has emerged. A resounding crash echoed, accompanied by a cacophony of screams. The individual who emitted the piercing cry swiftly plummeted, a formidable warrior in the mid-stage of the third yang. Yet, he fell with alarming rapidity. At this moment, within an ancient abode, Nanquan smote his forehead, silently cursing his blunder. Given his prowess, a surprise attack on someone of a significantly lower rank should not have elicited such a loud outcry. However, just as he launched his assault, that scoundrel Kong Jia reappeared nearby, startling him and momentarily distracting his focus. Kong, it seems, is not to be underestimated, Nanquan murmured, a flicker of ferocity igniting in his eyes. Li Hao had advised against engaging with the authorities. Nanquan acquiesced without protest. Yet it appeared that Kong Jia was deliberately fixated on him, having encountered him several times in succession. Within the black armor, he sent forth a wave of divine intent. Soon, in a distant ancient house, Hong Yitong received his message. Old Hong, are you interested in testing Kong Jia? In the ancient dwelling, Hong Yitong wiped his longsword. Reflecting on the quality of the bronze armor's blade, which was indeed formidable, the entire suit of armor was robust. Albeit the current bronze armor had not yet unleashed its full combat potential, likely due to the diminished strength of its wearers. Test Kong Jia? Upon hearing Nanchuan's message, Hong Yitong chuckled softly. He had previously thought that Nanchuan's disposition had softened, only to realize that he remained as ruthless as ever. The duo, Nan and Bei, had once been notorious for their ferocity. However, Nanquan now seemed considerably more amiable, displaying a degree of naivete that belied his true nature. Not interested. If you wish to test him, you may unseal it yourself. You possess the divine energy stone, after all. Besides, you reinforced your superpower lock in that spring pool. You can ascertain his capabilities independently. Very well, Nanquan responded. Should you refrain from intervening, I may not stand a chance against him. Kong Jia was already an adept within the inspection bureau years ago. Before the arrival of the Tianqing martial guard, it was he who quelled the martial artist uprisings. After all these years, he may not be weaker than either of us. Kong Jia's identity and history are unblemished. Years ago, he was a powerful figure within the Inspection Bureau, having quelled disturbances before the establishment of the Tianqing Martial Guard. Subsequently, the Martial Guard took over those duties, gradually leading the martial world to forget Kong Jia's existence. Yet, how could Nanquan and his companions ever forget? They had crossed blades in the past, and Kong Jia's strength was formidable, though his renown had faded over time. Hong Yitong remained silent, and Nanquan transmitted another message. Old Hong, I have accrued 28 merit points. Not too shabby, is it? How many do you possess? As a bearer of black armor, he could view his own points, but not those of others. Conversely, as a bronze-armored warrior, Hong Yitong could see Nanquan's score, but not that of Li Hao. At that moment, Hong Yitong checked and found himself at 25 points. Slightly trailing behind, he was not overly concerned. Peering through a crack in the door, he gazed outside. Unlike Nanquan, who seemed to kill for the sake of killing, Hong Yitong had been fixated on eliminating the followers of Hong Yue, primarily to acquire more red shadows. While he could not previously perceive the red shadows, he could sense their presence. However, now, adorned in the bronze armor, he could faintly discern the silhouette of the red shadow. One must admit, Hong Yitong admired the prowess of the designer of this battle armor. It was truly formidable. Even the most inferior black armor was a treasure, not something that could be exchanged for mere fragments of divine energy stones. The current martial guard and the three major powers had acquired black armors that remained dormant, relying solely on the inherent defensive capabilities of the armor itself, thus failing to experience its true benefits. The black armors within the city were merely manifestations of long-dead obsessions, devoid of any consciousness. Nevertheless, they could contend with the daylight, and it was evident that if a true master could fully control the black armor, their strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. If Li Hao's martial guard were to don the fully activated black armor, their power would surely reach a remarkable new level. Lost in a myriad of thoughts, he had little inclination to converse with Nanquan. At that moment, his gaze was fixed upon a formidable figure from the Red Moon. The Red Moon had sent numerous strong individuals this time. Blue Moon and Green Moon were openly acknowledged as the Radiant Light, while privately, Two more formidable radiant lights were present, one in the early stage, the other in the late stage. For radiant light experts, including two of the late stage, underscored the significance the red moon placed on this locale. The individual before him had caught Hong Yitang's attention for quite some time. However, he hesitated to take action. After much contemplation, he finally relayed a message to Nanquan. I have a rather lucrative opportunity here. I wonder if you would be interested? What? It might be Huangyu. A late-stage radiant light. If my instincts are correct, she should be the legendary goddess of Tianshan from years past, wielding the formidable Tianshan plum blossom technique. Though she is not among the 36, her strength is undeniably remarkable, not to be underestimated, perhaps even rivaling the peak of radiant light. On the other side, Nanquan appeared to be silent for a considerable time before responding. Are you even human? After all, we were once old friends. I was wondering why you had been so quiet. It turns out you have your sights set on her. He continued. The people of the Red Moon are not easy to kill, especially these individuals. If you eliminate her, be wary of provoking the Red Moon into a full-blown fury. The Red Moon is known for its capriciousness, feigning depth of feeling. That fellow is exceedingly hypocritical. Should you slay Huangyu, be cautious of his personal vendetta. Hong Yitang dismissed these concerns and continued. Killing her would yield two benefits. First, the merit would undoubtedly be significant. Second, although she does not possess the blood god, as Huangyu, she is the nominal third figure of the Red Moon and must possess numerous treasures. Third, perhaps it could lead to obtaining a finished blood god. After all, the Red Moon cannot disregard those women taken away back in the day. He added, continuing with trivial skirmishes is meaningless. Li Hao is weak and naturally dares not harbor any ambitions. Should we also stoop to his level? At this moment, Hong Yitang yearned for a grand undertaking. Slaying a few minor figures seemed rather pointless, and he was reluctant to continue such pursuits. As a powerful martial artist, eliminating formidable adversaries, those stronger than oneself, was what truly mattered. Of course, Huangyu was likely not stronger than him. But would not eliminating such a powerful figure be far more exhilarating than targeting the lesser ones? After pondering for a while, Nanquan advised, let us wait a bit longer. To eliminate her would create too much commotion. Instead, it would be wiser to dispatch a few more individuals to amass military achievements. If all goes according to plan, these accolades can be exchanged for considerable rewards, as ancient civilizations placed great value on military merit. I shall await your decision, Hong Yitang replied, shaking his head and directing his gaze towards the figure traversing the street. Clearly, this individual was in search of silver. Otherwise, a formidable warrior in the later stages of the Sunlight Realm, particularly one who has transitioned into a martial master, would hardly be interested in those black-armored foes. The carnage in the outer city persists. Despite the awareness of various factions regarding the unfolding issues, the plight of the scattered cultivators, most of whom are merely bystanders in this turmoil, has led them to choose silence. Even with the presence of the three suns' roar and the might of the strong, no significant uproar has ensued. Simultaneously, atop the city walls of Zhantian City, three silver-clad figures stood in a line. Their vantage point offered limited insight, failing to reveal Li Hao's whereabouts. The 12th Brigade was beyond their purview. However, they were aware that this new recruit had likely claimed numerous lives, as they had dispatched 10 company leaders to follow him, all of whom were now accumulating military merit. This indicates that the guerrilla warfare results were not insignificant. The atmosphere at the city gates was eerily silent. After an indeterminate amount of time, a wave of energy rippled through. Brigade Leader 7. What is your opinion on the practitioners of this era? The inquiry emanated from the leader of Brigade 8. In what regard? All aspects. Brigade Leader 7 appeared to ponder for a moment before responding. I cannot say for certain, but they seem to be faring quite well, indeed. Quite well. Upon the utterance of this remark, the three silver figures lapsed into silence once more. Indeed, they must be doing reasonably well. Otherwise, their current state would be markedly different. It appears that humanity remains the sovereign of the earth. This also suggests that after their demise, the world was left secure, and those exalted beings may have triumphed. Even if they did not, they at least did not suffer defeat. And what of the leader of the 12th Brigade? Him? Brigade Leader 7 contemplated again and replied, I am unfamiliar with him, but as it stands, he does not exhibit any extraordinary capabilities, far from the breathtaking emergence of those powerful figures from years past, whose presence loomed like mountains. The two brigade leaders ceased their inquiries, once again enveloped in profound silence. For the first time in many years, the Zhantian army has welcomed newcomers, stirring a modicum of interest. However, this interest remains merely slight, as it appears that this individual does not possess the astounding prowess that was anticipated. The Zhantian army may well continue its descent into obscurity. Meanwhile, Li Hao remained oblivious to the discussions surrounding him. At this moment, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. The overly powerful foes were intimidating to confront, while the weaker ones offered little utility. He primarily targeted those in the Radiant Dawn realm and the early stages of the Three Suns, hesitating even to engage those in the mid-stages of the Three Suns for fear of attracting too much attention. While the ability to advance and retreat is commendable, it gradually instilled a sense of frustration within him. He longed for the exhilarating experience of having vanquished 6 Three Suns in a single battle. The momentum of the Nine forging technique seemed stifled by his reluctance to act, despite the fact that he was barely on the verge of the 9th layer. He still lacked the fluidity of comprehension that Lu Long displayed upon entering the 9th layer, where the understanding of momentum flowed seamlessly. Li Hao exhaled softly. This, perhaps, epitomized the martial path, relying on the relentless slaughter of the weak to augment one's own strength. Psychologically, this hurdle was insurmountable. In the realm of the Three Suns, I stand nearly invincible, perhaps not inferior to the reincarnation king wielding the source divine weapon. Yet, to confront Su Guang under such circumstances remains insufficient. Within the ancient dwelling, Li Hao observed a nascent Three-Sun practitioner pass by without taking action. In truth, he had overheard the dialogue between Hong Yitong and Nan Quan. As a silver, he was privy to their communications. Clearly, Hong Yitong was growing impatient. The strong are inherently rebellious. Had they not sought military merit by slaying the sunlit Three Suns, they might have long since lost their composure. Li Hao's gaze drifted to a neighboring street, where a peak Three-Sun practitioner had been lying in wait for some time. Previously, he had not considered this, but at this moment, he felt a stir of intent. Slaughter is not the ultimate goal. Weakening an enemy is advantageous, yet diminishing their weaker members bears little significance. Conversely, eliminating some formidable opponents would instill fear in the weak, yielding far greater results. As for the peak Three-Sun practitioners, Li Hao had yet to confront one in the truest sense. Among the 6 great Three Suns, there had been one at peak strength, but Li Hao had ambushed and dispatched him instantly, failing to grasp his true capabilities. The fluidity of the 9 refinements technique had yet to manifest. Li Hao understood the underlying issue. The 9 refinements technique, powerful and assertive, could hardly exhibit its full force with a timid approach. Uncle Hong. Li Hao sent a message to capture their attention, then conveyed, the Three Suns have been significantly diminished. Continuing this slaughter is of little consequence and will inevitably alert others. Let us seize this opportunity to act together, eliminate some strong adversaries, and then retreat from the outer city. He had long desired to voice this sentiment. Hong Yitong responded with a ripple of excitement. I have my sights set on a target. If He Yong refuses to join me, let him seek his own quarry. What of your situation? I too have identified a target. A peak Three-Sun individual. Let us test the waters with him. Should the outcome be unsatisfactory, we can confront Su Guang next time. At this moment, Li Hao felt a sense of urgency. The inability to unleash the fluidity of the technique, caught in the liminal space between the Three Suns and Su Guang, was indeed distressing. Hong Yitong chuckled and replied, this is fortuitous. It can be an exhilarating challenge for a martial artist to push beyond their limits. While we struggle to find worthy opponents, you seem to have an abundance. The younger they are, the more vigor they possess. Age tends to sap that drive. It is said that youth is formidable, while the elderly are often hesitant. The young fight fiercely, unafraid of injury or exposure, and should one's identity be revealed, it is not as dire as it seems. As heirs of the 8 great families, attaining silver status is both surprising and, in many ways, quite normal. He understood that Li Hao had many reservations, especially now that he had acquired a hidden identity, which heightened his concern about exposure. However, this constant anxiety could hinder a martial artist's full expression of their abilities. Over time, this could prove detrimental. It is essential to navigate the shadows judiciously, yet one must also be prepared to strike when the moment calls for it. He Hong Gaitang typically maintains a low profile, yet when the moment demands, he acts without hesitation, unleashing his power amidst the Tsongshan Mountains to obliterate a significant faction in anticipation of the Dawn's arrival. At times, he seems indifferent to the exposure of his identity. Li Hao remained silent for a moment before stating, "Wait for my command." It is permissible for the ensuing commotion to be somewhat louder. Many in the outer city have sensed danger, and a considerable number of the weak have already fled. After providing instructions, Li Hao exited the ancient dwelling. After a brief wait, a squad clad in black armor approached, and Li Hao seamlessly integrated into their ranks, transforming the original 10-member team into 11. A subtle fluctuation of command rippled through his armor, prompting the black-armored squad to advance towards the adjacent street. On the rooftop of a nearby building, a brawny man lay in wait, eerily silent, his gaze exceptionally composed as he scanned the surroundings. He hailed from Yinluo, a being of formidable strength, a peak Shenyang warrior who had now infiltrated the outer city with a singular objective, to ascertain the whereabouts of the concealed silver entity. The three major organizations had noted the absence of a silver warrior atop the city walls. It was highly probable that this figure had breached into the outer city. The death toll in the outer city had risen significantly, likely a consequence of this silver warrior's handiwork. Yet, the warrior from Yinluo felt little trepidation. As long as the silver entity had not fully revived, he had previously engaged in combat with a silver warrior in their normal state, finding them neither superior nor inferior to himself. Moreover, if he could merely delay the encounter for a time, he could alert the stronger beings outside, and soon assistance would arrive to eliminate the silver presence. Thus far, no team had succeeded in vanquishing a silver warrior. The last one to perish had been his own doing. The question lingered, could the silver warrior's armor be stripped away? If so, it would be an extraordinary feat, potentially allowing them to harness the power of the dawn. Presently, while the black-armored warriors had made considerable gains, neither copper nor silver armor had been obtained. As he pondered these thoughts, he cautiously moved, observing the black-armored figures traversing below. He was aware that a silver warrior could conceal their identity, disguising themselves as a black-armored warrior. However, the presence of true strength could sometimes be sensed. As he roamed the rooftops, he began to notice unsettling signs. Deaths were increasing, yet the bodies remained unseen, perhaps hidden within the ancient dwellings. At that moment, a squad of black armor appeared in the distance. Xie Gang initially overlooked them, but after a moment, he glanced back, furrowing his brow slightly. The number of black-armored figures seemed to have increased. Counting them again, he confirmed it. 11. Had one from another team joined this squad, or was there a silver presence among them? At this juncture, he felt a twinge of doubt. A silver warrior, capable of concealing their identity, would not be so blatant. Surely they would not be unaware of the additional presence? The obviousness of the situation only deepened his uncertainty. Meanwhile, Li Hao had also spotted the individual, scrutinizing him closely to ascertain his identity. A powerful figure from Yinluo, whose details had been included in the dossier provided by Deputy Director Zhou. Xie Gang, a peak Shenyang, was not an ordinary Earth-type warrior. He excelled in meteorite techniques. Strictly speaking, if one possesses the affinity for the Earth element, that individual is a formidable Earth elemental adept. While others may condense their Earth-based superpowers into earthen walls and spikes, this individual summons colossal boulders and meteors. His renown in the realm of the Three Suns is considerable. He is not a native powerhouse of Silver Moon, but hails from the northern province of Heavy Mountain. This time, he was summoned by the Yama. Previously, he held dominion over the Yama branch in Heavy Mountain province, akin to the role of a previous reincarnation king, albeit of a lesser stature. He even bears a source divine weapon, as the head of a provincial branch, despite the fact that his source divine weapon may not possess the potency of the reincarnation king's wind bell. A Three Suns peak adept wielding a source divine weapon is undeniably a formidable adversary. Ah, it is he. Li Hao felt a sense of relief, as if a weight had been lifted. This is excellent. Such a powerhouse, even if not on par with the reincarnation king, is likely not far behind. Engaging him in battle during the eventual retreat would not be in vain. However, it remains uncertain whether this individual can provoke within him the ability to manifest the fluidity of the water force. If not, he may indeed have to confront the radiant dawn. As he approached, Li Hao flickered and, without hesitation, appeared before the other. Xie Gang was momentarily taken aback. Is this truly a silver-tier powerhouse? Could it be that his intellect is lacking to appear so brazenly before me? The bronze and black armors are incapable of flight. Once they leave the ground, they lose their source of power. Only the silver armor can traverse the void. Xie Gang glanced around, but saw no one else. He then looked towards the square, which was not too distant, noting that reinforcements would arrive swiftly. At that moment, the silver adept before him began to stir. To Xie Gang's astonishment, a storage ring materialized on the mechanical hand of the silver warrior, and in the next instant, an array of divine energy stones appeared, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. Their luster was astonishing. Li Hao seized the divine energy stones and inserted them into the maw of his silver armor. In reality, he merely deposited them inside, for he had no knowledge of their use. Yet, to Xie Gang's eyes, it appeared as though Li Hao was consuming them, as if replenishing his energy. Xie Gang was flabbergasted. The silver armor requires divine energy stones to sustain its operation? The critical point is that this individual consumed so many divine energy stones at once, and their brilliance was frighteningly intense. How many divine energy stones could possibly be contained within that storage ring? But that was not all. At this moment, Li Hao made a gesture, and a crack appeared on the silver armor, resembling a pocket, into which he stuffed the recently revealed storage ring. Xie Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. He witnessed dozens of storage rings nestled within that pocket-like fissure, along with an abundance of energy storage rings, all crammed together densely. Xie Gang was astounded. This silver adept had amassed such a multitude of storage rings? From where did they come? Could they be from those he had previously slain? Or perhaps remnants from an even earlier time? Xie Gang's mind was suddenly stirred, and at this moment, he found himself somewhat reluctant to summon others for assistance. The unrevived silver did not seem entirely hopeless to contend with. Even if the adversary revived at the moment of death, calling for help then would not be too late. Moreover, it was not imperative that he eliminate the being. Such an endeavor seemed rather meaningless. He observed as the silver made a swift motion, creating a fissure. If he could shatter this silver armor, even if just a crack, would those storage rings then belong to him? More importantly, there were those exceptionally pure divine energy stones. Despite having cultivated to this level and holding a respectable status, he had never encountered stones of such high purity. At that moment, he hesitated. Li Hao, on the other hand, desired precisely this. He understood the nature of superpowers and martial artists all too well, or rather, this is the human condition: greed, desire, avarice. Few possess the ability to restrain these urges, and Li Hao was no exception. He struggled with his own impulses, but as his experiences broadened, he gradually developed a measure of restraint. In the past, even if offered 100 mysterious energies, he would have dared to take risks. Why seek help from others when treasures could be claimed for oneself? If powerful beings arrived, would there still be a share for him? This encapsulated the essence of today's superpowers and martial artists. A small fraction of martial artists could exercise restraint, but the majority of superpowered individuals could not contain their insatiable greed, and the rapidly growing strength only intensified their desires. Show me your hand, and we shall engage in combat, Li Hao mused, a hint of mirth gleaming in his eyes. In the next moment, he transmitted through the communication system, "We may commence." With that, he lunged forward, sword in hand, striking at his opponent. Xie Gang, momentarily lost in thought, still deliberated whether to notify the formidable Yama. As soon as the adversary made a move, he unleashed a punch, akin to a rock, which struck the armor with a resounding thud, creating a small dent. He was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes sparkled with realization. The silver armor seemed susceptible to damage. If that were the case, what need was there to call upon others? This silver did not appear overly formidable. In the next instant, Xie Gang delivered another punch, like a meteor descending, unleashing a deafening boom. Li Hao executed a roll, landing on the ground after dropping from the rooftop. Seeing this, Xie Gang was elated. This silver was not as impressive as he had anticipated. Li Hao, having landed, was quickly pursued by Xie Gang. The two engaged in a fierce battle along the long street, the sounds of their clash echoing relentlessly. Li Hao did not attempt the fusion of three forces. He relied solely on the 9 forging strength, coupled with the armor's sturdiness and his own robust physique, continuously exchanging blows with his opponent. Without the aid of the three forces, he was clearly at a disadvantage against Xie Gang. Yet Li Hao did not mind. This was the kind of battle he craved, unabashedly employing the 9 forging strength. His sword had even vanished, and he resorted to using his fists, delivering punch after punch, channeling the bear fighting technique from the 5 animal skill. Boom! His colossal fist struck down, and the 9 forging strength surged forth in relentless waves. The more Xie Gang fought, the more astonished he became. This silver, while not overwhelmingly powerful, exhibited remarkable agility, resembling anything but a lifeless puppet. It seemed almost imbued with its own intelligence. Meanwhile, the sounds of their battle appeared to attract some attention. However, soon no one paid attention. Next door, a more intense battle erupted. The sound of thunderous clashes filled the air. Furthermore, a piercing scream from a woman echoed. Damn it! It was a formidable warrior from the Crimson Moon, and Li Hao recognized her. Hong Yitong had previously mentioned her, the Huang Yu of Crimson Moon, who was rumored to have been pursuing his master. Now, she had arrived here, unexpectedly targeted by Hong Yitong and his companions. Xie Gang also momentarily lost focus. What was happening? The battle next door seemed even more ferocious than the one he was engaged in. Was the figure before him not a silver-level warrior? Or was there more than one silver-level powerhouse infiltrating the outer city? He remained somewhat bewildered, while Li Hao unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike faster than the last. Relentless and charged with energy. At that moment, Li Hao felt a sense of satisfaction. His opponent was strong, with sufficient defense. This reminded him of the time he gazed upon the sea, where the waves crashed one after another, each more powerful than the last, relentlessly assaulting the colossal rocks. At the same time, in the plaza, numerous warriors suddenly became alert, turning their gazes toward the dark outer city. Some bore fierce expressions, while others furrowed their brows. What was occurring? Had they encountered a silver-level adversary? Yet, it seemed the battles were not confined to a single location. Judging by the fluctuations of the conflict, it even surpassed the Sanyang level. Hou Xiaoqing also frowned deeply. At one of the battle sites, he vaguely sensed some sword intent, some fist intent. Was it Southern Fist? Earth-shattering sword? At that moment, he couldn't help but think of those two individuals. However, Hou Xiaoqing furrowed his brow as he glanced at the somewhat grave-faced Lu Yu and solemnly remarked, Green Peacock, who has entered the city. Their combat strength is formidable. They are likely no ordinary foe. Inform everyone so we can prepare. Lu Yu frowned, unwilling to engage with him. At this moment, she too was astonished and alarmed. She knew who had entered, Huang Yu. Like her, she was a late-stage Xuguang, but even more powerful. Given Huang Yu's strength, even if the silver-level warriors had truly revived, she could still contend with them, thus ensuring a degree of safety. Yet, the current situation appeared somewhat amiss. Based on the incoming fluctuations and the vague shouts, it seemed Huang Yu might be at a disadvantage. How could this be? Even if the revived silver attempted to swiftly suppress Huang Yu, it wouldn't be so simple. The fact that Huang Yu was unable to even issue a shout indicated she was in trouble. Hesitant to call out for fear of losing her composure and allowing the enemy to capitalize on her vulnerability. Beside her, Huang Yu also sensed the looming crisis and transmitted. It seems something has gone awry. We must rush to rescue. Huang Yu was one of the 7 moons, ranking in the top 3. If anything were to happen to her, it would spell great trouble. Lu Yu no longer hesitated, transmitting, Let us go, enter the city. With that, she swiftly made her way toward the inner city. Meanwhile, Hou Xiaoqing, slightly furrowing his brow, soon spoke, Kong Jie, lead the others out of the city. His voice resonated, prompting Kong Jie to act swiftly. He was reluctant to involve himself further. Within the confines of the outer city, an unusual atmosphere pervades the air, possibly due to the intervention of the Southern Fist and the earth-shattering sword. He harbors no desire to incite conflict with these two individuals. The crux lies in the fact that should they choose to confront Huang Yu, it would signify that their prowess exceeds his expectations. He orders a retreat, while Yin Luo and the formidable warriors from Feitian exchange furtive glances before making their entrance into the city. Moreover, amidst the crowd, a number of idle yet powerful figures seem to have caught wind of the unfolding events, hastily entering the city. Who has ignited this fierce battle within? Is it the strength of the Red Moon's warriors? One of the 7 moons? Perhaps there is a spectacle worth witnessing and a chance to seize a bargain. Simultaneously, Hong Yitong and the Southern Fist have indeed allied to ensnare Huang Yu. Under the astonished gaze of Huang Yu, the Southern Fist unleashes blow after blow, each strike far surpassing the might of Li Hao next door, radiating immense power with every punch. Boom. The relentless barrage offers Huang Yu no respite. She cannot even muster a cry, for fear that any sign of weakness would render her vulnerable to this formidable foe. The shock within her is indescribable. She recognizes the assailant, He Yong of the Southern Fist. It must be him. Who else possesses such a tyrannical and incisive fighting style? The Northern Fist is indeed stronger than the Southern Fist, yet its strikes are not akin to this. The Northern Fist embodies a grandiose force. each punch evoking a sense of judgment that makes one feel utterly diminished. Conversely, the Southern Fist is utterly domineering and cold. This is a different martial art altogether. She is perplexed by the sight of the Southern Fist clad in black armor. Did he slay a black-armored warrior and then masquerade as one? That seems plausible. Yet what of the figure in bronze armor? To this day, no one has been able to claim the bronze armor. Could it be that someone has seized it and is posing as its rightful owner? That individual has hardly made a move, save for a single strike that left a deep gash upon her, an exceptionally formidable swordsman. In that moment, she cannot even fathom the identity of this swordsman. One of the 7 swords? The heavenly sword? Yet the essence of the heavenly sword does not quite align with this. Its blade is indomitable, whereas this one exudes a balanced and harmonious aura, devoid of that extreme sharpness. The more she contemplates, the more daunting the situation becomes. The heavenly sword is akin to the Southern Fist, tyrannical and incisive, while this swordsman's blade bears a resemblance to the Northern Fist, imbued with a grand and oppressive force. Huang Yu struggles to comprehend how these two figures have so suddenly emerged. Boom. Distracted and disoriented, she is struck by a punch from the Southern Fist, sending her staggering back several meters, blood spilling from her mouth. She dares not retreat further, for the swordsman is now fixating on her. At this moment, the Southern Fist exhales lightly, a smile gracing his lips. More adversaries have arrived. It is time to conclude this swiftly. With a declaration, the Southern Fist's aura erupts. More ferocious than before, his strength surging by at least 30% in an instant. Boom. At this moment, it seems as though the realm is dominated solely by these two fists. Outside, Hong Yitong swings his sword, and a cacophony of screams echoes from every direction, as some previously concealed warriors are instantaneously cut down by this single strike. Only Kong Jie remained nearby, his expression remarkably grave as he grasped Mu Lin and swiftly retreated. Jin Chong, however, turned back repeatedly, and at Kong Jie's urging, also retreated hastily. Yet, Jin Chong's countenance was heavy, imbued with an indescribable complexity. He recognized them, old acquaintances. After all, who could forget one another? The earth-subduing sword and Southern Fist. These two were formidable enough to instill profound trepidation within him, and alongside that fear, a sense of suffocation arose. He had once believed himself to have ventured far beyond that group from years past. But now, upon reflection, his heart grew heavy with pain. It seemed that the earth-subduing sword and Southern Fist had forged their own paths. And what of him? Even though the Chimei staff might not match his prowess, the final moments of his battle with Yuan Shua had left behind a legacy of staff intent, a will that embodied the essence of the staff, which now tormented Jin Chong with a sense of despair. In those days, with Hou Xiaoqing's assistance, he shattered Yuan Shua's constraints and ascended to a deeper realm. Over the years, he had reinforced his physique, invigorated his blood vitality, and sharpened his spiritual intent. As if everything was becoming stronger and more balanced, this was also the guidance imparted by Hou Xiaoqing. Yet, he sensed that he had missed something crucial, that he had grown mediocre, as if he had lost his very soul. When he spotted the bronze-armored figure before him, even without seeing the other's gaze, he felt it was the earth-subduing sword's silent judgment and disdain towards him. What did the first shot of yesteryear mean today? Jin Chong felt a sense of disorientation. In that moment of bewilderment, he suddenly turned his gaze towards another street. There, a figure clad in black armor was erupting forth, delivering punch after punch, as though the Southern Fist had been reborn. Yet this style was distinct from the Southern Fist, each strike more powerful than the last. Silver Spear, he murmured softly. As he thought of one person, Silver Spear Liu Hao. This boxing intent reminded him of that master of marksmanship, whose skill surpassed each shot. Kong Jia also glanced in that direction, slightly taken aback. There, Li Hao was unleashing a barrage of punches, fully immersed in the Nine Forging Force. Engulfed in a tumultuous sea of energy, each wave stronger than the last, with his blood vitality and strength surging wildly. From initially being suppressed by Xie Gang to now, he was faintly matching, even overpowering him, which invigorated Li Hao further. It was this exhilarating feeling. He sensed that strong individuals were observing, yet Li Hao was reluctant to halt. It was the sensation of breaking free from shackles. Thunderous roars erupted from both sides, and within the city, a series of piercing sounds swiftly resonated. Li Hao felt a surge of anger, a desire to roar. He detested these interruptions that disrupted his enlightenment. In the next moment, A wave of blood vitality surged forth. He still refrained from employing the three forces. At that moment, he activated the blood blade technique, igniting his spirit and blood vitality, rendering his punches even more fierce and violent. Xie Gang was startled. He too sensed something amiss. The blood vitality, a hallmark of the living. This individual knows the blood blade technique. He had heard of this art, a secret technique of the five animal school, reputed for its fame during ancient civilizations. The name Li Hao flickered momentarily in his mind, only to be swiftly replaced by that of Yuan Shua. Yuan Shua was adept in the art of the five animals, proficient in martial arts, while Li Hao excelled in sword techniques. Yet the individual before him wielded no sword. Could it be Yuan Shua? A tremor coursed through Xie Gang as he bellowed furiously, launching a punch that exploded forth like a meteor. Not only that, but an armor of earthy hue materialized around him, his source divine weapon. With this formidable weapon at his disposal, his strength and defenses surged. Conversely, Li Hao exhibited ferocity, closing the distance with remarkable speed, clad in silver armor that he deemed equal to the source divine weapon. The two opponents engaged in a relentless exchange of punches. One punch, two punches, three punches. The nine forging power erupted violently, resonating with a thunderous cacophony that shook the opponent's armor and shattered internal organs. Xie Gang's fists met Li Hao's silver armor, causing internal reverberations within him. At that moment, both fighters adopted an offensive stance, fully aware of a fundamental truth. The first to retreat would be the first to suffer misfortune. Boom! Li Hao suddenly perceived luminous orbs hastening towards him, igniting a tempest of rage within him, akin to a furious sea intent on obliterating all in its wake. The nine forging power was the earliest technique he had comprehended, capable of grasping the essence of momentum. Yet, until now, he had attained insight into gold, earth, and fire, while the nine forging power remained elusive, inciting his impatience. As he noticed an orb of radiant light drawing near, Li Hao roared, unleashing a torrent of internal energy. One wave, two waves, three waves, culminating in an explosive release of nine formidable energies. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed, as Xie Gang was sent flying, blood spewing forth along with fragments of his internal organs. Yet, Xie Gang chuckled, sensing the arrival of the radiant orb. This individual before him resembled Yuan Shua. No wonder he was so formidable. Alas, he had not managed to vanquish him. Yuan Shua appeared to be merely average. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a fierce glint ignited in Li Hao's eyes. With a cold snort, he unleashed an even more potent force. This time not only the nine forging power erupted, but the golden sword force converged and exploded forth. Like a sharpened blade, Li Hao manifested before Xie Gang, delivering a punch that descended with the swiftness of a sword drawn from its sheath. Boom! Another thunderous sound reverberated, as Xie Gang's eyes widened in horror. The punch struck, causing his armor to shudder and ultimately breach its defenses. His insides detonated, reduced to tatters. Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly, gesturing to remove the corpse, then glanced at the approaching formidable figure in the distance, recognizing him as Su Feng. A cold snort escaped Li Hao's lips. He sensed that the nine forging power was on the cusp of coalescing into a formidable force. Although he had attained a semblance of understanding, it had been interrupted, leaving him uncertain of when he would achieve mastery. Damn scoundrels! Without hesitation, he leapt swiftly, vaulting over the street. Meanwhile, the southern fist unleashed a mighty roar, delivering another powerful punch that sent Huang Yu flying. As Hong Yitong beheld Li Hao's arrival, it seemed as though he had been anticipating this moment all along. Upon seeing Li Hao soaring through the air, he let out a smile and unleashed a strike with his sword, his voice echoing in Li Hao's ears. "Would you care to witness my sword today?" Li Hao was taken aback, hastily turning his gaze. Initially, he did not perceive the overwhelming force. Instead, he detected a grandeur that bore a sense of tranquility, lacking any sharpness. Yet, in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. That magnificent sword, reminiscent of the earth itself, embraced all. Huang Yu, who was struggling, suddenly felt as if the very heavens and earth had been inverted. Sensing an oppressive weight upon her being, terror flashing in her eyes. The earth-shattering sword. This was Hong Yitong's earth-shattering sword. Although the colossal sword did not appear particularly swift, Huang Yu seemed to stand frozen in place, her eyes wide as she witnessed the sword descending upon her in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the formidable defense was instantly obliterated. It crashed down as though the sky itself had collapsed, the heavy sword devoid of edge. In that moment, Li Hao recalled the phrase. Meanwhile, Huang Yu was directly shattered by that strike, her eyes reflecting confusion and shock in her final moments. The earth-shattering sword had long been deemed obsolete. Why was it so fearsome now? I have been waiting a long time to show you this sword. The laughter from the earth-shattering sword resonated in Li Hao's ears. In the next moment, he swiftly grasped a storage ring, realizing that lingering any longer would attract the attention of pursuers. In an instant, the trio vaulted over the street, vanishing from sight. Yet, Li Hao remained unable to conceal his astonishment. Was this truly the might of the Earth Sword? At that moment, he felt a profound sense of his own Earth Sword's insignificance. It seemed that Hong Yitong had waited an eternity to showcase this strike to him. Li Hao recalled Hong's earlier words about teaching him the earth-shattering sword if time permitted. Today's demonstration had imparted a lesson of its own. As the three made their escape, a short while later, a group arrived. They were swift. However, upon their arrival, everything had vanished. Leviu's expression shifted slightly as she scanned the surroundings, finding no trace of Huang Yu. Soon, her countenance changed again as she looked into the distance, where a pool of mangled flesh was being rapidly consumed by the earth. Leviu rushed forward, and in the next moment, her face paled drastically. Retreat, she bellowed, prompting the crowd to hastily withdraw, their faces etched with terror and shock. Something had transpired. This city was extraordinary. Huang Yu had been swiftly slain. Who could have done such a thing? Meanwhile, on the square, Hou Xiaoqing gazed into the distance, sighing softly after a long silence. I underestimated this individual. The heavy sword, devoid of edge, is wielded with effortless grace. Perhaps the title of the greatest swordsman of our time belongs to none other than him. The steward, Yu, paled slightly, regarding him with astonishment. The earth-shattering sword. Hou Xiaoqing uttered that name quietly, and Yu's complexion shifted as disbelief washed over him. How can this be possible? Yet, Hou Xiaoqing smiled knowingly. I now understand who it was that obstructed me all those years ago. At this moment, the steward Yu's expression darkened further. Are you referring to over 20 years ago? Indeed. It's impossible, Yu instinctively replied. However, Hou Xiaoqing chuckled. It must be him. Back then, I never anticipated it, but in retrospect, he had already transcended. No wonder he repeatedly rejected that fearsome Yuan Shuo. Yu fell silent, visibly shaken. Could it be that the earth-shatter sword had already entered the realm of Douqian at that time? How enlightening. Hou Xiaoqing also recalled a fortuitous encounter from the past when he intended to execute certain individuals but was unexpectedly thwarted by someone who said nothing and merely blocked his path. They engaged in a brief skirmish, but soon parted ways. In hindsight, it was likely Hong Yitong. How intriguing. Chapter 153, Transformation Panic and Unease engulfed the scene. As Huang Yu was slain in an instant, reduced to a mere puddle of mud, the Red Moon warriors who were privy to the truth were filled with apprehension. It had only taken a moment. The fact that Huang Yu, a late-stage Shuguang, met her demise so swiftly indicated the opponent's overwhelming strength, capable of absolute domination. Otherwise, she would have at least attempted to call for assistance or identify the enemy, yet nothing emerged from her lips. Such circumstances naturally incited fear. Meanwhile, Li Hao and his companions swiftly navigated the streets, choosing not to return directly to the city gates. Instead, they convened within a tavern on the second street, taking refuge inside and refraining from venturing out again. Inside the tavern, Hong Yitong's copper armor dissipated, revealing his true form. He retrieved a flask of wine, chuckling as he raised an eyebrow at Li Hao. Care for a drink? Li Hao exhaled, shedding his silver armor, which transformed into a small button-like orb, now hanging around his neck. This was the remarkable aspect of the silver armor. Through it, Li Hao even discerned that the golden armor could be entirely retracted within one's body, manifesting only when needed. The silver armor, however, was slightly less efficient in this regard, unable to fully conceal itself. This was due to the silver armor being universal, while the golden armor was unique to its bearer. The silver armor required return upon promotion or demotion, whereas the golden armor was personal equipment. As for Nan Quan, he faced the most cumbersome task, having to painstakingly remove the black armor and stow it within his storage ring. The black armor was commonplace, crafted carelessly during the heyday of black-armored warriors, necessitating personal retrieval. The three settled within the tavern, indifferent to the frantic crowd outside. Hong Yitong poured drinks for the two, and Nan Quan wasted no time, gulping down his share. Li Hao, who had never truly indulged in alcohol before, having only clandestinely tasted it a few times, picked up his cup, hesitantly taking a small sip. This time, however, the experience was distinctly different. A rich aroma burst forth on his palate, imbued with a hint of spice, yet softened by a smoothness that he had never encountered before. Noticing Li Hao's expression, Hong Yitong chuckled, raising his cup for a sip. I felt your striking moves from next door. Li Hao, I must say, you overthink things. What? Too many thoughts lead to an impure path. Hong Yitong chuckled, Southern Fist is fine. Strike when you wish, feign ignorance when you desire. But ensure you do not suffer or feel constrained. As for you, your thoughts dwell too deeply, your considerations too numerous. Your strikes, whether with fist or sword, sometimes appear decisive, yet at times they carry a hint of hesitation and restraint. Upon hearing this, Southern Fist contemplated for a moment, intending to express his anger but ultimately refrained, nonchalantly remarking, Indeed, Li Hao, you are somewhat lacking compared to your master. Of course, your youth accounts for this. However, you do lack the martial spirit of a true warrior, one who charges fearlessly into battle, undeterred by the multitude of foes. Your martial talent is formidable, truly exceptional, evident from your understanding of momentum. Yet, in combat, while fierce you are unfinished. What do you mean? Li Hao inquired, a hint of confusion on his face. Southern Fist, growing somewhat irritable, replied, This is a common affliction among scholars. They contemplate too thoroughly. You must remember, on the battlefield, one cannot account for every variable. You prefer to plan meticulously, covering every angle, whether facing a weaker opponent or challenging a stronger one. Have you ever attempted to surpass your limits? I presume not. It's hardly favorable, knowing that Hong and I are here to back you, yet you fight with trepidation. That does not align with our expectations. Li Hao pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, I have faced such challenges. At the time, I was at the 10th realm and had slain over 100 martial artists. Really? Southern Fist rolled his eyes, and Hong Yitong chuckled. Well, I suppose you felt quite accomplished and exhilarated at that time, did you not? Li Hao reflected and nodded. Indeed. But what of now? Even if you were to defeat a peak Sanyang, would you feel the same exhilaration? Li Hao shook his head, took a sip of wine, and contemplated. But I am no match for Xu Guang now. Why do you believe that? Hong Yitong furrowed his brow. You possess 3 forces, correct? You can wield the Bloodblade technique. And after unleashing your power, you suffer minimal repercussions, do you not? Your organs are robust, your physique is formidable, and you have the silver armor and that indomitable little sword. Under these circumstances, you hesitate to confront Xu Guang unless you surpass him in realm, overpowering him before engaging? Li Hao scratched his head, at a loss for words. Southern Fist rolled his eyes again and said, To be honest, even without unleashing your full potential, you have already slain peak Sanyang. Your 3 forces, which can supposedly merge, are akin to Yuan Shua's. Clearly, you could attempt to face Xu Guang. Do you suppose your master, back when he was at the 100 mark, never fought against the 1,000? Li Hao shook his head, uncertain. Indeed, he did. Hong Yitong interjected. Yuan Shua fought against several elder martial artists, and there were numerous 1,000 warriors at that time in the central region, although not many silver moons. You think Yuan Shua's reputation is solely due to his silver moon status? In the central region, he has indeed achieved remarkable feats, having slain more than 1,000 warrior. Of course, this was after he had mastered his 5 forces. In truth, many martial artists from Silver Moon have accomplished extraordinary feats and have faced 1,000 warriors in combat. The strongest warriors of Silver Moon have indeed fought beyond their ranks. Thus, when mentioned now, it is often said that Yuan Shua has defeated numerous Silver Moon warriors, with little reference to the pride of these warriors, who believe that the external combatants pale in comparison to the Silver Moon's mastery. Hong Yitong continued, At this juncture, you could indeed seek an encounter with Xu Guang, as long as they do not transition between warriors, but rather comprehend the essence of transformation that Xu Guang embodies. Victory is assured. Li Hao regarded him with a hint of uncertainty. Hong Yitong sighed. With my guidance, you are invincible. Have you not perused the ancient texts? Regardless of their veracity, you must firmly believe in your inevitable triumph. Li Hao, to trust in books too implicitly is akin to lacking them altogether. Your training alongside Yuan Shua has been brief. Compounded by his current low ebb, there are many lessons you have yet to absorb. It is unfortunate that Yuan Shua is absent, for he would undoubtedly impart this knowledge to you. For now, We shall substitute for him and provide you with some fundamental principles. Nan Quan nodded in agreement. Indeed, such teachings would have been bestowed by Yuan Shua. Yet according to tradition, you must traverse the martial world, visiting and challenging various schools. Throughout this journey, Yuan Shua would reveal to you, piece by piece, how to become a qualified Silver Moon warrior. Every Silver Moon warrior has traversed this path. However, it must be noted that the current generation has somewhat diminished, no longer surpassing the external warriors. Both men expressed a sense of nostalgia. And Hong Yitong reflected, in our day, to rise, we had to engage in battles, gradually establishing our renown. It is a fallacy to believe that one can attain invincibility merely through solitary cultivation to the level of Do Qian. One must earn their reputation, making their name known throughout the realm. Your battle in Yinbei, where you vanquished 6 Shenyang warriors, led us to believe that the Silver Moon warriors have a promising successor. Nan Quan followed suit, partly out of a protective instinct. At this moment, Hong Yitong refrained from disparaging Nan Quan, instead stating earnestly, I am confident that those in the central region, such as Tianjin and Ba Dao, upon hearing this news, will undoubtedly recognize that the Silver Moon warriors have a worthy successor. The closed-door disciple of Yuan Shua, indeed, carries the spirit of the Silver Moon warriors. Figures like Jin Chang and Quang Dao will certainly regard you with newfound respect. Whether it be you Luocha or other elder warriors, they will perceive your potential. Li Hao found himself momentarily lost in thought. At this moment, he suddenly comprehended why he had encountered these 2 individuals on Songshan. They had indeed followed him with intent. It was not due to his lineage as a descendant of the 8 families, nor for any other reason, but rather because his battle exemplified the essence and future of the Silver Moon warriors, leading these elder warriors to believe in his exceptional potential. So it was. At this juncture, Nan Quan remarked, we, with our grievances and animosities, must admit that witnessing the decline of the Silver Moon martial arts is disheartening. With the younger generation faltering, it is a rare opportunity to witness a formidable figure among them, hoping they can advance even further. There is no intent to force you into a desperate struggle. Rather, it is to say that at the right moment, do not hesitate excessively. Whether you believe it or not, even if your identity were to be exposed, and despite Hou Xiaoqing's attempts to obstruct, rest assured that Jin Chang and Quang Dao would undoubtedly come to your aid if they could. It is not for any particular reason, but simply because you, Li Hao, are the prodigy of this generation in the Silver Moon martial arts world. Just like your master, who vanquished many in his time, do you think he remained unscathed? Not only in Silver Moon, but he also defeated the formidable Do Qian martial artists in the central region. Many esteemed martial artists from Silver Moon stood by him, supported him, and even fought alongside him, allowing Yuan Shua to emerge unscathed. Martial artists are often selfish and ruthless, yet they understand a fundamental truth: a new era requires a leader. Nan Quan solemnly stated, why are our generation of martial artists so formidable? There are many strong individuals. Anyone capable of breaking your master's constraints was no weakling. Your master was a benchmark of that era. Breaking free from his limitations signifies the potential to reach further. Generations of martial artists have progressed further precisely because of such leaders and benchmarks. Do you, Li Hao, not aspire to become the paragon of martial arts in this era? He stated without hesitation that their generation of martial artists is the strongest, attributing 70% of the credit to Yuan Shua. Without Yuan Shua, lacking this benchmark, breaking free from his constraints would be impossible. Even if one became Do Qian, they would not have reached this point today. Li Hao glanced at Hong Yitong, who had never been defeated by his master, and was indeed impressive. Hong Yitong smiled and said, what are you looking at me for? Your master is indeed formidable. To be honest, when he challenged me, I had little confidence in matching him, so I chose to retreat. Winning would be dishonorable, and losing would be even more humiliating. It was his pressure that compelled me to grow stronger. Otherwise, how could I bear the shame of being defeated by your master as a Do Qian? I was hailed by my master as the top talent of that time, having stepped into Do Qian early on, perhaps even earlier than Hou Xiaoqing. Therefore, my refusal to accept your master's challenge was also a form of pressure, urging me to continue progressing. Otherwise, as a Do Qian, if I were to be defeated by your master, how could I still face the world? Li Hao was somewhat surprised, but quickly understood. It turned out he had long been a Do Qian. The renowned talent, Hou Xiaoqing, was also said to have advanced to Do Qian quite early. These individuals had entered Do Qian before even surpassing their master, Yet under the pressure exerted by their teacher, a master surpassing 100, these Do Qian felt immense strain, revealing how arrogant the beast king of the 5 animals had been at that time. Yuan Shuo, whose prowess fused the 5 forces, was indeed fearsome. At this moment, 2 powerful martial artists were mentoring in place of Yuan Shuo, a task that was originally meant for him. Had Yuan Shuo not departed, Li Hao would have lacked these experiences and insights, as Yuan Shuo would have gradually taught him. Regrettably, he did not have sufficient time for such guidance. To prevent Li Hao from straying from the right path, the 2 martial artists now hoped to impart their experiences to guide him forward. Li Hao began to develop a personal understanding of the elder martial artists of Silver Moon and pondered, "Do my 2 senior uncles mean that I am sometimes overly composed?" Indeed, Nanquan laughed. A martial artist should possess fervent passion. Look at those warriors of the heavenly army. They fought fiercely, and while alive, they were undoubtedly filled with boiling blood, driven by beliefs and aspirations. When it comes to actual combat, they would never consider retreat. You, Li Hao, fear death, yet remain apprehensive about this and that. What are you truly afraid of? Even if the world stands against you, so what? Your sword, unwavering in its advance. However, your character remains open to debate. Nanquan chuckled lightly, while Hong Yitong nodded slightly in agreement. It is indeed commendable to contemplate gains and losses, to understand when to advance and when to retreat. It is not inappropriate to acknowledge that even your master, when faced with formidable foes, knows when to flee and fears for his life. No one is devoid of fear. No one foolishly rushes towards death. Yet, as long as one possesses a 3-part assurance, it is worth attempting. With 5 parts assurance, victory and defeat become intertwined. Pursuing 8 or 9 parts assurance is striving for perfection that may be unattainable. Li Hao took a sip of wine, lost in contemplation. Is that so? To be honest, he had not felt deeply about this until now. It indeed seemed plausible. Perhaps it was related to experience. As a neophyte in the realm of martial arts, he preferred to conceal his true abilities, wary of revealing his full potential. This had been a protective instinct for over a year. Consequently, he often appeared somewhat reserved in public, intentionally holding back a portion of his strength for fear of being seen through. The previous encounter, where he dispatched 6 adversaries with ease, had been possible because he understood that with those individuals eliminated, there would be no lingering issues. However, this time, aware of the presence of stronger opponents nearby, he chose to restrain himself, wary of being too ostentatious. The recent encounter with Xie Gang was distinctly less exhilarating than the previous one with the 6 adversaries. Even less so than defeating Yu Xiao and Huang Jie. He felt a lingering sense of trepidation. Were it solely up to Li Hao, he would not have pondered too much. Yet, the words of his companions sparked contemplation, leading him to reflect further. Seeing him deep in thought, Nanquan remarked, "Do not always concern yourself with how to respond. Sometimes, it is better to be natural, even a bit thoughtless. Making a mistake will not lead to dire consequences. No one will blame you. You, at 20, are living as if you were 60 or 70. Yuan Shuo's guidance is truly unreliable." Li Hao felt a wave of embarrassment. "All right, as long as you understand. With Lao Hong and me here, treat everyone present as if they were already dead, as if they had no chance of escaping to cause havoc. If someone does manage to survive, we can address that later." Li Hao nodded. "So, I shall consider them incapable of leaving, thus exposing myself more freely, for the dead cannot reveal secrets, correct?" That was my mindset when facing the 6 adversaries. "Precisely," Hong Yitong responded with a smile. "If you cannot swiftly adapt, it may indeed pose a challenge. So think in this manner. With this mindset, your strikes will flow much more freely, certainly not as constrained as before. I could sense your discomfort while executing the 9 forging technique. It felt akin to creating a life only to falter halfway through, excruciatingly frustrating. Why can't your 9 forging technique coalesce strength? It is not solely due to the inadequacy of your opponents or their rapid approach. It is also linked to your own psychological state. Next time, find an opponent at the early stages of the rising sun. Focus solely on your combat, and you need not rely exclusively on the 9 forging technique. Even without it, insights will come. I believe the formation of strength is inevitable." In conclusion, Hong Yitong asked, "Do you know why I ultimately showed you that one sword? One must approach both tasks and life with a grandiose spirit. If that proves challenging, one might adopt the relentless and unyielding nature akin to the Southern Fist. Your innate talent is extraordinary. The lineage of the 8 great families is merely a part of it, and your understanding of the dynamics of power is another. It is truly disheartening to witness you falter on the martial path. Presently, Li Hao stands formidable, yet the earth-shattering sword has uttered words of futility. Meanwhile, the Southern Fist seems to resonate with this sentiment. Clearly, they do not endorse Li Hao's current methods, given his character, if disapproval exists. It does not hinder his martial journey. He is indeed a novice in this realm, yet he is willing to learn humbly from those willing to guide him. In areas where one is not proficient, it is wise to heed the wisdom of the elders. Noticing Li Hao's silence, the two exchanged glances, both exhaling with relief. This young man possesses remarkable talent. Unable to bear the sight any longer, they awaited Li Hao's arrival before executing that decisive strike. Otherwise, Green Moon and the others would have concluded the battle long before. In hindsight, that strike might not have been in vain. Having shared these thoughts, Hong Yitong shifted the conversation, cheerfully stating, "Having slain Huang Yu, my military achievements have significantly increased. I now possess 35 points, a rise of 10 points. Lao He, you must have fewer than I do now." The Southern Fist snorted dismissively, remaining silent. Indeed, he had fewer points, now tallying at 31, up from 28. Clearly, despite not being the final assailant, he too had garnered military merit, gaining a notable 3 points. This indicates that military accomplishments need not solely arise from taking lives. Li Hao examined his own data. Although he had shed the silver armor, it remained with him, not affecting its functionality. He noted his own 21 points, which were significantly fewer than those of his companions. With the Southern Fist at 31 and Hong Yitong at 35, a considerable gap had emerged. Even after vanquishing Xiegang, he had only secured a mere 2 points. It seemed that during the early to mid stages of the Three Suns, achievements yielded only 1 point. While the peak might grant 2, Li Hao did not dwell on military points. Instead, he remarked, "The city is likely in disarray now, with Huang Yu deceased. The Red Moon faction will surely be perturbed. Given that we have collectively eliminated 20 to 30 of the Three Suns, and with over 100 from the Daylight faction retreating, it is evident how many have fallen. Future ambushes may prove ineffective. Despite the loss of so many, the opposing force still has 2 formidable masters. Do we have any viable strategies against them?" Hong Yitong shook his head. "There are no particularly effective strategies, except for the age-old adage, when soldiers come, let the generals meet them. When water arrives, let the earth cover it. If a battle must be fought, then we shall do so. Frankly, even if the heavenly army were to suffer a complete rout, what then? Can these individuals truly seize the city? Let us not forget, there are even more powerful beings within the city. We have not yet fully explored the military camp. Who knows if there are additional strong adversaries? Those in red armor may not be weak. They might merely serve as overseers, waiting to enter the battlefield until the final moment." Li Hao nodded. "Then I shall not overthink it. As you both suggested, I will seek an opportunity to engage an opponent in the early stages of the rising sun and confront them head-on. This time, if I can comprehend the flow of water, it will be deemed a success. Should fortune smile upon me, and I grasp the essence of wood as well, then there is nothing more to be said." Nan Quan lamented. "It is a pity we do not possess the skill of the willow catkin sword." Li Hao was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind those words. "Are you unfamiliar with the willow catkin sword? That is understandable, as it has been lost to time. This technique is indeed suited for understanding the essence of wood. It does not necessarily mean it is solely about wood. Each individual is different, and their insights vary. Yet it can certainly provide some enlightenment regarding the essence of wood." Li Hao felt a stirring in his heart. "I know that technique." "Really? I can perform the willow catkin sword, Master He. Can it truly lead to an understanding of the essence of wood?" Nan Quan fell silent, directing a glance toward Hong Yitong, his eyes seemingly conveying a message of disbelief. Incredible. This fellow not only possesses great talent, but also remarkable fortune. The descendants of the 8 great families, it seems, have managed to survive until now, and their luck is indeed exceptional. Hong Yitong chose not to elaborate further, rising to his feet and stating, "Very well, if you possess that skill, handle it as you see fit. We shall not involve ourselves in the specifics of your cultivation, lest Yuan Shua accuses us of imparting erroneous teachings. We are merely here to offer some guidance, as we are not your masters." With a smile, he added, "Return now. Ambushing is of little consequence at this juncture. From here on, accompany the army into battle a few times. You will gain various experiences. In the past, martial masters often joined the military, engaging in combat alongside the troops. The legends of breaking through hundreds and thousands arose from such endeavors. Otherwise, where would one find so many to charge into battle with? Take your time to hone your skills. There is much for you to learn, not only in terms of strength, but also in other aspects. Li Hao nodded eagerly, expressing, having an elder in the family is akin to possessing a treasure. Both of you, esteemed masters, truly have kind hearts. The two were disinclined to engage with him, as such words were not particularly flattering. You are the one who is old. We martial masters do not acknowledge age. Li Hao continued. As Master Nanquan said, feel free to speak freely. It is no bother to you too, is it? Nanquan rolled his eyes, showing indifference as he donned his black armor, saying, Kid, do not let pride consume you. I have served the royal family for many years and possess knowledge beyond your grasp. The royal court places significant emphasis on martial arts. Today, some princes and princesses are far from weak. They have access to the finest teachers and resources, and not just one or two, but an entire team, including several exceptionally powerful princes and princesses. Even I cannot claim certainty of victory. The royal family has remained discreet since being forced to abdicate by the 9 sects, biding their time and gathering strength. Moreover, do not underestimate the 9 sects. As he finished donning his black armor, he chuckled. The 9 sects could compel the formidable royal family to abdicate. What do you think facilitated that? Was it righteousness? Sentimentality? Those are mere figments. It was strength. Even 80 years ago, the 9 sects possessed formidable power. What is revealed today is merely a fraction. Do you truly believe the 9 sects are governed by scholars? Hou Xiaoqing and his ilk have endured for so many years. Do they dare to confront directly? Li Hao, adorned in silver armor, queried curiously, why all the secrecy? A group of old-timers, many of whom, like us, find themselves in a liminal space, face a dilemma. To act means discomfort, yet to remain passive is to merely endure. This is only one aspect. Secondly, the 9 sects, the 3 major organizations, and the royal family likely know certain secrets. I too am aware of some, but I shall not divulge them to you, as it serves little purpose. Then do not speak at all. Li Hao remained silent, refraining from inquiry. The previous deputy director Zhou had also presented an air of secrecy, as if inviting questions, yet Li Hao chose not to engage. Presently, the situation mirrored that sentiment. Speak if you wish. Hong Yitong remarked cheerfully, seemingly unfazed by the atmosphere. He opened the door and stepped outside, closing it behind him. While making his way towards the inner city, do not heed his ramblings. The primary causes are far more complex. Entangled with struggles among the 9 departments and the royal family, as well as conflicts with neighboring provinces. It is essentially a process of reshuffling, where many aspire to eliminate their rivals and even hope to elevate a true monarch. The hearts of the people are divided, and some individuals deliberately instigate wars and hardships, forcing the populace to endure suffering while concealing their own weaknesses and feigning vulnerability to their adversaries, all in a bid to ultimately emerge victorious and claim sole dominion over the dynasty. Currently, the 9 departments, the royal family, and the provinces represent 3 formidable factions. Their survival depends on the machinations of ambitious individuals. Otherwise, do you think it was easy to establish a foothold in the early days? A monarch? Li Hao chuckled. A monarch? Indeed. Are you perhaps overthinking it? He continued. I am aware that ancient civilizations had their monarchs, fearsome beyond measure. Is it possible for such an entity to arise in the present? The current era may not be inferior to the ancient one. We must proceed step by step. Li Hao, do not assume that just because you have witnessed the might of the ancients, you must dismiss the capabilities of modern individuals. Everything remains uncertain. Hong Yitong reiterated. If you think this way, then why practice martial arts? Why strive for transcendence? Why seek the path? You have already concluded that the ancients are superior and that you cannot surpass them. Ancient civilizations have perished. What then is the purpose of your cultivation? Everyone faces death. Dying now or later amounts to the same. What, then, is the pursuit of the path? Your teacher seems misguided in his quest for some esoteric martial arts. The ancients were indeed powerful, that cannot be denied, and compared to them, we are merely taking our first steps. Yet, consider this. If we focus solely on the superhuman, after 20 years of development, we may have glimpsed the dawn of a new era. If we cannot surpass the ancients in 20 years, what of 30, 40, or even 100 or 200 years? The worth of modern individuals lies in their aspiration to transcend the ancients. Li Hao abruptly halted, gazing at Hong Yitong. However, Hong Yitong did not pause. If your teacher were here, he would undoubtedly slap you. Do you believe that in Yuan Shua's mind, he is not superior to the ancients? He will surpass them eventually. Otherwise, why would he adapt the five animals technique? Do you think the five animals technique he uncovered is incomplete? No, it is undoubtedly complete. He simply believes he can create something even more powerful, drawing inspiration from the ancients, extracting their essence while discarding the dross. This is the path of modern individuals, to imitate first, to equalize, and ultimately to surpass. Li Hao nodded earnestly. Indeed, in his heart, he felt the present was inferior to the past. He had witnessed mightier existences, the ancestral sword, the emperor who inscribed the characters of battle, and perhaps even the potential monarch of unparalleled slaughter. Thus, he had always perceived modern individuals as feeble. Yet, could the descendants truly be incapable of surpassing their forebears? He thought of his teacher. Would the teacher indeed deliver a slap if he were present? Perhaps. He recalled the moment when his teacher had encountered that flash of sword energy piercing through his palm. The teacher's reaction was somewhat hazy in his memory. Yet he could vaguely recall fear, astonishment, followed by exhilaration. It was a thrill, an exhilarating realization that there existed even greater powers and stronger paths ahead. This excitement was so profound that he hesitated to allow Li Hao to heal, preferring instead to retain the wound until it naturally mended itself. In that moment, Li Hao felt a deep sense of inadequacy compared to his teacher. However, in the very next instant, he rallied himself. Presently, he recognized that he fell short compared to many others. Hong Yitong, Nen Quan, Hou Xiaoqing, who among them was not stronger, who was not more resilient, who pondered more deeply or possessed greater knowledge. Yet, I am still young. My journey has merely begun. To be precise, it has only been a little less than 3 months. With even the slightest progress, I shall inevitably surpass them all. Li Hao felt a surge of determination. Indeed, I can achieve this. I will first surpass my contemporaries, then the ancients, followed by my ancestors, the emperors, and finally, the kings of men. This expedition to the Battle Heaven City left Li Hao feeling immeasurably enriched. It was not merely an advancement in combat prowess, but rather a transformation of spirit, a maturation of mind, a deeper understanding of martial arts, and a redefinition of his life's goals. In this moment, Li Hao was also undergoing a profound metamorphosis. No one is born invincible, nor does anyone arrive as a sage, flawless in every aspect. He had countless shortcomings. Yet at this very moment, he was making incremental progress. With a mindset of learning, Li Hao mingled with the 2 seasoned warriors. Each of these elder martial artists possessed unique qualities worthy of emulation. When the 3 silver commanders encountered Li Hao once more, they sensed an intriguing change in him. The leader of the 7th Regiment cast a puzzled glance at Li Hao and remarked, "Commander Li, you are performing admirably, but why do I sense a shift in you? Learning has propelled my growth." Li Hao responded earnestly, seeking their guidance. "As a member of the Battle Heaven Army, if we engage in a grand battle shortly, what should I pay attention to?" The leader of the 7th Regiment replied with a somewhat mechanical tone, "Charge. Advance until the enemy ceases to exist. Do not retreat. Do not flee. Trust in your comrades. Believe in your fellow soldiers. Your enemies are only those present around you. As long as your comrades remain, you need not worry. The Battle Heaven Army is a force worthy of your trust. Perhaps the times may change, yet humanity remains unchanged. Comrades will always be comrades. This will never alter." Li Hao nodded, uncertain if he had truly grasped the essence of the advice. The 7th Regiment leader gazed into the distance, observing the superhumans in the plaza, and suddenly remarked, "If they unite as one, they can surely breach our defenses." Alas, this has been the reason throughout history that victory ultimately favors the united. Even in our era, when unparalleled figures like the kings of men arose, it was not due to innate invincibility, but rather by stepping over the corpses of their foes. A solitary king may not reach the pinnacle alone. It is the trust of a supportive group that propels one to greatness. When hearts are united, victory is assured. Having spoken, he suddenly raised the long sword in his hand, his voice laden with emotion. "Thus, as a new recruit, should a conflict arise shortly, you may first observe and learn from me how to embody the essence of a soldier. A true warrior is invincible. Even in defeat, it is due to strength, not a faltering spirit." Li Hao nodded earnestly, increasingly realizing that this journey's rewards stemmed not from martial prowess, but from the profound philosophies of both ancient and contemporary minds. Emerging from the small town of Silver City, Li Hao encountered a world of revelations, swiftly transforming his own thoughts. Meanwhile, in the square, numerous independent cultivators began to withdraw, their apprehension palpable as they noticed the absence of formidable figures. The crowd had significantly thinned. On the side of the Red Moon, Green Moon's expression was a portrait of distress, her emotions carefully concealed, yet responding to the circumstances. With the death of Yellow Moon, how could she not feel terror and rage? Blue Moon and Purple Moon remained silent, each leader bearing the weight of the unfolding crisis, pondering the events that had transpired. At that moment, Su Feng returned, stating, "I just rushed over and witnessed a figure clad in black armor committing murder. It was the formidable Xie gang of the underworld, slain with what appeared to be a martial secret art." Su Feng raised an eyebrow. "I suspect a powerful martial artist has donned the black armor to obscure their identity and deliberately commit these acts." Beside him, Hou Xiaoqing cast a sidelong glance, uninterested in his words. "Fool, why say such things now? Are you attempting to incite panic? There's no need to voice such suspicions. It does not enhance your reputation, but merely sows discord among us. The independent cultivators are already on edge, and they will begin to scrutinize one another more closely." As expected, his words caused some of the independent cultivators to grow anxious, their gazes shifting toward the martial artists nearby with suspicion. The elderly figure beside Su Feng furrowed his brow, stepping forward to convey, "Young master, let us await the decisions of the three major organizations and the Silver Moon officials. We need not concern ourselves with this for now." Su Feng glanced at the elder, frowning slightly before nodding in agreement. The elder ceased further commentary. Meanwhile, Hou Xiaoqing cast another glance at the elder, smiling subtly before turning away, no longer interested in the matter. Jin Chong regarded the elder with curiosity, feeling an inexplicable familiarity yet unable to pinpoint the source, furrowing his brow as his thoughts drifted to the earth-shattering sword and southern fist, thus averting his gaze. On the other hand, manager, you communicated with Hou Xiaoqing. "Minister, this individual strikes me as both familiar and unfamiliar. Is he one of Silver Moon's expatriates?" "Indeed. Do you know who he is?" "Yes, but it is best left unmentioned. His strength is considerable, so exercise caution. His allegiance to the Su family may harbor deeper motives. Having adopted a new identity, he likely prefers that we, his acquaintances, do not recognize him, thereby preserving his dignity." Upon hearing this, manager, you refrained from further inquiry. Yet his mind began to ponder the implications. To hear such words from the minister signified that this individual was truly formidable, a pure martial artist. A pure martial artist who has reached such heights must surely have connections to familiar faces. He speculated, could it be Northern Fist? Yet that seems unlikely. How could a person of such strength and pride as the Northern Fist ever serve as a mere servant to the Su family? If not the Northern Fist, then who could it be? The chief steward, you contemplated a myriad of names, yet ultimately failed to ascertain the specific individual. Generally, there were only a handful of candidates, and should it be one of them, they would indeed be well acquainted. In the distance, the elderly man cast several glances in this direction. Noticing the steward's repeated gaze, he offered a slight nod without uttering a word, silently trailing behind Su Feng, his eyes betraying a hint of complexity. "Ah, Silver Moon, how time has altered all." He glanced once more toward the city, filled with emotion. "The earth-overturning sword and southern fist. Are you not also eager to make your mark?" First, Yuan Shuo emerged from Silver Moon, followed by Hou Xiaoqing's slaying of Guang, and then Yu Luocha made her move, with the golden spear and the mad blade making their appearances. Now, the earth-overturning sword and southern fist have both taken action in succession, while the central region's heavenly sword and overbearing blade seem to have also engaged in a spate of slaughter. The azure light sword appears to be lagging behind. It remains uncertain whether it can catch up. Yuan Shuo, without a doubt, will surely prevail. The azure light sword, however, is rather obstinate and single-minded, with Yuan Shuo leading. Perhaps it too may close the gap swiftly. As for the golden spear, he cast a glance toward it. The golden spear seemed lost in its own realm, perhaps feeling the weight of defeat. A flicker of amusement danced in the depths of the elder's eyes. Deservedly so. Back then, one insisted on taking shortcuts. Had one shattered the shackles imposed by Yuan Shuo, how different the present would be. No mere Guang at the initial stage could compare. It was folly to have believed in Hou Xiaoqing's deceitful words about breaking the chains of one's own heart or those imposed by Hou Xiaoqing. The resolution lies solely within the golden spear itself. Hou Xiaoqing is stronger than Yuan Shua. If one can break free, one would ascend to a higher echelon, turning misfortune into fortune. Moments later, his gaze shifted toward the distant wall, where a streak of silver appeared, likely the black-armored warrior mentioned by Su Feng, the assassin. Various thoughts swirled in his mind. Could the 8 great families of Battle Sky City possibly include Yuan Shua's disciple? A tinge of nostalgia flickered in the elder's eyes. Quickly suppressed, he cast one last glance at Su Feng, realizing that power obtained too easily is often difficult to master. A smooth and untroubled journey may not necessarily be a boon. Battle Sky City, may it serve as the crucible for your transformation. Without transformation, you shall forever remain unable to compete with the true elites. Even among the superpowers, opportunities for surpassing exist. The genuine elites of the central region, despite being superpowers themselves, warrant respect even from the likes of the Heavenly Sword. Energy is merely a matter of utilization and does not imply superiority. In that moment, the elder exuded a distinct aura. In the distance, the golden spear, still enshrouded in its own reverie, suddenly turned its head, regarding the elder anew. This time, there seemed to be a flicker of emotion in its gaze, a look of incredulity. It studied the elder for a moment longer, as if about to speak, but ultimately fell silent. Hou Xiaoqing cast a glance in that direction, chuckling softly before turning away. Kong Jie stroked her chin, casting a sidelong glance at the elder. A semblance of a knowing smile playing on her lips, her arms crossed, exuding an air of amusement. This place is becoming increasingly intriguing. Old Hou's public confrontation at Tianqing has inadvertently yielded a positive outcome, reuniting him with many old friends. If only he could gather Tianjian, Badeo, and Yuan Shua, and summon Huang Yu and the others, it would indeed be entertaining. A grand reunion of the Silver Moon martial world. Alas, Qi Mei Gun has perished, and Yuan Shua, the harbinger of death, ought to keep his distance, having already taken the lives of numerous old companions. In this moment, the formidable individuals present do not appear to be distressed or fearful regarding Huang Yu's demise. What is there to fear? They have witnessed far more harrowing events. The death of a Tianshan goddess is but a trivial matter, not even worthy of a place on the list of 36 heroes. She is dead, and so be it. Her life holds less value than that of a Qi Mei Gun. On the day of Qi Mei Gun's demise, they mourned for a time. They harbored resentment towards Yuan Shua for his indiscriminate killings, yet at this moment, their thoughts are not consumed by such concerns. Having been slain by the joint efforts of the earth-overturning sword and southern fist, the Tianshan goddess ought to consider herself fortunate. Even Ing Hongyue cannot contest this outcome. As these powerful beings ponder their thoughts, from a distance, King Pingding states solemnly, "We can no longer delay. We must unite and launch a forceful assault to subdue them. Otherwise, we shall abandon this endeavor and await the conclusion of 3 days, exiting the ruins. Continuing on this path will only lead to fewer of us and increasing danger." Several among them have already sensed the encroaching peril. Minister Hou, do you have any opinions? Hou Xiaoqing remains remarkably composed, replying, "None. If we are to join forces, let us adhere to the previous plan. If there is reluctance to cooperate, then let each fend for themselves and devise a means to enter the inner city. You are numerous, and you shall decide." They cannot help but curse inwardly. They yearn to disregard all else and eliminate this individual first, all while maintaining that air of nonchalance, as if they possess unparalleled capability. In the next moment, Leviu grits her teeth, declaring, "Then let us seize this opportunity to take them down. If we cannot prevail, or if anyone hesitates, we shall retreat." The death of Huang Yu has instilled a sense of urgency within her. Hou Xiaoqing chuckles softly and nods. At this juncture, he is curious about the intentions of Li Hao and his companions. Perhaps soon, he shall uncover their motives, as these individuals continue to disrupt his plans. And he is eager to test your sword, Hong Yitong. Chapter 154. The Battle of Defending the City, subscription requested. With the disappearance of numerous superpowers, the 3 suns have diminished significantly, and amidst the chaos, the wandering cultivators dare not act recklessly on their own. Wealth is crucial, but life is even more paramount. These wandering cultivators drift with the tide, lacking grand ambitions, merely seeking to reap some benefits. Yet now, with no gains and many lives lost, some yearn to exit. But those outside have declared the ruins will not open until 3 days hence. As the ruins remain closed, They must either exit the ancient city or continue to move in unison. Fortune favors the bold. A portion of the wandering cultivators still seeks to venture into the inner city for potential gains. With so many among them, anxiety, fear, and a hint of anticipation compel them to rejoin the main force. Upon the city walls, Li Hao observes as the superpowers begin to mobilize. These individuals, no longer scattered, have once again converged, appearing more united than before. Having suffered multiple setbacks, they now comprehend that solidarity is the greatest safeguard for survival. The radiance, as perceived by Li Hao, includes not only 3 from the Red Moon and another 3 from the underworld, but also 3 from the skyward, summing up to a formidable total of 9. The Silver Moon faction presents an even more formidable front, with the likes of Jin Shang, Hou Xiaoqing, Yu the Steward, Kong Jia, Qi Gang, and Hu Qingfeng exhibiting unparalleled strength. Meanwhile, in the rogue cultivator camp, there is Su Feng, along with Yuan Xingwu from the Celestial Star Army, and 3 others acting independently, in addition to the slain Huang Yu, and possibly some hidden masters. The power amassed for this venture into Battle Heaven City is indeed daunting. Those with Radiance abilities could easily exceed 20, were it not for the loss of 2 from Tsangshan and a significant number of the Sun Yang. One might assert that the number of strong individuals participating in this expedition surpasses the total recorded in the entire northern 19 provinces. Li Hao glanced at his own side. 3 silver warriors, even if revived, are formidable yet may still fall short against Hou Xiaoqing and his ilk. Nan Quan and Hong Yitong are also remarkably strong, yet they are vastly outnumbered. He turned his gaze towards the city. If the Golden Warriors do not appear, he could scarcely conceive a strategy for victory. The 3,000 black armors, while powerful, face an overwhelming number of rogue cultivators, with a batch of Sun Yang still remaining. It seems an inevitable defeat. Of course, one could attempt to enter the city, luring the enemy deeper, and then, akin to the outer city, retreat into the ancient dwellings to engage in guerrilla warfare. Li Hao pondered how to achieve victory. However, at that moment, the 3 silver captains beside him appeared as if they had truly perished. After a brief interval, beneath the city gate, the 3,000 black armors once again gathered, forming a torrent of darkness. Although some black armors had been lost previously, their numbers were not significant enough to impact the larger coalition. In warfare, losses are inevitable. These captains, seemingly seasoned by countless battles, remained unfazed by this minor disturbance. While Li Hao contemplated his strategy, the 3 captains appeared to exchange glances or communicate something, inadvertently shielding their thoughts from him. Perhaps he seemed too inexperienced in their eyes, prompting their reluctance to engage further. Moments later, the 3 silver warriors seemed to have finalized their strategy. In the next instant, the leader of the 7 corps raised his sword high. The 3,000 black armors silently elevated their long spears and swords, an imposing sight. At that moment, within the confines of Li Hao's silver armor, the captain's voice resonated, imbued with cold authority, echoing in the minds of all armored warriors. Battle Heaven, slay the foes. After countless years of silence, the Battle Heaven army has been forgotten. Let us not forget, we are the Battle Heaven army, named by the Emperor himself. We have once swept across the lands. Even as a garrison, we shall establish the fearsome reputation of the Battle Heaven army. How dare these insignificant beings provoke us? Kill! A thunderous roar reverberated through their minds. Li Hao was momentarily stunned, and in the next instant, the 3 silver warriors soared into the air, wielding their great swords. And in a heartbeat, 3,000 surged forward like a torrent. The ground beneath them echoed with the rhythmic sound of war drums. The oppressive aura of impending battle left Li Hao momentarily breathless. The 3 great silver factions, without a trace of hesitation, actively initiated combat, annihilating their foes beyond their borders. In the distance, the supernaturals experienced a sense of suffocation, feeling even more tense than during their initial encounter. At this moment, the formidable warriors from the 3 organizations wore grave expressions. It was unfathomable that the long-dead War Sky army still possessed such formidable strength and might. Fight! The heavens may shatter, the earth may perish, and the firmament may be cleaved. The resounding battle cry echoed incessantly in Li Hao's mind. In an instant, 3,000 black-armored warriors surged forward, crashing into the enemy ranks. They were a true band of warriors, far removed from the defensive troops Li Hao had envisioned. The garrison of War Sky City was also comprised of seasoned veterans. Now more than ever, It became evident that retreating in fear would only hasten their demise. They needed to carve a path through the enemy's formation, sowing chaos and instilling dread, extinguishing morale. Even if the enemy was stronger, they could still be vanquished. Boom. The clash erupted, and in that fleeting moment, countless superpowers ignited. Amidst the throng, Green Moon and her companions roared, "Kill!" The earth bound them with soil. The winds propelled them forward, and the waters encased them in ice. Not a single individual commanded the fray. Multiple powerful beings were issuing orders. This was not a cohesive supernatural team, but rather a multitude of scattered cultivators allied with the three great organizations. At this moment, the scattered cultivators shared a singular thought. It mattered not who commanded. They would strike first and speak later. The cacophony of collisions erupted. The explosive sounds resounded relentlessly, accompanied by cries of anguish and lamentation that filled the air in an instant. The radiant warriors of the Dawn Sun swiftly targeted the three great silvers. The three organizations charged towards those silver warriors, with the equal king bellowing, "There is still one atop the city wall. Leave it to Silver Moon." Hao Lianchuan gazed at the unmoving silver figure atop the city fortifications, a twinge of peculiarity washing over him. Was that not Li Hao? Were they entrusting it to them? Yet, Li Hao remained unmoved. The 7th Regiment commander had advised him to observe first, to wait until the moment necessitated action. Thus, he silently watched. Beside him, Hong Yitong and Nan Quan also remained, merely observing. They witnessed the army's charge, the thunderous roar as black-armored figures were struck, toppled, and swept away. Some black-armored warriors were directly shattered by the might of their adversaries, revealing the bones within, which swiftly turned to ash. The remnants of the War Sky Army's warriors, the last vestiges of their existence, were obliterated. Nevertheless, these black-armored warriors continued their assault, disregarding everything. Recalling their past, they had traversed the lands, unmatched in slaughter. Having faced countless formidable foes, what were these adversaries to fear? The three great silvers quickly engaged with the radiant warriors. In an instant, the thunderous sounds of battle became incessant. The three great silvers found themselves encircled by the powerful beings of the three organizations. Their formidable silver armor providing them with substantial defense, yet they were still the remnants of the long dead, their strength now merely manifesting at the pinnacle of the three suns. Boom. One silver warrior was sent flying by Green Moon's palm, leaving an imprint upon the silver armor. And thus, this was merely the beginning. The superpowered beings, after all, possess formidable strength, surpassing these warriors in individual prowess. One after another, the black armors were swiftly vanquished, with some copper armors even exploding directly, resulting in the demise of several superpowered individuals. It appeared that a copper armor had deliberately detonated itself, annihilating a multitude of superpowered beings in its vicinity. On the city walls, Li Hao observed the clash of forces, inhaling deeply as he gazed upon the scene. At that moment, he seemed to visualize solemn faces, those of warriors who, despite having perished long ago, continued to safeguard this city. He then turned his attention to the two formidable figures beside him and quietly stated, "My esteemed masters have instructed me to act boldly, reassured by their presence. Therefore, I shall not hold back." Hong Yitong glanced at him, reluctantly remarking, "Just be cautious not to provoke those too powerful. Your words unsettle me." Li Hao remained silent as the silver armor instantly transformed into black armor, leaping from the city wall and landing amidst the fray. In the distance, Green Moon bellowed, "The silver has landed." Hao Lianchuan nodded slightly, stepping into the air and soaring towards Li Hao. At this moment, Hong Yitong exchanged glances with Nan Quan and conveyed telepathically, "We cannot go back on our word to that individual. I'll handle this. It's my chance to settle our past conflict. You keep an eye on Li Hao." Nan Quan chuckled and vanished into the ground. Meanwhile, Hong Yitong inhaled softly, and in the next instant, he ascended into the air. Though typically grounded like copper armor, he now traversed the skies, enveloped by an overwhelming sword intent that spread in all directions. In an instant, numerous onlookers turned their gazes toward him. Hao Lianchuan also regarded Hong Yitong, his expression shifting slightly as an immense sword intent surged forth, drawing his sword to strike. Boom. The long spear in Hao Lianchuan's grasp materialized, thrusting forth with such force that the heavens seemed to rend asunder. The resounding crash echoed throughout the realm. And in that fleeting moment, the black armors beneath them were completely overturned, with all superpowered beings beneath the three suns erupting in a catastrophic explosion. The three sun warriors were also grievously injured, filled with terror as they staggered backward. In the distance, Green Moon's expression changed. At that moment, they comprehended how Huang Yu had met his end. A supremely powerful being clad in copper armor, perhaps a guise of a golden warrior. The earth-splitting sword, renowned in its own right, had not been wielded for many years. Many could recognize it, yet not these superpowered beings. Green Moon, once a martial master of notable repute, felt a vague familiarity with this sword intent, but could not immediately recall whose it was. Given the opponent's affiliation with Zhantian City, she momentarily failed to associate the earth-splitting sword with its master. Hou Xiaoqing spoke calmly. This individual is exceptionally powerful. My Silver Moon organization can only take responsibility for this person. No objections? Silence ensued. Even Green Moon and her companions could not voice any dissent at that moment. This copper armor, possibly a disguise of a golden warrior, felt even more formidable than the resurrected silver. What else could they say? Beneath them, both the black armors and superpowered beings hastily retreated. It was utterly terrifying. Hong Yitong's visage, concealed beneath his bronze armor, unleashed a sword that rippled forth, ensnaring the heavens and earth, transforming the surroundings into a formidable barrier. With a resounding crash, the blade descended, echoing like a cataclysmic thunderclap. This strike conjured an ethereal phoenix spirit upon the fire phoenix spear. Hou Xiaoqing, I find your expression of absolute control rather displeasing. Kindly refrain from smiling at me next time, as it genuinely unsettles me. A wave of energy reverberated outward, instantly transforming the vicinity within 100 meters into a realm of hellish chaos, where the very ground seemed to fracture beneath the weight of the onslaught. Amidst this turmoil, only a single sword stood resolute. In the distance, the expressions of the attendants, including Manager Yu, shifted in alarm. The power displayed was overwhelming. Yet, this was merely the prelude. At that moment, an even greater aura surged forth, the ground-shattering sword's essence fracturing as Hou Xiaoqing gazed on in astonishment. The heavens and earth upheaving as the divine splitting spear was suppressed to its utmost limits. The long sword traversed the air, encircling the likes of Kong Jie, Jin Chong, Huang Dao, Manager Yu, Qi Gang, and Hu Qingfeng in an instant. The blade's intent intensified, growing to a fearsome degree. Hou Xiaoqing's countenance altered slightly as he turned to him, sensing the divine energy ripple. What are you doing? Are you courting death? He had merely intended to engage this individual in a friendly spar, not a life-or-death struggle. What am I doing? I intend to kill you. Hong Yitong chuckled. As a Silver Moon martial artist, a spar is tantamount to a battle for survival. You seem to have grown rather muddled in your old age. I have asserted that the Silver Moon's affairs are entrusted to me, and so they shall remain. Hou Xiaoqing, Kong Jie, come at me together. With those words, the long sword descended like an overwhelming force, cleaving downwards. Hou Xiaoqing thrust his spear forth, while Kong Jie's expression shifted slightly. At that moment, he felt as though he were contending with countless incarnations of Hong Yitong. This man was truly deranged. Yet, who would cower in fear? Jin Chong let out a fierce roar, lunging forward with his spear. Manager Yu's gaze hardened as he struck with a palm. Then let us fight. The martial artists surged into action, and Qi Gang, listed among the divine masters, unleashed a cry, summoning a golden sword that was swiftly shattered by a wave of sword intent, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Qi Gang, taken aback, stared in disbelief at his now broken long sword. In the next breath, he roared in fury, conjuring a unique black long sword, no longer the previous superpowered manifestation, but a divine weapon. These formidable beings advanced, aiming for the ground-shattering sword, targeting this man who had unleashed his pent-up battle prowess. Although Hou Xiaoqing and Kong Jie were perplexed, they surmised that this individual might possess a means of countering their might. Without further deliberation, they joined the fray, one wielding a spear, the other employing his fists, both exhibiting tremendous strength that eclipsed even the formidable golden eagle of Tsongshan. In the distance, the members of the three major factions stood in stunned silence. They had anticipated a challenge against a mere bronze armor, acknowledging the opponent's strength. Yet, at this moment, the explosive combat prowess exhibited by these individuals surpassed their wildest expectations. The Green Moon could only feel fortunate that these formidable warriors had confronted such a terrifying swordsman. Was this truly immortal? That sword seemed to embody the very essence of heaven and earth. With a single stroke, the world was turned upside down, and no soul dared to stand in its path. Even among the multitude of formidable warriors of the Silver Moon, this lone figure wielding a sword obstructed their advance. A smile graced the countenance of Hong Yitong beneath his armor. Whether it be Hao Xiaoqing or Kong Jie, neither was inferior to him. Yet, what did it matter? They dared not unseal their powers. In light of this, I shall not hold back. I have longed to quell the pride of you, Hao Xiaoqing, who foolishly considers himself a deity, daring to plot against my black armor. During my prolonged stay in Bai West City, this fellow did not even show his face. Boom. The long sword soared through the air, each stroke crashing down like the weight of the earth, a formidable force that was starkly visible, yet utterly unpreventable. Even Hao Xiaoqing and Kong Jie wore frowns, launching strikes with fists and weapons. The gold spear and others erupted in a frenzy, their fierce combat prowess leaving the onlookers in shock. The strength displayed by the gold spear and the jade supervisor at that moment was overwhelming, causing even some in the Su Guang to tremble. More alarmingly, under the oppressive presence of this singular being, the adversaries were forced to retreat. Qi Gang, a mid-stage Su Guang expert and a figure on the Divine Master rankings, wielding a source divine weapon, found himself pushed back repeatedly by the sword's might. His face flushed and eyes filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, Hu Qingfeng, at the early stage of Su Guang, faced the relentless onslaught of descending blades and began to cough up blood. In such a battlefield, his early-stage prowess appeared exceedingly fragile. Terror consumed Hu Qingfeng's heart. Such strength. Not only was the individual before him powerful, but those surrounding him exceeded his wildest imaginings. He was aware of Hao Xiaoqing's might. Yet he was oblivious to the extreme ferocity of Kong Jie, whose single punch unleashed a momentum that felt as if it could tear him apart. Why does the Silver Moon possess so many strong warriors? The battle raged on. Up ahead, Li Hao surged forth with a sword strike. His focus singular, to charge and vanquish the enemy. With a single slash, he cleaved through several supernaturals, one of whom cried out in terror, "It's that silver being." With a decisive stroke, he severed his opponent, blood splattering in the air. Surrounding Li Hao were his comrades in black armor, rapidly blocking the convergence of supernaturals. Their silent roars echoing as they fought valiantly, with Li Hao leading the charge, piercing through the line formed by the supernaturals. As shouts erupted, several from the scattered cultivators, including a trio from the Sanyang, soon joined the fray. Moreover, in the distance, several from Su Guang stirred, tearing through the surrounding black armors and charging toward them. Su Feng, upon spotting Li Hao, felt a shift in his gaze and moved closer. The elder behind him furrowed his brow slightly and followed suit. Before they could catch up, the elder suddenly halted, sensing something in the distance. A black armor appeared to be watching him. The elder paused, conveying silently, "Young master, observe first. Do not act rashly." "Understood." Su Feng responded dismissively, hastening toward Li Hao. The elder cast a glance at the nearby figure clad in black armor, exhaling softly as he transmitted a thought. "What do you intend to do? If you have no intentions, remain still." Nan Quan's voice resonated. "Your master possesses considerable strength at the mid-stage of Shu Guang and is quite renowned on the Divine Master ranking in the central region. However, I have no concern for him. But you, stay put and do not move. Should you dare to stir, do not blame me for being impolite. Of course, I may not be able to deal with you. But if you dare to interfere, when Yuan Shua returns and learns that you have bullied his disciple, if he does not eliminate you, I shall not bear the surname he." He asserted that he might not be able to contend with him. At that moment, the formidable Nan Quan uttered such words. The elder fell silent. Nan Quan disregarded him further, merely issuing a warning while transmitting another thought. "Moreover, the rules of the martial world apply to you just as they do to your master. Li Hao's strength pales in comparison to yours. I can save Li Hao once, but you cannot. If your master is slain, then he is slain. Do you understand?" The elder transmitted back. "Heong, I am merely returning to my homeland to see you. I have no desire for idle chatter with you. If you persist, I shall only intervene slightly, just to make a point. I await Yuan Shua's return to see if he can vanquish you." The elder remained wordless. Yuan Shua, a martial artist currently at the pinnacle of the Three-Yang realm, in their eyes, was rather feeble. Yet, even someone like Heong claimed, "I cannot kill you. I will leave that to Yuan Shua." Such words might elicit ridicule, yet the elder did not dismiss them as mere bluster. He seemed to wrestle internally. Even if Su Feng was merely seeking Li Hao, a figure of the three-yang tier, he contemplated the potential repercussions. If calamity were to strike, would his intervention provoke Yuan Shua's displeasure and wrath? That fellow would surely go berserk upon discovering that he had meddled in his disciple's battle and would undoubtedly seek retribution. The elder inhaled deeply, choosing silence as he withdrew to the side. Seeing this, Nanquan chuckled, dispatching a punch that dispatched a superhuman before transmitting once more. I am aware of your affairs, yet do not forget, you are still a martial artist, utterly petty. With that, he vanished in an instant, disappearing from sight. He had to check on Li Hao. Among those present, the only individual he regarded with caution was this elder. As for the others, the formidable ones would naturally be dealt with by Hong Yitong. The elder watched him depart, casting another glance at Su Feng, who was now approaching Li Hao, seemingly intent on studying or subduing the silver warrior. Suddenly Li Hao, having slain a three-yang opponent with a single stroke of his sword, felt a piercing gaze upon him. Turning his attention, he recognized the individual who had previously disrupted his enlightenment, Su Feng, mid-stage of Shuguang, a figure of some renown on the rankings, formidable indeed. Li Hao knew he could not contend with him. He chose to ignore Su Feng. He was aware that he was currently outmatched and would likely be beaten, perhaps even killed. Instead, he sought to engage one of the individuals at the initial stage of Shuguang among the scattered cultivators. Aside from this individual and Yuan Xingwu, 3 others existed at the Shuguang tier, with 1 at mid-stage and 2 at the initial stage. His target was one of the latter 2. He, however, did not wish to confront the individual, yet this very person sought him out. Just as Li Hao surged forward once more, Su Feng suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path amidst the radiant glow of the morning sun. Beneath the armor, Li Hao's countenance darkened. At the peak of the 3 suns, he feared he would hardly be a match for his opponent. This was troublesome. If he had comprehended the 4th force, there might still be hope. Yet at this moment, he had merely gathered 3 forces. Where was Nanquan? Had he not promised to allow him the freedom to act recklessly? Just then, he heard Nanquan's voice beside him. Why not give it a try? What's there to fear? A young master, a favored disciple of the divine, has swiftly ascended to the mid-phase of the radiant light in just a few years. This is not the same as the martial artist's progression. I believe your strength is comparable to that of the early phase of radiant light. As for this opponent, even if you cannot prevail, it would be wise to experience the formidable prowess of those on the divine master rankings. Li Hao cursed silently, exclaiming inwardly, damn. It's easy for you to say, but we are talking about the mid-phase of radiant light here. Is Nanquan teasing me? Just previously, he suggested I engage someone at the early phase for a test of courage, and now this? This is not just a risk. It's a matter of life and death. Go ahead, engage in battle. If you truly cannot contend, I will intervene. Li Hao inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth, his mind racing with expletives. In the next instant, he ceased his thoughts. Fine. I've set sail on this treacherous voyage. What else can I say? In a heartbeat, 3 sword forces seamlessly merged. Opposite him, Su Feng had merely intended to gauge the true strength of this silver figure and whether he would exhibit the so-called state of revival. However, he was momentarily taken aback, sensing the presence of a force. Could silver wield force as well? Moreover, it was a sword force. Among the ranks of the Battle Sky Army, there were indeed a considerable number of skilled swordsmen. As Li Hao's 3 sword forces fused, a moment of contemplation passed before he gritted his teeth and unleashed the blood blade technique. A surge of blood vitality enveloped him, causing Su Feng to furrow his brow in recognition. This was somewhat familiar. What was this technique? With the 3 forces merged and the blood blade technique unleashed, Li Hao no longer hesitated and struck out with his sword. Boom. This strike was immensely powerful, and Su Feng's eyes flickered as he waved his hand, summoning a freezing force that spread forth. With a thunderous crash, Li Hao's sword collided with a massive block of ice. The ice was extraordinarily resilient. Although Li Hao's sword shattered it, he also endured a significant recoil. Interesting. Su Feng regarded Li Hao with a curious expression. Why do I sense that you are still alive? It seems you are not merely a specter. Could it be possible? He appeared rather unfazed, waving his hand to conjure countless ice arrows that immediately surged towards Li Hao, a smile gracing his face. This is truly fascinating. This silver figure seems unlike the others. Could he genuinely be alive? If so, it is hard to believe that an ancient being still exists, or that a contemporary individual could become part of such a legacy. With a rumbling sound, countless ice arrows exploded upon Li Hao, who who found himself unable to evade. His opponent's speed was astonishing, and the ice arrows coalesced instantaneously without a moment's respite, proving far more formidable than any superhuman he had previously encountered. Li Hao remained silent, leaping from the ground, and once more, he struck with his sword. This time, the long sword was silent, employing the shadowless sword technique. Buzz! It was only when the sword pierced the ice that a resounding explosion echoed, leaving Su Feng increasingly astonished. At this moment, from afar, 3 distinct auras suddenly erupted. In that instant, the voice of the 7th commander resonated in Li Hao's mind. We are about to awaken completely. 12th commander, should we fail to vanquish the enemy? If you survive, guard War Heaven City. Li Hao was taken aback when boom. At that moment, Su Feng unleashed a punch, the frozen fist, instantly encasing Li Hao in ice. Li Hao's internal energy surged forth with a tremendous roar, shattering the ice. Yet he remained besieged by the chilling onslaught. This fellow is a water-type mutant with ice abilities. Li Hao could no longer hesitate. He gazed intently at Su Feng, gritted his teeth, and his long sword transformed instantaneously into the Starry Sky Sword. The silver armor allowed him to wield his weapon, enveloping it with the inherent properties of the armor, appearing from the outside as a standard long sword. However, the effect was entirely distinct. Li Hao ceased to ponder or observe further. With a swift stroke, he unleashed his sword, a fusion of 3 elemental forces, roaring like a fierce tiger, covering the earth, the golden sword force exploding forth. Su Feng also stirred slightly, vanishing in an instant. Yet, Li Hao, with a firm footing, swiftly closed the gap and struck out with his long sword, his murderous intent radiating. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the ice before Su Feng shattered instantaneously, catching him off guard. He was struck in the chest by a single thrust, producing a resounding impact. A mirror materialized before his chest. The heart-guarding mirror. Su Feng glanced at Li Hao, then at the mirror, his expression shifting as he hastily surveyed the sword in Li Hao's hand. It was exceedingly sharp, leaving a tiny scratch on his mirror. Not only that, the weapon spirit that had previously dwelled within the mirror now remained dormant despite his attempts to summon it, relying solely on the mirror's strength to withstand Li Hao's blade. What was happening? This silver armor was no trifling matter. Su Feng sensed its power, estimating it to be on par with the early stages of Rising Sunday. Even if it fell slightly short, the difference was negligible. Yet, just moments ago, his super ability, the Ice Shield, had been shattered in an instant. This was truly astonishing. Moreover, what was that tiger's roar? He frowned, increasingly perplexed. Meanwhile, Yuan Xingwu, from a distance, suddenly furrowed his brows, casting a puzzled glance towards Li Hao. In that fleeting moment, he too had heard the sound of a tiger's roar. He had encountered such a roar numerous times, albeit different from that of his master. In the martial arts world, only the 5-animal technique could produce such a commanding tiger's roar. Yuan Xingwu turned to look at Su Feng, his expression shifting slightly. This individual was formidable, a figure on the Divine Master rankings, someone he recognized. He then glanced at Li Hao, who, at that moment, was once again poised to strike. With his long sword gleaming in the air, the fusion of 3 sword forces erupted in a dazzling display, contrasting starkly with the traditional combat style of the 3 silvers. The 3 sword forces, the tiger's roar, and the blood-tinged blade technique sparked a glimmer of incredulity in Yuan Xingwu's eyes. Indeed, in that moment, he could not help but think of one person, recalling the details he had seen. Li Hao, the junior brother he had never met. It was Li Hao. This silver armor was merely a disguise crafted by Li Hao. He felt a wave of disbelief. How could this be possible? At this moment, Li Hao wielded his sword with relentless precision, disregarding any concerns about exposure. He was not merely employing his swordsmanship. He was also executing the 5-animal technique, moving with remarkable agility, at times resembling a fierce tiger and at others, a nimble monkey. Anyone familiar with Yuan Shua would instantly recognize that this individual was indeed a practitioner of the 5-animal school. Not only Yuan Xingwu, but even from a distance, Hu Dingfang, who had not been engulfed by the earth-overturning sword, turned his gaze in this direction. His expression shifted as he realized, Li Hao. He has infiltrated the city of Battle Heaven and has become a silver warrior. The sight of Li Hao engaging in combat with someone at the mid-level of the Radiant Sun stage was almost unfathomable. Li Hao, however, remained unfazed by the presence of others. His sole focus was on unleashing the water momentum. Once he achieved that, the locking force would pose no challenge. His internal organs were exceptionally robust, allowing him to harness the locking force effortlessly, swiftly capturing the fourth force, merging it with the other three, and, coupled with the Bloodblade technique, he might just stand a chance against this opponent, no longer relying on brute force. Li Hao understood that reckless aggression was not synonymous with seeking death. He began to engage in a more intricate battle. His blood energy surged, and at that moment, Su Feng also grasped the situation. Suddenly, he coldly remarked, "You are not an ancient practitioner. Yet your techniques bear a resemblance to those of the five-animal school of the Silver Moon legends. You are Li Hao." It was hard to believe Li Hao, a mere novice in martial arts, had somehow acquired the power of the Radiant Sun. What kind of fortune had he encountered? Li Hao chose not to respond. Their recognition meant little to him. He resolved to treat them all as if they were already dead. With a swift strike, he vanished into the shadows. What did it matter if his opponent was at the mid-level of the Radiant Sun? Boom. The surroundings were instantly encased in ice, a formidable force sweeping across the area, sealing off the space where Li Hao stood. Su Feng coldly remarked, "I initially suspected you might be a silver warrior, and was somewhat concerned about the so-called revival. It now appears that your recent use of the Bloodblade technique has granted you your current strength. It seems you are incapable of achieving the so-called revival." With that, he no longer held back. His curiosity piqued. How had Li Hao become a silver warrior? In an instant, the area around them was frozen, the chill penetrating deeply. Though Li Hao had slipped into the shadows, he was forcefully compelled to reveal his form. The moment his figure materialized, a punch came hurtling towards him, a fist of ice. Crack! Li Hao attempted to flee, yet his path was obstructed by ice. He stomped his foot, shattering the ice, causing the ground to tremble. However, he was momentarily delayed, and a punch struck him. Boom! Li Hao felt an overwhelming force reverberate through his armor. Had it not been for the strength of his internal organs and physique, a typical practitioner at the Three-Yang stage would likely have perished from such a blow. Truly, he was a renowned genius of the Central region. Su Feng, having delivered the punch, was taken aback to see Li Hao still standing. In the next moment, he continued to unleash his punches, the power of ice sealing off Li Hao's ability to retaliate. Nevertheless, with his formidable internal organs, potent blood energy, and the protection of his silver armor, Li Hao, although continuously battered, could rapidly recuperate. His sword energy replenished his depleted strength, healing his wounds. Gradually, Li Hao emerged from the icy confinement, his gaze flickering with determination. This opponent seemed unable to bring about his demise. Indeed, he recalled his battle with Lu Long. As long as the adversary could not kill him, and with sufficient sword energy, he could outlast them. In the next moment, Li Hao swung his sword with a fierce strike. The razor-sharp starry sky sword was unyielding, forcing Su Feng to retreat. This retreat granted Li Hao the opportunity he sought. He took a step forward, leaping into the air with a roundhouse kick, instantly unleashing the power of 9 forgings. This time, there was no hesitation, only a singular thought, to display his utmost strength. Even if he could not vanquish this foe, he aimed to deplete his supernatural energy. Supernatural power is not boundless. It requires time to replenish. Boom! Li Hao unleashed a flurry of kicks, relentless in his assault. Though his feet were encased in ice, they shattered instantaneously. With a swift slash of his sword, he forced Su Feng back, continuing his onslaught with sword strikes, punches, and kicks. The martial artist style was exemplified to its zenith. The more Su Feng fought, the angrier he became. Did this man not sustain injuries? He had experienced multiple shocks, the impacts resonating through his armor. Could it be that this armor was so formidable that it absorbed all his strength? He was perplexed. If that were the case, this armor would be an extraordinary treasure. Meanwhile, not far off, Nan Quan revealed a hint of a smile. In the next moment, he delivered a punch that sent a nearby Shuguang reeling backward. The Shuguang's expression shifted, and he swiftly retreated. The bystanders were incredulous. How could there be so many formidable warriors among these black-armored figures? Despite being a Shuguang himself, he had been injured by a single punch from the black armor, truly terrifying. Nan Quan had sent one Shuguang flying and turned his gaze to several battlefields. The 3 silver warriors appeared to be reviving, their strength intensifying, their aura growing more formidable. The captain of the 7 factions wielded his great sword, shaking it down to obliterate one of the Red Moon's pinnacle fighters. The Green Moon members also changed expressions. The resurgent silver warriors were astonishingly powerful, hinting at an impending transformation towards the Shuguang. Defend! Someone shouted. Their revival time is limited. They will soon dissipate completely. Do not engage in a head-on clash. As for retreating, that seemed impossible at this moment. They could only choose to defend, to wear them down until the Silver Warriors succumbed. This was also the reason they were unafraid of the enemy's revival, if they could hold on for a while longer. Based on previous experiences, the Silver Warriors had a brief window for sustained combat. All above the three suns, come together to defend. Another voice boomed, inciting chaos in the surroundings. At this moment, some of the copper armors appeared to be reviving as well, instantly reaching 3 sun strength, swiftly slaughtering several supernatural beings before them. 2 streams of combatants merged into one, the air filled with anguished cries. As for Li Hao, he disregarded everything else, consumed by a singular thought, to exhaust the life of that scoundrel. Boom! He delivered punches and kicks with unrestrained fervor, even unleashing a tiger's roar. The ferocious roar reverberated, causing the nearby supernatural beings to bleed from their orifices in panic, retreating hastily. Even Su Feng felt a sense of dizziness. How could this individual be so overwhelmingly powerful? Was he an indestructible entity? The battle raged on relentlessly. The number of casualties rose, with the black-armored figures being increasingly incapacitated. Simultaneously, within the city, at the Lord's mansion, a golden warrior held the Xian Gui seal, hovering in the air, gazing toward the distant east city gate. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze toward the old turtle, who remained silent, merely redirecting his gaze toward the same direction. After a prolonged silence, a sudden wave of energy surged forth. Is this not a form of liberation? Indeed. Could this not be considered a release? The truth is, salvation is not impossible, nor is it beyond reach. Yet being trapped within armor for millennia is an excruciating ordeal. Such torment is the most agonizing of all. Devoid of memory and soul, only an unshakable obsession remains. In the final moment, awakening them to their past, could this not be seen as a gift and a release? At this juncture, within the golden armor, a ripple of energy was felt, yet we are willing to remain vigilant, willing to continue safeguarding this city. The ancient tortoise seemed to exhibit a flicker of emotion, and after a moment, sent forth a mental wave. Go forth. Agreed. A resounding affirmation echoed, and in the next instant, the golden warrior surged forth, imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill. We are willing to endure this solitude, this suffering. The so-called liberation pales in significance. Protecting this city is the vow made upon joining the Celestial War Army. Today, it is not for humanity that we fight, but merely to defend this desolate city. And even so, it is a sweetness we cherish. The golden warrior swiftly approached the eastern gate. Meanwhile, the floating ancient tortoise revealed a hint of emotions it ought not to feel. Would it continue to bear such torment? It had originally wished for their complete liberation, for the agony of time was unbearable. Does the Celestial War Army not desire to survive? Chapter 155. The sword drawn outside the city, a fierce battle raged on. At this moment, Li Hao was equally ferocious, merging 3 swords into one, unleashing the blood blade technique. The sword could shield his body and heal his wounds. Time and again, he was encased in ice, yet he rose again to strike. The sword's radiance was fierce. With a thunderous crash, a black-armored figure shattered into countless pieces. Li Hao could no longer contain himself, roaring, "Get away!" These black armors, whether acting on orders or driven by some inherent obsession to protect their commander, rushed forth to serve as meat shields whenever Li Hao was struck down. Yet even 100 layers of black armor, combined with more black armor, barely equated to the brilliance of the sun. Encountering the mid-phase of radiant dawn, the black-armored warriors could not withstand a single blow. Even the armor itself was shattered in an instant. Such was the might of radiant dawn. These black armors were merely marching towards death. Once, twice, thrice, Li Hao felt little. The black armors had long ceased to exist. Initially, he found their obstruction somewhat beneficial, as they could serve as shields and distract the enemy, sapping their strength. However, as they continued to hurl themselves into battle, seemingly oblivious to danger, fatigue, or death, Li Hao's fury ignited. One after another, the black armors were annihilated. Moments later, copper-armored warriors emerged around Li Hao. Charge! A wave of energy radiated, a battle cry emanating from the copper armor. When Li Hao was once more encased in ice, a copper warrior charged forth, accompanied by several black-armored warriors, wielding great swords. undaunted as they pressed on to slay the enemy. For the Celestial War, the indistinct battle cries detonated in his ears. Li Hao instantly shattered the ice. Yet the bronze armor remained unyielding. With a thunderous explosion, it was the first to burst apart, sending Su Feng staggering back a step. He was unharmed. Yet he found himself obstructed once more. Su Feng was exceedingly vexed. Not only had he failed to slay Li Hao, but these black-armored and bronze-armored foes, akin to ants, had been dead for countless years, yet they continued to charge forward, which irritated him greatly. What would their charge achieve? What could it possibly change? They merely delayed him for a moment. And then what? Would he not continue to crush Li Hao? Was there any purpose in this? Li Hao, having shattered the frozen blocks, now glanced at the recently exploded bronze armor. Although they were identical in armor and equipment, he seemed to recognize the fallen bronze-armored warrior. It was Hu Xinwu, the captain of the 3rd Company of the 9th Division of the Garrison Army. A flicker of confusion crossed Li Hao's mind, but he swiftly regained his composure. They were long dead. They were merely acting on instinct. Even the bronze armor possessed no intelligence. It was solely because he was the captain of the silver armor that these fallen warriors were willing to rise time and again, charging to the front lines to buy him time. All for the sake of the silver armor. Li Hao contemplated this and drew his sword. The blade glimmered with brilliance. With a fierce strike, his killing intent intensified. In the next moment, he leaped into the air, slashing outward with his sword. Boom! The blade swept out, instantly slaying several superpowered foes nearby. He was nurturing his killing intent. Unable to defeat Su Feng, the Starry Sky sword seemed to grow impatient. Li Hao's gaze turned cold as he swiftly dashed forward, no longer targeting Su Feng, but instead aiming for the crowd in the distance. Thinking of fleeing? Su Feng snorted coldly. You think you can escape once I have you in my sights? In your dreams. With a sudden burst of speed, he blocked Li Hao's path. At that moment, Li Hao was eerily quiet, not uttering a word, not even a sound of breath. With a slight shift, he swiftly maneuvered past Su Feng and struck out with his sword, once more slaying a radiant superpowered foe. The surrounding superpowered individuals, terrified, hastily fled. Meanwhile, Li Hao pursued relentlessly. He was gathering strength. Yes, at this moment, Li Hao was engulfed in a feeling that was difficult to articulate, be it anger or something else. Initially, he had intended to give it his all, not caring about the outcome. With Nan Quan still watching, he felt no fear. Yet now, he was determined to slay this man. Boom! Su Feng swung his fist again, obliterating a black-armored foe that had leaped toward him, not bothering to look back as he resumed his pursuit of Li Hao. These bothersome iron clumps. He shattered the black armor with a single punch and quickly continued the chase. Meanwhile, Li Hao pierced through another radiant foe with his sword. His killing intent now subdued and contained as he directed his assault toward another target. The surrounding superpowered individuals fled in disarray. Yet the black-armored and bronze-armored foes did not scatter. They relentlessly charged towards Su Feng. The commander of the 7th Company had proclaimed, "Here, all you need to do is charge. Pay no mind to your surroundings. As long as the Battle Sky Army stands with you, you can rest assured. Your enemies lie only ahead." Such words were spoken with an air of inevitability. Li Hao had previously felt little, but at this moment, a mid-stage Xu Guang was pursuing him. Even if he ceased his killing, Su Feng was still obstructed outside. Armored figures clad in black, frenzied and relentless, under the leadership of the bronze-armored warrior, halted the advancing foe at the cost of their own dissolution. Bang! 32. Li Hao silently counted in his heart. 32 warriors of the War Heaven Army had their armor shattered by Su Feng. Though they were dead, long since turned to dust. Why linger on the memory of these fallen souls? Their bones had already crumbled to powder. They were merely echoes of obsession. Buzz! A sword thrust forth, slicing through the air, as a fleeing early-stage Sanyang bore a look of terror. With a soft thud, a gaping wound appeared at the back of his head, piercing straight through his skull, and his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Around him, scattered cultivators screamed in horror, fleeing in terror. The Sanyang had perished. One sword had claimed a life. At this moment, a voice erupted in fury. That is not just an armored warrior. It is Li Hao, disciple of Yuan Shua. Li Hao, you dare to indiscriminately slay the innocent? We are not part of the 3 major organizations. You scoundrel, what are you doing? They were not affiliated with the 3 major organizations and bore no enmity toward Li Hao. Yet, this rogue had the audacity to slay them. Li Hao remained expressionless. Did you not also slay the warriors of the War Heaven Army? Did you not revel in dragging their armor as if it were a treasure? I am the leader of the 12th Regiment, the highest authority here after the death of the 3 major silver figures. Why should I not slay you for killing my soldiers? Buzz. The long sword sliced through the air as he disregarded the icy power behind him. He knew reinforcements from the War Heaven army would arrive to aid him. Indeed, a thunderous explosion resounded. A bronze-armored warrior shattered into pieces. Without turning back, Li Hao seemed to recognize this particular bronze warrior, who had once fought alongside him in the outer city. It was Wu Keifu, the commander of the 9th Division, 8th Regiment, 9th Company of the Guard Army. Li Hao? Su Feng's voice was frigid. Is it amusing to command these iron lumps to obstruct? Is it meaningful to slaughter these weaker superhumans? Come and face me in battle. I may not kill you. Strip off your armor and hand it to me, and perhaps I will even offer you some protection. He held little interest in killing Li Hao. His intrigue lay in that armor. It was far too fascinating. Moreover, it seemed he could control those black and bronze-armored warriors. If he could acquire such a treasure intact, it might surpass even the celestial grade source divine weapons. And that sword, seemingly indestructible, might also be a rare artifact. The sword of the Li family? At this moment, he recalled such rumors, and if true, this could yield an immense bounty. Puff! Li Hao once again surged forward with his sword, piercing another individual, blood splattering as the armor became stained. Behind him, the fallen bronze warriors remained unacknowledged. He paid no heed to the soldiers rushing in from all directions to protect their commander. He was relentless in his assault. With a stomp, the ground trembled, sending someone hurtling backward, impaled by his sword. A fierce roar erupted as someone bled from all 7 orifices, disoriented and staggering, only to be decapitated by his blade. Like a soaring bird, he pierced through, directly colliding with a super ability user, shattering them into fragments. At this moment, Li Hao had even breached the defensive line of the super abilities. The powerful were preoccupied with combating others. The 3 silver warriors were reviving, immensely formidable. While the elite from Silver Moon were numerous, yet at this moment, they too were engaged in fending off the onslaught of the earth-shattering sword. The momentum of the earth-shattering sword grew stronger, almost uncontrollable, and among the crowd, several weaker individuals had already sustained severe injuries. Even Hu Qingfeng and the other outsiders, including Xu Guang, were now bloodied and in a pitiful state. Only Su Feng continued to pursue Li Hao. In truth, there were other Xu Guang who aspired to pursue but were quickly frightened away. Some, however, remained undeterred, yet now lay incapacitated on the ground. One initial stage Xu Guang rogue was being trampled underfoot by Nan Quan. With an indifferent gaze, Nan Quan stomped on a Xu Guang and unleashed a punch. Boom! The head of that Xu Guang warrior was utterly obliterated. He was indifferent to whether he killed these people, yet after having intimidated them once, their persistence in pursuing him left him no choice but to respond with force. Nan Quan. In the distance, Yuan Xingwu's expression changed. He recognized Nan Quan at that moment. He instantly recalled the one who was dealing with others, earth-shattering sword, Hong Yitong, the terrifying martial world of Silver Moon. He glanced again at Li Hao, who was charging forward, and Su Feng, who was in pursuit. Yuan Xingwu felt an urge to move, but Nan Quan's presence instantly locked onto him. Yuan Xingwu, is it? Whether you assist him or harm him, do not approach now. Otherwise, my fist will not distinguish who you are. Yuan Shuo will not acknowledge you as his foremost disciple. I shall show you no mercy. Yuan Xingwu's expression was grave. He was no match for Su Feng, who was a formidable force on the Divine Master rankings, mid-stage Xu Guang. If he continued to flee, without the protection of those in black and bronze armor, he would surely perish. If the elder truly wished to aid him, it would be better to confront Su Feng directly. Do not presume to instruct me. Nan Quan dismissed him. Will he die? How can one know without pushing the limits? Li Hao was somewhat hesitant, not in terms of action, but in battle. He struck hard against the weak, yet hesitated against the strong. Was there any merit in this? This time, let us see a strong adversary. Li Hao indeed had a knack for intimidating the weak while fearing the strong. Nan Quan found this displeasing and sought an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Of course, should it come to life or death, he would intervene. At the very least, he had pulled Li Hao back once, and the elder beside him could utter no words in protest. The disparity in their strengths was so vast that even in years past, he had the right to assist Li Hao, as it was a form of support for the weaker. This was to prevent the martial artist from hesitating and fearing to challenge the powerful. Yet at this moment, Li Hao was oblivious to such considerations. After successfully eliminating another escaping Sin Yang, Li Hao took a breath, his long sword becoming increasingly restrained. Looking ahead, there was no one left. Even if there were, they had retreated into the outer city to hide, too fearful to emerge. Around him, the super abilities had been significantly scattered. Continuing the slaughter would yield few more. Behind him, another shattering sound echoed. 36. Li Hao silently recited once more the numbers. 32 black-armored warriors and 4 bronze-armored ones. The might of Su Guang was vividly embodied in these armored soldiers. Su Feng relentlessly pursued, with Li Hao as his primary target. Nonetheless, he had already dispatched a total of 36 of the Battle Heaven Army soldiers. Li Hao turned his head and halted his steps. Su Feng, slightly panting, glanced at Li Hao with a smile, not fleeing anymore. The surrounding black-armored warriors were either scattered or slain at this moment. The nearest black-armored soldier was still several dozen meters away, attempting to breach the barrier of superpowers rushing towards them. Li Hao reiterated his earlier words, "Surrender the silver armor. And I have no desire to kill you." Su Feng smiled. "Reaching this stage as a martial artist is no easy feat. I value talent. You may choose to assist me, or you may refuse. I will not take offense. The silver armor does not rightfully belong to you. Relinquish it, and I shall offer you some divine energy stones as compensation. What do you say?" At that moment, Li Hao, who had remained silent, finally spoke. "You have killed 36 warriors." Su Feng was taken aback but quickly chuckled. "Li Hao, do not jest, nor waste time. It is pointless. The 3 silver revivals will soon be vanquished. I can spare you, but the 3 major organizations will not. Hand over the silver armor now, and you may escape. There is still time. Otherwise, even if I let you go, you will have no time left to flee. I desire to kill you." Li Hao replied earnestly. "Your single life may not be worth more than theirs. Alas, you possess but one life. I seldom speak to the dead, but I cannot guarantee that I will certainly kill you. However, I shall exert every effort to see you slain." Su Feng grew impatient. "Are you deluded? Do you believe martial artists are truly invincible? Do you think your master, Yuan Shua, is formidable? Everything you assume is merely that, assumptions. Do you know that the so-called Silver Moon 36 heroes of yesteryears are now but servants in my household? What a ridiculous fellow." In that instant, Li Hao took the initiative to strike. He propelled himself from the ground, not soaring into the air, but rather harnessing the force of the void to surge forward. With a powerful kick, a surge of energy coursed through him, a manifestation of the ancient city's might. He extracted some of the earth's power, and with a single stroke, his sword cleaved through the air. Su Feng, upon seeing the approaching longsword, scoffed and unleashed his ice-type superpower once more. This time, however, it was markedly different. The ice shards instantly transformed into reflective surfaces, rapidly expanding to envelop the surroundings, a frozen world. Within a radius of several dozen meters, the area was swiftly encased in ice. Sensing the potential for Li Hao to escape again, and fearing further disruption from the black and bronze-armored warriors, he waved his hand, sending forth a bronze mirror. This was his source divine weapon, which now transformed into a colossal barrier, thoroughly sealing the vicinity. Su Feng's long hair danced in the frosty air as he gazed at the oncoming Li Hao. "Let me see you try to escape." He struck with a punch. An icy fist, and with a crack, the very void seemed to freeze. Li Hao's longsword shattered layer after layer of defense, only to be ultimately ensnared by countless ice shards. But that was not the end. Li Hao let out a fierce roar, summoning the might of a fierce tiger, a blaze erupting forth. With a resounding explosion, the ice shattered, and in the next moment, a surge of 9 overlapping waves erupted from the longsword, breaking through and exploding. With a resounding crash, a pair of gauntlets materialized around Su Feng's fists. A smile crept onto his face as he declared, "I possess more than one source divine weapon. Did you think that without the copper mirror, I would be defenseless? Li Hao, your experience is woefully limited." Such precious source divine weapons were rare even within the Su family, yet as the most distinguished heir and a formidable presence on the Divine Master rankings. He had acquired 2, a heart-protecting mirror for defense and a pair of gauntlets for offense. This balance of attack and defense fortified his confidence in sealing off the surroundings with the heart-protecting mirror. Otherwise, knowing the sharpness of Li Hao's sword, he would not have recklessly discarded the mirror. However, much like the heart-protecting mirror, the soul of the gauntlet now lay dormant, diminishing the enhancement it could provide. This realization both irked Su Feng and stirred within him a sense of greed. He sensed that the soul of his source divine weapon appeared to fear Li Hao's sword. What a fortuitous sign. It indicated that the sword was of a high caliber, thereby suppressing the weapon's potential. With a sudden thrust, Li Hao lunged forward once more. Wielding his sword, Su Feng responded by throwing a punch, diverting the trajectory of the sword slightly, while his other hand reached out, palm open, aiming directly for the blade. Although the gauntlet lacked the support of its soul, it was inherently robust, providing him with no reason for trepidation. As he grasped for the sword with one hand, he launched a punch toward Li Hao's head with the other. Foolhardy creature. At that instant, Li Hao, who had remained largely silent, suddenly spoke. A gap opened in the armor, revealing his mouth, and a surge of internal energy erupted forth, transforming into a blade of inner sword energy. The force of this inner energy, long pent up, deflected Su Feng's punch and hurtled toward his head. Su Feng's gaze sharpened as an ice shield materialized before him. With a thunderous crack, the ice shield shattered, sending shards that carved deep gashes across Su Feng's face. Simultaneously, his fist connected with Li Hao's head, causing the latter to momentarily daze, overwhelmed by a piercing pain, yet a smile broke through his expression. At that moment, he had finally inflicted harm upon his adversary. Throughout the battle, with the heart-protecting mirror and gauntlets, as well as the formidable ice shield, despite several strikes landing on his opponent, Su Feng had remained unscathed, until now. The explosion of sword energy rendered the ice shield to fragments, leaving visible wounds upon Su Feng's face. Fury ignited within Su Feng. He let out a cold snort, gripping the sword with one hand while unleashing a punch towards Li Hao with the other. Damn you! Li Hao's sword reverberated as he retaliated with a punch of his own, unleashing the might of the nine refined strength. With a thunderous impact, their fists collided. Li Hao felt as though his hand might shatter, even through the protective silver armor. Ignoring the pain, he channeled the sword energy within himself, roaring like a ferocious tiger as he launched another punch. With each strike, the two exchanged blows, the sound of their combat echoing in the air. And it seemed as though a crack had appeared on the silver armor. Inside the armor, Li Hao's fists bore the marks of injury, flesh torn. Yet the sword energy rapidly mended these wounds, preventing blood from spilling forth. His left fist began to grow weary, with his right hand gripping the sword. The long sword trembled incessantly, but remained firmly ensnared within Su Feng's grasp. Su Feng's left hand clutched Li Hao's sword, while his right hand unleashed a series of relentless punches. At this moment, his gloved hand bore the marks of wear and tear, and a flicker of astonishment surged within him. This fellow truly has remarkable endurance. The sounds of their labored breaths resonated in the air. Li Hao gasped violently, while Su Feng also drew breath with some difficulty. Confronting Li Hao proved to be far more challenging than dealing with an ordinary early-stage Su Guang. How was this fellow achieving such feats? Meanwhile, Li Hao continued to unleash the formidable nine forging strength. With each successive strike, he poured forth his energy unreservedly, and at this juncture, a torrent of water began to take shape, surging forth with a mighty force. With a resounding thud, the layered waves of the nine forging strength repelled Su Feng's punches. Nine forging strength, you say? Su Feng gasped, a smile creeping upon his lips. It appears the techniques of the Silver Moon Lu family have indeed reached you. Yet it seems the descendants of the Silver Spear are rather inept. Li Hao, too, wore a smile. Engaging in a vigorous exchange of blows with a mid-stage Su Guang was an exhilarating experience. Both had traded hundreds of punches. And though his arms felt on the verge of breaking, he relished the thrill. Indeed, the teachings of the Southern Fist rang true. Recklessness is the essence of martial arts. The long sword in his right hand continued to quiver, yet it remained ensnared by his opponent's control. Li Hao paid little heed to this. The Starry Sky sword possessed its own dignity and temperament, which he regarded as a positive attribute. The water waves surged with increasing intensity. Following the death of Xie Gang, the water force that had eluded him began to manifest at this moment, prompting a soft sigh of reflection from Li Hao. Among the four forces, the water force was perhaps the one he had contemplated the longest. The earth force was the simplest, manifesting instantly with a mere thought. The fire force was slightly more challenging, yet aligning with his mindset while observing a fierce tiger unleashed aloud for smooth manifestation. The metal force had also come forth effortlessly at the moment it broke through the divine spear. However, the water force had always been a conundrum for Li Hao. Despite having mastered the nine forging strength to its peak, and having observed the ocean's waves as well as Lu Long's demonstrations multiple times, the deliberate pursuit of learning proved to be a greater challenge for him. He had encountered the Nine Forging's strength early on in his martial journey. While it may have seemed like a brief period to others, for him, it had been a foundational aspect of his martial arts. Yet, until now, at this very moment, the water force had only just begun to reveal itself. It was exceedingly difficult. As the water wave manifested, it resembled a dragon of water, its frothy cascades overlapping and surging forth. Yet, it lacked a formidable presence. Su Feng barely acknowledged it, effortlessly shattering the water dragon with a punch. A hint of derision flickered in his eyes. A commendable force, indeed, capable of contending with the pinnacle of Sanyang. However, compared to Li Hao's sword force, this water dragon is feeble. If even the sword force cannot affect me, how could this water dragon? As the water dragon dissipated, it seemed to carry a sense of reluctance, only to reappear in the next instant, yet it vanished just as quickly. Within Li Hao, where his kidneys resided, a chain erupted forcefully, instantaneously ensnaring the water dragon with a locking force. The previous attempts to execute this locking force had posed considerable challenges, but today it was accomplished with remarkable ease. The robust vitality of his internal organs and physique endowed Li Hao with newfound confidence, and in an instant, the locking force was successfully completed. At this very moment, within the 5 vital organs, the lungs were ensconced in the essence of gold, the heart in the essence of fire, the kidneys in the essence of water, and the spleen in the essence of earth. Only the liver remained devoid of energy. While the 4 organs displayed their respective forces, Li Hao and Su Feng continued their sparring. In the distance, an elderly man furrowed his brow, intending to investigate further, but suddenly turned to look back. At that moment, not only he, but even Nan Quan could not help but glance back, for a brilliant flash of golden light was approaching. The formidable warriors of the 3 major organizations, including Hao Xiaoqing, visibly changed countenance. The golden armored warriors had manifested within the city. This was dire news. The crowd was taken aback. The resurgence of the silver armored warriors unleashed a terrifying power. The 3 organizations, each facing a single silver armored warrior, found themselves at a disadvantage, forced into a defensive posture. They had initially believed that entering the city and activating the Xiangui seal would provoke a counterattack from the golden armored warriors. At that time, they thought they could defeat the Tianjun together and subsequently confront the golden armored warriors. But now that was impossible. As Hao Xiaoqing's expression shifted, it suddenly transformed again. Boom! Like the collapse of Mount Tai, the heavens and earth trembled as a sword descended from the sky, turning the world upside down. Hong Yitong, disregarding the golden armored warriors, seized the moment of their distraction and struck down with his sword. Boom! Hao Xiaoqing was smashed to the ground from midair, a mouthful of fresh blood spewing forth, his eyes revealing a mixture of shock and fury. Hong Yitong. Meanwhile, Kong Jia's fist cracked open with a resounding thud, blood oozing forth and falling to the ground. Nearby, several powerful beings were also felled, their golden spears spouting blood, with the Jade Steward likewise bleeding profusely. Despite the concerted efforts of numerous mighty warriors, at that moment, they were all brought crashing down from the skies. Hu Qingfeng fared even worse, with a loud bang. One of his arms exploded, leaving him pale with fright as he hurriedly ran to Qi Gang's side, who was also overwhelmed, blood gushing forth, cursing inwardly. What am I doing here? In this wretched place, I wish I had never come. A figure from the Divine Master rankings finds themselves merely as a bystander here, nearly beaten to a pulp. Had it not been for the fact that he was not specifically targeted, he suspected he would have been torn to shreds by now. The silver moon is far too perilous. While lost in thought, he noticed the golden armored warrior flying toward them, his expression shifting dramatically as he hastily looked at Hao Xiaoqing and the others. Hao Xiaoqing coughed lightly, spitting out blood, and gazed at the earth-shattering sword. Breathing heavily, "Are you satisfied now?" Hong Yitong remained utterly calm. "You seem to be asking a child if the candy is tasty." Hao Xiaoqing, "You may put on a facade before others, but if you truly possess the capability before me, then completely unseal your 5 vital organs. I too wish to test who among us can slay the other once fully unleashed. Is it truly necessary?" Hao Xiaoqing regarded him, his complexion slightly pale, a sign of internal injuries surfacing. "Over the years, I have seldom targeted you or the sword sect. The last time was merely due to the chaos in Silver Moon. where I required some assistance. You wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle over this? At this moment, Kong Jie spoke up, saying, Hong Yitong, that's enough. We need not unseal. Truly, you are no match for us, and even without unsealing, the difference is negligible. There is no need to provide others with a spectacle. At this instant, Hu Qingfeng and the others wore pale faces. The implications of their words were glaringly evident and profoundly unsettling. Unsealing? What could that possibly mean? Was it that Hong Yitong had grown formidable enough to instill such terror in them? Did Hou Xiaoqing and Kong Jie, perhaps, possess similar prowess? If so, it would indeed be terrifying. Hong Yitong intended to say more, but suddenly his gaze shifted. Initially displeased with Hou Xiaoqing, he sought to further torment him. Yet his brow furrowed abruptly, not towards the golden-armored figure behind him, but rather into the distance. In the next moment, both Hou Xiaoqing and Kong Jie turned to look as well, while the others were a beat slower. In the distance, Li Hao had locked onto the fourth force. Moments later, his long sword trembled, a surge of water energy flowed into the blade. The elderly man, who had been observing the golden armor, abruptly turned to glance at Li Hao, as if struck by a sudden realization. He was channeling energy, channeling the five forces. The next instant, without uttering a word, the old man stepped into the void, vanishing in an instant. At that precise moment, an overwhelming surge of blood energy erupted. Nanquan appeared, delivering a mighty blow to the heart. With a thunderous crash, a superpower lock shattered. In the next heartbeat, another punch aimed at the lungs and liver resulted in further ruptures of the superpower locks. With 3 consecutive strikes, a formidable aura surged forth, even surpassing his earlier explosion at Songshan. Back then, he had merely shattered 1 superpower lock. Now, to confront the elderly man, he had broken 3. Under the old man's fierce gaze, Nanquan unleashed another punch. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled at that moment. Even Hong Yitong and his companions from afar were momentarily taken aback. Hou Xiaoqing felt a pang in his teeth. Had Nanquan gone mad? Nanquan's strength was inferior to Hong Yitong's, and even to theirs. Strictly speaking, he was not necessarily a match for Chief Steward Yu. Indeed, this was the standard explosive power of a mid-level Suguang. However, at this moment, having shattered 3 superpower locks, that formidable blood energy enveloped the land. And with one punch, a colossal fist materialized within the heavens. Dominant, ruthless, and frenzied. Hiyo! The old man bellowed, you are insane. In the next heartbeat, a long sword pierced through the heavens, illuminating the earth, casting radiant light into the void, making the entire ancient city feel as though it had been aglow. The sword cleaved through the air, its intent reflecting upon the world. You are the madman, Hiyong retorted coldly. I too wish to see if you, ranked 3rd among the 7 swords, can surpass Hong Yitong. Boom! The fist clashed against the sword, shattering the void and fracturing the illusion of the long sword. The old man shouted in fury, reaching out to summon an even mightier sword of light. Hiyong, you scoundrel, Su Feng cannot die yet. And as Nanquan witnessed the summoning of an even more powerful long sword, his fury reached its zenith. Was the power of the 7 swords truly that formidable? Rather than the earth-shattering sword, you are merely the 3rd among the 7 swords. Do you truly believe yourself to be the foremost among them? In the annals of heroes, both the heavenly sword and the earth-shattering sword once ranked above the southern fist. The 3rd, the radiant sword, is merely on par with you. I have shattered 3 shackles. Do you still dare to resist? Seeking death. With a thunderous roar, it sounded as if chains were shattering. The 4th shackle was broken in half, unleashing an overwhelming force. In the distance, Hong Yitong gasped. It was over. Damn! This madman has begun to fight, disregarding the consequences. Breaking 4 chains, even if not completely severed, could easily trigger a chain reaction. Li Hao might not be able to mend it properly. 3 is the limit. Why must you seek to gain an advantage? The elder's expression also changed. With a tremendous crash, the longsword was shattered by this punch. Hiyong unleashed another strike, as if a myriad of fists converged. The void itself was shattered. The elder manifested multiple radiant swords, yet they were all obliterated in succession. The formidable Hiyong was now even stronger than he had been against the Golden Eagle, approaching the zenith of power, or rather, he was nearly there. The elder's strength was formidable to the utmost, yet against the explosive southern fist, he was still struck. With a resounding boom, the elder was sent flying, bones fracturing, blood spewing forth. He was hurled hundreds of meters, crashing heavily into an ancient house, which, despite its resilience, trembled violently with a thunderous sound. At this moment, He-Yong hovered in the air, exuding unmatched dominance and an expression of indifference. The radiant sword is indeed powerful, without unsealing the four shackles. He might not be able to overpower this elder, but do you dare to unseal them? I do. With an overwhelmingly powerful punch, I have gravely injured the radiant sword. Who do you think you are, being so arrogant? In that instant, behind him, Kong Jie and Hou Xiaoqing were equally overwhelmed. Another one. If he doesn't unseal, it would be a fair fight, with He-Yong being the weakest, but this madman is reckless, with the four shackles unsealed. Even if they joined forces in their current state, they could very well be obliterated by him. Too ferocious. At this moment, Hou Xiaoqing fell silent, remaining exceedingly low-key. Meanwhile, Hong Yitong, hesitating to speak, urged him to find Li Hao quickly. If the four seals are broken and not resealed, it would not merely lead to becoming superhuman, but result in losing one's life. The internal organs would surely explode. The sudden eruption of the southern fist caused some to overlook previous sentiments. Yet, in the next moment, a flash of sword light erupted as the radiant sword was shattered. Break! An angry shout resonated from Li Hao, who roared without regard for anyone else. What do the radiant sword and the southern fist have to do with me? My enemy is this scoundrel before me. Su Feng's expression changed dramatically. The hand that had grasped the long sword suddenly cracked, and even the gauntlet was riddled with fractures. Within the gauntlet, a spirit of arms manifested, revealing a trace of fear. In the next moment, the gauntlet suddenly flew away, fleeing. The eternal sword. Having lost his boxing gloves, Su Feng's countenance shifted dramatically. He let out a furious roar, unleashing his mysterious energy. In that moment, while he desired to evade the confrontation, he found himself unable to do so, having just encased the vicinity in ice and sealed it with his heart-guarding mirror. There was no escape. In the distance, the radiant sword that had been sent flying was accompanied by a spurt of blood as its wielder struggled to rise. With a pained and helpless expression, he ascended swiftly and turned his gaze towards Su Feng, bellowing, "Li Hao, 1,000 divine energy stones." Before he could finish his plea, Li Hao remained indifferent, slicing forth with his sword. This strike saw the fusion of four forces, the Bloodblade technique erupting to its zenith. Not only that, but within the stellar sword, all sword energy surged forth, transforming into raw power as he unleashed a single strike. What divine energy stones? Do you think I care? Die! With a thunderous crash, the sword descended, shattering countless ice fragments. The stellar sword seemed equally enraged, furious at having been suppressed for so long, now erupting in unprecedented brilliance. As the blade fell, a golden warrior, having just ascended the city tower, suddenly turned to witness the spectacle, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Sword Sovereign's legacy. Su Feng roared, his mysterious energy erupting once more, surging forth to form an ice shield in an attempt to intercept the descending strike. Boom! The ice shield shattered instantaneously, causing Su Feng to bleed profusely. As the sword struck down, he abruptly hurled a punch toward Li Hao, the impact resounding as it struck his opponent. Yet his own arm fractured under the force. Su Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Li Hao, and after a moment's pause, he exclaimed, "Do you know I am of the Su family?" At that moment, chunks of flesh crumbled from his cheeks, falling away. His body continued to erupt in blood and flesh. Yet he refrained from crying out in pain or despair, only expressing incredulity. "Do you know the Su family? This man before me has slain me." Even in the central regions, not everyone dares provoke the Su family. Not even the 9 divisions or the royal family would so easily murder a member of the Su family, nor would the 3 major organizations act so recklessly. He pondered. How dare this individual challenge him? Coughing violently, Li Hao spat blood and retaliated with a punch, the force of which shattered Su Feng into fragments. Following that, he unleashed a flurry of punches, 36 in total, reducing Su Feng to mere pulp. Finally, he exhaled a breath of blood, laced with disdain. "Oh, does the Su family shine brighter than my Li family? Huh, what nonsense. I have not flaunted my lineage, yet you presume to do so? Do you know what the Li family, one of the 8 great families, represents? Do you comprehend the strength of our ancestral lineage? Comparing family backgrounds with me is absurd. Unless you hail from the lineage of an emperor or a monarch, anything else is utterly trivial." A moment of silence enveloped the surroundings. Su Feng was dead. The audacity of Li Hao even extended to desecrating his remains, transforming him into a mere mass of flesh. As Li Hao shed his silver armor, revealing his true self, he smiled at those around him and waved at the three major organizations. A pleasure. I am Li Hao from the Silver City Esteemed family. A greeting from Li Hao of the Five Animal Sect. Silence persisted. In midair, Nanquan beamed with satisfaction, exclaiming, "Well done." Yet, in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically. "It's over. I can't withstand this." In an instant, he landed beside Li Hao, and at that moment, the icy barrier dissipated completely, causing the heart-guarding mirror to fall to the ground. Ignoring it, he grasped Li Hao's hand and transmitted a desperate plea. "Save me." Yet, he shouted aloud, "Li Hao, are you all right? What nonsense is this Su family? If anything happens to you, I will annihilate them." As his words fell, a surging tide of blood energy erupted, even piercing the heavens. The ferocity of his blood energy was so overwhelming that it caused the approaching radiant sword to change color, halting its advance. Its power was too formidable. The three major organizations were left aghast. Why are these martial masters in this cursed place so terrifying, one more fearsome than the last? In the distance, some superhumans felt as though they might be crushed by the oncoming blood energy, their faces drained of color as they fled in panic. Meanwhile, Nanquan, fierce to the extreme, continued to implore through thought, "Save me, hurry, speed, Li Hao, or we are finished, quickly." As Li Hao held his hand, his expression shifted slightly, and he transmitted back, "That energy has been depleted." The color drained from Nanchuan's face beneath his armor. "Don't joke around." Boom. The blood energy surged, intertwined with some supernatural force. And in that moment, the formidable Nanquan became the brightest presence in the arena, even overshadowing the three silver-ranked warriors and the one golden warrior who had taken flight. His face pale, he roared, "War Heaven Army, attack." With that, grasping Li Hao, he soared into the air and hurled a punch toward Hao Xiaoqing. Hao Xiaoqing's expression changed as he swiftly attempted to evade, but there was no escape. With a thunderous roar, he was directly struck, sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. His face twisted in fury. "Did I provoke you?" In the next heartbeat, Nanquan, with Li Hao in tow, ascended the city wall, not looking back, vanishing from sight. Help! He had gone too far. At that moment, everyone was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, a massive golden sword descended without hesitation, crashing down with a resounding boom, striking the defending Red Moon, causing devastation among the ranks and obliterating the three Sun Peak warriors. The pinnacle of the sun, the Purple Moon, had already escaped under the protection of the Blue Moon and Green Moon, the three of them vanishing in an instant. Another warrior of dawn watched helplessly as the three fled, revealing his own insignificance. He was deemed less important than the Purple Moon. With a thunderous crash, the great sword descended. Boom! It shattered him into pieces, not cleaved, but pulverized. "Flee!" A furious roar echoed as the flying and Yama warriors hastily retreated. Not only that, but the battered Hao Xiaoqing's expression shifted, yelling, "Withdraw!" The great sword fell, countless sword shadows manifested, crashing down like mountains, mercilessly slaying one superhuman after another. At that moment, the voice of the Golden Warrior resonated with an ancient timbre. "War Heaven Army, engage." These petty marauders dare to display their might. A mere band of brigands. They had the audacity to invade War Heaven City. If it were not for the difficulty of revival, you all would have been eradicated long ago. In the next instant, the remaining soldiers of the War Heaven Army surged forth, a tidal wave of black armor, led by one golden and three silver figures, crashing forward amidst the cacophony of screams. The extraordinary beings swiftly retreated, no longer considering the need to traverse the secondary passage to exit the city. They fled en masse, escaping beyond the city limits. It was not until they reached the edge of the square that the Golden Warrior halted, casting a glance at those still in flight, a glimmer of ferocity gleaming in his eyes. Alas, time has shown no mercy. They had long since perished. Now, the outskirts had transformed into their sanctuary. What a pity. They had lost their corporeal forms and souls, stripped of everything, unable to step beyond the confines of this ancient city, forced to watch helplessly as others survived the calamity. "Fall back!" With a commanding shout, the remaining soldiers promptly retreated towards the inner city, regrouping. Outside the city, numerous powerful figures gasped for breath, a hint of trepidation evident in their demeanor. The sudden turn of events and the might of the Golden Warrior had caught many by surprise. In an instant, aside from 3 leaders of the Red Moon who managed to escape, every member of the Sun and one from the Dawn were slain in a single stroke. Prior to this, the enemy's most formidable achievement had merely been the defeat of a mid-level Sun in this city. Had it truly awakened? Meanwhile, Hou Xiaoqing exhaled, a sense of resignation washing over him as he observed the city. Today, it felt as though he had endured several consecutive blows. Those 2 scoundrels, Nanquan and Difu's sword. Chapter 156. Aftermath. Subscription requested. Fear and dread permeated the perimeter of the ancient city. As the black-armored forces charged, the Golden Warrior and the 3 silver figures engaged in battle. Although some powerful individuals fled with remarkable speed, a significant number of scattered practitioners and weaker beings were not as swift. Initially, nearly 2,000 had entered. In the first round of combat, several hundred perished. Li Hao and his companions had secretly ambushed over 100, and a further contingent had fallen in previous skirmishes. Now, with the extraordinary beings in disarray, countless lives had been lost. As the Golden Warrior paused near the square to regroup, Hou Xiaoqing surveyed his surroundings, unable to suppress a sigh. Human greed leads to demise. This time, a considerable number of extraordinary beings had entered, yet now, as he glanced around, it seemed that at most 500 remained, suffering grievous losses. Some extraordinary beings appeared utterly dazed with fear. Even if they managed to escape, their fates would not bode well. The extraordinary, now shaken, found it difficult to contemplate advancing further. Moreover, could they easily leave? They had been inside for barely a day, at the earliest. They would not be able to exit until the following evening, contingent upon the outside forces opening the relics for extraction. Prior arrangements had been made to delay this opening. They would have to wait until the 3rd day, at which point, even if no assistance arrived from outside, the relics would automatically activate. 2 more days remained. He cast a glance in all directions. In this brief span, the once numerous Dawn had dwindled, as yet another from the Red Moon had fallen, leaving only the Blue Moon and Green Moon, alongside a pale-faced peaked sun, the Purple Moon. Over with Yen Luo, the Equality King was still present. Though he too had lost a contingent of followers, fortunately, 2 members of the Dawn remained alongside him, while all 3 from the Dawn had survived. On the flying heaven front, 1 elder was missing, leaving only 2 elders, possibly slain by the explosive might of silver warriors. In the realm of scattered cultivators, accompanied by Su Feng and Yuan Xingwu, there were originally 5 members of the Shuguang faction, though now only 3 remained. Su Feng had perished, and another had fallen victim to Nanquan's lethal strike. Nearby, a solitary figure stood, the bright sword, gazing intently at the city, their expression shifting like the tides. Lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, the steward Yu and his companions were still reeling from the shock, but they soon regained their composure. Steward Yu cast a glance in the distance and suddenly inquired, "Is that the bright sword?" As one of the 36 heroes, she had felt an odd sense of familiarity earlier, speculating about various individuals, yet the thought of the bright sword had eluded her. Names like Beiquan and Baidu had surfaced in her mind, but not the bright sword. An old acquaintance, now transformed, concealing their identity, was certainly not unusual. Yet, could it be that a woman had become a man? Indeed, the bright sword was one of the 2 female swordsmen among the 7 swords, the other being the azure light sword. With the bright sword ranked 3rd among the 7, her formidable prowess was undeniable, surpassing many of her peers within the 36 heroes. Yet, Steward Yu had never anticipated that this individual would be the bright sword. Had she truly changed her gender? Hou Xiaoqing glanced in that direction and shook his head. "No, she hasn't changed." "Then do not inquire further," he interrupted, aware of certain underlying truths but reluctant to divulge too much. At this moment, noticing the bright sword's seemingly dazed demeanor, he refrained from saying more. The bright sword's involvement with the Su family likely carried its own secrets. Steward Yu ceased her questioning, while the remaining powerful figures from the 3 major organizations swiftly convened. The 7 surviving members of Shuguang promptly gathered, alongside over 20 from Sanyang. In an instant, this formidable coalition was formed. At this juncture, Green Moon turned to the scattered cultivators and urged, "What are you hesitating for? This may all be a trap. How many lives have been lost? How many from Shuguang have perished? Huang Yu is gone, and Su Feng of the Divine Master rankings has fallen, while Nanquan and the Earth-overturning sword have concealed their depths. Yet today, they have been repeatedly exposed. Do Hou Xiaoqing and the others not realize their astounding combat prowess? With this proclamation, no further urging was necessary. The scattered cultivators, alongside Yuan Xingwu and 3 others, quickly converged. Yuan Xingwu furrowed his brow in silence, remaining motionless. In a blink, the 3 major organizations had amassed 9 members of Shuguang, with over 10 from Sanyang swiftly joining their ranks, thus significantly bolstering their strength. Aside from Yuan Xingwu, who remained with some of the Tianxing army, and the Bright Sword, still lost in thought while gazing into the city, the entire periphery had instantaneously divided into 2 factions, the Silver Moon officials and the 3 major organizations. At this moment, within the official ranks, Hu Qingfeng lay gravely injured, his face etched with terror, while Qi Gang also bore serious wounds, remaining silent as he tended to his injuries without a word. They both sensed an overwhelming sense of crisis. Had circumstances permitted, they might have fled. Indeed, some matters were too horrifying to contemplate deeply. Why do so many elder Silver Moon warriors appear in the ruins of the Battle Heaven City? Moreover, none of them are weak. They are all formidable beyond imagination. It turns out that martial artists possess such incredible strength. The 2 factions stand distinctly apart, and if it were not for their inability to leave, it is likely that the 3 major organizations would have departed by now. Yet, they dare not retreat, fearing that should they leave, these warriors would swiftly collude with those within the city. Perhaps, even among Hou Xiaoqing and Li Hao, some disagreements have arisen. Otherwise, why has the earth-shattering sword been entangled with them for so long? Without the earth-shattering sword, or should these individuals ally with it, the situation would indeed be dire. Furthermore, there is also the Southern Fist, which poses an extreme threat. Green Moon gazed toward the distant Radiant Sword and suddenly spoke. Radiant Sword, if you wish to ensure your survival, the only path is to join us. Otherwise nearby, an elder turned to look at Green Moon, as if momentarily regaining his senses. He observed her for a while, revealing a smile that was ambiguous, neither clearly joyful nor sorrowful. Peacock, you likely cannot escape. Green Moon's expression changed. What does this mean? Are Hou Xiaoqing and the others truly intent on annihilating them? Yet, let us not forget, there are still multiple Dawnlights present, and many from the 3 Yang are prepared to fight to the death. These individuals cannot profit from this conflict. Hou Xiaoqing cast a sidelong glance at the Radiant Sword and calmly stated, do not spread rumors. We harbor no such intentions. At this moment, my greater interest lies in whether the 3 Silver Warriors will completely dissipate or endure. It seems that the Golden Warrior has led them into the city. Indeed, atop the city gate, there are currently neither Silver nor Golden Warriors. Within the city, tranquility appears to have returned. Hou Xiaoqing is indeed contemplating the potential survival of the 3 Silver Warriors. If they were to completely perish, perhaps there would still be a chance. However, if they can survive and continue to revive 3 beings on par with the pinnacle of Dawn Light, along with the Southern Fist and the Earth-Shattering Sword, they would remain quite formidable, not to mention the even more terrifying Golden Warriors present. The Radiant Sword paid him no heed and continued to gaze into the city. What of the Southern Fist and the Earth-Shattering Sword? Why do they dare to unlock their super abilities without fear? Or is there a means within the city that could restore them? At this moment, Green Moon and her companions are filled with vigilance, while the scattered cultivators also join their ranks, each one gripped by profound fear. They entered merely to seek profit, not realizing they would be embroiled in such complexities. A group of Silver Moon warriors, each overwhelmingly powerful, and even some have joined the Battle Heaven army. These are unfathomable developments. The more one knows, the greater the danger. This principle is well understood by all. Given this, will they be able to exit the ruins of Battle Heaven City unscathed? Many harbor a pessimistic outlook, feeling that opportunities may be slipping away. Of course, should a powerful figure like the Radiant Sword also join them, coupled with the Silver Moon faction, where Hu Qingfeng and Qi Gang are currently trembling in fear, rebellion may be a viable option. In such a case, there might indeed be a glimmer of hope. Among the scattered cultivators, 2 are at the Dawnlight stage, one in the mid-phase and the other in the early phase. It is rare for scattered cultivators to reach such heights. One of them hails from the Liu family of the Treasury Department, possessing the strength of an early Dawnlight. Another formidable figure from the Su Guang faction hails from the neighboring Linjiang governor's office, a prominent and powerful individual within the province, renowned for their influence. Initially, there seemed to be no presence of Su Guang in Silver Moon. It was only when Hou Xiaoqing took action that the others realized he had ascended to Su Guang. Subsequently, as Yu the Steward and Jin Chong intervened, it became evident that Silver Moon indeed harbored Su Guang, and they were not to be underestimated. However, the strength exhibited by the Linjiang province had consistently surpassed that of Silver Moon. At this moment, the general from the governor's office was filled with trepidation, casting aside any notion that Linjiang was superior to Silver Moon. Each individual present held a significant background. Among the three Yang, there were also some powerful figures from various factions, concealing their identities, and at that moment, they could only mingle with the three major organizations, hoping for protection and a chance to report this intelligence. It was terrifying. In Silver Moon, Ho Xiaoqing and Kong Jia were exceptionally formidable. Were they the only ones? Or were there more powerful beings? Di Fujian and Nan Quan were equally formidable. It was rumored that Li Hao could slay those of the three Yang, a claim bordering on the absurd. Could one at the pinnacle of the three Yang truly defeat those on the Godmaster ranking? Such assertions were unfounded. The martial artists of Silver Moon were cunning and had concealed their true strengths. At this moment, both sides barely maintained a facade of calm. No one knew if they would survive to leave this place. Yet, as long as those within the city did not ally with the Silver Moon individuals, they might not fear the few officials from Silver Moon. If they united, however, their chances would diminish considerably. Simultaneously, within the city, Nan Quan set down Li Hao and hastily retrieved all the storage rings he possessed, including those from the earlier incident where Li Hao had slain Su Feng, as well as the rings from the fleeing boxing gloves and the fallen bronze mirror. He also had a storage ring from a Su Guang he had previously killed, along with several others from his prior killings. In that moment, he swiftly extracted the treasures, and the divine energy stones piled up before him, astonishingly exceeding 600 pieces, primarily sourced from Su Feng and another Su Guang. Additionally, there were two sourced divine weapons, both belonging to Su Feng, while the other individual had none. He anxiously looked at Li Hao, asking if it was feasible. Upon seeing Hong Yitong land nearby, he hurriedly inquired, "What about you? Did you pick up that storage ring? And the one from Huang Yu? They must be with you, hurry." Hong Yitong, bemused, replied, "Weren't you just boasting?" He shook his arm, and in an instant, divine energy stones cascaded down, though not as many as Nan Quan, amounting to around 400, thus totaling 1,000 pieces. Nan Quan, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "What about the large one? Over 1,000 stones is no small sum." However, the last time he and Di Fujian had consumed around 800 stones, and this time they had activated even more. Would it be sufficient? "Please don't be stingy, old Hong. Brother Hong, I can barely hold on." Nan Quan was nearly in tears. The recent exhilaration of battle had swiftly turned into despair. For extraordinary energy locks have been shattered. Had it not been for the recent fortification of his vital organs and the assistance he received from Li Hao previously, along with some benefits gained from the spring pool, he would likely have been unable to endure this moment. Hong Yitong cursed under his breath, yet still retrieved a fragment, one he had scraped off in the vicinity of the spring. The piece he extracted now was somewhat damaged, and he was reluctant to part with the other two. Although this fragment, from an energy perspective, might equate to around 3,000 divine energy stones, its quality far surpassed that measure. This item could be likened to receiving a resounding slap for merely exchanging 3,000 divine energy stones. Li Hao remained silent, having just depleted all his sword energy. He decisively plunged his small sword into the largest divine energy stone. Hong Yitong raised a hand to intervene, but ultimately sighed with a hint of melancholy, lamenting, "Why not use the smaller one first instead of thrusting directly into the largest?" Time was of the essence. Li Hao hastily replied, "The smaller one is too slow for conversion. It must be this larger one, with its superior purity." Indeed, time was pressing. However, it was not entirely impossible to manage. A southern fist could exert control. Yet, the small sword could not wait any longer. The small sword, which had previously shown indifference towards divine energy stones, now seemed to relish its first taste of something delectable, eagerly thrusting itself into the stone, instantaneously siphoning off a significant amount of divine energy. The small sword trembled in delight, a clear indication of its satisfaction. The previous consumables had been mere refuse. As for the weapon spirit, it was tolerable, but it was merely a snack. The main course had been absent, leading to discomfort after several meager morsels. In the blink of an eye, rich currents of sword energy began to manifest. Before long, the small sword began to grow. Its limbs were elongating, and Li Hao swiftly extracted the sword energy, channeling it into Southern Fist's body, while also absorbing some for himself. The The quality of the sword energy appeared to be elevated, yet Li Hao sustained considerable injury. After the fusion of the four forces, he found it somewhat challenging to maintain control. The ability to slay Su Feng was attributed to that fellow's overconfidence, coupled with his previous exhaustion and the loss of his gauntlet, which had caught him off guard. Furthermore, Li Hao had unwittingly sealed off all avenues of escape. Otherwise, it is unlikely he could have slain a mid-stage Shuguang with such ease. Matching his strength might have been feasible, but achieving a kill would have been considerably more difficult. Li Hao rapidly harnessed the power of the divine energy stone, while the three of them sat cross-legged, fervently absorbing sword energy. Southern Fist finally exhaled in relief. Whereas Hong Yitong spoke somberly, "Remember, you owe me 3,000 divine energy stones. I am not asking for much. Do you think this large piece could be acquired for 3,000 stones?" Southern Fist found himself at a loss for words, and after a moment muttered, "You absorb some as well. I need only a little. There is no requirement for excess. Unlike some, I do not feel compelled to shatter four extraordinary energy locks for the sake of superficial pride. Otherwise, would I have expended such vast amounts?" The consumption had neared 4,000 divine energy stones, with a significant portion represented by the large piece, holding a true value far beyond that. If this continued, the three major organizations would inevitably face bankruptcy. To engage in such a battle, consuming so much. It is indeed remarkable that the three major organizations have not succumbed to bankruptcy. The exhilaration derived from this clash is palpable. However, the cost is astonishingly high. Hong Yitong glared at Nanquan several times, thinking this madman, lacking in funds, should refrain from boasting. This is not merely a fight. It is a reckless expenditure of resources. To obstruct the bright sword, severing 3 strands of energy would suffice, or even just one could barely impede it. Yet this individual has severed 4, purely for the sake of showing off. How else could one strike the bright sword away? How could one send Hou Xiaoqing flying with a single punch? Is there any merit in this? Hong Yitong cursed inwardly, thinking that if he were willing to spend, he could outshine this display. He refrained from showing off. Yet the expenditure was still from his own coffers. He had foreseen this fool's downfall, and should have been more resolute in denying him access to funds. Nanquan appeared sheepish, unable to articulate much at that moment. He muttered, "I only aim to protect Li Hao." "Silence," Hong Yitong retorted, disinterested in hearing more. Protecting Li Hao? There was no need for such extravagance. Otherwise, the cost would resemble the last incident, where approximately 1,000 divine energy stones would have sufficed. As he spoke, he paused. Casting a glance to the side, the consumption of sword energy was considerable, and the divine energy stones were depleting swiftly. Notably, aside from the 3 of them absorbing energy, it seemed others were also partaking. Turning his head, he was taken aback. Unbeknownst to him, a gaunt black dog had appeared nearby, panting with enthusiasm, as if it had encountered a long-lost feast, voraciously absorbing the sword energy. Initially, Hong Yitong felt a twinge of wariness. How could a dog be present in the city? An ancient canine? However, his suspicion quickly morphed into curiosity as he glanced at Li Hao, who remained silent, eyes closed, absorbing sword energy, while inadvertently providing some to the dog as well. This was unexpectedly astonishing. Yet at that moment, Li Hao was too preoccupied to dwell on it. The dog appeared to be on the brink of starvation. Encountering it here, he decided to share some energy. After all, it was not his own expenditure. Of course, some of the divine energy stones on the ground belonged to Su Feng, yet compared to the energy being absorbed, this was but a trivial sum. Hong Yitong's surprise stemmed not from the dog's presence, but from its apparent resemblance to one practicing the 5 animals breathing technique. Nanquan also sensed something amiss. Turning to look, equally dumbstruck. What was the situation? A dog suddenly materialized, and astonishingly, it seemed to be exhibiting the 5 animals breathing technique. In the next moment, both individuals felt a slight jolt of astonishment. Moreover, this dog appeared formidable. A martial artist dog? While they could not detect any extraordinary energy fluctuations, it had stealthily approached them, only being noticed while it absorbed sword energy, demonstrating its impressive ability to conceal its presence. This was genuinely alarming. Where had such a powerful creature emerged from? This dog, perhaps, could rival some of the formidable beasts of Tsangshan. Yet, without having made a move, it remained difficult to ascertain its true nature. They observed that Li Hao seemed to deliberately transmit some energy, speculating that he might know them. However, they said nothing further. Nanquan looked at Li Hao with a hint of melancholy, silently conveying, This energy is borrowed. Please use it sparingly. The 3 men and a dog were absorbing the sword energy. In the next moment, the golden warrior descended with 3 precarious silver beings. Glancing at them as a mechanical voice echoed, "Captain of the 12 Corps, there is a need for you to visit the Lord's mansion." With that, he swiftly departed with the 3 silver beings. Hong Yitang's gaze was somewhat unusual as he watched their retreating figures. Nan Quan also communicated, "It seems the 3 silver beings are nearing their end." Hong Yitang nodded slightly, sensing the same. It was an instinct that the 3 silver beings were about to dissipate completely. Li Hao opened his eyes and gazed at the departing silver beings, falling into silence. Were they truly to vanish? At the Lord's mansion, beneath the Turtle Tower, the Golden Warrior stood silently with the 3 faltering silver beings, suddenly speaking. "I hope the Guardian bestows mercy. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" The ancient turtle's voice resonated. The Golden Warrior replied resolutely, "Absolutely. They too are willing, just as I am, to become weapon souls. To become the souls of this silver armor until the day we witness the return of the Battle Heaven army and the return of the human king. Weapon souls. They would refine their lingering souls and memories entirely into the silver battle armor, signifying that they would henceforth become the very essence of the weapons, akin to the source divine weapons. In ancient civilizations, these source divine weapons were a brutal byproduct of the great wars between humans and demons, mercilessly slaying demons, extracting their souls, and forging these weapons. After the war between humans and demons concluded, even the demon suppressors hailed from the demon race, leading to the obliteration of the methods for creating source divine weapons, rendering them obsolete. Such practices were deemed cruel, especially against their own kind. Extracting residual souls, one would not die as long as the weapon remained intact, yet they would gradually lose fragments of memory and their essence, becoming the weapon souls of the silver armor. We, the Guardians, are willing. At that moment, the 3 silver beings began to resonate with mental waves. I do not wish to dissipate so easily. The day the 10th captain vanished, the city's strength was likely insufficient, so I do not dare to hope for the slaughter of 1,000 energy warriors today. The city's reserves should suffice. I hope the Guardian can fulfill this." The silver warrior from that day chose to wield his sword against the heavens. For at that time, the city's energy reserves were exceedingly meager. Even if there was a chance, it would likely be unattainable. But today, it should be possible. They wished to remain, for there were still countless aspirations unfulfilled. Even a mere glance would suffice. With a soft sigh, the ancient turtle's spirit rippled, and in an instant, the 3 silver armors vanished, only to reappear atop the tower, a peculiar flame emanating forth, accompanied by anguished cries echoing within the armor. The method of refinement was brutally merciless, which was precisely why source divine weapons were abolished. The ancient turtle had experienced this firsthand, yet it was a distant memory now, long forgotten. Below, the golden warrior seemed to exhale in relief. This was satisfactory. In any case, it is no better than the present. Becoming a soldier's soul and continuing to manipulate armor may not be worse than the current situation. Those few individuals at the city gate need not concern us for the time being. The old turtle's voice echoed. Everything today, I have witnessed. First observe their actions, then their intentions. Even though it is the inheritance of the sword master and the war god army, they will not casually recruit. At present, the silver commander is already sufficient. Understood. The golden warrior responded, vanishing instantly from the spot. Simultaneously, a vast amount of energy was consumed by the 3 individuals and the dog, until all the divine energy stones on the ground shattered. The trio and the dog absorbed over 4,000 units of divine energy stones, which restored their injuries and even fortified their internal organs. Nan Quan wore a proud expression. Hong Yitang reminded once more, 3,000 stones. Remember to return them. If not, interest will rise by 10 per month. Nan Quan's expression changed. Do not speak nonsense, or you may find yourself in a predicament. Nan Quan felt utterly frustrated. Not only had the battle left him on the brink of bankruptcy, but he also bore numerous debts. It was thrilling, yet truly lamentable that after so many years in the royal service, his salary barely sufficed to repay his debts. At this moment, Li Hao had also repaired the remnants of the previous 4 forces explosion, and the aftermath of the Bloodblade technique had been mended as well, leading to the complete healing of his injuries. Without further ado, he directly stored the 2 source divine weapons from the ground into his storage ring. At this point, his collection of source divine weapons had reached 4,000 a wind chime left by a wheel turner, the boxing gloves and heart-protecting mirror left by Su Feng, and the yellow armor previously abandoned by Yan Luo Xiegang. Among these, the heart-protecting mirror, wind chime, and boxing gloves were of considerable rank, while the yellow armor appeared to be of a lower grade. For sourced divine weapons. Furthermore, Li Hao had a substantial reserve of divine energy stones, including 10 pure divine energy stones distributed earlier, and additional ones acquired from his recent kills, some of which he had yet to tally. Suddenly, Nan Quan cheerfully inquired, "How many military merits do you have?" With a grin, he exclaimed, "I have 55 points." Hong Yitong glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "I have 60 points." "How is that possible?" Nan Quan was taken aback. "You didn't kill anyone during the city defense. How could your score be higher than mine?" "Military merits do not solely rely on kills. I thwarted formidable foes, which naturally counts as merit." Hong Yitong was not particularly surprised. The military merit system was quite comprehensive, making it reasonable. Meanwhile, Li Hao remained silent, not revealing to the two that his merits surpassed theirs, as he had previously eliminated numerous superhumans and several from the Sanyang, including one mid-phase Su Guang. His military merit had soared to an impressive 78 points. Li Hao was astonished at how his military merits had increased so significantly. Of course, he was uncertain of their ultimate purpose. However, having amassed such a considerable amount of military merit felt rather promising. Just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "The city defense battle has temporarily concluded. The Oversight Committee has approved the military merits awarded to all. The newly formed 12th Regiment, in its inaugural battle, has insufficient personnel. Their valor and martial prowess will have their merits calculated at double." As the words fell, Li Hao felt his military achievements had doubled, reaching an impressive 156 points. Not only he, but the other two also received the news simultaneously, each taken aback by the remarkable efficiency. This indicated that the military merit system was still operational, and the supervisory guards were evidently responsible for verifying the legitimacy of military accomplishments. Was this to prevent potential issues? Moments later, a phrase emerged in Li Hao's mind. The newly formed 12th Regiment, valiant and skilled in battle, its soldiers distinguished by their remarkable feats. Regiment Leader Li Hao, with exemplary leadership, is awarded an additional 30 points of military merit. Company Commander Hong Yitong, for repelling formidable foes, is granted 20 points. Soldier He Yong receives an extra reward of 10 points. In the blink of an eye, Li Hao's military merit soared to 186 points. Meanwhile, Hong Yitong's merit first doubled to 120 points, and then was boosted by another 20 points, bringing him to a total of 140 points. As for He Yong, he now boasted 120 points of military merit. Li Hao scratched his head, wondering about the extra rewards for being the regiment leader. Quite impressive. Moreover, acquiring 30 extra points was tantamount to vanquishing 30 mid-level adversaries from the Sanyang realm, which was no small feat. Although the trio was unaware of the potential applications of military merit, they understood that it could only lead to beneficial outcomes. It was only at this moment that Li Hao took the opportunity to glance at the nearby Black Panther, who was contentedly digesting its meal. The Black Panther, filled with exhilaration, suddenly lunged at Li Hao, pinning him to the ground and enthusiastically licking his face. At that instant, having just shed his silver armor, Li Hao was left speechless and astonished. Goodness! The Black Panther possesses immense strength. "Black Panther, stop!" Li Hao shouted, and the creature, wagging its tail with infectious enthusiasm, ultimately complied. Li Hao scrutinized the Black Panther, slightly furrowing his brow. It appeared a bit leaner, but undeniably more powerful. However, he couldn't discern the extent of its transformation, as this creature seemed distinct from the great beasts of Tsongshan, lacking any luminous aura. Had it truly become an entirely martial beast? It bore no trace of mysterious energy whatsoever. "Did you come in last time?" The Black Panther nodded eagerly. "Can you speak?" "I've encountered great beasts that could converse." "Woof, woof, woof." The Black Panther shook its head, leaving Li Hao somewhat surprised. So it was still not strong enough. The 4 great beasts of Tsongshan could communicate through psychic waves, yet the Black Panther could not. Did this imply that it was not particularly formidable, merely having subdued its own power? The Black Panther wagged its tail but offered no response, as it was unaware of the concepts of strength or weakness. It simply knew that during the prior battles, it felt capable of defeating some foes. For instance, it believed it could overpower the burly man without transforming. However, upon transforming, the Black Panther shivered its tail, sensing the overwhelming terror of the foe and recognizing its own limitations. Regrettably, it lacked the ability to articulate its thoughts. Li Hao did not press further, merely finding it peculiar that the Black Panther had remained here for a month, suggesting its acceptance by the city of War Heaven. Could it have acquired a key as well? That seemed implausible. Then how could it continue to reside here? At this moment, Hong Yitong communicated telepathically, noting that this dog was formidable. Although its precise strength remained elusive, its restrained aura suggested it was akin to a martial artist, which was rather peculiar. Nowadays, most great demons absorbed some mysterious energy, yet this dog did not, which was truly odd. He found it intriguing. Li Hao shared this sentiment and remarked, "So, what I witnessed in the city was indeed a Black Panther." He then inquired, "Black Panther, did you witness the fierce battle outside?" The Black Panther promptly nodded. "Do you believe you could best me in combat?" It shook its head vigorously. It may be a dog, but it was not a foolish one. Such a response could jeopardize its share of the delectable sword energy, especially since it was on the verge of starvation. Li Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. What about the Silver Commander before his revival? The dormant silver possessed the combat prowess of a peak 3 suns. Since Hong Yitong had declared the dog to be strong, Li Hao too sensed its considerable might. Could it possess the strength of the 3 suns? The Black Panther, contemplating, nodded its head. Li Hao inhaled sharply, recognizing its potential. This indicated that the creature might indeed possess the power of a peak 3 suns or the nascent strength of the dawn. How had it achieved this? Did you gain some advantage in the city? The Black Panther nodded, glancing towards the distant turtle tower, then trembled, seemingly protesting that it would rather not return there due to the painful memories associated with it. Li Hao patted its head, somewhat surprised. "Remarkable. I've been battling fiercely outside, and had it not been for my recent integration of the 4th force, I might not have been able to contend with you at all. What a twist of fate. This dog seems to have fortuitous luck. Accompanying me, it has tasted the first sip of the Starry Sky Sword's broth, then entered the ruins to reap benefits, making it feel as if its fortune surpasses my own." His own luck was commendable, yet in comparison, he felt a tinge of inadequacy. "Wong wong wong." The Black Panther barked, licking Li Hao's palm and wagging its tail, as if to convey, "We are comrades. I have grown stronger, and you too shall benefit." Li Hao remained silent. It was indeed commendable that the dog had returned. Previously, he had feared it might have perished or fled, only to discover it had been hiding all along. Nevertheless, Li Hao gave its head another pat. "While I was out there fighting for my life, you merely observed from the castle tower and didn't lend a hand." The Black Panther looked innocent, too afraid to intervene. At that time, Hong Yitong had been slaughtering foes below, and it feared becoming an unintended casualty. How terrifying. At this moment, Hong Yitong rose and spoke. "Let us temporarily set aside the black dog. Li Hao, would you be interested in visiting the military camp? I am quite curious about the purpose of military merit. 140 points is no small amount." As for the individuals outside, he felt indifferent towards them, for the Golden Warrior had personally arrived at the castle tower, seemingly guarding and consolidating the black armor. The ruins had only been opened for a day, and exiting was not an option. Those outside had ample time to deal with their affairs. If military merit could be exchanged for some benefits, it would be advantageous. Not to mention, he was left with only 2 large stones, which he was reluctant to squander, all thanks to that rascal Nan Quan, who had made him part with one of his precious treasures. Certainly, this time, with the enhancement of both Nan Quan and Wuzong, they are capable of unleashing a more formidable power. Li Hao, filled with curiosity, nodded in agreement. He too wished to witness the potential of military achievements, pondering whether they could elevate his rank and perhaps afford him a golden armor, which might render him even more formidable. Meanwhile, Nan Quan was preoccupied with thoughts of the divine stone, for he found himself in dire straits. Failure to repay his debts could lead to his demise at the hands of Hong Yitong. One should not dismiss a swordsman's words lightly. Hong Yitong, with his petty nature, might indeed seek to eliminate him. As Li Hao walked, he mused aloud, recalling the individual he had encountered previously. Was that the Sword of Light? He had heard whispers that the Sword of Light was a woman, and he was perplexed by the limited information regarding the Su family in the materials provided to him. Why was Su Feng so arrogant? Nan Quan, with a slight curl of his lip, responded as they walked. "The situation is rather intricate. The Sword of Light is indeed female. However, there are complications with her cultivation techniques. This is an ancient secret art, where the embodiment of light in its pinnacle can even alter one's gender. resulting in a state that is neither entirely male nor female. Her association with the Su family likely pertains to some of their secrets, which may provide her with a solution to her predicament. As for the Su family, Hyung pondered for a moment before speaking. The Su family is not to be underestimated. Their origins trace back to the founding period of the Tianqing dynasty. During the establishment of the Tianqing dynasty, they received assistance from three prominent families, one of which was the Su family. Subsequently, the heads of these three families were conferred the title of Duke of Founding, a hereditary position, with the Su family being the Duke of Stabilization, responsible for overseeing the eastern province. However, since the 9 departments forced the royal family into retreat, the 3 noble families have withdrawn to the shadows. Otherwise, the eastern province would have been under Su family dominion. The other 2 families preside over the western and southern regions, while the northern region, fraught with poverty and chaos due to rampant martial artists, is under the direct command of a royal prince, the very founder of the Tianqing martial guard. Following the rise of extraordinary abilities, the Duke of Stabilization in the east has also reaped numerous benefits. The Su family's strength in the east is formidable. Su Feng's placement on the central divine master ranking is due to his persistent activity in that region. The Su family possesses influence in Tianqing City and is considered a staunch supporter of the royal family, though it is likely they harbor ambitions for independence. The 3 noble families may not align entirely with the royal family anymore. Hyung, well versed in these matters, added, moreover, among the 3 major organizations, one may have covert support from the Su family. Each of these organizations has its share of hidden machinations. Given the Su family's control over the East, the royal family has entertained certain suspicions. The domineering Yan Luo may have garnered some backing from the Su family. Thus, whether it be the 3 major organizations, the 9 departments, or the royal family, they afford the Su family a degree of respect to avert potential upheaval, as the veracity of these matters remains unproven. Li Hao raised his eyebrows, taking a moment to respond. I see. No wonder they exhibit such arrogance. I had assumed they were a family descended from an ancient civilization, but it turns out they are a lineage from the founding period. What have they to be so proud of? Hyung, speechless, remarked, you truly are audacious. Can one not be proud when belonging to one of the 3 founding families? Even princes and princesses must show them respect, and that is a fact. Su Feng, in his audacity, possesses the assets to back it up, and even Hao Xiaoqing would likely hesitate to act against him. Coupled with the protection of the Radiant Sword, it would be a miracle to slay him without personal intervention. Of course, the Radiant Sword exhibits peculiar behavior. Previously, it disregarded all caution and sought to intervene, dismissing even Yuan Shua's threats with disdain. This certainly indicates underlying issues. He secretly scoffed. Could it be that Su Feng is her progeny? Surely not. The Radiant Sword has trained to the point of obsession, becoming neither male nor female. Who in the Su family could have such peculiar tastes as to bear her child? The very thought is too terrifying. Otherwise, it is merely an act of protection. If one dies, what significance does it hold? The Su family would not forsake a formidable ally like the Radiant Sword for a single descendant. For instance, even if Nan Quan protects the prince, should the prince perish, the royal family may not pursue him for retribution. At this moment, Hong Yitong remarked as he walked, just avoid the east, in the northern provinces. The Su family is insignificant and would not dare to venture here recklessly. Should they come, we shall send them to their demise. However, tread lightly in the territory of the eastern families. It is perilous. Supporting one of the 3 major organizations, even if not the sole financier behind Yan Luo, is already formidable and beyond the capabilities of a single individual like Li Hao. Understood. Li Hao nodded, refraining from further comment, but contemplating whether to eliminate all outsiders. If executed flawlessly, no one would be aware of his involvement. Alas, such a task seemed daunting. He also considered the flickering thoughts of Hao Xiaoqing and his companions. These individuals are quite formidable. Should they unite, there is hope of subduing those adversaries. However, if Hao Xiaoqing and the others are unwilling, there would be no recourse. They could also break the seal. When pushed to the brink, it becomes a matter of mutual destruction. Chapter 157. Military Merit Redemption Book. The Golden Warrior compelled Li Hao and his companions to return to the city lord's manor. However, at this moment, the individual was still engaged at the city gate, and Li Hao was in no rush as the 3 made their way towards the military camp. Upon their arrival at the northern city, they found the entrance guarded. The military camp, which had previously been eerily silent during their last visit, now seemed to have revived somewhat. Not only were there guards present, but they also noticed red-armored soldiers on duty in the distance. As Li Hao and his companions approached the iron gate, it swung open automatically. Bang! The guarding soldier thumped his chest with his right hand, seemingly exhilarated to welcome the triumphant warriors. Li Hao and the others had grown accustomed to this and returned the salute. The trio stepped into the northern city. Li Hao pondered aloud. Let us head to the armory. Perhaps there we might find some rewards. There is a silver warrior there, rather impressive, who previously ignored my inquiries. I wonder if he might be more amicable this time. The northern city is vast, with numerous buildings, yet as new recruits, the three dared not wander aimlessly. Knowing precisely where the armory was located, they proceeded forward, encountering several soldiers along the way, all of whom promptly saluted. This time, in addition to the red armor, it seemed there were also some black-armored soldiers. Li Hao and his companions exchanged glances. Previously, there had been no black armor here. Why, then, had it appeared now? Was it present before, or has this battle led to the revival of certain soldiers with sufficient energy supply in this city? Li Hao inclined towards the latter. Prior to this, there were no guards, indicating that apart from the 4 major guardian legions, perhaps all other black-armored soldiers had fallen into silence. The military camp of Battle Heaven City was vast. In former times, when the Battle Heaven army was stationed here, it might have accommodated hundreds of thousands. Of course, it could merely serve as one of the rotation posts, a territory for the reserve forces. The trio proceeded for nearly 10 minutes before finally arriving at the armory. Li Hao had visited this place before, but Hong Yitong and the others had not. Their bronze and black armor had been directly allocated to them at the conscription hall, far less significant than the silver armor. At this moment, outside the armory, several black-armored soldiers had also gathered. Upon seeing the trio, they all saluted. Li Hao felt increasingly peculiar. This indicated that indeed many black-armored soldiers had revived within the camp. Whether this was a good sign remained uncertain. As the three entered the armory and walked forward, after a brief moment, Li Hao spotted the silver warrior in the distance, who also noticed him. Before Li Hao even arrived, the familiar resonance echoed in his ears. Entering through the back door, quite commendable. It seemed the silver warrior was aware of the battle situation outside. The 8 prominent families were indeed formidable. Even if one appeared weak, they still held some merit. Li Hao was at a loss for words. This fellow must have been quite the chatterbox when alive, undoubtedly a rather infuriating character. Nevertheless, his words bore an interesting tone, suggesting a level of intelligence that might surpass that of the 3 silver warriors outside, perhaps even slightly higher. May I ask how to address you? Li Hao approached and offered a courteous remark, despite the annoying nature of the warrior's speech. I am Zhang Liang, Deputy Director of the Supply Department of the 9th Reserve Guard Brigade. The silver warrior seemed somewhat proud, adorned in silver armor. Leaving Li Hao to ponder who held a higher rank, he or a commander like Li Hao. Li Hao sensed a certain level of intelligence emanating from him. He spoke fluently, indeed exhibiting a more enthusiastic demeanor than before. Without further pleasantries, he inquired, Deputy Director Zhang. Li Hao felt slightly exasperated at the insistence on formalities. Deputy Director Zhang, we have earned some military merits and are uncertain how to utilize them. Could you offer some guidance? Military merits, a valuable asset. Zhang Liang appeared somewhat contemplative before continuing. In Battle Heaven City, military merit is of great significance. The entire human race places immense importance on it. The military merit system is extraordinarily vital. During wartime, it even becomes the principal system for humanity. The uses of military merit are numerous. As newcomers who have not participated in the new army training, you may not yet grasp its importance. Let me briefly outline a few points regarding military merit. First, it can be exchanged for cultivation treasures. Second, it can be converted into currency. Third, it can be accumulated for promotions. Fourth, it can be exchanged for opportunities to comprehend the path of martial arts under the guidance of strong practitioners. Fifth, I've forgotten. This individual presents quite an intriguing character, expressing thoughts candidly without any sense of impropriety. He remarked on his impaired memory, retaining only certain inherent knowledge, yet he recalled that military merits held additional significance, perhaps to be recalled in the future. Li Hao and his companions nodded slightly, their thoughts aligning closely with their previous considerations. Li Hao hastily inquired, can we redeem now? Indeed. Zhang Liang responded promptly. Typically, military merit exchanges do not occur here, but in the more profound military merit exchange hall. However, that location is currently deserted. According to wartime regulations, should certain institutions become incapacitated, the military supply office will assume additional responsibilities, thus allowing temporary exchanges here. The military merit exchange hall? Li Hao and his companions were somewhat taken aback, surprised that a dedicated institution existed for military merits, indicating the impressive structure of the War Heaven Army. Moreover, many wartime regulations prevented the War Heaven Army from descending into paralysis. Zhang Liang continued, however, I must caution you, many items are already depleted and cannot be replenished, rendering them temporarily unavailable for exchange. Additionally, I am merely the deputy director. Certain items require the director's signature for redemption. And where is the director? The director has passed away, Zhang Liang replied calmly. Initially, we both managed this place together. The director, being of advanced age, could not endure the solitude and ventured beyond the city, ultimately meeting his demise. Although I can assume some of his responsibilities, I have yet to receive formal appointment from superiors. Given the current stillness in War Heaven City, I should have been promoted. Very well. Li Hao was at a loss for words, but soon asked, what can I redeem? Zhang Liang glanced at him and inquired, how much military merit do you possess? Just over 100. Impressive. Zhang Liang's voice resonated. To accumulate such military merit in your initial battle is commendable, even if calculated double. Here, take this booklet, peruse it yourself. It lists items available for redemption under 1,000 military merit points. There are several volumes of the exchange catalog, but the higher tier items would be of no use to you. Once you have perused it, feel free to approach me for redemption. However, remember that some items may no longer be available. Understood, thank you. Zhang Liang ceased further conversation, returning to his previous position, resembling those lifeless soldiers around him, motionless. At that moment, one could truly sense that these individuals were indeed deceased. This was a city of death, devoid of any living souls. Li Hao and his companions settled to the side, their curiosity piqued. Regrettably, Hengduan lamented, had I known, I would have studied some ancient characters. Alas, I cannot comprehend anything. Filled with regret, Li Hao and Hong Yitong stifled their laughter. Although Hong Yitong felt a tinge of helplessness, he possessed some knowledge of ancient characters, but not extensively. Should he encounter a tome entirely in ancient script, he would find it incomprehensible, truly disheartening. In contrast, Li Hao had studied under Yuan Shuo for 2 years, gaining substantial familiarity with the script, as that period was solely dedicated to learning. 2 years was ample time to master a language. Furthermore, ancient characters bore certain similarities to contemporary writing. It is not insurmountable, with a bit of time. The two of you could surely learn. Hengduan dismissed him. What are you boasting about? Li Hao then opened the booklet, the Military Merit Exchange Catalog. Upon opening the first page, it became apparent that treasures could only be exchanged for 1,000 military merits. This booklet seemed to be arranged in descending order of value, with the first item appearing on the page being a treasure worth 1,000 military merits. Hong Yitong and the others found it incomprehensible, prompting Li Hao to read aloud. To be promoted from company commander to battalion commander requires 1,000 military merits. Hong Yitong was taken aback, speechless for a moment. 1,000 points? You earned 10 points for slaying a Shuguang, so you need to kill 100 Shuguang to be promoted to battalion commander? What a joke. Li Hao pondered and remarked, with 10 points for a Shuguang and 1 point for a Sanyang, perhaps the next tier is worth 100 points. Killing 10 Shuguang would suffice. I believe if the former battalion commander were alive, he would certainly be at least at the Shuguang level. Thus, for those aspiring to become battalion commanders, slaying 10 of the same rank, while challenging, seems reasonable, considering the 9th Division of the Garrison Army has only 12 battalions so far. After some contemplation, both of them found this notion acceptable. Indeed, this meant Li Hao had inadvertently gained 1,000 military merits. Previously, Hong Yitong had hoped to earn some silver for himself, but it now seemed that would not be possible. Li Hao continued, Heavenly Golden Lotus, 1,000 military merits for 1, with 8 petals, possessing remarkable effects for nourishing mental strength. Hong Yitong's eyes flickered with interest as he suddenly exclaimed, Heavenly Golden Lotus? Yes, the item we acquired from Tsongshan. I have seen it in ancient texts. It is indeed the Heavenly Golden Lotus. Li Hao was also astonished, recalling that he still had 1 petal and a lotus seed yet to utilize. Could it be the Heavenly Golden Lotus? guarded by 4 formidable demons. This item had now appeared in the military merit catalog, and its price was considerable. However, with 1,000 military merits for one, each petal would merely equate to 125 points of merit. This suggested that, despite the significant number of adversaries they had defeated, they had only exchanged it for a single petal of the flower. Li Hao felt a stir within his heart, but chose not to elaborate further. Proceeding to state, a series of blade techniques: Explosive Blood Frenzy Blade, Heavenly Emperor Blade, Annihilating Immortal Blade, 3 volumes in total, each valued at 1,000 merits. As he read this aloud, Li Hao had yet to form any thoughts, while Hong Yitong appeared somewhat surprised and perplexed. If I recall correctly, that fellow Guangdao practices the Explosive Blood Frenzy Blade, doesn't he? Here, there is even a complete set of series blade techniques. The term series refers to the ability to master the first volume before progressing to the second, and then from the second to the third, with each volume representing a distinct stage. Hong Yitong's gaze flickered as he remarked, that guy Guangdao has only mastered the first volume and has already attained peak Sanyang, nearing Shuguang combat strength. However, it is evident he is somewhat lacking in subsequent progression. If he could obtain this series of blade techniques, it would be quite entertaining. He might swiftly advance to the second series and enter the third. At this moment, the ancient texts had transformed into items for exchange, undoubtedly within the remnants of ancient civilization. Hong Yitong hastily interjected, "Please check if there are any sword techniques available." Li Hao examined the catalog carefully for a while, flipping through a few pages, and after a moment, he replied, "It seems there are not many sword techniques. There is a set titled Unity of Intent and Sword, which is somewhat related to swordsmanship, but it requires 500 military merits for exchange." Hong Yitong ceased to speak further, and Nan Quan hastily inquired, "What about the martial arts?" The ancient martial arts possess substantial reference value. They can even be practiced directly. However, those individuals have charted their own paths. When they acquire such knowledge, it is primarily for reference rather than immediate application. Li Hao quickly perused the available options. There is indeed a martial art, the Bloody Lion King Fist, priced at 800 military merits. Both fell silent, exclaiming inwardly at the exorbitance. Yet, the steep price surely denotes quality. Otherwise, a regiment leader would only require 1,000 military merits. And these secret arts often demand hundreds, or even thousands. Such figures are indeed daunting. The military merit ledger contains some techniques, though not in abundance, suggesting a degree of standardization within the military to prevent disparate practices that could hinder collaboration. More commonly, it listed various resources. For instance, Li Hao spotted a treasure of modest cost, the Spirit Nurturing Fruit, which enhances mental prowess, priced at 10 military merits each. Mental prowess, as termed by the ancients, is now often referred to as divine intent in martial arts. Though there are distinctions, the concepts share similarities. The fact that such a treasure for nurturing divine intent costs merely 10 military merits piqued Li Hao's interest, though he wondered about its availability. Subsequently, Li Hao glanced again and remarked, "There are also energy stones listed here. I wonder if they are divine energy stones." The cultivation energy stone is priced at 10 military merits per portion, but I am unsure of the quantity contained within. Are there any others? Hong Yitong pondered aloud. Perhaps a technique for nurturing the 5 internal organs? Li Hao scratched his head. That is not evident. There are indeed more manuals, but their names are all remarkably grandiose. Take, for instance, this god-slaying blade technique. One could hardly discern its nature without the appended term blade technique. The secret arts seemed plentiful, yet each title boasted a formidable reputation. Li Hao, at times, found it difficult to ascertain their functions, especially given the high demands for military merits. Hong Yitong exhaled. "Well then, should we inquire with the chief of the logistics department?" Li Hao felt a stir of intrigue and nodded, approaching Zhang Liang, Deputy Director Zhang. "I find myself perplexed by this military merit ledger. Is there any technique here capable of nurturing the 5 internal organs?" "Nurturing the 5 internal organs?" Zhang Liang responded with surprise. "Why do you require such a thing? It appears your mental prowess has already manifested, indicating you have long surpassed the stage of cultivating the internal organs." Li Hao was taken aback, pondering the implication. Zhang Liang continued, "Your manifested mental prowess suggests strength in your internal organs. What utility would this technique serve you?" Li Hao, somewhat bewildered, replied, "Are you suggesting, Deputy Director Zhang, that in ancient times, One first cultivates the internal organs before advancing to divine intent, or mental prowess. Is that correct? Is this not the case in your era? Not at all, Zhang Liang responded, somewhat unsurprised, his tone wavering. Each era possesses a distinct cultivation system. It is possible that your methodology differs from ours in certain aspects. In your situation, conventional techniques for nurturing the internal organs may not be beneficial. Nevertheless, there are indeed commonalities within martial arts. Zhang Liang appeared to be lost in thought, and after a moment, he spoke. Strengthening the internal organs may seem insignificant to you, and due to my impaired memory, I cannot assess your specific conditions. However, there exists a technique that is universally applicable. While it may not greatly enhance the internal organs, it can establish a connection among them. Thus, by strengthening one organ, you can fortify all five. Upon hearing this, Li Hao felt a surge of excitement. Strengthening one organ equated to strengthening all five? What a remarkable find. Director Zhang. Deputy Director. Oh, Deputy Director Zhang, can this technique be exchanged? It should be possible, Zhang replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. I can't recall precisely, but you might want to look for the 5 bridges construction method. It facilitates the unblocking of barriers among the internal organs, creating 5 energy transmission bridges. Consequently, the circulation among the organs allows for the strengthening of one to empower all 5. At that moment, Hong Yitong and his companion rushed forward, visibly exhilarated. The 5 bridges construction method was entirely unfamiliar to them, yet it purportedly could unblock barriers among the internal organs. Both were filled with anticipation, anxious that their military merits might fall short. Li Hao hastily began to search, and after some time, he found the name of the technique. Pleasantly surprised by its modest cost, only 50 military merits? He had expected it to require hundreds, or even thousands. No wonder he had not seen it earlier. It was listed at the back, and indeed, it was quite affordable. Zhang Liang explained, this method is merely a standard cultivation technique. Typically, such techniques were provided free of charge by various academies in the past. However, since not all soldiers are academy disciples, the military charges a fee to honor the copyrights of the institutions. In fact, if you serve in the military for 3 years, this method will be free of charge. You can exchange for it after your service without any cost. The group fell silent, contemplating their situation. They certainly did not wish to wait 3 years to exchange for it. Li Hao quickly inquired, is this technique difficult to cultivate? I am uncertain. It was not difficult in my time, but the cultivation systems have evolved. For the 3 of you, your mental faculties appear to be strong, which should not correlate with weak internal organs. Yet, it seems that your organs are indeed fragile, and I cannot comprehend the imbalance you speak of in your system. He genuinely did not understand, as although many practiced ancient techniques, they often adapted them, for some were ill-suited for direct application and could lead to issues. According to this individual, their exhibited spiritual prowess should render them robust, leaving no cause for concern regarding their internal organs. Yet, the fragility of the organs remained the most significant challenge for modern martial artists. The 5 bridges construction method is balanced and neutral, not delving into specific cultivation practices, which may render it quite suitable for you. Finding a way to strengthen one organ could save you considerable time. The group eagerly nodded in agreement. Indeed, absolutely. Li Hao felt a surge of exhilaration. If they acquired this technique, perhaps their teacher could swiftly devise a new method, as it seemed to hold great potential for reference. Can this technique be disseminated? Zhang Liang appeared to ponder Li Hao's question before finally responding. In the past, techniques were not permitted to be shared privately, and generally, there was little need to do so, as all major martial universities possessed them. The military charges a fee to respect the creator's rights. They create martial arts techniques, requiring motivation, encouragement, and respect. Yet, in this current era, it no longer belongs to us. As long as we refrain from widespread dissemination, limited sharing is permissible. However, the 3 of us cannot do so. The crowd fell silent. Zhang Liang continued, stating that as members of the military, they must not impart knowledge privately. Exchanges must be made individually. Should the individuals they teach enter the military, they are obliged to pay additional fees. Of course, if they do not join, then there is no issue. The 3 individuals were at a loss for words, realizing they had to pay more. To exchange, each person must make an exchange. Interestingly, sharing information externally poses little problem, as the military does not monitor outside affairs. However, the 3 of them would be subject to scrutiny. At this moment, Hong Yitong hastily conveyed his thoughts. Will this martial technique cause the superpower locks to shatter? What? Superpower locks? I do not comprehend what you are referring to. Zhang Liang directly responded. Times have changed. Perhaps even the physical body has undergone transformation. Some of your terminologies are beyond my understanding. Nevertheless, regarding the 5-bridge construction method, as I mentioned, it is balanced and harmonious. You may attempt to reference it. As for other combat techniques, it is best not to exchange them, as they may prove entirely useless. This individual lacks understanding of superpower locks. Li Hao was somewhat surprised. Did the ancients not possess superpower locks? At that moment, all three focused on this as an exchange goal. Li Hao then inquired, regarding the energy stones for cultivation, how much is one portion in military merit points? You previously acquired 10 stones. Therefore, that constitutes one portion. Li Hao was taken aback, and in the next moment, he was filled with elation. Are you jesting? A single pure divine energy stone is valued at merely 1 military merit point? Incredible. Hold on. 1 military merit point requires the elimination of a 3-sun entity, which does not seem overly cheap. Yet in comparison to the previously exorbitant prices, it appears quite reasonable. Li Hao promptly retrieved a divine energy stone, exclaiming, "This is it. 1 stone for just 1 military merit point, equivalent to at least 10 of the usual ones." Nan Quan's eyes flickered as he glanced at Li Hao, then at Zhang Liang, quickly calculating. This amounted to 1 military merit point exchanged for 10 stones, with his 120 points. After deducting 30 points for the 5-bridge construction method, he could exchange the remainder, potentially acquiring around 900 stones, assuming they refer to the usual kind. Yet, he still owed a debt of 3,000 stones. At this juncture, Zhang Liang turned his gaze towards Nan Quan. Shouldn't you be considering how to exchange for a military position? The black-armored soldiers have limited authority. If you were to exchange for the rank of company commander, there would be certain advantages, requiring only 100 military merit points. Nan Quan was taken aback, then after a moment, he grimaced. A company commander requires 100 military merit points? But I only have 120 points. If I wish to exchange for the 5-bridge construction method, that takes 30 points already. If I were to exchange for military merit, I would have insufficient points. He could not help but ask, what benefits does a company commander have? I haven't noticed any. Apart from slightly stronger armor, he truly did not care much. Zhang Liang, puzzled, replied, haven't you noticed? Let's not even mention the strength of the armor. As a company commander, you can lead 100 soldiers. When those 100 soldiers achieve merit, as a commander, you can receive additional military merit rewards. That is but one of the benefits. Secondly, with regards to salary increases, as a soldier, you now receive merely 1 cultivation stone each month, while the company commander possesses 3, and the regiment commander holds 10. At the end of each month, one can come to collect these stones. Nan Quan, feeling a lack of interest, mused that it would be more advantageous to exchange directly. With 100 military merits, one could obtain 100 stones. Even with an additional 2 stones each month, it would take 4 years to make up for the difference. He was not particularly intrigued. In the next moment, Zhang Liang continued, as a company commander, you have the authority to activate 100 sets of black armor. But the activation must be approved by the military department. As long as the individual meets the criteria, you may select freely. Nan Quan paused momentarily. Meanwhile, Li Hao was also slightly taken aback. Are you suggesting, Deputy Director Zhang, that as a regiment commander, I can recruit my own soldiers? Indeed, Zhang Liang affirmed, but added. However, this too requires passing the military inspection. Li Hao felt a surge of interest and remarked, Deputy Director Zhang, I happen to possess 100 sets of black armor, which were previously from the East Gate Guard's forces that were annihilated. Zhang Liang replied calmly, I understand. However, any armor that has exited the city or has been confiscated will have its permissions revoked. It is merely a standard set of defensive armor and does not connect to the overarching military structure. As a regiment commander, you may activate the authority for 1,000 sets of armor, but those who possess the armor must meet the military's inspection criteria. What are the conditions? Li Hao asked, somewhat excited. Are the inspections rigorous? Not particularly difficult, Zhang Liang explained. Firstly, the Battle Heaven Army is currently not accepting energy warriors. There is another energy-based army, but they do not operate within the same system as ours. Secondly, only those who are physically robust are accepted. The frail will not do. Thirdly, an inspection at the reception hall is necessary to prevent the infiltration of heretics. Fourthly, participation in new recruit training is required. However, You few may be exempt temporarily due to the training system being incapacitated, which will require time to restart. As for your recruitment of new soldiers, you will need to wait until the training system is operational again. If you entered through back channels, then those who hold guest privileges or your recruits may also bypass the new recruit training. Li Hao quickly inquired, is it that key? Exactly. Zhang Liang clarified. This key is not something everyone can obtain. It requires a righteous heart. If one's intentions are impure, they will not be able to secure it, even if they see it. Nan Quan was taken aback and asked, what about me? My intentions are very righteous. Li Hao and Hong Yitong exchanged glances, pondering. Is this one truly pure of heart? Nan Quan was rendered speechless. Zhang Liang cast a hollow gaze at him, stating, a righteous heart signifies a lack of hostility towards Battle Heaven City. The reception hall has such an inspection system in place. Unable to restrain himself, Li Hao remarked, is it true that one's thoughts can be manifested? To be honest, we entered solely for the purpose of treasure hunting. How could Hong Yitong acquire it? He directly named him in this context. Hong Yitong, with a knowing smile, cast a sidelong glance at him. Can you guess? Zhang Liang continued. Seeking treasure does not inherently imply hostility. It is human nature to be curious about ancient relics. It is also natural to wish to gain some benefits. However, those whose hearts are dominated by greed towards Battle Heaven City will find it impossible to gain acceptance. Li Hao, though still somewhat perplexed, began to grasp the essence of the discourse. It was about desire and the restraint of such desires. Hong Yitong seemed to have restrained some of his desires. Thus he succeeded, while Nan Quan's excessive aspirations led to his failure. At this moment, Li Hao ceased his inquiries and contemplated. I wish to exchange for the 5-bridge construction method and an additional 10 spirit fruits. This would total 130 military merits. With a total of 186 military merits at his disposal, he sought to convert the remainder entirely into energy stones, equivalent to over 500 ordinary energy stones. Upon this realization, he could not help but voice his curiosity. It is said that the city suffers from an energy shortage. Why then are energy stones available for exchange at the military supply station? Zhang Liang cast a glance at him and replied, the energy we require is not of this sort. To clarify, it is the energy of life. The stronger one is, the more abundant it becomes. Originally, we did not require this. Reviving the city through violence is not our aspiration. We had the guardian Yaoji to sustain us, but now, with General Huai silenced, your so-called energy stones are merely energy stones. While we possess them, we have long since perished, lacking sufficient life energy to activate certain formations and systems. Li Hao grasped, albeit vaguely, that it was not these energies that the city lacked, but rather some special energy. General Huai? Could it be that great tree outside the city? The tree spirit? The passage they traversed was within the very heart of a tree. I shall convert all my remaining military merits into energy stones. Li Hao resolved, and Hong Yitong swiftly added, I wish to obtain a copy of the 5-bridge construction method and 11 spirit fruits. He had 140 military merits, and he had no need for energy stones. Nan Quan appeared conflicted. He desired a promotion, which seemed beneficial, yet he also yearned for treasures. Li Hao then inquired, can military merits be transferred? Yes, Zhang Liang replied. Ordinary soldiers cannot. However, a squad leader may reward soldiers with military merits in the form of tasks, and similarly, a regiment leader may reward subordinates with military merits through tasks. Nevertheless, this requires approval from the inspection guard to prevent the illicit trading of military merits, which is deemed an affront. If discovered, all military merits would be confiscated, and one might face additional penalties. Li Hao glanced at Nan Quan, who was hesitating, and said, could I reward this soldier, who previously protected me, with 10 military merits? You may attempt to issue this task through the silver armor. If the inspection guard approves, then it shall be valid. If it is not approved, there is nothing to be done. Will my military merits be confiscated? For a first-time new recruit, it is highly unlikely. Very well. Li Hao turned to Nan Quan and said, Master He, I shall try to reward you with 10 military merits. You should consider changing your military position and acquiring the 5-bridge construction method. Nan Quan grinned broadly and nodded eagerly. Li Hao studied the situation, attempted to publish the task, and began awaiting the inspection guard's approval. He then inquired, how much military merit is required to become a general with golden armor? Not much, merely 10,000 points will suffice. Li Hao felt a pang of despair. He had lost 10,000 military merits. No, 9,000 points. Originally, as a member of the 8 families, he seemed eligible for a general's title, yet due to his inadequacies, that Golden Warrior had demoted him directly. At that moment, Hong Yitong asked, "Can the Fountain of Life be exchanged?" It used to be possible. As he spoke, Zhang Liang shook his head and remarked, "It is no longer feasible. General Huai has fallen into silence and can no longer provide assistance. Even within the city, only a few remnants remain. Take, for instance, the Furong courtyard where you previously resided. It is merely a collection of leftovers." Hong Yitong felt a twinge of regret and recalled the storage ring he had discovered, which contained 3 substantial divine energy stones and a small vial of liquid. He suspected it to be the fabled life spring water. It now appeared that this item might be a rarity. How fortunate he was to have stumbled upon it. The city was not devoid of life, albeit it was filled with the deceased, but could no one else have seen the storage ring? Zhang Liang chose not to elaborate further, and, after a brief wait, Li Hao received word that the review had been approved. Meanwhile, Nan Quan was jubilant, having obtained his own reward. Though he initially considered exchanging the divine energy stones, he ultimately opted to first trade for a military position, recalling that there were still individuals outside. There were opportunities to earn money, and securing a military rank would facilitate direct communication with Li Hao, rather than having to go through Hong Yitong each time. After a while, Zhang Liang entered the storeroom. Moments later, he emerged, distributing an item to each of the 3. The spirit-nourishing fruits are preserved within the storage ring. Their efficacy should remain intact, though with the passage of years, their potency may have diminished somewhat. Their benefit to you may not be substantial, but they should still prove useful. He continued, "Do not rush to employ the 5-bridge construction method. Rather, take time to understand its implications before attempting to reference it." Turning his gaze to Li Hao and Hong Yitong, he added, "You both must exert yourselves. Although the military supply department is not a specialized exchange institution, we do possess a sword technique that is particularly suitable for you, the void-breaking sword art. In its heyday, it was an unparalleled masterpiece, conceived by a preeminent figure in ancient times." At this revelation, Hong Yitong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zhang Liang's vacant stare fell upon him. "You may have heard of it?" Hong Yitong, unreserved, nodded in affirmation, "Yes. But I have never been able to obtain this secret technique. It is said that its creator was an invincible entity during the era of ancient civilization." "Indeed," Zhang Liang responded, his tone imbued with reverence. That individual was a paragon of invincibility, even though it was merely his early technique. Acquiring it would yield incomparable advantages for sword cultivators such as yourselves. In the past, the sword sovereign of the Li family also received guidance from him. He turned to Li Hao. The sword sovereign was likewise an unrivaled presence. Yet even he, both in earlier and later years, benefited from much instruction, particularly from the master of the void-breaking sword art. If you could obtain it, it would be a tremendous boon for you. Li Hao, momentarily lost in thought, pondered the stature of his ancestor, who had once received counsel from the master of this sword technique. Who could that have been? He could not help but ask. Was my ancestor of the Li family truly formidable in his time? Certainly. But how does he compare to the one nominated for Battle Heaven City? Zhang Liang fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. I cannot say for certain. The two did not engage in any sparring later on. However, in earlier times, the sword sovereign was undoubtedly stronger. Afterward, the sword sovereign did experience a period of absence, which allowed for personal growth. For us, such matters are far too distant. Seeing that Zhang Liang could not provide a clearer answer, Li Hao refrained from pursuing the topic further. He had intended to inquire further, but Zhang Liang, growing somewhat impatient, interjected, "Let us leave it at that. Wait, how much military merit is that sword technique? Not expensive, just 10,000 points. Are you kidding me?" Li Hao nearly cursed him. "What is the point of even mentioning it? It's exorbitant. You might as well keep quiet. You'd need to slay 10,000 Sanyang just to earn that." Chapter 158. Great Gains, Subscription Requested. Upon exiting the military supply office, Li Hao acquired a tome titled The Method of Building 5 Bridges. He also received a vial containing 10 fruits, which could not be opened. If opened, they would need to be consumed immediately. Given the time elapsed, they were likely nearing expiration. Had they not been stored in his spatial ring, they might have long since decayed into dust. Additionally, he possessed 46 small, transparent stones, unlike any ordinary divine energy stones. Nan Quan and Hong Yitong also obtained the tome. Besides the book, Hong Yitong exchanged for divine fruits, while Nan Quan ended up with nothing. As for his promotion, he would need to go to the conscription hall to exchange it for a copper armor, which was not currently distributed here. At that moment, the three were engrossed in examining the tome. After a while, Nan Quan sighed. I need to learn to read, to comprehend ancient characters. It's quite embarrassing to possess a secret manual, yet be unable to decipher it. Indeed, after a thorough perusal, he failed to grasp its content. Conversely, Hong Yitong managed to understand some of it, and fell into deep contemplation. Li Hao, however, found it intriguing. The theory presented within was captivating, asserting that while it could be classified as a cultivation method, it would not enhance one's power. Curiously, this method was quite peculiar to Li Hao. The 5 bridges, spanning the 5 internal organs, facilitated a grand circulation, unifying them into one entity. This theory alone was fascinating, especially as the text indicated it was a foundational cultivation method from ancient times. It suggested that during the era of ancient civilization, everyone engaged in cultivation. Yet, Li Hao pondered the fate of the super energy locks. Furthermore, the text indicated that the construction of these bridges served as a conduit for energy. Could this be the super energy lock? The super energy lock correlates to the 5 organs. Though Li Hao had yet to devise a method for this bridge building, he speculated that perhaps the super energy lock could serve as a crucial link among the 5 organs. Uncle Hong, do you think it's feasible to connect the 5 organs using the super energy lock, much like an iron chain bridge? Hong Yitong shook his head. I'm uncertain. The systems of ancient civilization and ours are not entirely congruent. Our current system is unique, having evolved over generations of martial artists. While it may not rival the ancient civilization system, it possesses its own merits. Take our martial artist's divine intent, which manifests when one reaches the Du Qian level. It's complex yet straightforward. In contrast, the divine intent in the ancient civilization system was notoriously difficult to express, let alone achieve the simultaneous cultivation of 5 divine intents like your teacher. Understanding the differences between the ancient and modern systems, Li Hao nodded. There is significant value in this, though it may not be directly applicable. However, we can certainly experiment with it. If we succeed, it would be a tremendous boon for us. Hong Yitong nodded in agreement, while Nan Quan, feeling somewhat anxious, remarked, could someone translate that for me? It's quite costly. And if I can't comprehend it, it's all wasted. He had acquired a book. Li Hao chuckled, thinking he would translate it when time permitted. Although the text was brief, he feared making mistakes with the translation on the fly, as certain terms from ancient times differed greatly. He needed to consult other historical texts to ensure an accurate translation. A direct translation would lead to incongruities. Thus, Nan Quan had no choice but to wait, his resolve to read and learn becoming ever more steadfast. What a dire situation. Passing by the conscription office, Nan Quan entered to collect his armor. Moments later, he donned a set of bronze armor, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, Li Hao noted some changes. New data had appeared within the armor, transforming the original soldier He Yong into the company commander of the 2nd Battalion. Ecstatic, Nan Quan exclaimed, at last, I've become an officer. At least I'm a company commander now, a rank above a 100-man captain. I was beginning to feel quite dejected as a mere private. Having spent 100 military merit points, he now bore no grievances. In terms of defense and comfort, the bronze armor far surpassed the black armor. The black armor could not withstand the assaults of San Yang and Su Guang, and could even be easily torn apart by Su Guang. However, at the level of bronze armor, while Su Guang could still create a shockwave, tearing it apart would present a far greater challenge. Previously, a bronze armor had been destroyed in an attempt to thwart Su Feng, but that had been through self-detonation. Su Feng could not shatter bronze armor with a single blow. This was under the condition that those soldiers had long since perished. With someone like Nan Quan, clad in bronze armor, Su Guang would likely find it nearly impossible to breach his defenses. After collecting their gear, the three made their way outside. They hadn't ventured far when suddenly, the sound of armor clanged behind them. A figure in red armor appeared, more resplendent than the previous one. The newcomer quickly caught up with them, emitting a peculiar energy wave. Captain Li, are you planning to leave the military camp? Yes, Li Hao nodded. According to wartime regulations, you are still in your rookie phase and have not completed your basic training. Unless it is an urgent combat mission, you cannot leave. The three were taken aback. What did that mean? Were they unable to leave? At that moment, Li Hao recalled something. If he were to exit the city, would he explode? Indeed, not just you. Even the armor at the rank of company commander will detonate. Nanquan was not pleased, his face a picture of shock. Had he known, he would have declined the promotion. However, since the figure in red had pursued them, it was evident that their intentions were not solely about this matter. The red-armored individual continued. The commander has just relayed a directive. You three are neither warriors of our era nor ordinary recruits. With the Battle Heaven City nearly in silence, remaining here may not lead to completing your training. Therefore, the commander has asked me to convey to Captain Li that if you wish to leave Battle Heaven City, remember to go to the mission hall and accept a mission to exit the city. Although these missions have long since expired, you can still take some. The expired ones are even better, as they allow for indefinite stays outside, but you cannot leave Battle Heaven City directly. Otherwise, you will be labeled as rebels, and that would spell great trouble for you. The commander? Li Hao recalled that golden warrior who had demoted him. Otherwise, he might have been of equal rank with him. So, that individual must be the commander of the 9th Division. The commander is of golden stature, as is the lord of the city. But what of the commanding officer of the garrison? Is there truly something beyond gold, perhaps another form of armor? One must undertake a mission to depart from Battle Heaven City. Had it not been for the timely reminder from the others, a few might have fled, leading to dire consequences. Li Hao promptly inquired, I understand now. Where is the mission hall? Are a few of you heading there? If so, I can accompany you. Let us go and see, replied the red armor, who then led several individuals deeper into the premises. This presented Li Hao and his companions with an opportunity for further observation. The training grounds, the military camp, and the small buildings were rather simplistic, yet the area was vast. The ground was paved with a unique stone, mirroring the external terrain, albeit feeling more robust. After taking a few steps, Li Hao could not help but ask, is this the headquarters of the Battle Heaven Army? No, came the reply, this is the headquarters of the 9th Division. It is deeper within that the Reserve Garrison S command resides. Battle Heaven City is solely designated for the Reserve Garrison. Other legions are stationed elsewhere, and the frontline troops return only during periods of rest. As Li Hao and his companions gazed into the distance, they perceived an impenetrable darkness, rendering visibility impossible. So, does this city still harbor commanders of formidable strength? Queried one. Is the garrison commander present within the city? I cannot say, came the response. The movements of the command remain undisclosed to us. It has been many years, and they may have departed or even perished. At this juncture, Nanquan could not contain his curiosity, asking, when others left in the past, did you remain stationed here? Indeed, was the reply. Our duty is to guard Battle Heaven City and protect its inhabitants. Hesitantly, Nanquan continued, but have all the residents perished? Some have succumbed to old age, while others have departed. Are there other cities nearby? Red Armor seemed to ponder, weighing the risk of revealing information. After a moment, he answered, yes. The 8 great guardian families have established 8 cities in the Silver Moon region, guarding the Stargate. Stargate? The inquiry arose swiftly from the group. Yet Red Armor responded, I have forgotten the specifics of the Stargate due to memory loss. Was it genuine forgetfulness or a refusal to disclose? At that moment, Li Hao recalled the stone gate of Silver City. Could this be the Stargate? The ancients possessed profound knowledge. The greatest treasure of Battle Heaven City lies not in resources, but in the information provided by those who have passed, including insights into ancient civilizations' cultivation systems, all of which merit their study. The 8 great guardian families constructed 8 cities to safeguard the Stargate. So, in Silver Moon, there are 7 other cities? Indeed. Has this place always been known as Silver Moon? Li Hao pondered. The term Silver Moon derived from the names of Silver City and White Moon City. Why then was this place also referred to as Silver Moon? Has this land always been called Silver Moon? Hong Yitong inquired. Red Armor's voice wavered as he affirmed. This is indeed the land of Silver Moon, and it is rightfully called so. This expanse of starry sky is known as Silver Moon because the moon here possesses a particularly beautiful silver hue. The group was momentarily taken aback. Silver-hued? But the moon in the sky bears a hint of red. Where is the silver? Li Hao felt a disorientation, realizing that the entire starry sky was referred to as Silver Moon, rather than just this locale. Red Armor led a few individuals through a winding path until they arrived before a grand hall. Suddenly, Li Hao inquired. The 9th Division previously had 11 regiments, amounting to 11,000 men. After the annihilation of 1,000, there remains a mere 10,000 outside the city and 3,000 here. Are there still 7,000 present? Red Armor remained silent. Unable to contain himself, Li Hao pressed on. Is it too difficult to speak? Was it not you who claimed 1,000 had perished? They are all dead. In a calm manner, Red Armor responded. It is merely that the 10 regiments could not hold their ground any longer. We have all passed away. Furthermore, the 9th Division comprises not just 11,000 men, including the headquarters, logistics, inspection guards, teaching units, and training departments. The total exceeds 15,000. A division. Over 15,000 strong. How many divisions are there in the Reserve Guard Army? 10, fully staffed. This implies that the entire Reserve Guard Army consists of approximately 150,000 personnel. Frightening. Yet, the location they currently occupied was merely that of the 9th Division. Nan Quan queried, if that is the case, does the War Heaven Army number in the millions? Yet this War Heaven City appears diminutive. The city could be likened in size to Silver City, having been significantly reduced. Red Armor explained, due to insufficient energy and the need to enhance defense. War Heaven City has been considerably shrunk. Originally, War Heaven City had an extensive radius. What you see now is a folded version of it. At its peak, it accommodated a population of 50 million with a military strength of 1 million. Inside, General Huai commanded the Radiance, while 12 demon plant generals were responsible for expansion and energy provision, enabling the city to engage in aerial combat at will. At this, Red Armor gestured ahead. Let us not dwell on the past. What remains of War Heaven City is now merely this size. We have arrived at the task hall. You all may enter to receive your assignments. There should be someone present, as some deceased soldiers have revived today. Li Hao and his companions stood in stunned silence. A colossal city that could accommodate 50 million people, capable of flying into battle. Was this truly a city? Moreover, it could shrink. It could fold. The more they learned, the more minuscule they felt. A War Heaven City was nothing short of a divine artifact. With a sense of bewilderment, they stepped into the task hall. The so-called task hall was comprised of numerous windows, densely packed. However, at this moment, they observed some windows were vacant, while others seemed to have Red Armor present. Yet they lay prostrate on the ground, appearing utterly lifeless. Only a few windows still glimmered, indicating they were operational. A cursory glance revealed perhaps 3 or 4 functioning windows amidst more than 100 in total. Clearly, the city had not fully revived. It was merely that a significant number of individuals had perished today, causing a portion of its functions to reactivate. They approached one of the windows that shimmered with light. Inside, a Red Armor figure stood, and, upon seeing Li Hao, abruptly rose. Commander, salute. Before Li Hao could respond, the individual resumed their seat, eyes shimmering with fervor. Have you come to accept a task, Commander? Li Hao, feeling somewhat ill at ease, nodded. Yes, I wish to take on a task beyond the city, indefinitely. Are there still tasks available? Some tasks, owing to their prolonged duration, may not have been cancelled. They might have been forgotten or are still in operation. After a mechanical response, the other party swiftly presented a screen-like device to Li Hao, stating, Commander Li, these 3 tasks meet your criteria. You may select one. Li Hao focused his gaze. Task 1. The life energy of Zhantian City is insufficient, leading to chaos and the disconnection of the 8 cities. Proceed to the other 7 cities to restore the life communication system and re-establish communication for energy support, with a reward of 100,000 military merit points. Task 2. The Forbidden Sea is flooding Tsongshan. Locate the flood outlet and seal the seawater channel, with a reward of 10,000 military merit points. Task 3. Tianqing Island's Tianqing Town is unreachable, suspected to have fallen into enemy hands. Expedite to Tianqing Island to ascertain the situation and restore contact. The energy veins of Tianqing Town must not fall into the enemy's grasp, with a reward of 10,000 military merit points. Li Hao read through the tasks, blinking in surprise at the familiar names. Tianqing Island? Tsongshan? He mused. Are these connected to the Tianqing dynasty and the ancient texts? He inquired, where is Tianqing Island? Deep in the ocean, replied the armored figure issuing the tasks. Tianqing Island is a vital energy base, home to a substantial energy vein, overseen by Tianqing Town, which provides energy stones to Zhantian City and several other major cities. During the initial chaos, we lost contact and dispatched personnel to investigate, all of whom have also gone silent, possibly encountering enemy attacks. Nan Quan, initially perplexed, asked, is Tianqing Island large? Very large. The armored figure continued. It boasts significant mineral resources and has a military presence of 100,000 troops, serving as a military outpost. Should you accept this task, it would be worthwhile. Even if you find no useful leads, returning will still earn you corresponding military merit. However, Hong Yitong was more preoccupied with another matter, exclaiming, I recall ancient texts detailing the Tianjin lotus existing within the Forbidden Sea, correct? Indeed. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the three shifted with intrigue. In the Valley of Broken Mountains. Here, they discovered a Tianjin lotus. Li Hao, initially oblivious, suddenly turned his attention to the second task, questioning its significance. Is that flood outlet the Valley of Broken Mountains? Thus, the lake is actually seawater? What is the Forbidden Sea? The ocean, came the retort. Point taken, Li Hao conceded. And the armored figure elaborated. It is an ancient sea, a remnant of the strongest being's blood that fell into the ocean, leaving behind a forbidden expanse. It has corrosive properties. However, after the human king subdued the realm, the Forbidden Sea was pacified, though some corrosive effects linger. Having finished his explanation, he promptly asked, which task does Commander Li wish to undertake? Can I accept all three? The armored figure merely checked and responded, yes, you may. Li Hao held on to a sliver of hope that he might accomplish the tasks. After all, accepting a task incurs no cost. Soon, 3 tasks appeared within his armor. With no deadline imposed, the selection of task personnel fell upon the 3 of them, with the entire 12th Regiment mobilized. After completing the assignment, Li Hao and his companions wished to inquire further about the details, only to find that the window had been abruptly closed. Li Hao was rendered speechless, pondering whether this was merely a brief engagement orchestrated for their benefit. This city, it seemed, had yet to awaken, its energy insufficient. As Hong Yitong stepped out of the hall, he glanced back with a sigh. Expressing his thoughts, I now suspect that the Celestial Star Dynasty has acquired some inheritance from Celestial Star Island. Could their black armor army be the remnants of the garrison stationed at Celestial Star Town? If that is indeed the case, is the central region merely an island? Upon hearing this, Nan Quan, too, expressed his astonishment. Perhaps so. What a remarkable coincidence between Celestial Star Island and the Celestial Star Dynasty. It is a pity about the energy mines. Even if they existed, they are likely depleted now. However, if the ruins of Celestial Star Town still hold vast mineral resources, then their claims of possessing mines must indeed be substantial. Otherwise, how could they sustain the consumption of the grand cities like War Sky City? They must have amassed a considerable stockpile of royal divine energy stones. I sense there is much, yet the royal family seems to have scarcely explored the ruins. Could it be that they have gained control over this city? Contemplating this, Nan Quan inhaled deeply. If that is the case, and there are indeed many divine energy stones, the royal family's power may be far more formidable than I had perceived. Celestial Star Town was responsible for safeguarding the island and supplying energy stones to the garrison. Just how many reserves does such a city possess? As long as they are stored in spatial rings, it is likely that little energy has been lost, which is a terrifying thought. Moreover, there are reportedly 7 other cities still in existence. Li Hao, my friend, you are destined for wealth. Li Hao cast a glance at Nan Quan, exclaiming in exasperation, wealth? What wealth? Your Li family might possess a city. No, it is certain you have found one. That would mean you have struck it rich. Here, you are still an outsider, but in your own city, you would be akin to a prince. Li Hao rolled his eyes, thinking it absurd. Without strength, even if it were Li family's city, if it housed these armored warriors, he feared he might meet the same fate, being struck away with a single blow, only to receive a scathing remark. At that moment, the 3 felt a profound sense of enlightenment. Indeed, they all sensed that everything they had previously witnessed was merely trivial. A grand city capable of accommodating 50 million souls, capable of flight and warfare, with 1 million soldiers, this was merely one of the 8 cities. The weakest among the soldiers likely possessed strength comparable to today's top fighters. Presently, the enemy could rival those who break the 100, yet in those days, they must have been at least at the level of top fighters, right? With 1 million soldiers in a single city and 8 cities totaling 8 million, not to mention the smaller cities, it was simply unimaginable how powerful they must be. Divine energy stones? They do not count them by pieces, but rather by veins, with one vein here and another there. Now that is what I call grandeur. Nan Quan sighed repeatedly. If only I could witness the splendor of ancient civilizations. With my current strength. If the mechanisms during the era of ancient civilizations were not so rigid, securing a silver rank should be well within reach, right? Hong Yitong replied pensively. Are you certain? Those silver-ranked leaders, upon revival, are nearing the peak of the dawn light and the period of transformation, and they lack physical form. What do you think their strength was in their prime? Well, fair enough. Within his heart, Nanquan contemplated, asserting, I have unsealed the superpower lock. I shall not be weaker than they were in their prime. He hoped this would hold true. Enough of this idle chatter, let us depart. There is a commanding officer stationed here, and it would be prudent to distance ourselves lest we attract unwelcome attention and find ourselves on the receiving end of a devastating blow. Having uttered these words, the trio made their way out of the military camp. Upon reaching the entrance, they found Black Panther awaiting them. It had refrained from entering, and it seemed the soldiers on guard had not permitted its entry either. Evidently, this dog did not belong to the military system. The benefits it previously enjoyed may have been afforded by others. Once outside the military encampment, Li Hao turned to his companions, inquiring, where shall we go now? Should we pay a visit to the Lord's mansion? I wonder if that golden powerhouse has returned to summon me, whether to bestow favors or deliver a punch. I still harbor some trepidation from that previous encounter. These individuals are formidable. Even in death, they wield great strength. In their prime, I suspect a single blow could have easily vanquished me. Let us take a look. Hong Yitong gazed toward the distant turtle tower and remarked, during our last visit, we actually obtained some benefits. All of us gained something. Upon entering the Lord's mansion, we acquired ancient texts and various trinkets of uncertain use. It was only after we seized their turtle seal that we roused their ire, leading to the demise of that airborne individual. Last time, we were among those who entered the Lord's mansion. This time, I wish to approach openly and take a look. As Li Hao, a member of the 8 families, recalled that the travel brochure indicated their privilege to visit the Lord's mansion and receive some courtesies, he pondered for a moment before deciding to proceed. There were still many areas of this city left unexplored, yet the Lord's mansion piqued his curiosity the most. Thus, the trio and their canine companion began their journey in that direction. Black Panther, feeling somewhat reluctant and unwilling, did not wish to go there, as it seemed quite daunting. However, with Li Hao insistent on proceeding, Black Panther had no choice but to follow along. The Lord's mansion of Zhantian City stood adjacent to the Turtle Tower, sprawling and grand, with its gates wide open. As the three approached, Li Hao could not help but glance up at the adjacent Turtle Tower, which featured a large turtle sculpture atop it, its shell shimmering with a radiant glow. This was the very source of illumination that cast a glimmer over the ancient city. Just as they arrived, 3 silver-ranked individuals emerged from the Lord's mansion. Captain Li, the foremost figure greeted, his tone imbued with warmth and a hint of mirth. We are heading to the eastern gate for defense. Once you finish your matters, do come over for a chat. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Captain Jiang, is everything well with you? Of course. The 3 captains were the ones previously stationed at the eastern gate. Following their revival, Li Hao had presumed, much like last time, that the captain would have perished completely. Yet here they stood, remarkably unscathed. The captain of the 7th Regiment spoke with a hint of joviality, a tone absent before. We shall take our leave now. You may proceed inside. Director Wang from the security office awaits you. Li Hao was momentarily stunned. Director? The guard office, responsible for the daily security of the Battle Heaven City, is represented by the individual you have encountered previously. The military does not typically oversee these matters. It is he who manages them, as well as safeguarding the Lord of the City's residence. After the departure of the City Lord and his entourage, this place is under his vigilant control. At this moment, Li Hao began to comprehend the situation. The Golden Warrior was not the City Lord, but rather an entity akin to the chief of an inspection office. Upon comparison, it became evident to all. The commander of the 9th Division likely occupies a role similar to that of Huang Yu, perhaps even lower, akin to Hu Dingfang and his associates. The individual in question held a status comparable to that of Kong Jie. As for who holds a higher rank, all are of golden stature, leaving Li Hao unable to discern the hierarchy. As the 3 deliberated, just as they were about to enter, a voice resonated from within. Li Hao, you may enter. Nanquan rolled his eyes, while Hong Yitong chuckled softly, not insisting on accompanying him, remaining at the entrance. Li Hao felt a twinge of apprehension, yet resolved to step inside. Crossing the open plaza, he proceeded forward. Moments later, a grand hall unfolded before him, where a golden figure sat. On the table before him lay a large seal, which, in Li Hao's peripheral vision, resembled a turtle. Perhaps this was the Xiangui seal? The Golden Warrior's gaze shimmered with a golden light, obscuring the true nature of his eyes, lending him an unsettling presence. Time has been merciless. The Li family, once celebrated as the sword sovereign, now languishes in decline. Li Hao found himself at a loss for words, unsure of what to say. The Golden Warrior, however, spoke succinctly. In truth, Battle Heaven City had descended into a profound silence, destined to fade into oblivion over the years. Yet, several years ago, it appears someone breached a taboo, allowing the once barren Silver Moon, reduced to a desolate wasteland, to regain a modicum of energy, thus awakening our consciousness and enabling the revival of Battle Heaven City. The rise of extraordinary powers is upon us. Li Hao grasped the underlying truth. Understanding why Silver Moon had become desolate, it was likely due to the energy siphoned by these ancient cities, resulting in a scarcity of mystical forces. Were it to remain in complete silence, there would be no further contemplation. However, since revival was at hand, there were matters yet to be addressed. The head of the guard office seemed to scrutinize Li Hao, as a scion of one of the 8 guardian families, wielding the Starry Sky Sword. I wish not to burden you with notions of responsibility or obligation, as times have changed, and each era bears its own mission. We possess our own duties, and you have yours. Restoring glory and battling the heavens is not your burden. It is entirely up to you. However, he continued, since fate has brought you to Battle Heaven City, I wish to entrust you with a task. Rest assured, I shall offer you compensation and rewards. At last, Li Hao found his voice. Please, General, proceed. General? Call me as you wish, the head of the guard office replied. The 8 guardian families possess 8 ancient heirlooms. These relics are indestructible and surely still exist. The Starry Sky Sword in your possession is one of them, with 7 others scattered about. One is located here in Battle Heaven City, while 6 have been lost, either hidden in other cities or taken by descendants of the 8 great families. If possible, I hope you can undertake the quest to recover these ancient weapons. Li Hao inquired with curiosity, what purpose do these ancient weapons serve? Apart from their formidable nature, they seem to hold little relevance to you. The general's remark made Li Hao ponder. After all, I wield the Starry Sky Sword. So how can it be of little significance? Did the general mean that he should gather these ancient weapons and hand them over? No need for that. The chief of the guards replied slowly, I merely require them for a brief moment. I shall return them to you afterward. He continued, there is no rush. Countless years have passed, and it is merely a fleeting thought. Li Hao paused, contemplating, and suddenly remarked, are you aware of a Bagua formation and a stone gate? The chief of the guards seemed to fall into a profound silence. After a moment, he responded, did you see that place? Indeed. Li Hao sighed, and after a brief silence, the chief of the guards spoke again. It appears they truly have not returned. As for the Bagua formation, there is not just one stone gate, but 8. What lies behind those gates remains somewhat unclear to me. Perhaps the city lord knows more. However, I do know that behind those stone gates may lie inheritances left by the 8 great families' formidable figures. In our era, whenever an exceptional seed emerged from the 8 families, they would be sent there to reap certain benefits. Of course, it is difficult to ascertain now, as it has been far too long. He added, your Starry Sky Sword has yet to be unsealed. Perhaps it is for the best, for even if it were, you would not be able to wield it effectively. Thus, it remains fortuitous. If you happen to encounter the Li family's stone gate, do not rush inside. You are too weak, and entering could lead to unforeseen peril. As for the Bagua formation, it is best for you to refrain from exploring these matters. They are far too perilous and could easily cost you your life. At this juncture, he added, do not attempt to unseal it. Is that a seal? Li Hao was taken aback and replied, but now, someone has annihilated the inheritances of the 8 families. Apart from myself, others have perished. And I have seen that 7 lines within the Bagua formation are under the control of a single individual. The chief of the guards fell silent once more. After a lengthy pause, he spoke, is that so? The one wielding such power must be a descendant of one of the 8 families. Outsiders cannot control it. It seems as time has passed, even the 8 guardian families have given rise to some traitors, which is rather normal. It has been an eternity. Forgetting the glory of our ancestors is to be expected, and we need not be overly demanding. He appeared remarkably open-minded and magnanimous. However, after some contemplation, he continued, if that is the case, you should exercise caution. That individual is surely no weakling. It seems that whether you seek him out or not, he will inevitably come looking for you. Given that he is aware of certain circumstances, he will likely make a move against you. Li Hao nodded. He has attempted to kill me on several occasions, initially in a stealthy manner, but later he was discovered. At first, his intent was not to kill me, but to use a blood shadow to devour my bloodline. He merely sought to unseal the Starry Sky Sword. The chief of the guards was well informed. The Starry Sky Sword was the core of the 8 ancient weapons. Even if the other 7 were indeed lost, the Starry Sky Sword was powerful enough to stand in their stead. It seemed this individual possessed considerable knowledge. Otherwise, it would be foolish to attempt to seek out the Wang family's Xiangui seal, fully aware it was absent. Li Hao still felt somewhat bewildered, regrettably aware that his knowledge paled in comparison to that of the moonlit red. So, is Ying Hongyue truly a descendant of one of the 8 great families? Perhaps not. There may be others behind the scenes. Who can say? The director of the Security Bureau did not elaborate further, nor did he discuss how to confront Ying Hongyue. He merely advised, be cautious. As for the so-called blood shadow you mentioned, I have seen it before. Those things outside the city? They are blood puppets. Not to be trifled with. Nurturing blood puppets can lead to backlash. The origin of blood puppets lies in the consumption of human vitality to create them. Over time, nurturing them can severely harm oneself. Additionally, there are wicked individuals who use the blood vitality of others to raise blood puppets. The outsiders might be subordinates or enemies of the person you mentioned. Li Hao nodded. They are all from Hongyue. The leader of Hongyue is the villain I spoke of. It seems this individual has acquired some nefarious inheritance, not of the righteous path. After a brief exchange, the director concluded, if you can kill, then do so. If not, do not concern yourself. They will eventually ensnare themselves and meet their own demise. Just avoid them. They are unlikely to be weak. The blood puppets outside are well nurtured. Though they harm others, they benefit their creator. Li Hao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the formidable nature of Ying Hongyue. Surely, that individual possesses immense strength. Consuming the blood of divine beings daily, how could one not be powerful? However, the tone of the director suggested trouble. Those who nurtured the blood shadows may also suffer losses, though they might remain oblivious to it. Leave now. Your presence is no longer required. Li Hao was speechless. Was there no benefit for him? He was summoned merely to gather ancient weapons? The director seemed rather stingy. Sensing Li Hao's discontent, the director calmly remarked, do not expect rewards. There are no free benefits in this world. Only through effort can one reap rewards. Everything is a fair exchange. In martial arts, one must strive independently. Everything a martial artist possesses is earned through their own efforts. Even the 8 great families are no exception, let alone the 8 families. In the past, the king of humans rose to power, committing countless slaughters for a mere energy stone, stepping over the corpses of others to gain entry into the War Heaven army. You already possess an advantage through your bloodline. The rest is for you to exchange and strive for. War Heaven City merely provides you with a platform. Your ancestors have already secured some advantages for you. So do not seek more. All right. Li Hao considered this and nodded in agreement. It made sense. Earning things oneself is indeed more satisfying. Thank you, General. I shall take my leave. As Li Hao turned to depart, he felt little regret. Although he had not gained any tangible benefits, he had acquired some valuable insights. At least he recognized that Ying Hongyue was indeed formidable and possibly a descendant of one of the 8 great families. Just as Li Hao was about to leave, the director of the Security Bureau seemed to recall something and suddenly said, while I cannot give you any benefits, I can offer you a clue. Years ago, the 8 families established a martial sciences university to cultivate future generations, named Silver Moon Martial Sciences University. If you can locate this institution, you may uncover some unexpected rewards, for it was entirely founded for the 8 great families. Among them, there exist unique combat techniques and training methodologies exclusive to the 8 families. However, with the passage of time, the once central location of this martial university in the 8 cities has become somewhat obscure to me, though it cannot be too distant from the so-called Bagua diagram you mentioned. Li Hao's gaze flickered as he turned back, expressing his gratitude once more. Thank you for your guidance, General. Yet, this is merely a clue. It ultimately depends on your own fortune. Perhaps it has long been destroyed. I understand. With that, Li Hao turned to depart. Once he had left, the Golden Warrior fell into a moment of silence before suddenly inquiring, Guardian, will you not offer any further insights? Times have changed, and the physical attributes and paths are different. We cannot equate the ancient with the modern. Even if we were to provide him with some extraordinarily powerful techniques, he may not possess the capability to cultivate them, which could hinder his progress. The training methods of these individuals diverge significantly from ours. Observe his mental fortitude, which is remarkably robust, far surpassing that of his physical form. Many outside the city share this trait. Would this have been the case in our era? It is not a matter of superiority. Perhaps these methods are precisely what suits them best. If you were to bestow upon him formidable techniques, he might become so engrossed that he ultimately renders himself ineffective. Understood. The head of the guard ceased to speak. Initially, he had intended to offer some advantages, but was dissuaded by the guardian. Such offerings must be withheld. Providing them might inadvertently lead to harm. As for the 5-bridge construction method, which is of a supportive nature, it may be worth considering. However, if we were to provide a complete system of techniques, Li Hao would merely remain an ordinary practitioner of ancient martial arts. In this era, pursuing ancient martial arts may well prove less potent than their own paths. Watching Li Hao depart, the head of the guard once again fell into a profound silence. Chapter 159. Commentary. The trio and their canine companion exited the Lord's mansion. Li Hao glanced back at the massive turtle sculpture overhead, so lifelike that it appeared almost real. It was truly enormous. It is said that Battle Heaven City has diminished significantly. Did this tower once stand even taller? The group walked silently outward. As Li Hao journeyed halfway, he turned to Master Hong Yitang, a hint of perplexity evident in his expression. Master Hong, if even ancient civilizations have perished, is there truly a necessity for the path of martial arts to persist? Hong Yitang regarded him with a peculiar look. Why do you suddenly ponder such a matter? It's nothing. Li Hao shook his head, exhaling a sigh. I merely recalled a phrase, when the nation flourishes, the people suffer. When it perishes, the people suffer. A cadre of empowered martial artists, day in and day out, has forced me, a diligent student, into the role of a murderer, which is utterly absurd. Now, witnessing the downfall of ancient civilizations, I see these unfortunate souls. He glanced back, then toward the eastern gate, feeling an overwhelming sense of their plight. Perhaps they themselves remain oblivious, yet Li Hao could not shake this sentiment. After countless years of silence, awakening to endure immense suffering, they continue to defend their homeland. He could not articulate his feelings precisely. Perhaps it is a matter of youth, lacking the profound resonance of experience. Li Hao merely vented a complaint, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, he felt a tinge of confusion regarding the future and life itself, but knowing there were still many tasks to undertake, he quickly cast these thoughts aside. The enemy has yet to be vanquished. Why dwell on such matters? What grand ambitions and magnificent plans, in pursuit of the footsteps of ancient civilizations, do not occupy his thoughts at this moment? Yet, in this ancient city, the sights and sounds stir within him some reflections, which he chooses to bury deep within his heart, revealing not a trace of them. Hong Yitang cast a glance at Li Hao, yet said nothing further. The young Li Hao seemed somewhat lost, but the necessary words had already been spoken. Ultimately, one's path must be traversed alone. Each person harbors their own aspirations. For instance, that old curmudgeon Yuan Shua is likely fervently pursuing his newfound direction in life, perhaps thriving in the central region at this very moment. And what of himself? Hong Yitang contemplated his own situation. He could assert strength, but compared to ancient civilizations, he felt insignificant. He harbored ambitions regarding the might of ancient civilizations, as well as thoughts on the path of martial arts. Yet, was he not equally lost? Could he truly effect any change? Or should he continue to live a carefree existence, solely focused on breakthroughs in martial arts? This era seemed rather dull, as if something vital was missing. Hong Yitang had a vague awareness of what was lacking, yet he found himself unable to summon the resolve to act. Such feats were for sages, not for someone like him. Thus, he could only speak of it, for when it came to action, he lacked the confidence and courage. Noticing that Li Hao had ceased his inquiries, Hong Yitang fell into contemplation. It seemed that Nan Quan sensed something and communicated, "Old Hong, what are you pondering?" "Nothing much." "Come, share it with me. What is there to fear? We are old friends. Do you think I would mock you?" "Get lost." Nan Quan chuckled, then continued, "After wandering around the ancient city, I too felt a sense of unease. Old Hong, do you not think the current Tianqing dynasty feels lifeless? The populace lacks creativity, merely intent on excavating the relics of ancient civilizations, as if they possess everything we seek. The battles between superhumans appear quite frivolous. They don't even know what they are fighting for. They clash violently, yet in the end, it is merely for the sake of dominion. We seem to lack the unity of the ancient city, their fervor and conviction, do we not?" Hong Yitang smiled. "You grasp this concept?" Of course, I am no fool. Nan Quan then mused. What do you think about the northern general? Was he truly killed by Hou Xiaoqing and his group? What do you mean? If Hou Xiaoqing and his companions were indeed responsible, then we could expect the northern provinces to descend into chaos, a turmoil that would engulf the entire north, leading to widespread disorder. Clearly, these individuals harbor considerable ambition. They are not benevolent. Though he claims to venture south, he is leaving behind a mess in the north. I suspect he will return eventually, and when he does, it might involve bloodshed. Weren't you just contemplating why no one in our time considers the common folk? Hong Yitong laughed heartily, responding, why bother with ordinary people? Only a fool would entertain such thoughts. What purpose does it serve? The demise of a few commoners matters little. Their creativity is lacking. Their labor is ineffectual. Look around. Are not most of the current technologies derived from the excavations of ancient civilizations? From the minutiae of steel smelting to the grandiosity of aircraft and artillery, and even extending to architectural styles. Our contemporary era is fundamentally constructed upon the remnants of ancient civilizations. It is through the assimilation of their quintessence that we have progressed to this point, albeit in a rather distorted manner. Indeed, we inhabit a grotesque age. We possess aircraft and artillery, and even world-destroying projectiles, alongside superpowered warriors. Yet, for the common folk, the cultivation of land is still dictated by fate. They can only harvest what the heavens permit. Fortunately, in recent years, fortune has smiled upon them, yielding bountiful harvests. However, now, as we witness the rise of superpowers and the ensuing conflicts, all of this is at risk of being obliterated. A cataclysmic crisis looms on the horizon. Of course, the existence of superpowered warriors is inconsequential. If they lack resources, they will resort to theft. Can we afford to let these people starve? In terms of basic necessities, transportation remains inconvenient, and sustenance is barely sufficient for survival. While everything is ostensibly progressing, the lives of the common people appear stagnant, marked by a sense of numbness and a lack of vitality. What utter nonsense! Nan Quan chuckled and remarked, Old Hong, your sudden confrontation with Hou Xiaoqing seems to stem from some lingering resentment. Do you believe this fellow, who assassinated General Zhenbei and turned a blind eye to the turmoil in the north, deserves to be humiliated? I harbor no such feelings. You were the one who struck him, retorted Hong Yitong. With a light-hearted tone, Nan Quan replied, I couldn't care less. His laughter was grotesque. Delivering a punch to him was a trivial response. Yet, you, typically so composed, have finally erupted and confronted him. That is quite a feat. What do you wish to convey? Hong Yitong was disinclined to engage in further discourse. Nan Quan, however, took the initiative. I have no particular thoughts. Merely a desire to repay a debt. Am I not indebted to you for 3,000 energy stones? I cannot settle it immediately, so let us negotiate. I can have the royal family bestow upon you a minor title, along with a small estate where you may reign as the master, free from the scrutiny of others. You may take in whomever you wish, and I will provide you with a supply of grain and a contingent of war orphans. Nan Quan was not foolish. He perceived certain truths. He continued, you can shut the door and pursue your own affairs. From what I see, you may not be inclined towards the ambitions of conquest. You differ from Hou Xiaoqing and his ilk, who might have grander aspirations and undertake greater endeavors. You seem to embody a more grounded essence. What do you think? Hong Yitong chuckled, whispering, you jest. 3,000 energy stones as repayment? Is that truly your offer? Will you or will you not? Nan Quan whispered back, I can suggest a prime location near your sword gate, where fertile land abounds, albeit owned by others. Currently, there are few who tend to it, and in recent years, Silver Moon has seen much desolation. I perceive you lack lofty ambitions. Why not close the door and become your own leader? Would that not be quite satisfying? Enough. Furthermore, the royal family's words are not definitive, Hong Yitong replied. That is of little consequence. The royal family grants you a title, which is preferable to the current practice of land acquisition. Seizing land is tantamount to rebellion. With the royal family's endorsement, who would dare to challenge you? Would you truly fear them? Having a title is sufficient, Nan Quan insisted. Hong Yitong fell into deep contemplation. Nan Quan added, I seldom utter such sentiments to others. But old Hong, you possess a hint of the ancient sages. Though it may be slight, should I not facilitate your aspirations? How large is your sword gate now? I am aware that you have taken in hundreds of orphans. You, being a person of modesty, have adopted the name of the Sword Gate merely to instill a sense of intimidation among the surrounding superhumans, correct? With a larger territory bestowed upon you, perhaps you would manage things somewhat better in this chaotic world. Nanquan sighed heavily and transmitted once more. The northern 3 provinces are in turmoil. The central region is in disarray, and the entire realm is on the brink of chaos. Yet perhaps this is for the best. Only in times of upheaval can innovation flourish. To live in a state of ignorance is far less preferable than to awaken the minds of the populace during tumultuous times. I have noticed your keen interest in those schools, and you have often discussed literacy rates. Surely, you possess some aspirations? If you have thoughts, then act upon them. At this moment, Hong Yitong fell silent. After a brief walk, he shook his head and conveyed, I am incapable. I cannot achieve that. Thus, I can only speak of it. I lack the courage and the resolve. Come now, with your remarkable abilities, what is there to fear? If you wish to act, then do so. If you are daunted by difficulties, are you truly a martial artist? No matter how challenging it may be. Can it be more daunting than Yuan Shua's persistent visits, while you remain behind closed doors? Damn it! Hong Yitong silently cursed, questioning the relevance of such discussions. Nanquan continued to persuade. Do you not sense that within this city, you are, in fact, quite at peace? You feel secure, with the black armored guards standing watch outside. I suspect you would even wish to bring your wife and child here if possible. Consider this, over the years. Have not the children of the Sword Gate harbored similar thoughts? With you, Hong Yitong, present, they find solace, but in your absence, would they feel secure? That is not a valid comparison. Do not mislead me. Ultimately, your hesitance stems from a reluctance to repay your debts, does it not? Indeed. Nanquan did not deny this. Chuckling, you can hardly expect me to repay you. I truly lack the means. Even if I were to achieve some military merit, it would not suffice. However, I can still procure some basic supplies for you. Let us discuss this further outside. At this moment, Hong Yitong chose to remain silent, no longer wishing to engage in conversation. Nanquan, feeling triumphant, was certain that this fellow was contemplating his words. It appeared that repaying debts would not be too arduous after all. While divine energy stones are rare, acquiring some essential supplies is not overly challenging given his status, strength, and identity. Presently, everyone is far more concerned with resources for superhuman cultivation, while the needs of ordinary people are placed on the back burner. After entering the ancient city, Hong Yitong's earlier words resonated in Nanquan's mind as he pondered them. Just moments ago, Li Hao expressed a sudden sentiment, and Nanquan noticed a glimmer of confusion and hesitation in Hong Yitong's eyes, leading him to surmise what he might be thinking. Indeed, the fellow's rejection was not entirely resolute. It seemed feasible to settle the debts. As laughter filled the air, Nanquan was suddenly struck by a wave of reflection. Was it right to encourage old Hong to pursue such endeavors? Is it truly wise to appoint the Sword of the Earth as the head of an orphanage? Will this path strengthen his martial prowess or lead to his ultimate downfall? Who can say? Yet, even if he refrains from speaking, will this fellow not act? By voicing it, perhaps he could even mitigate some of his liabilities. At this moment, Li Hao, who walked ahead, was lost in thought. The group arrived at the eastern gate. Li Hao ascended into the air and reached the top of the eastern gate, where the number of black-armored guards below was sparse, as they were stationed atop the city walls. In the distance, outside the city, superhumans could still be observed. The number of individuals has significantly diminished compared to before, and the once oppressive atmosphere has dissipated. At this moment, it seems that only 500 or 600 extraordinary beings remain. Li Hao's keen gaze catches sight of the radiant sword, which has been directed towards the city, displaying a hint of confusion. The old man and the old woman, who might be the martial arts master of the other, seem oddly affected by Su Feng's demise. Their emotions do not reflect the anger and sorrow typically associated with the loss of a loved one, nor do they seem indifferent to the passing of an inconsequential person. Instead, their feelings are extraordinarily complex, leaving Li Hao unable to decipher their thoughts. If one were to assume they sought vengeance, there is a conspicuous absence of overwhelming hatred. Conversely, their unwavering gaze towards Li Hao and the sight of Su Feng's death is peculiarly unsettling. Li Hao shifts his attention away from them and focuses on the two clearly divided groups of people. They are unable to retreat, yet they dare not advance. Undoubtedly, their suffering surpasses his own. When Li Hao appeared atop the city wall, the onlookers outside took notice. Director, the chief steward transmitted. Li Hao has emerged. Ho Xiaoqing, previously lost in thought, was jolted back to reality upon hearing this and turned his gaze towards Li Hao. The young man, now unmasked, revealed his head beneath the silver armor as he found it stifling and uncomfortable. He certainly possessed a fair amount of audacity. Hou Xiaoqing chuckled, transmitting. It seems that after slaying Su Feng, this fellow has gained considerable confidence. Director, what shall we do now? The 3 silver warriors from the Battle Heaven army had reappeared, alongside the Golden Warrior. With Li Hao and his companions present, their combined strength posed a formidable challenge to breach the inner city and seize the Xiangui seal. Not merely difficult, but akin to a hellish endeavor, he mused. Yet, Hou Xiaoqing appeared unfazed. There is no need to be overly concerned. If we cannot seize it, so be it. Our priority should be the extermination of these 3 major organizations. With the 3 major organizations converging here, and an increasing number of people focusing on the Silver Moon, whether out of fear or due to substantial losses, we cannot allow those from the 3 organizations to escape this place. Let Battle Heaven City remain here. At this juncture, he turned to the chief steward and transmitted. Find an opportunity to enter the city and speak with Li Hao. Me? Yes, go ahead. It will be fine. You have not engaged the Battle Heaven army. Take the key I provided you, and once you reach the city gate, you can enter without issue. Upon meeting Li Hao, inquire whether he can persuade others to join forces in eliminating these individuals. The chief steward hesitated but refrained from further questioning. If the director deemed it safe, it was likely so. At this moment, everyone was hesitant to enter the city, fearing an ambush by the Battle Heaven army's elite. The chief steward and his companions shared this apprehension, yet they took the director's assurance to heart. Fortunately, their transmission had not reached others. Otherwise, the chief steward would have faced scorn for his perceived lack of clarity. Just then, the chief steward transmitted again. By the way, what about Hu Qingfeng and Qi Gang? Those 2 seem utterly terrified, remaining silent, their eyes darting about. Do you think they might harbor rebellious thoughts? This time, the number of newcomers is scant. Only a few outsiders from the official side, including Hu Qingfeng and his 2 subordinates, along with Qi Gang. However, the recent series of events has left them thoroughly shaken. At this moment, both of them seemed to be contemplating an escape from this place. Hou Xiaoqing conveyed through thought, do not concern yourselves. I will handle everything. Thus, Chief Steward, you ceased further inquiries. Meanwhile, Hou Xiaoqing established a new communication channel. In an instant, Hu Qingfeng's hair stood on end, his face filled with palpable dread. Qi Gang appeared somewhat less affected, though he could not conceal the worry in his eyes, both glancing toward Hou Xiaoqing. Commissioner Hu, last time you coordinated with Lan Yu and the others to eliminate me. Why have you abandoned that plan? The terror in Hu Qingfeng's eyes was unmistakable. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. Escape. It's over. They know. Do not flee. Do not fear. I harbor no intention of ending your life. If that were my goal, I could have easily dispatched you with a mere flick of my hand, came Hou Xiaoqing's calm words. Hu Qingfeng remained silent, his legs trembling slightly. You are one of Huang Long's faction, correct? Hu Qingfeng suppressed the fear within, hesitantly transmitting, yes. The Night Watchers, of course, are divided into factions. Some are independent, others are pro-war, and there are also ambitious individuals, people of all kinds. Once power is attained, not everyone is willing to serve the dynasty or the 9 divisions. Having grown this powerful, do we still need to serve others? Huang Long is a prominent figure within the Night Watchers hierarchy, one of the deputy ministers at the headquarters, who also concurrently holds the position of deputy director of the inspection division. In terms of rank, the 2 are essentially equals, albeit with one being superior to the other. This peculiar dual role has granted both parties some leverage within the Night Watcher system. Huang Long believes his status is on par with that of the headquarters leader and, with backing from others, has harbored certain ambitions. Hu Qingfeng is indeed one of his faction. What do you think of Huang Long's strength? Hu Qingfeng dared not withhold his answer, yet he feared a misstep might provoke displeasure. After a moment's hesitation, he finally conveyed, very strong. I believe he is not weaker than Minister Ho. Is that so? And how does he compare to the earth-shattering sword? I am not entirely sure. From what I have observed, he may be slightly inferior. The earth-shattering sword has unlocked its full potential. I am essentially on par with him. Do you understand? I do. The terror in Hu Qingfeng's eyes intensified. He was aware that they had previously discussed this matter. These individuals are terrifyingly powerful. The magnitude of their strength, even before fully unleashing their abilities, is beyond comprehension. It is difficult for him to fathom whether they have surpassed Xu Guang. it is highly possible they have, as their methods seem to transcend those of Shuguang. This time, I will likely venture into the central region. Upon reflection, I may accept the position of Deputy Minister at the Night Watcher's headquarters. Would you be willing to follow me? I won't have many acquaintances there, and everything will be unfamiliar. Please consider it. Hu Qingfeng was left dumbfounded. What is happening? They do not intend to kill me? They are attempting to recruit me? Minister Ho, I find myself perplexed by your intentions. It holds little significance. Rather, I am unfamiliar with this environment and require some assistance. It would be rather absurd to boast of my prowess upon meeting others, would it not? Such statements would merely serve as fodder for laughter. Certain matters necessitate the support of others, and although you possess a nascent brilliance, you are not without merit and can indeed lend a hand. Hu Qingfeng's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Upon witnessing Hou Xiaoqing's smile, he was suddenly filled with trepidation, reluctant to entertain any thoughts, feeling somewhat timid. He communicated, Minister Ho, my standing at headquarters is rather modest. Aside from a few ministers, there are several prodigies who surpass me, and compared to the 5 regional governors, I am merely a minor functionary. That is precisely what I desire. Hou Xiaoqing chuckled, transmitting once more, I have perused your dossier. It reveals numerous shortcomings, an inclination towards grandiosity, a tendency to intimidate the weak while fearing the strong, and a timorous disposition. Your ambitions far exceed your capabilities. Hu Qingfeng felt a surge of embarrassment at these words, yet the thought of Hou Xiaoqing's formidable strength quelled his rising anger. Such remarks were indeed humiliating. However, upon further investigation, I discovered that you are not entirely lacking. You possess certain strengths. In comparison to those more capable than you, your obedience is noted as a virtue. Is that truly a virtue? Hu Qingfeng felt the urge to retort, I am, after all, a beacon of brilliance. I am not as wretched as you suggest. Furthermore, your subordinates have committed numerous misdeeds. As for you, aside from your apparent foolishness, your lack of control over your subordinates is a stroke of fortune for your survival. Regarding your collusion with the 3 major organizations, I shan't dwell on it. There are far too many engaged in such activities in the central region, and accountability is an insurmountable task. Hu Qingfeng felt tears welling up but managed to suppress them, transmitting again, Minister Ho, do you mean for me to serve you unwaveringly? Precisely. However, are you afraid of Huang Long causing you trouble? Fear not, it is inconsequential. Hou Xiaoqing beamed brightly. You need not fear Huang Long. He is unlikely to take your life. What you should truly fear is whether you can leave here alive, is it not? In the next moment, Hu Qingfeng transmitted, you speak truly. Henceforth, I shall be devoted to your service, Minister. Nearby, Qi Gang felt a shiver run down his spine, rendered speechless by Hu Qingfeng's unabashedness. How could Hou Xiaoqing consider taking him under his wing? What purpose does it serve to share such insights with me? Qi Gang, what about you? What? Qi Gang felt cold sweat trickling down his brow. Hou Xiaoqing regarded him with a smile. Do you not understand? It is said you are quite clever. How is it that you appear so bewildered now? Qi Gang struggled momentarily before transmitting. Minister Ho, I am with the administrative division. What of the administrative division? Hou Xiaoqing remained unfazed, transmitting, it is all the same. Moreover, do not assume that the 9 divisions are invincible. The central region is far more complex than you imagine. There are many like me, both in the central region and in Silver Moon. By chance, if you have seen this, then you ought to join. If you do not, given your intelligence, do you not comprehend? I understand, yet I am more concerned that Minister Ho is merely placating me. We have seen so much here, and naturally, there is no room for rebellion. Once we leave, do you not fear we might leak information? Not at all. Hou Xiaoqing laughed gently, transmitting. You are considered a wise individual. How could you betray your trust? What benefit would there be in doing so? At this moment, it is not about drawing too close. You can still return to the administration and perform your duties as you should. Speaking out may not yield any benefits, while remaining silent could foster a friendship between us. After all, having more friends opens more paths. Must one wait until the road is completely blocked to find satisfaction? Qi Gang exhaled and quickly conveyed. The minister's words resonate with me. I understand. Indeed, conversing with intelligent individuals should be more relaxed, whereas Hu Qingfeng tends to be rather dull, necessitating clarity in my communication. Beside them, Hu Qingfeng remained silent, not daring to interject. He was contemplating the consequences of reporting to Huang Long after they exited. It was a dismal thought that, regardless of the outcome, Huang Long might not be able to contend with Hou Xiaoqing. The strength of the Silver Moon faction was formidable, and the only certainty was that, given their personalities, his own demise seemed inevitable. Thus, the notion of betrayal indeed felt like a path leading only to death. Moving forward, should a conflict arise, it would suffice for both of you to align with the three major organizations. If anyone attempts to secretly recruit you, that would be even better. Simply join them. We wish to handle these troublesome individuals with ease. Do you comprehend my meaning? Understood. Understood. The two promptly responded, grasping the implication of becoming double agents. This was all too familiar. Hou Xiaoqing then transmitted to Hu Qingfeng. By the way, you should take care of those two under your command. What's with the surprise? Hou Xiaoqing's expression remained calm. They have committed numerous misdeeds, much like Yu Xiao, suddenly gaining power and acting as if they were kings. You should deal with them. I am too lazy to take action. Hu Qingfeng's expression shifted, yet he responded through thought. All right. Hou Xiaoqing smiled and added, obeying this request can be seen as a pledge of loyalty. I will record it later. If you disobey, I will accuse you of murdering colleagues and colluding with the three major organizations before executing you. Do you understand? Hu Qingfeng dared not utter a word, secretly cursing. Yet he felt a bit more reassured. There was a threat, which provided a sense of security. Otherwise, he would have felt quite uneasy. Meanwhile, Hou Xiaoqing chose not to concern himself further with the two. Should they act foolishly, it was of little consequence. At that moment, he glanced into the distance, observing Li Hao and the formidable figures of the earth-shattering sword and southern fist beside him. After a brief moment, he suddenly turned to leave, stating, I shall see if the Gate of Ruins will open tonight. There is no need for me to linger here. With that, he departed. Nearby, the members of Green Moon wore expressions of vigilance. However, once Hou Xiaoqing had truly left, they felt a bit more at ease. His presence had brought considerable pressure. At this time, they eagerly wished for the departure of the other individual, Kong Jie, as her presence also contributed to their unease. It seemed Kong Jie had heard their unspoken thoughts. She glanced in their direction and smiled. I will search for alternative paths. Please refrain from harboring any ill intentions. We will be nearby and will come to you immediately if anything occurs. It is best for everyone to exit the ruins quietly together. With that, she vanished from sight. Now, the members of Green Moon could finally breathe a sigh of relief. It was a relief to see her go. Of course, they remained cautious of any schemes from the two. At the same time, on the city gate tower, Li Hao observed for a while and noticed that Hou Xiaoqing and Kong Jie had vanished, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. What could they be up to? At this moment, he pondered how to negotiate or whether negotiation was even feasible. A glance at the three silver warriors reminded him that these individuals were unable to leave the city while others hid outside its walls. Relying on himself and the trio of Di Fujian and Nan Quan was likely futile against them. Presently, these individuals lurked outside the city, and if he ventured forth, it was highly probable that they would fixate on him, potentially leading to an ambush. Moreover, Guangming Jian was also present. He had no desire to court death. Nan Quan and Di Fujian had suffered significant losses previously. Another encounter would result in catastrophic consequences. As Li Hao continued to contemplate, Nan Quan approached, gazing outside the city with a grin. That sly fox, Hou Xiaoqing, is likely concocting some nefarious scheme. He wouldn't have just disappeared without reason. Perhaps he has gone to set a trap behind us? His disdain for Hou Xiaoqing was evident, as their first meeting had been marked by Nan Quan's scolding of him. Hong Yitong had also noticed the absence of the two and mused, let us prepare. It is highly probable that Hou Xiaoqing and Kong Jie have gone to intercept our rear, compelling these individuals to enter the city and preparing to eliminate them together. Li Hao was taken aback and turned to the two. How did you deduce that? He had not perceived such intent from Hou Xiaoqing. Old acquaintances. Who doesn't he know who? Nan Quan scoffed. That fellow is a schemer. Among the three commanders, he is the most cunning, which is why he is burdened with a frail body. It seems even the heavens deem him too malicious, gifting him a sickly physique. Isn't it said that there aren't many wicked individuals who practice marksmanship? He is among the few. Nan Quan chuckled heartily. He deserves to cough daily. Hong Yitong retorted. Enough of your nonsense and slander. Hou Xiaoqing's frailty is unrelated to his character. He cultivates the shattering god spear, which exerts immense divine intent that his body cannot withstand. From the onset of his martial training, he has suffered from poor health, and upon reaching the level of 5 organs, it became increasingly challenging for him to endure such formidable divine intent. He even took the risk of stepping into the realm of superpowers, shattering the superpower lock, and managed to heal himself. If that fellow truly unseals his potential, I would likely fare worse than him. He is indeed a formidable adversary. In comparison, Nengquan was considerably weaker. Despite having knocked an opponent away with a single punch previously, a single strike from him would likely result in his own demise at the hands of that individual. Nengquan curled his lip. Who do you think you're looking down on? A single shot? Nonsense. Without 3 or 5 shots, they couldn't possibly take me down. Li Hao, somewhat astonished, turned to the two. Are you suggesting that he is stronger than you? Stronger than me? Perhaps not. Nengquan grumbled. It's not certain he surpasses that fellow. He might be on par with him. Kong Jie is somewhat weaker. But that rascal is likely a slight bit stronger than me. However, I dare to unseal my potential. Would they dare? So, if it comes down to a serious fight, even if I were to perish, they would not escape unscathed. Li Hao glanced at Nengquan. You are the weakest among us. What about Guangmingjian? Her? After a moment's contemplation, Nengquan replied, she is not weak. She is likely on par with Kong Jie and possesses considerable strength. This individual cultivates rapidly. Yet there are evident drawbacks, far more pronounced than ours, as one can discern from her current appearance. Beyond the 4 of them, I stand alone, followed by the likes of Yu Luocha and Jin Chang Quang Dao, who appears somewhat weaker. Hong Yitong remarked with a half-smile, Yu Luocha is not to be underestimated. It seems she has undergone a transformation. Nengquan scoffed dismissively. Let Yu Luocha forge her own path first. What merit is there in relying on Hou Xiaoqing? If you were to unseal her, would her physique rival mine? Do you believe I could fell her with 3 punches? He was a man who would concede strength to those superior to him, but remained reluctant to acknowledge the prowess of those he deemed inferior. Yu Luocha's strength derived primarily from Hou Xiaoqing, whom he looked down upon, yet it was undeniable that she was indeed formidable. Li Hao had a clear understanding. It was highly probable that Yu, the steward, was still inferior to Nengquan. At best, she could be considered equivalent, as otherwise, Nengquan would not exhibit such confidence. However, tethered to Hou Xiaoqing, Yu the steward was likely quite powerful and could potentially unseal her abilities, making her combat prowess formidable. Is Jin Chang unable to unseal his abilities? Li Hao inquired further. What do you think? Nengquan replied, exasperated. Not all martial artists possess the capability to unseal. Jin Chang has yet to transcend his limits. One must reach a certain threshold, be it in vitality, physical form, or mental prowess, before the supernormal locks can be enhanced. Only when these locks attain a sufficient degree of power can they be unsealed. Otherwise, it is not a matter of unsealing, but rather stepping into the realm of the supernormal. If Jin Chang were to shatter the supernormal locks, he would transcend. Otherwise, he would not unleash greater combat strength. Hong Yitong nodded slightly. A specific level must be attained for the supernormal locks to be fortified before they can be unsealed. Jin Chang still has some distance to cover, but if he were to breach Hou Xiaoqing's mental prowess, there would be potential. I see little hope. Nengquan shook his head. It is too premature. He was influenced years ago. Otherwise, there might have been some chance. Alternatively, if he were to emulate Yu Luocha, completely abandoning his own aspirations and wholeheartedly following Hou Xiaoqing, perhaps there would be a glimmer of hope. Currently, he appears quite conflicted, oscillating between the desire to carve his own path and somewhat relying on Hou Xiaoqing's spirit, which is lacking. Li Hao grasped some of their discourse, though certain aspects eluded him. Nonetheless, he discerned that Jin Chang and Quang Dao seemed unable to unseal their combat potential, which was rather unfortunate. In the next moment, Li Hao interjected, so, what you both imply is that they still wish to collaborate to address the 3 major organizations, correct? Indeed. Excellent. Li Hao beamed, upon my observation. The 3 major organizations, particularly Shuguang Sanyong, boast considerable strength. Alone, any single faction may find it challenging to prevail, but united, they would stand a much better chance. He regarded the 3 silver captains nearby, pondering for a moment before stating, hence, Minister Ho's intention is likely to have us 3 captains and the director of the Security Bureau join forces, along with you 2 masters. I would also count myself among them. This way, we could easily suppress the opposition. If the 3 silver captains remain unrevived, dealing with Shuguang would prove challenging. And it is likely they hope you can persuade that golden warrior. Hong Yitong chuckled, remarking that Hou Xiaoqing did not wish to unleash his full combat power, fearing potential complications. Otherwise, he would have acted on his own. Li Hao understood and refrained from further comment. swiftly leaping down from the city wall. "Where are you headed?" "To seek assistance from Director Wang." However, these were merely conjectures. Li Hao, undeterred, sprinted towards the Lord's residence, confident in his assessment that the situation was likely as he suspected. Not only Director Wang, but he also planned to consult the commanding officer shortly. Yes, the very officer who had struck himself in frustration. The role of this officer was straightforward: to remain concealed and vigilant against Hou Xiaoqing and his associates. Indeed, that was Li Hao's mindset. Who could fathom Hou Xiaoqing's intentions? Perhaps once they had eradicated the three major organizations, they would consider making a move against the City of War. At that juncture, the officer could intervene, and he would ensnare them all together. Little did anyone know, a golden warrior was stationed within the city, and should he reveal himself, it would undoubtedly astonish many. Although Nan Quan and his companions advocated for a reckless approach, it was prudent to retain a measure of discretion. Half an hour later, Li Hao emerged from the Lord's residence, satisfaction evident on his face. Director Wang had expressed no objections. Had it not been for the inability to exit the city, he would have sought to eliminate that group himself. Since a purge was feasible, he had no grounds for refusal. At the military camp, Li Hao, under the guidance of the Red Armor, re-entered the officer's office. The commanding officer appeared engrossed in work, seemingly oblivious to the fact that, at this moment, all adversaries had perished. Perhaps he was feigning indifference. He certainly lacked the amiability of Director Wang. "Speak." His tone was icy, embodying an austere demeanor. Once Li Hao clarified his intentions, the golden officer lifted his gaze, his voice as calm as ever. "Are you suggesting that I remain concealed, and should those individuals exhibit any offensive intent, I should act to subdue them?" "Indeed. Then why not take the initiative rather than adopting a passive stance?" Li Hao hesitated, and after a brief moment, responded, "They are officials from Silver Moon, the province I belong to, and currently, Silver Moon is faring reasonably well. That Minister Ho has even saved me once. If he does not turn against me, I cannot be the first to sever ties." This had always been his mindset. As long as Hou Xiaoqing refrained from hostility, he would do the same. Thus, when questioned, he felt somewhat disoriented. Was there a misstep in his reasoning? As he pondered, the commanding officer seemed to be contemplating something as well, and after a moment, replied calmly, "Very well, let it be so. If I can avoid action, I prefer to do so." Engaging with that fellow from the Lord's residence would deplete a significant amount of the city's inherent power. Conserving resources is more crucial than eliminating a few individuals. "Oh, thank you, Commander. Correct your bad habits." The cold officer replied with an air of indifference. "Next time, you should say understood, or affirmative, to signify that you have heard and comprehended. Do not present yourself carelessly before a superior. Is that clear?" "Understood. Now be gone." With a wave of his hand, the golden officer dismissed him, showing no further interest. Li Hao, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, "Affirmative," turning on his heel to leave. He inwardly grumbled about the officer's temper. How severe. Director Wang was far more agreeable. He had simply failed to react instinctively at that moment. What a fierce demeanor. As Li Hao departed, the mentor contemplated for a moment and suddenly drew forth a piece of paper, the very one on which he had previously recorded Li Hao's circumstances. After a brief reflection, he inscribed an additional line. "Possesses basic moral integrity, demonstrates commendable aptitude, yet his wisdom remains to be assessed." Upon completing this line, he pondered further and added another remark. "Disregards rules and exhibits disarray. This individual must undergo training in the new recruits camp." At this juncture, Li Hao was evidently unaware of the developments transpiring around him, much less the fact that he had been appraised and mandated to be integrated into the recruits camp to experience the true essence of discipline. Had he been aware, he might have regretted seeking out this mentor. Presently, Li Hao's spirits were buoyant. With the two golden figures having granted their approval, he felt emboldened, and additionally, he stood to gain military merit, though he remained uncertain whether this merit would be doubled this time. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the city tower, gazing into the distance as he awaited the forthcoming changes. Chapter 160. Action, updated Saturday, night descended. The ancient city's days and nights bore a striking resemblance, though the illumination from the Turtle Tower dimmed slightly at night. Entering on the morning of the 28th, it was now the second night, the evening of the 29th. Tomorrow night would mark the end of the 3-day limit, allowing for an exit from the ruins. All was eerily quiet. The three major organizations no longer sought to enter the ancient city. Their sole desire was to depart swiftly. On the platform at the end of the tree hollow, Hou Xiaoqing gazed at the wall in silence. As midnight approached, the wall shimmered with a radiant glow, signaling that the exit from the ruins was imminent, provided that someone outside was willing to cooperate. Yet, Hou Xiaoqing made no move. He simply waited and observed. Half an hour later, the flickering light would cease, and they would be left waiting until the following night. In the interim, there would be a span of 23.5 hours during which the ruins would be completely sealed, preventing anything from exiting. Around him, a subtle commotion stirred. Some members of the three major organizations had indeed approached to investigate. Upon witnessing the wall's radiant flicker, a few seemed inclined to attempt an escape. But upon spotting Hou Xiaoqing, they abandoned the thought. Only when the wall ceased to shimmer and solidified into an unyielding barrier did those behind relent their intentions. A sense of helplessness enveloped them. Yet, with the knowledge that they would all be exiting tomorrow, they quelled their fears. On the platform, Hou Xiaoqing silently observed the wall as it dimmed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Now, for the next 23.5 hours, no one could leave this city. Of course, the few who had become members of the Battle Heaven Army might possess a different fate. He turned and made his way towards the tree hollow. The passage was dark, and the pursuers ahead retreated swiftly. Hou Xiaoqing paid them no heed. Whether they left sooner or later was inconsequential. Upon exiting the tree hollow, Kong Jie suddenly appeared. Hou Xiaoqing glanced at Kong Jie, who was crossing her arms and regarding him with a smile, transmitting a message. Aren't you afraid of the three major organizations surrounding you in the center? Moreover, the financiers behind these individuals might grow irate. What concern is it of mine? The city is fraught with danger. Who would believe it? Is belief even necessary? A mere excuse suffices. Kong Jie chuckled softly, refraining from further comment. She glanced once more towards the inner city of the ancient town, becoming lost in contemplation. After a brief moment, she communicated, "Is everything all right on the side of the Jade Rakshasa?" "Highly likely, but it depends on Li Hao's perspective," came the reply. "Him? Can Hong Yitong and Nan Quan not make decisions?" After pondering for a moment, Hou Xiaoqing shook his head. "No, let us not forget, Silver is Li Hao. This fellow may appear amiable, yet in reality, he is far from easy to negotiate with. He may seem subdued, yet he harbors a malevolent spirit." Kong Jie nearly burst into laughter. "How can you dare to label others as malevolent?" She chose not to elaborate further and engaged in casual banter with Hou Xiaoqing. In the distance, the three major organizations and the wandering cultivators watched intently, sensing that the two were engaged in some form of discussion. At this moment, Green Moon, the Equal King, and Elder Chiming, these three temporary leaders, alongside the general from the Lingjiang governor's office and the young Lu from the finance department, were in deep discussion. Hou Xiaoqing and Kong Jie, what are they deliberating? Everyone, exercise caution. They are formidable. The three factions alongside the wandering cultivators still boast 9 individuals of Radiant Dawn level, not to mention the Bright Sword and Yuan Xingwu, and additionally, there are still 32 at the 3-Sun tier, which presents a considerable strength. The remaining 500 wandering cultivators are predominantly at the Daylight tier. The weaker ones have long since perished. The major provinces in the north, along with the central region, have dispatched numerous elite cultivators. However, after this battle, it is likely that the northern wandering cultivator factions will enter a period of dormancy. Green Moon, being a seasoned veteran, felt a twinge of apprehension upon observing the two engaged in conversation, and swiftly relayed warnings to all parties. Hou Xiaoqing, Kong Jie, Jin Chong, and Jade Rakshasa all possess Radiant Dawn prowess. While Kuang Dao may be slightly inferior, he still barely qualifies at that level. Moreover, Hu Dingfang and other military elites possess combat strength nearing the 3-Sun pinnacle. Should Qi Gang and Hu Qingfeng join, despite their limited numbers, their Radiant Dawn capabilities are formidable. Although the Silver Moon officials are few, none are weak. The least among them are at the late 3-Sun stage. After Green Moon voiced a few remarks, everyone grew increasingly vigilant. At that moment, Blue Moon unexpectedly interjected through a transmission. "Hu Qingfeng has contacted us, stating that if they encounter a critical moment, they hope we can accept them. What do you all think?" Upon hearing this, Elder Chiming quickly transmitted, "Can Hu Qingfeng's words be trusted?" The Equal King responded, "He is indeed trustworthy. As for Qi Gang, I am less familiar, but Hu Qingfeng, if he is not foolish, must comprehend his current predicament. He has witnessed far too much. Failing to ally with us could mean his very survival is at stake." The three major organizations possess a certain understanding of Hu Qingfeng. Amidst the crowd, Lu Jiaqing, hailing from the Treasury Department, also remarked, "Indeed, Hu Qingfeng is one who seeks to evade danger, exhibiting a propensity for self-preservation. When faced with peril, he instinctively retreats. It is common knowledge among us that he possesses certain vulnerabilities." Many voices echoed Hu Qingfeng's name, and it seemed evident that he was genuinely terrified. In truth, had Hou Xiaoqing not taken the initiative to recruit him, Hu Qingfeng would never have entertained such notions. His instinct for survival would likely drive him towards the three major organizations in search of refuge. Thus, his allegiance was not particularly surprising to anyone. At this moment, Liyue was more concerned about Qigong. How well do we truly understand Qigong? He is affiliated with the administrative department. Would Hou Xiaoqing dare to act against him? He represents the Silver Moon Administrative Office, and while others remain unscathed, it is Qigong who finds himself in jeopardy. I believe it unnecessary to dwell on such matters. Regardless, achieving consensus at this juncture is paramount. My primary concern now is the possibility of the underworld sword uniting with Hou Xiaoqing's faction. Should they not ally? Hou Xiaoqing's side is formidable. However, in a true confrontation, the opposing side would undoubtedly sustain losses. Unless Hou Xiaoqing and his group can unleash an overwhelming force akin to that of the underworld sword. We must remain vigilant about the underworld sword, South Fist, and Li Hao, who are unable to exit the city. The group exchanged various opinions, uncertain of how to proceed, yet after assessing their strengths, they ultimately agreed on the necessity of placating both Hu Qingfeng and Qigong. Meanwhile, Liyue began to make overtures towards the light sword. Others had sought the light sword in vain. Yet Liyue, being a member of the Silver Moon martial artists, despite a tarnished reputation in the past, hoped to establish a dialogue. This individual possesses remarkable strength. Even when South Fist unleashed his full might, the opponent was merely injured and sent reeling backwards, indicating their formidable prowess. As for Yuan Xingwu, no efforts were made to recruit him. The three major organizations were well aware of his identity as the eldest disciple of Yuan Shua. Despite his current association with the Tianqing army and his quiet demeanor in the shadows, the three major organizations would not place their trust in Yuan Shua's disciples. Even if South Fist were to defect, he would be deemed more reliable than Yuan Shua's lineage, which the three major organizations mistrusted. Within the inner city, Chief Steward Yu stealthily approached, and the black-armored guards at the city gate did not impede her. They remained remarkably still. Even the three silver-clad sentinels atop the city wall merely observed in silence. Holding a key, she regarded it as her credential. Furthermore, since she had not engaged in any massacre against the Heavenly Battle Army and had not caused trouble during her prior encounter with the Hong Yitong, the three major leaders, though aware that she was an outsider, chose to ignore her presence. Sometimes, rules are astonishingly simple. The three leaders lacked the authority to alter the regulations governing the guest house of Battle Heaven City unless the city lord and the army commander were present. Otherwise, they had no right to instigate any changes. Chief Steward Yu did not proceed further, but instead cast her gaze towards Li Hao on the city wall. Li Hao glanced at the concealed Chief Steward Yu in the shadows and smiled, clearly acknowledging that the underworld sword had indeed spoken the truth. The steward declared, "As long as you force them into the outskirts, we shall certainly take action. Within the city, that golden warrior will also intervene, as will the three silver powerhouses." Stealing a glance at Li Hao, who appeared remarkably composed, the steward contemplated before transmitting a message. "We require the assistance of the three of you outside the city." "That is out of the question," Li Hao firmly refused. "Inside the city, we still have the support of the Battle Sky Army. Venturing outside poses too great a danger. I am indifferent, but my two esteemed masters are concerned for the minister's safety, and I am powerless to change that. The greatest trouble in assisting outside the city lies in the fact that the Battle Sky Army would be unable to help. Should there be traps, it would be a dire situation. Who's to say that Hou Xiaoqing wouldn't ally with the three major organizations to eliminate them first? Is that a possibility? Very much so. Such an outcome is one that Li Hao cannot bear." The steward fell silent, recognizing that the concern of his two masters was, in truth, Li Hao's own apprehension. "Li Hao, what are you so suspicious of? If the minister wished to target you, he would have acted long ago. You wield the true sword of the Li family. The minister is already aware and even lent you the Fire Phoenix spear. Your suspicion is unwarranted. I have stated that I can go outside, but my two masters are still worried. They previously took action against the minister, and Master Nanquan has consistently expressed reluctance to cooperate. It was only after much persuasion that I managed to alleviate his concerns. Steward, please do not put me in a difficult position. I trust the minister. The steward was utterly disinclined to continue the conversation, noting how he frequently mentioned his masters while simultaneously claiming to be in a quandary, despite the two of them having remained silent. Realizing further discussion was futile, she quickly said, "We will wait for our signal." With that, she vanished from sight. On the city wall, Master Nanquan grinned, glancing at Li Hao before transmitting. "Kid, are you lying without even a hint of embarrassment?" Li Hao chuckled in response. "It's for the sake of giving my master some face, and also to gauge the strength of Minister Ho and his team. They are formidable. Even if the light sword were to join the fray, I believe they have a chance to shift the battlefield to the outskirts. Master Hong could unleash some power, though there would be consequences. Surely, Minister Ho and Director Kong are capable as well?" Master Nanquan remained silent. The group stood silently atop the city wall, awaiting the official actions from Silver Moon. Caution was indeed warranted. Ho Xiaoqing was known for his cunning schemes. Outside the city, Ho Xiaoqing glanced into the distance before turning to Kong Jia. "Let us proceed. I entrust the 3 Yama to you. The green peacock on the red moon side still possesses some strength, and I shall handle that. Xiao Yu and the golden spear will confront the sky flyer. Qi Gang will deal with the individual from Linjiang, and Hu Qingfeng will entertain the Lu family member." The arrangements for the Shuguang powerhouses were swiftly made. However, Kong Jia inquired via transmission, "What about the light sword? Do not concern yourself with her." Such confidence? Clearly, Ho Xiaoqing believed the light sword would not interfere. Yet Kong Jia harbored some worries, fearing that if they succeeded, they might end up encircling her alone. Would the light sword truly refrain from action? Trust me, the light sword's mind isn't completely clouded yet. What about Yuan Xingwu and those from the Starry Sky Army? At this, even Ho Xiaoqing frowned slightly. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. "It matters not. We shall leave it to Li Hao afterward." Indeed, he had found a solution. Yuan Xingwu is quite a difficult individual to manage. It would be better to leave him to Li Hao. Moreover, Hu Dingfang is still present. He should be acquainted with Yuan Xingwu, and they may have collaborated in the past. Indeed, handling such a person is no easy task. Entrusting this matter to Li Hao will also provide an opportunity to observe his methods and thoughts. As for those scattered practitioners and the Sanyang, they can be easily dispersed. They cannot escape. Once the battle with Shuguang intensifies, what do you think will be their first course of action? Surrounding us? Do not be absurd. A group of individuals paralyzed with fear cannot possibly encircle these top-tier powerhouses. If they could, they would not be scattered practitioners, but rather an elite battalion. Even the Wu Wei army would struggle in such a scenario. However, the Battle Heaven army within the city still possesses military spirit and would likely retaliate in such a situation. As for the scattered practitioners, Ho Xiaoqing has never regarded them highly. Do not be deceived by their numbers, nor by the lofty ideals of the 3 major organizations. While a coalition of numerous scattered practitioners could theoretically defeat dozens of Sanyang, the reality is that power is not simply additive. The combined strength of 500 scattered practitioners may very well be less than that of 50. They might fare well in favorable conditions. But how could they possibly succeed in adverse circumstances? Kong Jia smiled faintly and chose not to elaborate further. At this moment, they were merely waiting for Yu Luocha's return. At the outskirts of the outer city, Guangming Jian kept a vigilant watch over the city, allowing the incessant chatter of LVU to wash over him without response. It was only when a spectral shadow flitted by, and he caught sight of Yu Luocha not far away, that he realized the impending action of these individuals. LV Conke remained oblivious to their intentions. At this juncture, LV Conke was still attempting to persuade him when Guangming Jian suddenly cleared his throat, turned to glance at her, and sighed softly. Ing Hongyue, still so confident. LV was momentarily taken aback. Why had the leader's name surfaced again? I shall venture into the city. You all can entertain yourselves. She coughed lightly and boldly stepped into the outer city, an action that startled those around her. Did she dare enter the city now? Was she not afraid of the Golden Warriors and the Difu sword? After being sent flying by Nanquan, was she courting death? LV was bewildered. She could not comprehend why Guangming Jian chose this moment to enter the city. Even if revenge was on his mind, it would be far safer to wait until everyone had resolved some issues or reached an agreement before proceeding. Yet Guangming Jian said nothing, simply striding toward the inner city gates. Not far off, Hou Xiaoqing had been poised to take action, but upon witnessing this, he abruptly halted, casting a puzzled glance at Guangming Jian. At the inner city gates, Li Hao and his companions also noticed Guangming Jian approaching, their expressions tinged with surprise. This fellow had actually entered? Moreover, he did not take the secondary passage. Of course, if a martial artist could control their power, even soaring through the skies would pose no threat. Li Hao had tested this theory. Yet this was their territory. After a moment, Guangming Jian drew near the inner city gates, gazing upward at several individuals before finally locking eyes with Li Hao. A smile suddenly graced his features. Li Hao, you are Yuan Shua's disciple, correct? Perhaps Di Fu Jian and the others have spoken to you of my prowess. When I shatter all the psychic restraints, do you think I could slay you? Or do you believe that Di Fu Jian and Nan Quan could stop me? Though they may be capable of recovery, they dare not sever all ties, unleashing their full potential. Yet I possess the audacity to do so. Li Hao furrowed his brow. The bright sword, speaking to itself, remarked, your severing of some of my hopes is akin to taking my life. You ought not to have slain Su Feng, or at the very least, delayed it. Even if you had eradicated the Su family, I would not have minded. However, you should not have taken Su Feng's life at this moment. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. And then what? He regarded her and inquired, are you intent on killing me, senior? Or shall we engage in a desperate battle now? You exude confidence, and I believe in your formidable strength. However, if you think you can slay me here, you underestimate the might of Zhantian City. It is not a matter of underestimating Zhantian City, but rather, are there not those waiting outside for you? The bright sword coughed lightly, its aura seemingly growing stronger. Li Hao, grant me one condition. If you refrain from killing Su Feng, I shall let this matter rest. Condition? Li Hao cast a glance at the androgynous elder, a smile gracing his lips. Pray, enlighten me, senior. The bright sword fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. The southern fist and the earth-shattering sword daring to erupt must be connected to you. There is no need to deny it. The southern fist has refrained from such actions for many years, yet upon your arrival, their courage has surged. It is either linked to you or to Zhantian City. But ultimately, it circles back to you. Li Hao pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. I understand that asking you for more may be futile, but I have but one request. Should I sever the superpower lock, I shall endeavor not to annihilate it entirely. I will seek you out, and you must suppress me once. Li Hao was taken aback. What does that mean? The bright sword gazed at him and added, not now, perhaps on some future day? Li Hao furrowed his brow. And if I refuse? The bright sword chuckled. Then it matters not. You would merely have an opponent who could potentially sever the superpower lock. A warrior whose battle prowess would likely exceed that of the southern fist by 1 or 2-fold. It is a threat, yet not a threat. You obstruct my path. If you are unwilling, then you compel me to this course. Li Hao fell silent. Was this condition difficult? It was not particularly arduous, merely resource-intensive. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the other party was indeed threatening him to assist. However, the bright sword's meaning was clear. Had Li Hao slain Su Feng, he may have disrupted her plans or solutions to certain issues. Beside them, the southern fist scoffed. What nonsense? 1 or 2-fold? Are you jesting? Of course, should this fellow truly sever all superpower locks, he would indeed become formidable. For now, he and Hong Yitong refrained from interfering with Li Hao's decision, observing how he would respond. Li Hao exhaled softly and smiled. The condition proposed by the senior was not trivial. As for Su Feng, a fair contest, if I were to slay him, he would have brought it upon himself. If the young confronts the elder, so be it. I shall accept this. However, senior, since you insist, let us adhere to the rules of the martial world. This time, you have taken advantage of my weakness. I am no match for you. Await my teacher's return. When my teacher returns, should he reclaim the honor, I hope you will not shy away from battle. The bright sword's gaze flickered momentarily. Li Hao's intent was unmistakable. He was conceding this time, yet she, as the bright sword, had exploited her strength against the weak. Should Yuan Shuo return, he would undoubtedly seek retribution, whether in life or death. That remained to be seen. As for Yuan Shuo now, he was indeed quite feeble. Now, perhaps the peak strength of the dawn has been fully realized. However, Yuan Shuo will not remain weak forever. This is a belief held by all. She did not anticipate that Li Hao would not speak of enacting revenge himself, but instead suggested that Yuan Shuo take the lead, a notion that even surprised both Nan Quan and the earth-shattering sword. It is worth noting that Li Hao had just slain a mid-stage dawn warrior. The others regarded Li Hao with a peculiar expression, yet he remained silent. It mattered not. Providing a little motivation and pressure for the teacher was essential. After all, his disciple had been bullied by someone stronger, and it was high time for the teacher to integrate his 5 forces. If he did not grow stronger soon, Li Hao could very well take matters into his own hands. He had resolved that upon his departure, he would disseminate the news, letting his teacher know that the radiant sword had been oppressed. His teacher was reluctant to return, but if he came back sooner, there were plenty of swords to offer, enabling him to directly merge the 5 forces. How many Red Moon adversaries must he slay to amass enough blood energy to enhance his organs and complete the fusion of the 5 forces? Excellent. The radiant sword said no more. Since Li Hao wished for it this way, so be it. Yuan Shuo would simply have to wait. Nanquan chuckled softly, casting a knowing glance at her. It seemed the elder martial artist held great confidence in Yuan Shuo, regardless of her current strength. Nanquan sensed that the radiant sword's actions might lead to significant trouble for her. Drawing a deep breath, the radiant sword chose silence and turned to leave. She would wait. Should she succeed, even if Yuan Shuo accomplished her so-called cultivation of the spirit-infused realm, she would not fear the outcome. Once she departed, Hong Yitong suddenly laughed. This fellow seems a tad impatient. And Li Hao, are you indeed planning to spread the news? Indeed. This will be intriguing. Your teacher will likely have to clash with the Red Moon to the bitter end. I wonder if he is pressuring himself, you, or perhaps even the Red Moon. Li Hao replied with a smile. It matters not. Pressure begets motivation, for both my teacher and myself. As the radiant sword turned to leave, a thunderous explosion resounded. From afar, Green Moon roared in fury. Ho Xiaoqing, have you lost your mind? You dare to challenge those in Battle City, truly believing they will assist you? The resolute Ho Xiaoqing wasted no time and launched an attack. With the radiant sword gone, he could not afford to wait any longer. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. Boom. The sound of chaos rang out as a crimson long spear swept through the air, directly suppressing Green Moon of the late-stage dawn and Blue Moon of the mid-stage dawn. Meanwhile, Kong Jie, with iron fists, struck down, forcing the Equality King to stagger backward, while he single-handedly held off the 3 major dawn warriors of Yama. The battle erupted instantaneously. As anticipated, the scattered cultivators, upon witnessing the clash between the 2 factions of dawn, immediately fled in panic. Regardless of whether other escape routes existed, their faces drained of color. On the city walls, Nanquan felt a surge of excitement. These are military merits. Li Hao, are you truly not going out? Li Hao said nothing, landing directly and soaring toward the edge of the city. Let us wait over there. If we don't leave the city, we must be cautious of our minister. He might consume us all. The trio swiftly flew toward that direction. In the next moment, 3 silver figures swiftly soared towards that direction. Yet the city's director did not make an appearance. The Black Panther dashed along the ground, exhilarated, eagerly following suit. Boom. At this instant, the sudden eruption of battle unfolded, though both parties were somewhat prepared. The 3 major organizations had harbored concerns about their potential actions. Thus it could not be deemed a complete surprise. Despite their readiness, when the confrontation commenced, the individuals from Green Moon felt an overwhelming pressure, a tremendous weight. With a long spear in hand, Ho Xiaoqing unleashed strike after strike, as if tearing through their very essence, leaving both Blue Moon and Green Moon in profound discomfort. In this moment, neither could afford to hold back, and their bodies radiated the aura of divine weapons. Meanwhile, the Equal King was similarly equipped. A divine weapon resembling a small house emerged, instantly enveloping the surroundings and transforming into a sinister hell. Within this hell, countless spirits manifested, lunging towards Kong Jie. With formidable vitality, Kong Jie unleashed a thunderous roar, obliterating numerous spirits, yet sighed. Yama's thirst for blood is unmistakable. Though my perception was once unclear, I can now sense it. Equal, your divine weapon is no good. These souls are those you have slain, are they not? Have you slaughtered an entire city to amass these thousands of souls? The Equal King's countenance darkened, harboring silent curses. Had it not been for the absence of the 16 Lords of Hell, they would have been the ones to command this divine weapon. Combining with the network of the Azura Hell and these countless souls, even at the pinnacle of dawn, there would have been hope for confrontation. Alas, the wretched fate. At this moment, he seethed with anger. Yama had entrusted him to oversee this area with certainty. He was powerful, and alongside the 16 Lords of Hell, he could have surpassed Green Moon. Yet now, he found himself at a loss. Where had Li Hao's 16 lords of hell vanished to? Were they dead? Regret surged within him. He should not have allowed the Wheel King to take them away together. Kong Jie, do not push me. I shall indeed push you. Boom. Another punch erupted from Kong Jie, suddenly surging with an overwhelming bloodlust. Like a roaring lion, like a ferocious tiger unleashed. In the distance, Li Hao glanced over, somewhat taken aback, observing Nan Quan. Is he the Northern Fist? No, Nan Quan shook his head. The Northern Fist does not strike like this. The Northern Fist's blows are akin to Lao Hong's sword, grand and magnificent. Kong Jie's fists embody slaughter, whereas mine represent tyranny. Had this fellow not joined the court, he would have ranked among the Silver Moon's 3 fists. However, since he did join, he has been unranked. Is he one of the 3 major leaders? No. Nan Quan shook his head once more. One of the 3 leaders is Hou Xiaoqing, the other is likely Huang Yu, and the third might be your director Zhao. Though this remains uncertain, Deputy Director Zhou also appears to be a formidable figure. Him? Nan Quan pondered before stating, who knows? He has collaborated with the one surnamed Zhao for many years. Perhaps the third leader is not one person, but 2? Li Hao paused, having never considered this. However, the prospect of these 2 collaborating for many years was not implausible. As the royal instructor, Nan Quan possessed considerable knowledge. His assertions surely bore some truth and rationale. Just as they were conversing, from a distance, the first to lose control was none other than Yu Luocha. At this moment, the air around the stewardess Yu was laden with a sinister aura, as if she were a specter of malevolence. Her adversary was the formidable Elder Chiming, a mid-tier assassin of the Flying Heaven sect. At that instant, this assassin vanished into the void, only to reappear in the next moment, surrounded by a thick, ominous mist. In response, Yu Luocha unleashed a palm strike that evoked a sense of revulsion, the stench of blood so potent it bordered on putrid. Li Hao's gaze shifted, sensing the overwhelming murderous intent. How many lives had been taken to cultivate such a bloodlust? The power of Yu Luocha's demonic palm was derived from her countless slaughters. She was no innocent in her past. Without the protection of her master, she had eliminated several renowned martial artists, earning her the notorious reputation of a demon in the martial world. It was surprising that the 3 great leaders had not put an end to her. Was it because she was a woman that Hou Xiaoqing chose not to kill her? Nan Quan chuckled. This woman is hard to define. She entered the martial realm seeking vengeance, having come from a family of martial artists that was slaughtered. Her path was one of revenge, and as she killed her enemies, she was driven by the desire to avenge her family. Despite her numerous slaughters, Hou Xiaoqing must have had his own principles and judgments, which ultimately spared her life. Later, the lecherous old man Ing Hongyue set his sights on her, and with the rise of superpowers, she chose to align herself with the Red Moon. It seems her motives are devoid of righteousness. Her allegiance to Hou Xiaoqing was likely due to his youthful appearance and the fact that he spared her life, leading to the emergence of your stewardess. Li Hao remained silent, observing as the blood-soaked palm of Yu Luocha radiated an overwhelming murderous intent. The air was thick with the scent of blood, so potent that even the elite assassin was rendered vulnerable, his cloak tattered, revealing a face that appeared surprisingly youthful. Elder Chiming was not as aged as one might expect. Boom. It seemed Elder Chiming wished to utter something further, yet at that moment, you showed no inclination to converse. She struck with fervor, each palm strike more frenzied than the last, a stark contrast to her usual composure. As her opponent manifested a black source divine weapon, his power surged dramatically, prompting Yu Luocha to unleash a fierce cry. A pair of blood-red gloves materialized upon her hands, exuding a fragile aura. However, as she delivered another palm strike, the stench of blood intensified, permeating the entire outer city. Boom. Elder Chiming found himself overpowered by Yu Luocha. The assassin who had previously slain those of the rising sun was stripped of his lethal demeanor, hastily retreating into the void to escape. Li Hao observed for a moment before shifting his focus elsewhere. On Jin Chang's front, his opponent was another mid-tier flying assassin. But this one was only at the initial stage of Rising Sunday. At present, Jin Chang wielded his spear with unparalleled strength, leaving his opponent with little chance to counterattack. Li Hao was not particularly surprised. Jin Chang was a pure martial artist, his prowess formidable, despite the opponent's elusive movements and agile footwork. They were no match for Jin Chang, whose fierce spear intent pierced through the darkness, rendering the enemy unable to hide. Upon further observation, It seems that Hu Qingfeng is somewhat hesitant, engaging with the young Liu from the Liu family while attempting to approach Kong Jie, possibly with the intent to launch a surprise attack. Meanwhile, Qi Gang is locked in a stalemate with a general from the Lingjiang governor's office. Hu Dingfang and his companions are in pursuit of some rogue cultivators. At this sight, Li Hao felt a slight stir within him, realizing that he did not require their assistance. These officials from the Silver Moon faction held the potential to vanquish their adversaries, albeit with considerable difficulty. However, at this moment, the bright sword had yet to make its move. The elderly figure who had previously threatened Li Hao was now departing the outer city, astonishingly leaving with the rogue cultivators. Li Hao was somewhat perplexed by the old woman's intentions. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Hu Qingfeng seemingly aimed to seize the opportunity to ambush the young Liu. The two were engaged in a feigned exchange, yet as Hu Qingfeng maneuvered closer to Kong Jie, he was suddenly struck with a resounding thud. The young Liu had thrust his spear, sending Hu Qingfeng flying and inflicting grievous injury upon him. Hu Qingfeng spat blood as he was propelled backward, his face etched with disbelief. Was it not agreed that they would ambush Kong Jie together? Why had the young Liu changed his mind? The young Liu's expression was one of indifference, responding with disdain, "Fool, did you truly believe I would trust you?" With a swift strike, he turned his spear toward Qi Gang, and, in concert with the general from the Lingjiang governor's office, they swiftly overwhelmed Qi Gang, forcing him into retreat. From a distance, Hou Xiaoqing, who had been engaged in combat with Liu and the others, observed this scene with exasperation. What utter incompetence, he thought. Hu Qingfeng had proven to be the most inept of the inept, failing even at deceit. He could not even play the role of a double agent effectively. He had undoubtedly exposed a flaw, falling into a trap laid by his adversaries, and his overconfidence had led him to believe that they would be easily deceived. Now, in the blink of an eye, he had been sent flying, and Qi Gang found himself in dire straits. Hou Xiaoqing mused that had it not been for his own prowess, he would hardly have bothered to witness such a spectacle. Within the city, Li Hao also felt a sense of disbelief, questioning whether Hu Qingfeng might be the weakest adversary he had ever encountered. He sensed that even with the amalgamation of the three powers, he could have bested this individual. At this juncture, Hou Xiaoqing spoke. "Li Hao, utilize the earth-overturning sword. Let us end this swiftly. I harbor no ulterior motives. I am currently unfit to unleash too much power, as my condition is more severe than yours." His divine splitting spear exerted overwhelming pressure on his body, leaving him in a persistent state of coughing, far worse than the situation faced by the earth-overturning sword. This suggested that his release might render him even stronger. However, the challenge of vanquishing a late-stage Su Guang cultivator, like Liu, remained formidable. Li Hao harbored reservations about Hou Xiaoqing's condition. Nevertheless, at this moment, Hong Yitong conveyed a message. "Make your move. At the very least, we have a chance of retreating to the city. This individual has yet to recover from our previous encounter." Taking Hong Yitong's words into consideration, Li Hao, without uttering a word, surged forth in an instant. Though he had contemplated waiting a moment longer, Hong Yitong's urging compelled him to act. As long as they could retreat to the city, with two golden figures present, Hou Xiaoqing and the others would be powerless against him. He made a beeline for the Governor-General of Jiangling, a formidable figure in the mid-phase of the Shuguang era. Although the unexpected death of Su Feng at the hands of Li Hao had caused some disturbance, the Governor-General now presented an exquisite opportunity for training. With a single stroke of his sword, a dazzling beam of light surged forth, merging the four forces. Qi Gang, pressed by two opponents, suddenly perceived a brilliant flash before him, a sword beam slicing through the air. At that moment, Nanquan struck the source divine weapon that had ensnared Kong Jie, causing it to tremble violently. Meanwhile, the earth-shattering sword unleashed its full might, piercing through the heavens with a thunderous roar. The elder engaged in battle with the golden spear was instantly slain, leaving the spear wielder in a state of shock. Hong Yitong cast a calm glance at him and remarked, "Consider your situation carefully. The more you fight, the more chaotic it becomes. The Silver Moon's 3 spears have fallen. Both the silver and copper spears are dead, leaving only you behind. Yet, it seems you have failed to establish the 3 spears' renown throughout the world." The golden spear lowered its head, betraying a moment of uncertainty and confusion. As it surveyed the surroundings, a wave of despair washed over it. The southern and northern fists, the Silver Moon's 7 swords, the 4 kings of blades, all had their champions. Yet, It seemed the Silver Moon's 3 spears had truly fallen into obscurity. In contrast, Li Hao thrived in this chaos, effortlessly wielding his sword as he continued to engage the Governor-General in a fierce battle. He had no thoughts beyond perfecting his swordsmanship. The sword energy surged as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, sword, fist, and kick, initially appearing disordered, yet gradually coalescing into a harmonious mastery. Having previously slain Su Feng without fully experiencing the fusion of the 4 forces, he now found himself immersed in a new sensation. With the entrance of these 3 combatants onto the battlefield, the 3 major organizations recognized the inevitable decline of their fortunes. The Silver Moon martial artists were overwhelmingly powerful. The Green Peacock unleashed a furious roar, a tremendous explosion of blood energy surging within, enhancing its strength by 1/3, yet its complexion turned pale as it bellowed. "If we perish here, the Red Moon will not spare you." Was it the emblem of the Red Moon or the Red Moon organization itself? At that moment, Hou Xiaoqing understood that she referred to the emblem. He coughed lightly and chuckled. Even if the emblem of the Red Moon seeks vengeance, that is a matter for the future. Besides, who knows if it is I who will not spare them? With a resounding crash, the long spear erupted in a brilliant blaze, a phoenix tearing through everything in its path, descending upon the green moon with unrelenting force. Was it not natural for the peacock to fall before the phoenix? Hou Xiaoqing laughed softly as the mighty phoenix erupted with overwhelming divine intent, as if the very heavens were rent asunder, tearing apart all before it in an instant. The spirit and vitality of the green moon seemed to be utterly extinguished as she gazed at Hou Xiaoqing, her eyes betraying a sense of disillusionment. Why have you not completely fallen into ruin? How can the Silver Moon martial artists still maintain such formidable combat prowess? In the past, she had departed with the emblem of the Red Moon precisely because the martial artists had begun their decline, as superpowers rose to prominence. She had chosen the path of superpowers, abandoning the way of martial artists. After all, the emblem of the Red Moon had not given up either. Hou Xiaoqing smiled. Is he not also a martial artist? The Silver Moon warrior, having traversed the world for many years, is not so easily diminished. How naive you are. Boom. The green moon shattered into countless fragments, and Hou Xiaoqing sighed, lamenting, another Silver Moon warrior has fallen. Yet, the green peacock had long since abandoned the warrior's heart. If death comes, so be it, a mere pretender. Beside him, Blue Moon was engulfed in terror, at this moment utterly despondent, gazing at Hou Xiaoqing, his previous composure shattered. Purple Moon, too, appeared lost and bewildered, her strength now utterly inconsequential. With the green moon gone, what hope did they have? Hou Xiaoqing regarded the two, casting a glance their way, and sighed softly, as old friends, I had no desire to oppress the weak, but I must depart from Silver Moon. I cannot allow you to bring calamity upon it. Let us embark on this journey together. Boom. The long spear pierced through the heavens once more, and Blue Moon, steeped in despair and dejection, felt his spirit wane as his body collapsed, though his psyche had already been thoroughly torn asunder. Purple Moon, however, was left in a state of confusion. She was still alive. Leave it to Xiaoyu and Li Hao. One was a friend of her mother, the other, a student being pursued by Purple Moon's mother. Hou Xiaoqing had merely gravely injured her with a single strike. He did not take her life. Smiling, he vanished, reappearing on the battlefield of Yanluo. A cadre of elite Silver Moon warriors united. Their prospects were utterly bleak. In the blink of an eye, several Dawn warriors fell before them. Moments later, Li Hao let out a roar, unleashing the Blood Blade technique in a cataclysmic explosion, gasping for breath as he cleaved an opponent in twain. Without looking back, he dashed into the outer city. All eyes turned to him, and after a moment, Hou Xiaoqing could not contain his laughter. This fellow had misconstrued his intentions far too deeply. Meanwhile, Li Hao, panting, shouted, Boss, don't run off recklessly. Lu Long is still with the scattered cultivators. Be cautious of friendly fire. Just as he finished, he suddenly glanced to another area, where the silent Black Panther had unexpectedly emerged, its appearance uncanny, as it struck with a paw that unleashed a force of 9 layers. Boom. Qi Ming, who was evading Yu Luocha, gazed in disbelief at the paw that suddenly materialized before him. Turning to look, he saw the Black Panther vanish in an instant, snatching away his storage ring and that black longsword. Yu Luocha was taken aback, watching the retreating black dog, utterly astonished. Although Qi Ming had been suppressed, he still possessed the strength to fight, yet he was ambushed and felled by a mere dog. Li Hao's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. This was a mid-dawn warrior. Yet, this canine had slain him with a single paw. It should not have been possible, even with Yu Luocha present. The Black Panther darted swiftly, not only that. But at this moment, its form flitted across the battlefield, collecting spoils that had not been gathered, all of which promptly found their way into the Black Panther's maw. With its mouth filled with a plethora of storage rings, the Black Panther dashed over to Li Hao, dropping them at his feet with an expression of eager anticipation and excitement. Is this enough to satiate the sword energy? It was aware that Li Hao seemed rather impoverished, having pilfered numerous rings, and it sensed that within them lay valuable treasures to replenish its sword energy. At that moment, Li Hao stood in a daze. Damn, the dog is truly remarkable. It has surpassed my expectations, effortlessly slaying Chiming with a single strike, demonstrating undeniable prowess akin to that of a mid-level Shuguang warrior. How could this be possible? Not only did it vanquish that Shuguang, but it also employed the Bloodblade technique. At this moment, Li Hao let out a sigh, suddenly engulfed by a profound doubt regarding his own capabilities. Chapter 161. Departure, subscription requested, with the addition of the earth-shattering sword and South Fist. The three major organizations found themselves utterly incapable of resistance. The earth-shattering sword, Hou Xiaoqing, Kong Jie, South Fist, Yu Luocha, and Jin Chong, renowned martial artists from years past, have today joined forces to combat their foes. Each has attained an extraordinarily advanced level of skill. And how could these merely mid-level Shuguang warriors from various organizations hope to contend with them? The Equal King was struck by a fist from Kong Jie, resulting in a massive gaping wound in his body. He glanced at Kong Jie, a hint of reluctance in his gaze, even in his final moments. He harbored some defiance. My 16 lords of hell have not returned. In the distance, Li Hao spoke. They are all dead. The Equal King turned to face Li Hao, and after a brief moment, closed his eyes, succumbing to his fate. They are all dead. Perhaps this could be seen as a consolation. Those who perished should have returned otherwise, thus alleviating some of the bitterness in his heart. Kong Jie, however, scoffed. Strength lies within oneself. Even if your so-called 16 lords of hell were alive and present, what difference would it make? With the demise of the Equal King, the remaining two formidable Yama warriors were swiftly vanquished by South Fist. All the powerful members of the three major organizations fell in that instant. Meanwhile, Qi Gang successfully captured the Liu family youth, hesitantly addressing the crowd. He is from the Liu family of the finance department, one of the 9 departments, overseeing the financial affairs. Even if he is not among the most central figures of the Liu family's younger generation, he nonetheless belongs to one of the 9 departments. The Liu youth's countenance turned pale. Hou Xiaoqing cast a glance and calmly stated, as previously mentioned, those from the 9 departments may join the Silver Moon officials in action. Since he is allied with the 3 major organizations to commit murder, let him be dealt with. Upon hearing this, Qi Gang felt a jolt of shock. Is he truly going to kill him? This is not merely a rival from the 3 major organizations or a general from a neighboring provincial governor's office. He is a member of the Liu family, a ruler among the 9 departments. You resolved matters with Hu Qingfeng. Hou Xiaoqing fixed his gaze steadily on him, then turned to look at the still feigning death, Hu Qingfeng. Hu Qingfeng's face was ashen. His injuries were not as severe as they appeared. However, battling the Shuguang was undeniably perilous. Thus, when Li Hao and the others entered the fray, he chose to play dead. Yet at this moment, upon meeting Hou Xiaoqing's indifferent gaze, Hu Qingfeng swallowed hard, hastily rising, no longer pretending to be gravely injured. Meanwhile, the Liu family youth, having sustained serious injuries from Qi Gang, gasped heavily, staring at Hou Xiaoqing, declaring, "If I perish, you shall not fare well either." The members of the 3 major organizations have an unspoken understanding that they dare not kill the direct descendants of the 9 departments. Now that all from the 3 major organizations are dead, once we exit, everyone will know that this was a trap laid by you, Hou Xiaoqing. Hence, all the blame shall fall upon you. Hou Xiaoqing remained composed, betraying no signs of distress, merely observing Qi Gang and Hu Qingfeng in silence. With a resolute determination, Hu Qingfeng struck his palm towards the young man. Boom! The Liu family youth, already gravely injured, felt his bones shatter under the force of the blow. Qi Gang's heart turned cold, yet he dared not utter another word. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a punch. Boom! The young man's internal organs ruptured, his eyes widening in shock as he fell still, never to move again. At this moment, All the formidable warriors of the Shuguang tier had been vanquished. No, there remained the bright sword and Yuan Xingwu, who had not perished. Yuan Xingwu stood at a distance, neither fleeing nor engaging in the fray, offering no assistance to Hou Xiaoqing or the three major organizations, leaving his intentions unclear. The Tianqing army, one would expect, should have recognized the precarious situation. Given Yuan Xingwu's standing, he could have easily joined the ambush against the three major organizations, thus preventing Hou Xiaoqing from acting against him recklessly. A token of allegiance was certainly required. Yet, he refrained from making a move until the very end. Xiao Yu, deal with the others. With Hou Xiaoqing's command, the steward Yu vanished in an instant. In the distance, sounds of combat echoed. This time, not only they but also Hu Dingfang and his companions had arrived, while the Sanyang had previously pursued the fleeing rogue cultivators. Among the rogue cultivators, many belonged to the Sanyang. Hou Xiaoqing said nothing further, on Li Hao's side. The Difu sword and Southern Fist retreated back within the city limits, both parties standing several meters apart in silence. After approximately half an hour, a group returned, drenched in blood. Hu Dingfang and his companions appeared to have sustained some injuries, but Li Hao paid them no mind, instead focusing on one individual among the crowd. Raising his hand, "Boss, come over." It was none other than Lu Long. At this moment, Lu Long was also stained with blood, uncertain if it was his or someone else's. Panting, Lu Long approached without uttering a word, making his way into the city, while Hou Xiaoqing merely glanced at him without comment. The Silver Moon organization had entered with over a dozen members, and now only 2 were missing, all subordinates of Hu Qingfeng. The others, although some were wounded, had not lost their lives. This was an immensely significant victory for the Silver Moon organization. After a while, Steward Yu returned and spoke. The Bright Sword has stated that once the ruins are opened, she will depart and will not disclose any information. However, she has asked Li Hao to remember the agreement. Li Hao furrowed his brow, glancing at Hou Xiaoqing. It seemed Hou Xiaoqing understood his thoughts, smiling as he remarked, "The Bright Sword is not incapable of killing. If it came to that, we could join forces. Even if she were fully unsealed, we might still have a chance to defeat her. Yet, it is unnecessary. She will not divulge secrets, and her continued existence will assist us in various matters, including alleviating considerable pressure from you, Li Hao. The Su family will expend much energy due to her." Li Hao pondered this, choosing not to say more. Thus, it was suggested that the Bright Sword wished for assistance in suppressing a seal, possibly preparing to confront the Su family. Curious, Li Hao was not fully aware of the intricacies involved, yet he refrained from probing further. At this juncture, Li Hao's side consisted of 4 individuals and 1 dog, while Hou Xiaoqing's group totaled 13. With the addition of the 10 members of the Tianqing army nearby, the Bright Sword, and the motionless Yue on the ground, this vast ruin now harbored only 29 souls, alongside a solitary dog still breathing. When they had entered, nearly 2,000 individuals had been present. These martial artists were ruthless, swiftly eliminating any threat without hesitation or moral consideration. To Hou Xiaoqing, anyone who entered the ruins was either an ally or an enemy, and all were fair game for slaughter. Hou Xiaoqing glanced at Li Hao and smiled, inquiring about Yuan Xingwu's intentions. In the distance, Yuan Xingwu maintained a stoic expression, shrouded in mystery that left others puzzled about his thoughts. Li Hao himself found it difficult to discern the purpose of Yuan's silent vigil. Meanwhile, the other members of the Tianqing army were visibly tense and fearful, having witnessed the slaughter of many and understandably gripped by dread. Li Hao chuckled lightly, addressing Hou Xiaoqing's query. "Indeed," Hou Xiaoqing replied calmly, "you make the call. If you deem it appropriate to kill, then do so." Although these individuals have not allied with the 3 major organizations, their complacency in the face of the official crackdown on the evil energy organization constitutes a crime. Li Hao found this amusing but refrained from engaging further on the topic, instead turning to Mu Lin. "Brother Mu, could you assist with a task?" Among the crowd, Mu Lin, who had been notably low-key, was suddenly called upon. Puzzled, he asked, "What do you need?" "Please help move the corpses," Li Hao instructed, gesturing toward the fallen bodies. "They are a waste to leave outside. It is far better to dispose of them within the city, allowing the earth to absorb some life energy, which could aid in revitalizing Zhantian City. So much sunlight energy squandered. As for the mysterious energy, to be frank, at this juncture, the energy gained from killing is rather negligible and not worth expending excessive effort. Eliminating a single ray of sunlight yields at most 10,000 units of mysterious energy. In contrast, One energy stone can be exchanged for 1,000 units, merely the equivalent of 10 energy stones, which is essentially the amount required for a standard cultivation stone, and can be traded for a single point of military merit. Thus, if one were to expend their life to slay a ray of sunlight, even one in the later stages, they would only extract a meager point of military merit. It is no wonder that individuals of such caliber seldom kill for mysterious energy. It's simply isn't worth the cost. In the past, I lacked experience and was impoverished, having never even seen an energy stone. Back then, killing for energy seemed viable. Now, however, I can afford to be more magnanimous. Mu Lin cast a glance at Hao Lianchuan, who in turn looked at Li Hao and then at Zhantian City, nodding slightly without uttering a word. It was then that Mu Lin commenced his task, swiftly hurling the corpses toward the city. As the bodies landed in the outer city, they began to dissolve, absorbed by the earth, a city that consumed its dead. Regardless of the number of lives lost, it would soon be revitalized, leaving no trace behind. Hao Lianchuan then observed Ziyue, still motionless on the ground. He turned to Li Hao and then to Manager Yu. Xiao Yu, she is in your care. Manager Yu glanced at Ziyue, who exhibited a glimmer of yearning in her eyes. She understood that Yuluocha and her mother were likely friends, and in this moment, she desperately wished to survive. Yuluocha discerned Hao Lianchuan's intentions and turned her gaze toward Li Hao. Li Hao, the decision rests with you. Surprised, Li Hao responded, Me? You are entrusting this to me. These individuals certainly piqued his interest. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that since Chang Yue had not entered, she was still pursuing the teacher. Chang Yue was not merely a martial artist. She was one of the 36 martial masters, renowned as the Black Spider. Her prowess was likely at the peak of Su Guang's later stages, if not surpassing it, while Li Yue was also at the later stages. It was highly probable that Chang Yue had reached the zenith of Su Guang's strength, or even beyond. As one of the 36, her capabilities would undoubtedly be formidable. Could the teacher evade Qing Yue's relentless pursuit? With this thought in mind, Li Hao glanced at the collapsed Ziyue and smiled. Leader Ziyue, may I pose a question? Would your mother seek vengeance upon us for your demise? Ziyue was at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Furthermore, do you maintain contact with her? For instance, if you were to inform her, would she come to your aid? Ziyue was immensely anxious and still did not know how to answer. After observing her for a moment, Li Hao chuckled, then let us proceed with the execution. Ziyue hastily interjected, My mother is aware of my capture and will undoubtedly rescue me, regardless of the cost. At that moment, comprehension dawned upon her. Li Hao laughed. Very well then. We shall leave this matter in the hands of Minister Ho. He can take you back for confinement by the night watchers. What use do I have remaining here? Shall I simply allow the warriors of Zhantian City to take turns striking me? As he spoke, he cast another glance at Yuan Xingwu in the distance, continuing, I am not well acquainted with the Tianqing army, and while I have heard of Yuan Xingwu, I am not particularly familiar with him. My teacher has never mentioned him. However, since you both are acquainted, I shall defer to your judgment. This is an official matter, and as a mere city patroller, I shall refrain from further commentary. He had no intention of engaging further. What could he say? To plead for mercy? Why would he do so? Hao Lianchuan was adept at leveraging relationships, aiming to compel Li Hao to continue his favor, but Li Hao was not inclined to comply, particularly since he was unfamiliar with Yuan Xingwu, and Hu Dingfang was present in their midst. Indeed, at that moment, Hu Dingfang quickly interjected, Minister Ho, Yuan Xingwu is the foremost disciple of Yuan Shuo, and he is also a senior to Yuhua. Moreover, he has consistently supported the Silver Moon Army. Unable to contain himself, he spoke earnestly. He was well acquainted with Yuan Xingwu. They had engaged in discussions before, one stationed in Silver Moon and the other in Tianqing City, one within the core and the other on the frontier, mutually reliant. His affiliations were rather intricate. The Bai family had backed his rise, as had Huang Yu, alongside support from the Tianqing army. However, Hu Dingfang understood that the most reliable ally was indeed Yuan Xingwu, with whom he shared a strong rapport. As for the Bai family, their connection was purely transactional, while Huang Yu's involvement was merely a matter of courtesy, with some underlying intention to suppress the Bai family. Thus, he found himself compelled to plead for leniency. At this moment, Yuan Xingwu finally spoke, his voice low. I ask for your forgiveness, esteemed Ho. It was not that I was unwilling to intervene, but rather that I was aware of the futility of such actions, which might disrupt your plans. My purpose in coming here is twofold, to acquire treasures, and more importantly, to discuss potential collaborations on behalf of the military law department. I also seek to gauge the strength of your esteemed group. Given the formidable prowess of Silver Moon, we can certainly consider future partnerships. Hou Xiaoqing chuckled. You are too weak, lacking the qualifications. Indeed, I am aware of that, Yuan Xingwu replied, unperturbed. However, the military law department has numerous reasons for sending me. First, I am a native of Silver Moon. Second, my master is the renowned king of 5 beasts, known throughout the martial world. Third, I am well acquainted with Ding Fong, which allows me to engage with Commander Yu. Lastly, the military law department is cognizant of Li Hao's position among the Night Watchers, and he is my junior brother, which is another factor. He turned to Hou Xiaoqing. What I did not anticipate was the current formidable strength of the martial world in Silver Moon. The brothers I have brought with me have been cultivated through my efforts over the years. They will not betray your trust. Should you be interested, although I may not be able to offer much, I can convey your messages. Not far away, Li Hao silently listened, refraining from interjecting. Whether Yuan Xingwu genuinely represented the military law department to negotiate with Hou Xiaoqing or merely sought to acquire treasures, or even to confront Hou Xiaoqing, was of little concern to him. It bore no relevance to his own affairs. At this moment, he observed the wood forest as it disposed of the corpses while he collected some special energies, particularly those associated with the dark element of flight. The 5 elemental energies were plentiful. However, these special energies were somewhat scarce. Subsequently, he examined the storage rings brought by the Black Panther, conducting a basic cleanup. The source divine weapon, the sword, had been secured by the Black Panther. Thus, Li Hao now possessed a total of 5 source divine weapons. The small workshop of the Equal King had been taken by Kong Jie, while the source divine weapons from the Blue Moon and Green Moon had been claimed by Hou Xiaoqing. A youth from the Liu family also possessed a source divine weapon, which was taken by Qi Gang. As for whether it would be handed over to Hou Xiaoqing, Li Hao had no interest in knowing. He meticulously checked the storage rings in his possession. Li Hao now held 40 storage rings, a noteworthy achievement considering that only the 3 Yang and Xu Guang typically bore them. He had indeed made considerable gains this time. After reviewing, he primarily focused on the energy storage rings and divine energy stones. Upon counting, he discovered that he had amassed over 800 divine energy stones. A staggering figure. It is worth noting that he had not acquired many storage rings from top-tier warriors. The accumulation from the 3 Yang plus this recent haul had surprisingly brought him to over 800 stones. Adding the previous 100 stones, he had approximately 1,000 stones in total. This was merely the ordinary divine energy stones. At the military supply office, he exchanged 46 stones, and having previously distributed 10, all of which were high-grade divine energy stones, he now had a total of 56 stones, equivalent to 560 ordinary stones. Consequently, Li Hao's current tally of divine energy stones reached an impressive 560, alongside 5 source divine weapons. As for the enigmatic energy, there is an abundance of it. At this moment, he possesses a considerable collection of energy storage rings. The energy storage rings that Li Hao previously encountered predominantly stored a mere 1,000 units of this mysterious energy, as anything beyond that was deemed unnecessary. For instance, the members of the Shuguang faction primarily relied on divine energy stones for their cultivation, rendering the use of mysterious energy quite rare. Currently, Li Hao holds approximately 200 rings, collectively capable of storing 200,000 units, although he has utilized some of that capacity. Nevertheless, his reserve of mysterious energy has surpassed 150,000 units, an impressive bounty. At this juncture, Li Hao transferred all these items into his storage ring. Paying no heed to the individuals outside, he meticulously moved the divine energy stones and storage rings into the largest of his storage rings, which belongs to Su Feng. This young master of the Su family, though lacking in strength, possesses an extraordinarily large storage ring, significantly exceeding the size of an ordinary one, which is typically no larger than a coffin. Su Feng's is roughly the size of a room. In addition to the divine energy stones and mysterious energy, Li Hao perused some ancient tomes, which he regrettably had no time to examine, so he hastily stowed them away. He then stumbled upon several blood god seeds. A considerable number indeed, originating from various storage rings, indicating that someone had covertly hunted the formidable warriors of the Red Moon. This time, the Red Moon's several July-tier warriors were absent of the Red Shadow. However, there were elders of Xu Guang's caliber present, one of whom had been slain by a golden warrior's sword outside the city, tragically shattering even the red shadow. Some remaining Sen Yang tier red shadows. It remains uncertain whether they were collected by Hao Lianchuan, for Li Hao did not encounter them. Upon counting his spoils, Li Hao discovered additional treasures stored within various jars and containers, the nature of which he did not rush to unveil, as Su Feng's storage ring also contained similar enigmas. Furthermore, he had a petal of the heavenly golden lotus and a lotus seed, both precious items acquired previously in Songshan. Moreover, just as he had vanquished the Shuguang warrior, he received 10 military merit points. Not only that, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Lieutenant Colonel Li Hao of the 12th Brigade, valiantly slaying enemies, has achieved remarkable merit by leading the 12th Brigade to repel the invaders outside the city, awarded 100 military merit points. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. This was arguably the most military merit he had earned in a single instance. It was evident that the forces of Zhantian City recognized his role in defeating the adversaries outside, even though the primary credit did not belong solely to him, as he had indeed fostered a cooperative spirit with the enemy. In that instant, he was unexpectedly granted an additional 100 military merit points. But the accolades did not cease there. A moment later, another mechanical voice announced, Lieutenant Colonel Li Hao, for providing life energy to rejuvenate Zhantian City, has been rewarded with 100 military merit points. In the blink of an eye, Li Hao's military merit had astonishingly reached 210 points, a reward stemming from his directive to dispose of the bodies within the city. Li Hao glanced back. 3 silver-tier warriors remained. Yet neither Director Wang nor the brigade commander had appeared. He suspected that their absence was due to their awareness of the commendations he had received. Unexpectedly, such a casual act garnered a remarkable 100 military merit points. It is worth noting that 100 merit points can be exchanged for 100 high-grade divine energy stones, equivalent to 1,000 ordinary divine energy stones. This single event surpassed the value of the dozens of storage rings that Li Hao had acquired. What a windfall! Li Hao couldn't contain his joy, grinning ear to ear. A total of 210 military merit points, though he felt a twinge of regret that it wasn't doubled. Casting a glance at He Yong and Hong Yitong, he noted that they too had made considerable gains. One possessed 50 points while the other had 70, suggesting some form of reward. Otherwise, they would have needed to slay 7 Shuguang, clearly indicating they had not vanquished that many. Nan Quan seemed to share in the merriment. Yet at that moment, Li Hao suddenly messaged in the armor channel, Master Nan Quan, you must have gained quite a bit of military merit, right? Earlier, I borrowed 10 points from you. Nan Quan was at a loss for words. What was that? Borrowed? Did that not imply that I protected you while you rewarded me for the task? The supervisory authorities had approved this, evidently in agreement. Dreaming of asking me for it back, he had painstakingly accumulated 50 merit points and had no intention of giving them to Li Hao. Li Hao chuckled, unfazed. At that moment, it appeared that Hao Xiaoqing and Yuan Xingwu had struck a deal, but Li Hao had not paid much attention to it and was now more focused on another matter. He spoke up. Chief Steward, you possess a key. Do you not? The key serves as a credential for Zhantian City, which requires reclamation. Chief Steward, please return the key to me. Chief Steward paused slightly, glancing at Hao Xiaoqing, who smiled knowingly. The key is earned through one's own merits. I am unaware of any reclamation. However, Li Hao had a pressing need for this item. Possessing the key would allow him to join the Zhantian army. Otherwise, he would have to undergo new recruit training, which had yet to resume. He wished for Lu Long to join the Zhantian army as well. Naturally, he did not want Chief Steward Yu and the others to join. He was straightforward, stating, then keep it. However, I am now the commander of the Zhantian army. With the acquisition of the key, your only option is to join the Zhantian army, and that would be beneath my command. In the Zhantian army, ranks are strictly enforced, and as a superior, military orders must be obeyed. If the minister does not mind, I can allow Chief Steward Yu to join. I shall not assign Chief Steward Yu any overly difficult tasks. Moreover, any refusal to comply with military orders and an attempt to escape would be dealt with severely within Zhantian City. Upon hearing this, Hao Xiaoqing raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Li Hao was managing quite well in Zhantian City. If he did not give him the key, it would serve little purpose. Would anyone dare to join the Zhantian army? If Chief Steward Yu were to join, it was likely he would only be a black armor. Would the black armor dare to defy the command of the commander? Moreover, new recruits would presumably all join Li Hao's 12th Regiment. After some contemplation, Hao Xiaoqing smiled. Very well, give it to him. Chief Steward Yu said nothing further and directly tossed the key to Li Hao. Li Hao acquired the key. Yet he did not utter a word. He handed it to Lu Long, who received merely a black armor, and activated one at that. Without further ado, its defensive capabilities were commendable, and it also allowed for remote communication. Li Hao had inquired about this black armor, and indeed, its communication range was extensive. Previously, when the Battle Heaven Army undertook missions, as a commander, maintaining contact over a distance of 1,000 miles was certainly achievable. As for the present circumstances, it was difficult to ascertain, but perhaps the impact would not be substantial. The adversaries had been vanquished, and the chaos was quelled. Hou Xiaoqing turned to Li Hao and inquired about his plans. What? Do you intend to remain in Battle Heaven City indefinitely? Hou Xiaoqing said calmly. You will inevitably venture out, and this time, I will likely depart for the central region. What are your intentions? Li Hao was taken aback. Is the minister truly leaving? Of course. Hou Xiaoqing replied with a smile. The Silver Moon has suffered significant losses this time. It is highly probable that they will not dare to enter Battle Heaven City again. Beyond this city, they may also hesitate to venture elsewhere. Now is not the time for the awakening of certain relics. Everyone is aware of this. In the central region, the headquarters of the 3 major organizations, the 9 divisions, the 7 divine mountains, and the esteemed families of the royal lineage, all of them harbored numerous formidable beings. There are also prodigies to consider. One must not underestimate the superpowered individuals. Although they possess numerous drawbacks, this is primarily because many cannot restrain their inner desires. A true genius, even when suddenly endowed with power, will not succumb to complete chaos. You, Li Hao, are one of them, are you not? Li Hao's acquisition of power has been quite brief. Within the realm of superpowers, there exist individuals who have transcended the dawn light. To speak candidly, they are potentially even more formidable than we are at present. At this level, we dare not recklessly breach boundaries. Yet, among the superpowered, breaking the 6 paths of superpower locks signifies surpassing the dawn light. The opening of the 4 limbs and 4 paths is relatively easy, while unlocking the attributes of the 5 organs presents a significant challenge. However, that does not render it impossible. There are those who have achieved it. As for the issues surrounding the 5 organs, individuals have devised various methods. Some have even procured the waters of life to mend certain ailments, thus averting catastrophic failures. Li Hao's gaze flickered as he regarded Hou Xiaoqing. Hou Xiaoqing continued, in Silver Moon, you can only wait passively. Once you venture out, would you be interested in accompanying me to the central region? This invitation took Li Hao by surprise. Hou Xiaoqing elaborated, indeed, Silver Moon is the center of the earth. But that was long ago. Unless you explore relics, the pressure here is minimal for you. You have already slain figures on the master teacher rankings. If you remain here, do you expect those formidable beings to seek you out? The central region is rife with intrigue. The 7 divine mountains, the 9 divisions, and the 3 major organizations all have numerous strong individuals active there. He looked at Li Hao. These individuals refrain from coming to Silver Moon precisely to grow stronger in the central region before returning. The central region presents an opportunity for ascendance, while Silver Moon is merely the final stage of transformation for top-tier experts. You have yet to reach that juncture. In the central region, opportunities abound. Divine energy stones, waters of life, and ancient relics are all present. He extended his invitation to Li Hao to accompany him to the central region, hinting that this venture might also serve as a pathway to his next transformation. Hou Xiaoqing observed that Li Hao remained silent, and with a smile, he remarked, Your master, I fear, may not be inclined to return in the near future. He is well aware that in Silver Moon, achieving growth and swiftly becoming a powerhouse akin to the likes of the earth-shattering sword is an arduous task. Only in the central region does one stand a chance. Li Hao, this world is vast beyond measure. Silver Moon shall inevitably return, but for now, let us grant it a period of tranquility. With your presence, Silver Moon may find it difficult to remain tranquil. Li Hao was at a loss for words. Who made you the only apparent descendant of the 8 great families? Hou Xiaoqing chuckled. As long as you are here, you shall undoubtedly encounter an unending stream of troubles. It may prove somewhat easier in the central region, for there exists a balance of power. This balance provides opportunities for the younger generation. On the Divine Master rankings, many of the young contenders seldom fall prey to the older generation, precisely because of the mutual checks and balances among various factions. Li Hao remained silent. If the earth-shattering sword were to extend an invitation, he would naturally have no objections. However, the thought of Hou Xiaoqing accompanying him to the central region raised concerns. He feared he might be consumed whole. Indeed, he held a degree of wariness towards this individual. Otherwise, he would not be lingering here and deliberately keeping his distance from Hua Xiaoqing. Hua Xiaoqing seemed to sense something, smiling as he said, "What are you afraid of? Li Hao, while you are still young, venture out and explore." The martial artists of Silver Moon have long exaggerated their combat prowess. In truth, individuals like myself are quite common in the central region. If you do not step outside, you will remain oblivious to the strength of the world beyond. Not to mention, among the Night Watchers, there are several remarkable talents, incredibly formidable. Although they may be superpowers, their strength is undeniable. Even if I do not unseal my abilities, I may not necessarily be their match. Moreover, do not presume that by eliminating the likes of Green Moon and Yellow Moon, the three major organizations have been rendered impotent. That would be an overly simplistic view. Who is Hengduan? The so-called Seven Moons, aside from him, are merely his harem. Li Hao glanced at Steward Yu, whose expression was icy as she regarded him. What do you mean by that? She had long since departed from the Red Moon. Clearing his throat, Li Hao quickly redirected his gaze. Does the minister imply that there are still formidable beings within the Elder Council of the Red Moon? Certainly, Hua Xiaoqing replied with a grin. Not only the Elder Council, but beyond the Seven Moons and the Elders. The Red Moon harbors a clandestine organization known as the Ancient God Guards. They seldom make an appearance, and their sole mission is to explore relics. Similar to our martial guards, yet significantly stronger, many formidable individuals belong to their ranks. Deep underground, Ziyued displayed a hint of bewilderment. She was unaware of this. Hua Xiaoqing continued, among the ancient god guards, some are martial artists, and some of the stronger ones are experimental subjects of Hengduan. Additionally, there are several celestial eye practitioners, exceptionally powerful. The so-called celestial eye practitioners possess open celestial eyes and formidable mental strength. You should understand that mental strength differs somewhat from divine intent, yet it remains incredibly potent. These individuals are present in all three major organizations and the 9 divisions. If you do not venture out, how will you encounter such individuals? Waiting here, lingering endlessly, may ultimately lead to being left far behind. At this moment, Nan Quan also spoke up. The central region is worth exploring. There are indeed many strong individuals. In addition to the organizations we are familiar with, there exist formidable individuals who either inherited legacies from ancient relics or, like your master, unearthed some esoteric techniques through diligent exploration. Among them are ancient martial aristocracies that have thrived for many years. Despite not matching the prowess of the Silver Moon martial artists in their prime, these individuals have significantly developed their strengths since the rise of superhuman abilities. Hong Yitong conveyed through sound transmission, it is worth considering. The central region is a place that should be explored. In my youth, I also ventured there. Most Silver Moon martial artists have made the journey to the central region, whether to gain renown or to witness greater prowess. Only by sweeping through the central region can one return and claim dominance over Silver Moon. I am concerned that Hao Xiaoqing might deceive me. Li Hao did not conceal his thoughts, responding directly. This individual is overly calculating. Are you truly afraid of him? Nan Quan, transmitting with a laugh, added, he is unlikely to take immediate action against you. Who is truly scheming against whom remains uncertain. Though you are young, your progress is astonishing. Once in the central region, I will protect you. What is there to fear? Huh, you cannot defeat him, came the retort. Fine, I shall ponder this further. Li Hao did not outright refuse. After concluding this discussion, he inquired, shall I return to the city and seek the opinions of several generals? Would the minister care to join? Hao Xiaoqing chuckled. No need, do as you please. The young one remains cautious even now. Li Hao did not linger, swiftly departing. The 4 individuals, accompanied by a dog, hastened into the city. He intended to secure an identity for Lu Long. There was no doubt they would venture out. Remaining here for a lifetime was unthinkable. He arranged for Nan Quan to accompany Lu Long to the military camp while he made his way to the city lord's mansion, hoping to converse with Director Wang, who was known to be more amiable. At the city lord's mansion, Director Wang appeared to be present at that moment, regardless of whether he had been out previously. Report. Enter. Director Wang was somewhat surprised. This fellow had proven to be amusing, having even learned to call for a report. General, Li Hao cut to the chase. May I inquire whether, after my departure from Zhantian City, I can return at will? Indeed. You are a member of Zhantian City. As long as you wear the silver armor, you may enter and exit freely. Li Hao rejoiced. It was indeed as he had anticipated. I knew it. One's own city cannot impose restrictions on its own people. Will Zhantian City remain open to outsiders? It can be accessed for 3 days each month. Is it possible to close it? Director Wang replied calmly. Why would you wish to close it? Are you concerned that someone might seize the city? Coughing lightly, Li Hao acknowledged there is a hint of that concern. However, he would not express it outright. He quickly added, I am worried that after our departure, there may be no one to guard the city, allowing those bandits to seize the opportunity. Not to worry. Director Wang assured him. Should they come, it would merely be a death sentence for them. At this stage, if we are to consider the bandits you mentioned, they are merely the same as those who have come this time. Zhantian City is not a place they can enter at will. That is reassuring. Li Hao contemplated and then continued. General, the new recruits have yet to recover, and I wish to recruit some individuals from outside to join the Zhantian army. Yet I lack the keys. That matter does not fall under my jurisdiction. Li Hao felt somewhat exasperated. He was reluctant to seek out that particular commander. Yet, he also wished to activate the external black armor, enabling the Wu Wei army to don fully functional black gear. However, Director Wang offered a suggestion. Since your unit is not at full capacity, and there have been instances of captains recruiting soldiers on their own, typically new recruits must undergo training. Since there has been no revival, you might seek a privilege from your division commander, temporarily granting you certain rights to activate the battle armor of the heavens. Li Hao felt helpless. The crux of the matter was that the commander was not particularly easy to converse with. Otherwise, he would have approached him already. Before I take my leave, may I inquire, General, if there are any particularly valuable treasures on Star Island? Star Island? Does an energy mine count? Is there nothing else? Certainly, there are many. But alas, with the passage of time, who knows what remains? With a sigh, Director Wang seemed to reminisce, and after a moment, he shook his head, saying, I can't recall the specifics, but I do remember that there might be a residence of the sea suppressor on Star Island. As for its existence, I'm uncertain. The sea suppressor? Li Hao was taken aback. What is that? In the past, when the human race triumphed, and the human king unified the realm, in order to foster cooperation between humanity and the demon race, 2 of the most formidable beings among the demons were appointed as the demon suppressor and the sea suppressor. The demon suppressor governed myriad demons, yet the vastness of the seas necessitated the appointment of the sea suppressor to maintain order across the oceans for humanity. Is it very powerful? Li Hao inquired, curiosity piqued. Director Wang pondered briefly. Indeed, it is powerful, though not on par with the emperor and his ilk. However, it is far superior to ordinary strong individuals. And how does it compare to my ancestors? Director Wang fell silent for a moment before responding, slightly inferior. Li Hao felt relieved. Thus, it was evident that it was not as formidable as his ancestors. He had assumed from the title that it was exceptionally powerful. He made a mental note of the sea suppressor's residence, pondering that there might be valuable items there, though he was uncertain of its current status. Furthermore, whether the central region of the Star Dynasty was indeed Star Island remained a mystery. With the passage of time, countless years had elapsed since the ancient civilization. And who could fathom how the geography had transformed? General, I bid you farewell. This departure may last for quite some time. Indeed, Director Wang remained composed, saying nothing further. Seeing this, Li Hao took his leave, realizing that this individual had little to offer him. It was quite regrettable. It was only after his departure that Director Wang spoke. This young lad is rather intriguing. He has been observing me intently, perhaps genuinely hoping I might offer him some advantage. A faint voice echoed in his ears. Strive for it yourself. Do not concern yourself with these matters. He had accepted 3 missions, uncertain if he could fulfill them. As for the other 7 cities, he sensed they had not been entirely obliterated and perhaps still existed. If he could establish contact with the other 7 cities, there might still be hope for them. Indeed, I shall endeavor to try, Director Wang remarked. And he said no more as silence enveloped the city once more. Meanwhile, Li Hao cautiously visited the military camp once more and encountered his division commander. He briefly articulated his request, only to receive a haughty reply. Possible. And so, Li Hao departed. He couldn't shake the feeling that the commander seemed inclined to confront him, which left him somewhat apprehensive. As Li Hao departed, the instructor lifted his gaze towards the direction of his exit, shaking his head slightly. It was a pity that the new recruits had not yet fully revived. Otherwise, it would have been prudent to retain him for a while. The legacy of the eternal swordmaster was not something this lad was worthy of, and the more one observed him, the more discomforting it became. Li Hao then made his way to the military supply depot, exchanging all his 210 military merits for cultivation resources. He intended to venture out, uncertain of when he would return. Retaining military merits seemed futile. It was far more advantageous to convert them into treasures. As for the void sword technique, that could be settled at a later time. With all matters resolved, Li Hao prepared to leave Zhantian City. Tonight marked the final opportunity for departure. Although he could leave at any moment, traveling alongside Hou Xiaoqing and the others would attract less attention. Departing alone would only draw the gaze of others. At the moment he stepped out of the ancient city, Li Hao glanced back at the two prominent characters of Zhantian City, contemplating his return. He wished to behold those characters once more, yet he understood that his current self could glean little from them. Perhaps in the future, greater opportunities would arise. The words left by the emperor were not merely meant to evoke illusions of the past.